92.5. Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's 6 in the morning with Brett King. Here's Brett.
7 seconds left to go here in Denver at Ball Arena. The fans are headed to the exit. There's the horn. Denver loses game number 1 of the Western Conference semifinals to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The final tonight from the Mile High City, 106-99.
Gonna be a tough series. We knew that heading into it against Minnesota. They present a host of different issues, and one of those issues is Anthony Edwards is really good. Gosh, he's good. And he is going to be a problem this entire series. Again, this is nothing that's new. It took me a while this year, and Marty, I think it was the same with you. It took you and myself a while to come around to the idea that Minnesota was a team that should be feared. But I have, before the playoffs started, we got to that end of the year kind of run, I saw it. And really, the difference to me, and the big difference between this year and last year, that jump that Anthony Edwards has made has put him into star and probably superstar territory. He is now on a place that not a whole lot of players find themselves in, which is, I can rip your heart out at any given moment. You know, it felt late in the game. I don't know if you guys had the same vibe that I did. I was at Ball Arena. It just felt like the Nuggets were going to make it close, like make it a one-possession game, and he kept hitting shot after shot. Now, I don't think that this is some grand, oh my God, the Nuggets are in for some trouble. I mean, obviously, you lose the first game at home in a 7-game series, there is some trouble afoot. Does not mean that they can't come back and win 4 of the next 5. But it's pretty simple what the recipe needs to be. Their offense has been bad this postseason, and they got away with it against the Lakers. They got away with it with basically what? On a night-in, night-out basis, you get Joker and Porter seem to be your guys that are shooting the ball efficiently. And then Jamal comes in and he plays most of the game not great, and then we'll have like a 5-minute flurry that seems to make up for it. That's not going to work against this team. You can't have games where Jamal's going 6 of 14 from the field. No, Joker was 11 of 25, I think partly because he just felt like somebody had to go make something happen, and he was just putting up shots. I mean, do you know how rare it is to find a game where Jokic is 11 of 25 from the field? But I think part of that is just because Jamal didn't have it, and I know his calf is probably really affecting him. But bottom line here, Marty, you need him. We know what this team looks like, and it's very obvious. Discussed this before. The look of the team with and without Jamal Murray, go back to the 2 playoff runs without Jamal and the last 2 with Jamal. The last 2 with Western Conference Finals appearance in the bubble and a championship. The last 2 without was a first-round exit and a second-round sweep. Now you have him on the floor. But if we aren't getting normal Jamal, this team you're going against is a behemoth. And they're built in a very, very interesting way.
They handed the baton off. Like the first half, Ant was crazy. He scored 25.
Yep.
Then Conley and Cat in the third, I think they were perfect.
Yeah, Conley didn't miss.
And then friggin' Naz Reid in the fourth, and then Ant got it back at the very end.
Yeah, the experience that they have, I'm talking about guys like Conley. You throw a Naz Reid in there. and you give Anthony Edwards just a glimmer of here's what I can do sort of stuff, it's going to be a long night if you aren't answering on the other side. You know, the beginning of that game felt like it was going to be a score out of the 1980s, didn't it? Like, final score 79-77. Like, that's the feel. But you were just constantly playing catch-up. I mean, from the very beginning, you were down, was it 16-4? To start the game, you go on a nice little run, you close out the first quarter ahead. But that's what the postseason has felt like so far. You were down big in every game to the Lakers. Were able, for the most part, to come back and make up for the deficit.
So you were at the game, right?
Yes.
So you don't sit till they score. You guys were standing for
It was
a
a long
long
stand.
time.
That was a long
That was one of the
stand right
longer
there.
standings. Was it getting a little antsy in there or what?
Well, yeah, because they kept hitting buckets on the other side. And didn't they call a timeout before the Nuggets
I
scored?
think so. It was 8-0. I think they got a rage timeout at 8-0.
It was a long stand. But honestly, I don't want to oversimplify this, but Jamal plays efficient basketball. I think this looks totally different. And it's just difficult because I know he's hobbled right now.
And you're not going to get 14 points from Naz Reid every fourth quarter. Like, that's just not going to happen.
Well, not in the fourth.
At all, honestly. Like, come on. He's
Oh,
hitting
I
bank
think
shot
Nas can do
threes.
that. Nas is a good offensive player. He averages 14 a game, Marty. Like, now,
Okay,
I
fine.
know part of that is he got more playing time when Karl Anthony Towns was out and all that stuff, but he's got a nice offensive game to him. A lot of these guys do. Like, I'll be the first one to apologize. I actually saw Conley. He walked right by me. I was on the floor before the game. I didn't say anything to him, but I give him credit because he made that trade for Gobert. I'm like, what are you doing? What kind of roster is this?
Tim Conley.
Yes. Oh, did you think? Yeah.
Not Mike Conley.
Tim Conley, yes. But when he first made the trade for Gobert, I was like, what are you doing? This is stupid. And now this team is really formidable. And they're built kind of in the same way that the Nuggets are. Like, they found guys who know exactly what their roles are. They had a little bit of a scuttlebutt in the middle of the year where Anthony Edwards and Towns were, I guess, jockeying for who's the alpha on the team. And then Towns was out, and then it became very obvious who the alpha is. Because you remember that game where Towns put up 60 and the team was pissed afterwards, right? Anthony Edwards looked disengaged in that game. I think they figured it out. He's that dude. And God, he's just got a fun game to watch. Like,
Is there anybody that doesn't like that guy?
he's not a foul hunter. Like, he's going to go out there and he's going to give you buckets. Almost no matter what you can do to stop it. I mean, Michael Malone said as much after the game. They said, what can you do to stop Anthony Edwards? And he goes, I don't think you can do that. You just got to. They're taking the approach that I think teams should take with the Nuggets, which is just let Jokic score and don't let Porter, don't let Murray, don't let KCP, don't let those guys go off for big games. And to be honest, they kind of did that outside of a big fourth quarter from Naz Reid. You know, a couple of moments there from Mike Conley and Karl Anthony Towns. Jaden McDaniels got the donut. I mean, he didn't score a point. Gobert had 6. But this is what I'm saying, Marty. I don't think the problem was anything on offense. Like, yes, Anthony Edwards is really good, and sometimes he's going to go off like that. The Nuggets offense just hasn't been clicking. They haven't been hitting shots. And I know at the end of the day, they were 13 of 31 from the floor. Did not feel that way. I think the difference is you aren't getting sustained, consistent offensive excellence like we're used to seeing from them, especially in the postseason. It's been too many fits and spurts. I mean, this is now the 6th game of the postseason, and they've been down double digits in each one early. If they can knock that off, like tonight, I think it's a necessity. You are on home court, about to go 2 more games to Minnesota. You need this win, obviously. But more than that, you just need a hot start. Get the crowd in the game. Like being there, Marty, the crowd was just like, come on, guys, give us something. And it just never quite felt like you were getting there.
Even after the end of the first one, they somehow came back and got a lead. I cannot believe that.
It did, but then the second quarter, even though they win the second quarter, they're going to halftime with a lead. It was a 19-17 second. Like 36 total points were scored. You were just waiting for something. Like it felt like that was the time, especially holding them to 17 points. You go. You know what I mean? You put on a giant run that puts them at a big deficit. And it just never got that way. And then the second half, Minnesota went crazy on offense. Like I said, that game felt like it was going to be like an 80-78 game, and they ended up scoring 106. So I'm not panicked here. The Nuggets obviously have that in them. They could do themselves a lot of favors, I think, by starting early in that game. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Everybody's talking about, how big Minnesota is, and that is true. But I don't think the size was the thing that got you. You gave up 7 offensive rebounds. It's not ideal, but it's not totally crazy.
You had me real worried about Jaden McDaniels. I didn't really notice him too much on either side of the court. Obviously, he's never going to go 0 for 7. He's not going to go 0 for 7 every game, but
he's got some of that KCP stuff to him in this sense, Marty. He's like, he'll have a game where he scores 4, and the next game he goes for 20, and it just kind of oscillates like that. But he's a really tall, lanky defender that makes things difficult. They put him on Jamal, and the size poses a problem. Because even that little step back, sort of fadeaway mid-range shot that Jamal has, when a guy's 6'9" and has go-go gadget arms, if he gets a hand up, it's still an incredibly difficult shot. So look, again, I'm not super panicked right now. Obviously, if they lose tonight, it is full panic mode, but I don't think they will. A texter says, I feel like we need a selfish Joker start to the game. I know he tries to get other people involved early, but maybe he takes some of the pressure off and lets them settle in. I wouldn't mind that at all. Like, they got Towns in foul trouble. They got Gobert. Like, Gobert had 4 fouls, but still, got him in foul trouble. If he starts to get a little bit aggressive early, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah, Towns in foul trouble actually backfired, but generally it's a good thing.
Yes. I would love to have Joker go out and just say, hey, backs are up against the wall a little bit, drop the first game at home in this series. Let's go take control early in this game. Just get that sort of calming Joker, I'm going to be aggressive start, and then start kicking the ball around.
Okay, so you were at the game. You didn't hear the TNT call. You're gonna watch the game on TV tonight, I assume?
Yes.
I'm going to give you a quarter and a half until you tweet something about Reggie Miller and his love for Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
The broadcast, Kevin Harlan was great. Reggie Miller has a real big crush on Anthony Edwards, and Jamal Crawford is just kind of in his own world, just chimes in like every 20 minutes, says like an inside joke to Reggie. They laugh, and that's
Jamal's a third guy in that group?
Yeah.
Is Jamal okay at this or no?
He's fine. He needs some polishing. I'm surprised they put him in for playoff games.
Yeah.
But Reggie Miller loves himself some Anthony Edwards. It was a little infuriating for me. When he got that technical called on him, I thought he was going to go on the court and plead his case to the ref.
I try and be fair on that stuff. I turned around, I looked at one of our salespeople after they called that tech. I saw it on the replay, and I go, that's weak.
Oh, that was garbage. Also,
it's a weak tech.
KCP fouled the crap out of Anthony Edwards once. He just got him on both hands, and the refs didn't call it, and that was a brutal call. But I also thought Reggie Miller was going to stand up and go onto the court and be like, no, I thought it was a foul.
Okay, so texters Reggie was awful. Reggie is horrible. Reggie actively rooting for the Wolves was something. Okay.
So when Jamal hit a 3, he had an and one on a 3, and then he turned around and gave finger guns to Cat, I think it was. He was like, "Oh, why isn't that a technical if the other one on Anthony Edwards was a technical?"
All right, so I'll keep an ear out for Reggie tonight, and I guess he's going to make me angry. That's what you're
He'll
saying?
make you angry, yes.
All right.
A quarter and a half before you boil over.
I said this before, by the way, and I hate to do this because there's a lot of guys that, look, we all know the feelings on this show about Rudy Gobert. Not fans. I'm not a big Towns guy either. Towns carries himself like he's in the Jokic Embiid category when he's not. But Anthony Edwards is hard to hate. He's hard to hate. He actually has, you see some of those highlights from him, Marty, just from that game, you're like, that kind of looks Jordan-esque. Just the way that his shot, the way he creates buckets. He's a problem. And I almost wonder, and this is the problem with this Minnesota size, I think the Nuggets have somebody who can totally guard him. But if you put AG on Anthony Edwards, then what do you do with Towns? You know what I mean? You going to put Porter on him? Because I almost would maybe do that and just see if Towns is going to have the balls to go in the paint and use his size as far as his weight in his offensive game, or does he just want to hang outside? Now, he did that a little bit in this last game, but that's where the issues come in. So, game 2 tonight, obviously a big one. Not panicking yet, but I just want a solid, consistent offensive effort tonight. I want to see what looks to me like a normal and usual Nuggets offense. That's what I want. Where are you on the panic meter, Marty? 1 to 10.
I'm at about a 6 right now. I'll be at about a 9.5 if they lose tonight.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Should be. Minnesota's really good. So 303-504-0925. We finally know who the Avs are going to play.
Oh, the Avs. That's
yes.
right.
Remember when they were in the playoffs and they were playing hockey games? Well, that's going to happen again tomorrow as they go on the road to Dallas. So I want to break a little bit of that game down. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Altitude Sports Radio has Brett Kane at 6 in the morning. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane at 7.
I literally saw the life force sucked out of the LA Lakers.
Dempsey and Company at 10.
Jamal Murray he's just built of different stuff, man.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC at noon.
The key to them winning it again is going to be Michael Porter Jr.
Kreckman and Lindahl bring it home from 3 to 6.
KCP, he's the guy that I think may hold the key to the series.
Denver Sports Talk. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Mark Springer here for Bet365, and at Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game or a player goes 2 for 2 at the foul line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in Colorado. Please gamble responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You figured out your hybrid work schedule. In-office Tuesdays, Thursdays, and every third Friday for catered lunch. Duh. But parking? Ugh. With Spot Hero, it's already figured out. Visit SpotHero.com or download the free app and search your office, then choose your parking spot and pay to reserve. Get 10% off your first park with code EASY10. Parking for hybrid work schedules and anywhere you need a spot. Spot Hero. Where'd you park?
Hey, this is Brett Kane, and so much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes, and these walls provide an intimate space for all of the small moments that brings us together as a family. That bond grows stronger year after year, and like any other relationship, your home requires the same love and attention, so call my friends at Zero Res. Get your carpets cleaned, get your air ducts taken care of. I had them out just a few months ago, and I can just tell the place is cleaner. It feels cleaner. And this is why you should trust the power of Zero Res to care for your home. Just check out the 9,500 raving customer reviews online and a 4.9 Google rating. You can visit ZeroResDenver.com to get 3 rooms of carpet, 0 resified, starting at just $109 and take $75 off your air duct cleanings. Make all those allergies that dust and dander go away. So give them a call at 303-471-5150 and tell them Brett Kane sent you, or go to ZeroResDenver.com. That's ZeroRes. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Men, this is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And though I generally talk about medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues, today I want to talk about love. Because love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. You see, ED can cause major relationship issues. In fact, men often push their partners away when ED becomes a problem. The condition can cause depression, arguments, breakups, and even contribute to divorce. But the good news is that if you're like most men suffering with ED, you can be successfully treated at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and put a stop to the relationship stresses that ED can cause. I say this with all confidence because we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Truly, it's likely you'll find you're performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and get the love back in your life. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Here we go. Springtime, you're outside, maybe hitting the course again, and guess what? $2 off Rocky Patel ALR White Label and Grand Reserve cigars from Smoker Friendly is a great way to make birdies. Hey, it's Moj. That offer is going on right now for all Smoker Rewards members at all participating stores. It's easy to sign up to get these tasty sticks. Just go to sfsmokerrewards.com. That's sfsmokerrewards.com, or stop into your local Smoker Friendly store and get aboard. Rocky Patel cigars are awesome, and this offer ends May 31st, 2024.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like rowing upstream, but it's a river, a whitewater river, and the only paddles you have are pool noodles. Then when a new to-do pops up, you're like, nope, I'm already rowing upstream with these pool noodle paddles. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to get personalized discounts with a commercial auto insurance quote online, so your to-do list is smooth sailing. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverages and discounts not available in all states and subject to policy terms and underwriting.
You've got Denver Sports Talk. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll be right back.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like rowing upstream, but it's a river, a whitewater river, and the only paddles you have are pool noodles. Then when a new to-do pops up, you're like, nope, I'm already rowing upstream with these pool noodle paddles. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to get personalized discounts with a commercial auto insurance quote online, so your to-do list is smooth sailing. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverages and discounts not available in all states and subject to policy terms and underwriting.
2 separate wrecks working here southbound I-25 this morning. One just after 58th Avenue. Going to have the left lanes blocked up in there. This report sponsored by Progressive Insurance. And now in our backups, second wreck southbound I-25 at the Boulder Turnpike. 3 left lanes blocked up there. It is solid jamming from Thornton Parkway. Protect your home and auto when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive. You'll save money. Get a quote at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com. I'm Aaron O'Neill with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Brett Kane.
Hey, do you guys remember when the Avalanche played hockey games? I do. And they'll be back at it tomorrow as they go to Dallas. Dallas wins the 7th game of that 7-game series against Vegas 2-1. So, I think we got the ideal or I guess as close to ideal as you can get, which is a 7-game series that was just a slobber knocker back and forth, haymakers being thrown, guys tired, all that stuff. And now, less than 48 hours later, they got to be back on the ice for a game 1 in their own barn. And I think it's a real opportunity, Marty. Like, here's the benefit, and I didn't quite think about it this way. I was just concerned about I wanted home ice. And so, at the end of that series, I was kind of like, whatever. Whoever wins, wins, blah, blah, blah. Here's the nice thing, though. You got a team that's probably mentally and physically exhausted from a 7-game series to start this off, and they play at home, there's a real opportunity for you to sneak one in Dallas tomorrow. You're a well-rested team, jump on the ice, and I mean that first period, I think the Avs should just go full bore at them. And if they do that, get yourself a nice 1 to 2 goal lead after the first period or first period and a half, whatever it is, and just see if you can jump on them as they're trying to catch their breath from the previous series. Because you steal one of those at home, big time. And then that makes the second game kind of gravy. Like, it's the situation that Minnesota finds himself in with the Nuggets right now. They just took game 1. If they lose tonight, do you think Minnesota really cares? They're like, dude, we did our job. We went on the road in a very tough environment, stole a game, and now we're in the driver's seat. Avs have the opportunity and the ability to go in tomorrow and do the exact same thing. And I haven't seen any updates about Jonathan Drouin or guys like that. You know, I know there's a few guys that are dealing with injuries that we don't know about, but it's, hey, having a week off in between games had to help.
So Bedsy said Drouin was like a 4-week injury, and this puts him at like 3.
Yeah.
3+ weeks right now.
I think, didn't he say something like up to 4 weeks? Like, he gave that wiggle room, like it doesn't have to be 4.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe he'll be on the ice tomorrow, and that'll be a nice little boon for that roster to get even more depth inside of there. The question is, if he does come back, with the way that Val's been playing on that top line, do you move him? Like, do you just put Drouin on the second line? Because I'd think about that long and hard. I know that Drouin was fitting in that top line really, really well, and Val can probably do that with some other ones, but, I mean, what do you have, Marty? 7 goals in 5 games in that series? That's going to be pretty tough to move. The concern I still have is this long off, can Georgiev just find where he left off? Like, he can, but I think waiting a week in between, that wasn't a super ideal situation. Again, the scenario I laid out was one that sounded really good to me, which is Vegas wins in 6. You start Sunday at home, and you kind of jump back into it, that whole rust conversation, whatever. Hopefully he can just pick up where he left off, though. Because you get that version of Georgiev for the rest of this playoff run, you're hoisting a cup at the end of
What's your confidence level in him right now? Strung a couple good games together.
7.5?
But don't forget what happened.
I'll put that 7.5 there.
Okay.
Because I am kind of between 7 feels all right. 8 seems too high. Somewhere in between there. But again, you have an opportunity here to jump on a team who was beaten up after a 7-game series and steal one on the road, first game of that. So,
and you know how they play on Tuesdays.
Oh, Betsy doesn't come in here on a Wednesday after a loss.
He doesn't lose on Tuesdays.
He didn't do that. That's why you're welcome, everybody. I think we're partly responsible for that record on Tuesdays. He's not coming in here talking about Nell. Not going to happen. But God, it's amazing the difference I feel in the Avs right now as opposed to a week and a half ago. But we knew they had the ability. We knew that they are championship caliber or championship level talented in a whole bunch of different areas. But if you go out, like, think about a week off rested Nathan McKinnon jumping on the ice and flying by a couple of dudes on Dallas who might be a little bit worn out from the series prior. 7-game series can really benefit you in a big, big way. By the way, I keep hearing things above me. I'm assuming this is just the wind.
It's the wind knocking satellites down, I guess. I don't know.
Can we just stop with the wind? What is this?
I think it's going to last all day.
Like, Marty, yesterday.
Wind's blowing out of the west-southwest.
Thank you.
22 miles an hour.
I open my car door, and it's one of those, like, you got to hang on for dear life. You're going to door ding, like, everybody that's around you in a parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is going on here?
Gusts reaching 44 miles an hour.
How are you supposed to golf in this weather?
How are you supposed to do anything? Walking to your car is a pain in the ass.
I got out in the parking lot of our building. That walk is what, Marty? 100 yards? Maybe?
Takes you about 9 seconds, yeah.
And it felt like I was walking into a wind tunnel. Like I was turned and pushing my shoulder against it as I'm holding Marty's coffee. Because Marty's a baby. He needs me to bring him coffee now.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
It's not because he beat me in the basketball game. That's certainly not why you got a coffee.
Our entrance is in like a corner. There's so much garbage just in that corner.
Oh, my God. I walked in. I was rubbing my eyes. I'm like, there's dirt in here. Where is dirt? So anyway, if anybody's listening and can control the weather, make that stop, please, because that's annoying. I will venture to say nothing is more annoying than wind. It is a giant pet peeve of mine. What, Marty? Why are you laughing?
We were just talking about Druin. Maybe he can come back from being cut with a skate in 3 weeks instead of 4. You're like, the wind got dirt in my eyes
Yes.
and it sucked.
Yes. You know what, Marty? I couldn't play under these conditions. I would sit out tomorrow night. If that was my element, it's like, oh, wind? No, thank you. Like, what if they did a stadium series game, or what do they call the Winter Classics, right?
Mm.
The outdoor games? What if they did that in wind like this? You couldn't play. Call it off. I'm going to say, you know what? Last thing on this, just quickly, Marty. You know how much I hate snow. Snow it ruins everything. It makes your drive terrible. It makes a whole bunch of stuff bad. And I'm not a skier, so I don't enjoy going up and shredding the powder, bro. Like all that stuff, not me. Wind is worse. You give me like a 4, 5, 6 inches of snow, I will take that over whatever the hell is going on outside right now. So Druin might play tomorrow.
And if he doesn't, I mean, come on, dude. Let's go.
I mean, if he doesn't, he's a baby. It's not like he's got windy eyes. You know what I mean?
Got a little dirt in the eye? No. He just got cut by a skate. Let's go.
Marty, you get tan, correct? I don't. So I need to ask you something. Do you get windburn in the way that I get windburn?
So what happens? Like your skin gets red?
It looks like I get a sunburn for like 12 hours.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't get that.
Also, an awful byproduct of wind. An awful byproduct of just being a pale,
I also
pasty
don't put
man.
myself in the situation where I would get windburn. It's windy. I'm inside. Sorry.
Sometimes you got to golf, Marty, in the elements. And then you shoot a bad round, you say, well, the gusts were crazy, dude. You think I'm supposed to break 86 with wind like that? Please. Anyway, big game tomorrow. And tonight. As both, I just hope the Avs do exactly what the T-Wolves did to the Nuggets yesterday. Take a team on their home floor, home ice, and really take it to them early. And that's the difference. Like when the Avs turned that series around, it was a dominant start followed by making the right plays in the right moments. You play a game of catch-up, it's really, really difficult. The Nuggets have done that, I feel like 6 straight games now. They've won 4 of them. Cannot afford to do that again tonight.
Can we give it up for the schedule makers? Outside of conflicting Game 7s on May 19th, they went every other day with Avs Nuggets.
I will accept that.
Good job. Let's hope there's...
So wait, what is the Avs' full schedule now for this series?
So it's Monday.
No, it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, May 7th, then Thursday, May 9th, then Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday.
Oh, so they're game on, game off pretty much the whole way.
They don't have that 3-day off BS that the Nuggets have.
Okay, good. Oh, yeah. You know what? Nice job, guys. I really thought you were going to mess that one up.
Although conflicting Game 7s on Sunday the 19th would be
Yeah.
That would be something.
Not great. Well, I'll tell you what, Marty. Nuggets win 4 of the next 5. Avs winning 5 again. Don't worry about it.
Sounds good.
I would rather have the couple of days off that we just experienced between these two teams not playing for a few days than having 2 Game 7s on the same night because my brain couldn't handle it.
I don't think anybody could. Let's make a conflicting Game 1s of the next round on the 19th instead. Just take care of business early.
Totally fine with me. 303-504-0925. So I didn't watch this, but of course I saw the clips that came through over and over and over again last night. The Netflix roast of Tom Brady. Did you watch it, Marty?
No, so it was live on Netflix? Is that what it was?
Oh, so it was live? I didn't know it was live.
I think it was live, yeah.
I'm kind of over roasts. I used to love when Comedy Central used to do those.
They were big for a while. Have they gone away? I haven't really seen many roasts lately.
Well, I think they went away because Comedy Central is just not really a thing anymore. I mean, remember when Comedy Central was huge? Like they had Jon Stewart and The Daily Show in their heyday. They had Chappelle's show that was on. They had
even Colbert was right after.
Colbert was after. There was Crank Yankers. Remember that show?
Ah,
yeah. They would constantly come up with like 30-minute specials for different comedians and stuff like that. So those roasts used to be huge. Didn't hit the same. And maybe it's like from the jokes that I saw anyway, they just felt like really easy sports jokes that I'm just like, all right. The one thing I will tell you, though, that I noticed, Tom Brady, put down the needles and the scalpels, man. You look fine. You don't need to keep, you're going to look like Beverly Hills housewife a couple surgeries from now. Like he's hit that teetering edge, Marty, of you're almost at the point of no return where you get that alien face going on. I don't know why people, I'm going to say something, and I need you guys all to hear me. And we don't live in California, and I'm assuming most of our listeners don't have $500,000 in expendable income. Maybe a few of you do. There is nothing wrong with being 55 and looking 55. I have a big issue with a 55-year-old looking like a 32-year-old alien life form, though.
So what's his deal? He just got like the sucked in cheeks?
Yeah, it's the tight skin where it's almost like it's like in the cartoons, Marty, they can grab the back of their head and like pull their skin like this, and then somebody takes a stapler and just goes. That's what his face looks like to me.
Someone took a vacuum cleaner. It's like,
yes.
Okay, now staple it.
We need to have a discussion as a society and just say, hey, if you're old, it's okay. Aging happens. I, at 34 years old, look older than Tom Brady.
You could
and that's
use some
fine.
of that face sucking stuff, honestly.
I probably could. Dude, my face, when it's going to look, them wrinkles are coming already. I have loose skin just to start with. Like my skin, I don't have tight skin. Everything about my skin is terrible. It's pale. It gets sunburned easily. It's freckled.
Nasty.
It is. But I don't know if I could look at my wife the same if I went in and got that Tom Brady work done. It was just like, hi, honey, don't I look great? No.
All our problems are solved now. I got the sucked in cheeks.
You're a good looking guy. And from what I've read, Marty, he doesn't have problems picking up ladies. I don't think that's an issue for him. Here's the thing, though. The few jokes that I saw them tell, especially when they made Giselle jokes, he was not into it. Did not like it. And I'm like, what did you think you signed up for, dude?
So for roast, do you think like the roastee gets to put out guidelines like, hey, stay away from these two areas? You know, like
they shouldn't. That's not the point of a roast. The roast is anything goes. Dude, I heard in one of these clips, Edelman did an Aaron Hernandez joke that was pretty crazy. That guy was a teammate.
From what I saw, they got a good cast of characters out there. I mean, like, pretty much everybody was there. From the old Patriot days, at least.
Yeah, it looked like it. Edelman, Gronk. Bob Kraft was there. Here's what I don't understand about these crowds, though. It's like Kim Kardashian was there. I'm like, does she have some sort of tie to Tom Brady, or is she just another famous person who does plastic surgery? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
This was sponsored by Surgeon
Botox?
X. Yeah.
303-504-0925. Back after this. All right. So 303-504-0925 is the Champ Mazda text line, and a lot to get to today. Again, the Nuggets drop game one at home. Quote from Jokic. What's the adjustment that you can make from them rotating Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, and Naz Reid on you? He said, to duplicate a clone of myself, which is a funny answer. He also doesn't seem concerned at all that they dropped that game. Like, certainly not happy. But he just had the vibe of somebody who's like, we'll be fine. And I think they will be. You know, we're 6 games into this postseason. Would you agree with this? The Nuggets have not played anything better than a B game yet?
Yeah, I agree with that. What's their best game been?
I honestly don't know. They've all kind of felt the same. Slow starts, followed by nice little spurts that get them back in the game, tied, whatever. And then it's just a matter of, can you hang on or not? But we've yet to see them, I think, at their peak. And we know what that looks like. Like, again, did the team change from last year? Yes, marginally. No more Bruce Brown. You would love to have him back, but there is, to me, just a very easy thing that could flip on a dime that would almost make as drastic of a change aesthetically as the Avs from game 1 to games 2 through 5 against Winnipeg, which is if Jamal gets back to that like 13 of 22 for 32 point kind of game, like, I don't think that you lose. I really don't. And I don't want to put this all on Jamal. Like, I don't think Jamal's played poorly. But how about this? When it comes to Jamal Murray, he hates when you say this about him. He hates it. But when you use that term playoff Jamal, we all know what we're talking about here. Statistically, it backs up everything that I'm saying. He is the biggest playoff riser in the history of the NBA as far as numbers from the regular season to the postseason. Because in the moment, he rises to the occasion. He already has 2 game winners this postseason. But would you need the game winners if you got the normal game out of him? Like, that's what we're talking about here. And I don't want to make it seem like he's played awful, because he hasn't. But if you get efficient Jamal Murray that isn't 30 minutes of the game, he's kind of not, he's not showing up on the box score, and then for 8 minutes, he's amazing. That's where I think we're coming to the conclusion, hey, we haven't seen an A game yet out of them. Like, the best that we've gotten, I think, is about a B. But a texter made this argument earlier, and I actually agree with it. If Joker can start the game with a little bit more aggressive mindset, try and get his, and get the team rolling, get him on the board, I think he'll be just fine. If you play the exact way that you did defensively, as you did in game 1, you should be okay. Like, I know that Anthony Edwards went crazy for 43 points. I almost don't care. We've seen that in the last couple of playoff stretches. Like, how many games did Devin Booker have where he scored 40 points and you, like, still won? Like, that kind of stuff is going to happen with good players. What they did to everybody else? I mean, Cat scored 20. It's not killing you. Conley got 14. Okay, that's a little above average. Naz Reid, 16. Big fourth quarter. Okay, you'd like to stymie that a little bit, but look at everybody else. 0 for McDaniels. 6 for Gobert. 2 for Kyle Anderson. 5 for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Like, all that stuff is exactly the recipe that you'd want to see. If you just played your typical offensive game, I think that doesn't matter. 32 from Joker, 20 from Michael Porter Jr., that's what you need. More than 17 from Jamal. A few more out of Aaron Gordon, although his matchup's going to be really difficult on offense. I mean, he's dealing with a tower, okay? And when your job is I get around the rim and I hit layups and I throw down dunks, and somebody on the other side of you is like 5-6 inches taller, your game's going to be hindered by that.
Yeah, didn't Gobert swat like 2 lob attempts?
Yes.
That's going to be a problem.
And a couple of them, you're just looking at like, why even try that?
Yeah.
Like, he's in perfect position. You know he's not going to miss that one. He's literally standing in the dunker spot. But I just think, Marty, they were trying to get something going offensively, and they're like, well, this usually gets the crowd into it, and then it becomes a turnover going the other way. No, Joker was 7. Not his game. Like, the Nuggets are all about efficiency. And when they are inefficient on the offensive side, you run into problems. 7 turnover game by Jokic is inefficient. An 11 of 25 from the field game for Jokic is inefficient. Jamal 6 of 14, inefficient. They thrive on the consistency and the efficiency of that offense. And Minnesota's going to make that. They're going to force a lot of trouble in trying to play the game that way. But I think the Nuggets are totally capable of it.
If you could focus just getting one of them in foul trouble, would you rather have Gobert or Towns in foul trouble? Because Towns was in foul trouble and you saw what happened.
That's a good question. Like, the argument for Gobert being in foul trouble is that Naz Reid, who they would put in, is another big, but he's not the defensive presence of Gobert. He
doesn't fill his shoes at all, yeah.
But if you go the other way, Marty, let's say it's Karl Anthony Towns. Well, Naz Reid can get you buckets still. Maybe not in the same way that Towns does, but he's a good offensive player. I don't know how far the drop-off is. There's some, but I don't know how much. I would say probably Gobert.
He's just a disruptor. As much as I hate him, he's a good defender.
And he plays his role.
It's hard for me to say that because I really don't like him.
The best thing that I can say about Rudy Gobert, and this is, for him, this is incredible self-awareness. He has no interest in how many points he gets. That's not his job. And he knows that, and he plays to that. That's where I give him full credit. When you're 7 feet tall, you're probably like, hey, I want to be fed in the post. And it's like, I mean, shoot, man, you knew the game was over. I actually started walking out just because I couldn't take it anymore. When he threw like the 15-footer bank shot in one hand, I was like, all right, I've seen enough tonight. If you're going to do that, then I'm out of here. But he knows what his role is. But if you can take him out of that, I mean, they lose a lot of defensive presence. You take Gobert out of that, now the Aaron Gordon lob to the hoop, the dunker spot thing with him, that becomes an active part of your offense again. But this is why they don't play him on Joker to start the game. It's why they use that sparingly. Is they know if they put him 38 minutes a night on Jokic, he's going to be in foul trouble more often than he's not. So they take the gamble of what? We'll put Towns there, and when Towns leaves, we'll put Naz Reid in and wait for Naz Reid to get a couple buckets. Again, they're just built really well. This is going to be as tough a series as the Nuggets have faced in 2 years. Tougher than anything that they faced on the way to the championship last year. They're a better team right now with Naz Reid and Jaden McDaniels healthy than they were last year when you played them. They're better than last year's Phoenix team, which was also very good. But this is going to be the toughest test that they face. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers in chocolate dipped strawberry. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. As we are broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. A lot more to get into with the Nuggets. Game 2 coming your way tonight. The Avs finally have their game scheduled for tomorrow. Game 1 against the Dallas Stars. A lot to discuss. Moshe Lombardi and Kane starts next.
7 seconds left to go here in Denver at Ball Arena. The fans are headed to the exit. There's the horn. Denver loses game number 1 of the Western Conference semifinals to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The final tonight from the Mile High City, 106-99.
We knew it'd be difficult. That team is good. They got a really good star on that team, too, because Anthony Edwards he's cut from that different kind of cloth that very few over the last few years in the league have been able to say. Here's the thing, though, Vic. I'm not panicked yet. I'm nervous. Not panicked. I'm still waiting for the game that the Nuggets put up that I say, yep, that's the team bringing their A game tonight. Still haven't seen that yet.
I think your level of anxiety is at that same number I was at the entire Lakers series. Right?
I told Marty I'm about a 7 right now. That's going to jump to a 9.9 if they lose tonight.
Yeah, sort of a pit in your stomach type of anxiety that doesn't go away until you win the whole series. There's two ways I look at this. There really are. Number one, it's not the end of the world that you lose a freaking game in a series. It is different to lose the first game, considering they haven't lost the first game in the last 2 years. It is different to lose at home, considering they've only lost 3 playoff games at home. And it is different. The one thing that was vastly different with that game than the others we have seen is that the T-Wolves out-nuggeted the Nuggets down the stretch.
Yes.
That was different. That was something I did not expect. Now, if you lose that game and you're trying to scratch and claw your way back from a 20-point deficit and you fall short, and that's one thing. But the Nuggets led. As bad as their start was, they led after 1. They led at halftime. They led. They were tied in this game with 6 minutes to play. They were tied.
Yep.
And they got out-executed down the stretch. That was weird to me. That was something I haven't seen in a while. And I think even the most ardent Nuggets fan was a bit surprised, if not perplexed by that. That's the part that I'm still sort of like, was that a weird...
It felt totally foreign.
Yes. Was that just like a one-off, or is that what Minnesota is?
Well, look, there's a million different ways we can talk about that game 1. And by the way, the Avs play a hockey game again tomorrow, thank God, as they will have game 1 against the Dallas Stars in Dallas. We'll get to that in a little bit. But...
Oh, Mosier's getting his face fixed.
Yes. He's...
We've demanded it.
And boom goes the dynamite.
After 5 years of his face, I'm not joking.
Busted it out.
Is he going to be looking like Tom Brady at the end of this? Because Tom Brady looks almost alienish.
Did you watch that roast last night?
I didn't watch it. I saw the clips, though.
It looked hilarious. But in all seriousness, Mosier's getting his face fixed today.
Yes. So no Moshe today.
Yeah. If you want to do television with us, and this is a television show as much as it is a radio show, you got to fix your face.
Got mine done last month.
Yep.
There's a million different ways that we could talk about that game 1, but I'd say this more than anything, Vic. And I don't want to oversimplify this, and maybe I am, but if you get 30 minutes of good Jamal with 8 minutes of bad mixed in as opposed to the opposite, I think this looks a lot different. And I know that he's hobbled right now, and I'm not blaming him for this. All I'm saying is the difference between the Nuggets being championship level and the Nuggets being a very good basketball team is Jamal, right?
The difference is you have to have all hands on deck.
Yeah.
And 2 of their better players. I mean, listen, here's the bitter truth. And it's not an excuse, it's a truth. Before I hear people say, oh, here come the excuses, this is not an excuse. Their starting backcourt is hurt. Not injured. Injured means you're not playing. Hurt.
Right.
I could tell you right now, I could tell you for a fact that if this were a regular season game in March, tonight, KCP and Jamal Murray would not play. That's a fact. That's not a stretch. That's not an excuse. I'm not here trying to make hay about injuries in the playoffs. Injuries and being hurt are different in the playoffs.
And every team deals with it. And
Exactly
every team's
right.
got these injuries and all that. Yep.
And Minnesota may have them too. I'm just telling you, if tonight were a regular season game in November, December, January, March, those two would not be playing tonight.
Well, let me take it this way. There's been one consistent factor through 6 playoff games so far, in which the Nuggets have won 4. But there's one thing that has happened every game, Vic. You have come out of the gates and given up a lead immediately. Like last night, I was at Ball Arena on Saturday, and the don't sit until we score thing, you had to wait through a timeout. We were standing for a while before we got that bucket.
I know.
Now, they came back, right? Led after 1. They led at half. But there was still I know that Minnesota's the best defensive team in the league. They make things really, really difficult. But I haven't seen the Nuggets offense I'm used to seeing yet in the postseason.
You have to expend energy to get back into those games when you come out
Exactly
slowly.
right.
You expend energy and intensity. You saw it. I mean, hell, Reggie Jackson came off the bench and had a possession defensively where he stripped the ball and it led to a lob alley-oop.
Yep.
And there was a lot of energy used up in getting back into that game. So maybe down the stretch, they're like, tank is empty. I don't know. But Michael Malone told us yesterday, if you're really serious about defending your crown, if you're serious about winning this series, you're not going to wait to show that intensity and energy. You're not going to wait tonight.
Exactly
We
right.
will know right away if the Nuggets are serious or not.
And a texter said this in the appetizer, Vic, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. I know that Jokic's game, as I get into the flow of it, I try and get some other people involved. I would love to see Jokic just take it right at Towns tonight. Off the tip,
Boom.
get in the post,
Just go.
And just go at him.
I agree. No more feeling out.
Yep.
They felt each other out all year. They know who they are. They know who they are.
Again, this isn't like I'm not in panic mode yet, but this is
You better be worried.
No, worried, yes. Panic is a different level than worried. I am worried. Obviously, you dropped the first game of the series. You did it at home, and now Minnesota's in the driver's seat.
All this means is that the Nuggets have to win on the road in Minnie, and they can do that.
And here's what I'd tell you. I'm not even overly concerned with the defensive part. I thought that they played fine on defense. Anthony Edwards is really good, okay? He's going to have nights like that. He's going to score that way. Look at everybody else. McDaniels had a donut. Gobert had 6. Towns had 20, whatever. You know, there was a couple of big moments from Mike Conley, who always seems to be just that thorn in your side, and then Naz Reid off the bench, especially in the fourth quarter. Naz Reid went crazy. But outside of that, I thought you played defense fine. It was just trying to find consistent offense was really difficult, and especially late, Vic, that's what you're talking about. Like, the thing that I was one of the people that I left with about 50 seconds left, a minute left, whatever. I started walking out. And you know what did it to me? I'm watching the Nuggets, who late game execution, they're elite level, and shots weren't falling late. And then I watched Gobert throw a 15-footer off the bank from one hand, and I'm like, all right, I've seen enough tonight. See you guys later.
You know, I thought the play that turned a lot of momentum, and it made me sick to my stomach when I saw it, and I was like, okay, it's just not their night. Christian Brown hits a rare 3 from the corner.
Yeah.
Because he has been struggling in the playoffs.
He shot that with some confidence, too.
He did.
That was like, what, 4.5 left in the game?
6 minutes.
6 minutes? And I was
just
like,
over 6.
Are they going to leave him in over Porter? Now, Porter went in immediately after that because there was a timeout.
He hits a 3 from the corner to tie the game. Momentum regained. What happens 23 and a half seconds later? Naz Reid, with the shot clock winding down, banks home a top-of-the-key 3.
Yeah.
Banks home a top of the... I mean, come on, man. So, as much as I respect Minnesota and what they have to offer and Anthony Edwards, come on that. You miss that comes off, and momentum changes a little bit.
Sure
come
does.
on, man.
Well, and look, the Nuggets can't put themselves in a position where that stuff can affect them that way, right? Like, if they played their game correctly, then that shot shouldn't have mattered, or at least mattered less than it did. There are, and I give Tim Conley total credit for this. Actually walked right by me. I was going to say something to him before the game, and I didn't. But Tim Conley, I give him full credit, Vic, because I almost kind of laughed. I'm like, all that trade for Rudy Gobert, really? And then you look at the way the team's constructed. Tell me that's not very Nuggetsy, the way that this team is made. Because I'll tell you this. They have people on that team who know exactly what their role is, and they do not care about anything else. Like, far be it from me, you'll rarely hear this out of me. I give Rudy Gobert full credit in this. He does not care if he touches the basketball on the offensive side. Does not care.
He knows his role defensively and what he's been able to do to not totally eliminate, but help erase the bread and butter play that Joker and AG have. The lob, the fake floater lob oop.
They tried that twice, and it was swatted away immediately.
All right, so what did the Nuggets do to counter? You don't think Joker and AG were in the lab yesterday saying, all right, here's what we're going to do in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to be able to go over the top anymore with this dude. He's just too lanky. Can't do it.
Yep.
Let's try this. And that's the beauty of Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic is smarter than you. Nikola Jokic, you give him an entire series to figure something out, he will figure you out. He is smarter than you. If you don't think he's going to be better tonight, watch. I think he's going to be better because here's the bitter truth about game one. Here's the bitter truth. Tell me if you agree or disagree. Nikola Jokic is going to be given the MVP. He's going to be handed the MVP Wednesday night. Wednesday night is when they make the announcement. The best player in that game was Anthony Edwards.
Of course.
So usually the team that has the best player in the game usually wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Edwards outplayed everybody in that game. Tonight, I see it going back to Nikola Jokic.
I do too.
Nikola Jokic, albeit he had great numbers. I don't care about the numbers. You know the difference between having great numbers and a great game, right?
And for him, his numbers weren't even great.
His shooting percentage was low.
Yes.
But you know the difference. You could see the difference controlling the game. So Nikola Jokic, for the Nuggets to win, needs to be the best player on the court in 4 games.
Yep.
That's it.
And we've seen that is totally possible from last year. I'll say this. Now, you and me,
By the way, NBA, what are you doing? What you're doing the MVP award. Nikola will be in Minnesota later this week.
Yeah. Why not tonight?
What? Just reverse your order. Change your order up. Oh, we got a specific order. Why would you honor a guy when he's on the road?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Dumb. Just stubborn and dumb.
Can I say something else? Anthony Edwards has such a likable game.
Yeah.
Because he does not foul hunt. He doesn't do that. He matches up, he ISOs, and he's like, I'm going to give you this bucket. Like, it's a very, very enjoyable game to watch, and I would enjoy it a lot more if it wasn't happening against the Nuggets. But that guy's a star, Vic. Like, he is so good.
22-year-old star in the making. And by the way, I think we can be fair here. That technical they gave him for staring was ridiculous. That was stupid. Big deal. He stared down Reggie Jackson.
I wish the game was like that. I want the game to feel that way. I want that stuff to happen.
I mean, I don't again, there are so many things about the league I don't get. Did he say anything? No. He stared.
Well, I'm not going to the game tonight. Marty and Textures have told me, though, that I wasn't able to watch on TV because I was there on Saturday, that Reggie Miller is going to drive me nuts, I guess. Marty, explain this to Vic.
Yeah, what's up with Reggie Miller?
He wouldn't stop talking about Ant. He's like, is he the next superstar in this league? Like, yes, he's great.
Yep.
We got it.
Got it.
When he got that technical, oh my God, I thought Reggie was going to run on the court and like assault the referee for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And Jamal Crawford, I don't think he's watching the same game as everybody else. He's just like on his phone, like, oh yeah, Reg, that's a good one.
Hey, listen, bro, I have no problem giving props to opposing players. I don't. When they deserve it.
Yeah.
And did you hear him after the game? I don't know if you guys heard his press conference after the game. So he goes out and puts 43 on the Nuggets, just dominates. He dominated the game. He won the game.
Yep.
And I get it. Naz Reid hit some clutch shots. Mike Conley was clutch. They shot 72% in the second half. Clutch. I get it. They don't get any of that without Ant. After the game, you know what he does? He acknowledges the greatness of the Nuggets. He acknowledges the championship attitude. He acknowledges how good they are. He says all the right things. He is not one of those guys. You know the guys? He's not one of them.
He plays some defense, too.
Yeah. Well, it surprised me. They put him on Jamal to start the game.
And he held his own.
Yeah, he did.
He had a lefty block. Was that on Jamal?
I think it
that
was.
led to a run out. That was really good.
Yeah, man, that dude is so athletic. Okay, tonight, Do you guys agree with me? For the Nuggets to win Game 2, and I do expect them to win Game 2, because if they don't win tonight, the series is all but done, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion. The percentage of teams that can come back losing the first 2 at home, I think it's close to 10%, if not less.
Yeah.
Okay? But if the Nuggets win tonight, Nikola Jokic has to be the best player on the court.
And it has to happen immediately. Like, they can't do, I mean, every game, Vic, they've gone, hey, we're 8 minutes into the game and they're down 10. Like, that stuff, it's exactly what you talked about. You expend so much energy and intensity just trying to get back into it that you don't want to have that happen that early in a game. Like, just come out of the gates firing. And I hope that Jokic is going to be aggressive tonight. I want him to get the ball and just start going at people and say, I'm getting mine tonight.
And I know it's frustrating to watch some of the
especially
Nuggets.
With Jamal, by the way,
Yes,
being hobbled. Like, he needs to kick it up a notch.
2 things that I wish, and we're not going to change this. There's nothing that's going to suddenly, you can't snap your fingers and change this. Not when a game happens a day after the last. KCP is not going to be healed tonight.
Right.
Jamal Murray is not going to suddenly be healed tonight. They're going to have to. Jamal was so frustrated listening to him talk yesterday. He was trying to be positive, have a great energy, not use injuries as an excuse. But ultimately, he looked down and he says, yeah, this sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. But you have to adjust. You have to find different ways to affect the game and help your team. He's trying to adjust. He can't do what he did 2-3 weeks ago. He can't.
Well, we'll jump back into this in a second. 303-504-0925. Also, the Avs Stars Game 1 tomorrow. A nice little benefit, by the way, after watching that series. Yes, you're going on the road for Game 1, but there's a real opportunity in that game. We'll explain next. That's the lucky sound of Tulatero, and unleash your luck with Tulatero. The power to purchase official state lottery tickets is right at your fingertips, and Tulatero has all the big games, Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, and more. You can play on the go from your office, from the couch, or anywhere that Wi-Fi reaches. And the Powerball tonight, $214 million up for grabs, and in the app, use the code MAGIC to get a free ticket to try it out for yourself. That's Tulatero, Tulotero. Download the app, use the code MAGIC for a free lottery ticket, valid only for new registrations. Good luck. All right, get back to the Nuggets in a second. I do want to discuss, we've had a week off, no hockey. And tomorrow that changes with game 1 of the Avs and the Stars. Now, you guys mentioned this, and we kind of got what we wanted, right? A 7-game brutal series between the Stars in Vegas where they're beating each other up. And with just a couple of days off, maybe less than 48 hours, they're going to be back on the ice for a game 1. Now, it's going to be in Dallas, but there's a real opportunity here, Vic, where the Avs have just been waiting, getting rested up, getting healed up, that they can go into Dallas, and if they just blitz them at the start of the game where maybe they're a little bit sluggish coming off a long, brutal series, if you're able to steal one at home, much in the same way the T-Wolves did to the Nuggets, woo!
See, I like the Avalanche starting on the road. I want the same recipe they employed to beat Winnipeg. Steal the momentum. Take one of those, steal the momentum. But the question in this series is this. Can they do to Ottinger what they did to Hellebuck?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking about two of the better goalies, if not the best goalies in the game, back-to-back, right? You got on one side a guy that's a surefire Vezina, and then on the next side, you've got Ottinger. How many goals did he give up in 7 games? 14?
It was not a lot. So 4-3-2-2-2-2-1. I mean, solid.
Very.
Now, the Avs got to Ottinger earlier in the year. Like, they put up 4s and 5s on him, so they're totally capable of doing that again. I'm just hoping that the amount of pressure they can put on Dallas, especially early in this series where maybe they're trying to catch their breath for a minute, if you can, like I said, blitz them in game 1 and get after a tired team, physically and emotionally tired, you can put yourself in a real advantageous position. So, I mean, that's what's on the line tomorrow.
Did you watch any of that game last night? That kid, that 20-year-old they have, Wyatt Johnson?
Yeah.
Man, he's all over the... Wyatt Johnston, I'm sorry.
Johnston.
He's all over the ice.
Everywhere.
He's in the perfect place at the best times, right?
Yep.
And they've got... Dallas is this. Dallas is one of those teams, if you're a longtime Avalanche fan, you understand. There is a history between the Avs and the Stars in the playoffs. It spans a couple decades. They've ruined the Avalanche chances at a Stanley Cup on a couple occasions.
What the holy...
Okay, they've done it in the bubble. They did it in the early 2000s when Ray Bourque came over his first year before he really settled in on those 18 months.
Yeah.
They ousted them from the playoffs. Dallas has been one of those thorns.
Well, and me and Marty were talking about this. By the way, Marty, was that the Dallas series? Was that sound the Dallas series?
I think so, right?
All of these are running together.
Kiviranta scored that goal.
Yes,
So,
that's right. But on top of all of that, there's this looming question about, is Drouin going to be healthy? I mean, getting a week off or a few extra days to get him back on the ice. Now, Bednar told us last week that it was I think he used the term up to 4-week injury, right?
Yes.
Is what he said?
Yeah.
So maybe he'll be ready to go. Let's just say that he is. Here's my question. Val just put together a 7-goal in 5-game series in round 1, playing on that top line with McKinnon and Rantanen. If Drouin can go tomorrow, do you move Val? Or do you just leave him be and then find Drouin somewhere on that second line?
That's a great question, and I can't wait to find out. By the way, the NHL doesn't waste any time, right? Game 7, and boom, 2 days later, let's go.
Well, yeah, and they aren't doing the, hey, here's 2 games and then 4 days off, then you play game 3.
Nope, let's go.
On, off, on,
let's
off,
do
on,
this
off.
thing. Yeah, it doesn't... All right, so Vegas is done. And my take on Vegas very much like the Lakers of the NHL. It's like the rest of the league roots against Vegas. Mm-hmm. Did you get that feeling, that impression?
Yes.
It's like everybody hates Vegas because of, their LTIR stuff, and they got so good so fast, and they're done. They
feel like a trust fund kid.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic there.
It's like, well, I make $2 million a year. It's like, well, you're working for your dad's business, and he gave you the CEO job.
You just got handed all this lump of money from the other teams and all these great players, and here you are. You're in the finals your first year, and then you eventually win the cup, and you're trying to shirk the whole system. Okay, you're done. You're done.
Yeah.
Dallas presents a different challenge because the Avs need to learn one thing. They got beat pretty handily by Winnipeg in the regular season. and then turn around and dominated the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Avs, on the other hand, handled Dallas in the regular season, handled them.
Yep.
This ain't the regular season.
With the exception of the last game.
Exactly.
Last game.
But this ain't the regular season, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Things change. Intensity changes.
Here's what I think would be a good thing here. And here's where the matchup could be pretty nice. Dallas didn't really score all that much in that series. Now, they obviously scored enough to get through, 4 wins in 7 games. But if they're banking on beating the Avs 2-1, 3-2, I don't think it's going to work for them. Like, as much as Ottinger is a great goalie, and he is, the Avs will find a way to beat that offensively. It's kind of the same story, and this is why I will admit, Vic, that I am less concerned's a bad word for it, but I'm less concerned now than I was last week when we were talking about this, of making sure that Georgiev could kind of sustain what happened in games 2 through 5. Part of me felt like he was hot. I just wanted to get him back on the ice. But I think it's a lot just about your discipline in the defensive zone. Because in games 2 through 5 against Winnipeg, they were really sharp. They were getting in front of pucks, getting blocks. Not making anything easy for Winnipeg. They do the same thing here, and you're able to get a couple of those offensive breakouts, a pass from the blue. What's going on with your mouth right now?
I'm looking at faces on the Dallas Stars roster that I want to hate. I've already started
Vic just
my
gave
research.
me like donkey teeth over here. I was talking. I was like, what's going on?
I'm looking at Joe Pavelski, and Pavelski's he's been in the league forever. I got to give it to him. I'm going to give him he's the face. He's the face of the series for me. I don't like the way he shows his teeth on his smile.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah, it's this. I don't like it. That's the one for me.
I really don't like Heiskanen.
Let me take a closer look.
It's
here.
Jason Robertson for me.
Is it
he
really?
looks like he's 9 years old. He has no business being good. I'm sorry.
He really does. He looks like a young kid.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. Yeah, hey, kid. Get in the kids' table.
Let's go back to ABCs here, not scoring goals.
Somehow Wyatt Johnston, who's only 20, looks older than Jason Robertson, who's 4 years older than him.
All right, we have a few to choose from in this series. We have a few.
I mean, Jamie Benn looks straight out of, what was the Marty, help me out. You saw Mighty Ducks, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see Mighty Ducks? Are you kidding me?
Was that hockey?
Is it Team Iceland is who they faced? He looks like somebody from that team. I don't like the slick back hair.
Yeah. If we're being fair, because we have a history with Matt Duchene in town, but if you saw Matt Duchene's face for the first time, you'd think he's like on Game of Thrones, an evil count from Game of Thrones, right?
Yep.
So I don't know, man. I'm gonna need some help deciding.
He's one of those guys that walks around with Cersei wherever she goes, protecting her, and he knows it's bad for the entire world, but he's going to do it anyway.
Exactly right.
All right, he doesn't play, but we have a Rosberg on this team. I'm sorry. Sorry, he just shot up to number 1. I don't care if he's not suiting up.
In Roddick Fox's face, it's just so narrow.
Dude, there's a lot.
Look at how narrow his face. It's just so small, and
there's a lot of choices here. What the hell are we gonna do?
We need some help this morning.
Yeah, texters, help us out. Who's the face?
Who's the face of the Dallas Stars in this series that we just aim to hate?
303-504-0925.
I mean, Jamie Benn's done some damage out there.
I'm telling you, like, Ben, that's an evil face.
Again, that is the guy, when you're watching any old-timey movie, he's the guy that is automatically, he's out to get blood.
You know what he looks like? He looks like
Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood.
There's also, I think it's more this. Like, I'm looking at this picture here, Vic. Like, this one is just giving me, like, he's the guy who walks onto the movie set. First scene, he speaks with an Eastern European accent, and you're like, this guy's up to no good.
Okay.
Don't like this at all.
I got to give you this one. Does Craig Smith look like a dude who's just, he's partied all weekend?
Yeah, he looks like I was going to say a frat boy. Like a Sunday morning after a frat party.
What's up, boys?
Yes.
Hey, man.
So what do we got here? Well, I'm seeing a lot of Jamie Benns, Vic. A lot of Jamie Benns on the text line.
Well, Jamie Benn's easy to dislike, not just for his face.
I think that's the choice.
Dude.
Yep, it's decided.
Dude, Sam Steele can't give me that freak. He can't give me that lip
Look at that
caterpillar.
duster.
Look at that thing.
Look at
man.
that duster.
He can't throw that out at you. Can he do that? Are you allowed to do that from the get? Oh, this is just rich in choices. I'm already digging this series. This is awesome.
There's a lot of different faces.
Wyatt Johnston being born in 2003? Get out of here, dude.
That is stupid.
Grow up. Come on.
That is stupid. All right, I have 2 rules in hockey. You know my first rule. If your city cannot produce natural ice,
of course.
All right?
Then you don't deserve
a
a
play
team.
Cannot produce natural ice on a consistent basis during the winter, then you don't deserve to play the sport. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's not natural. It's unnatural. Like Dallas will get an ice storm, sure, once in a while, but most of the time they don't have natural ice. You shouldn't be afforded the opportunity to play hockey. That's number
Dallas produce ice?
Yeah, they do on occasion. They have ice storms, but not consistently.
So anywhere in Florida's out.
Of course.
Yeah.
Arizona, Southern California, out.
Well, Arizona is out.
All of them. If you cannot give me ice, you cannot play this game.
I think they took your advice, Vic, and said, okay, fine, Utah then.
All right, so that's number 1. The second rule of thumb is pretty simple. You can't produce ice. You got to be at least over the age of 14 to play in a professional hockey game.
Is that a new rule?
I mean, that's you can't throw this wizard out there. I mean, how many goals did he have in that last series? 4, 5? He had a couple game winners. You got to be more than 14 years old. You got to be able to drink.
Yeah, he had 4 against Vegas.
Nah, they break every rule.
Oh, wait, he's going, you know what, Vic? He's going to turn 21 during this series. His birthday is May 14th.
Oh, you're right. Ooh, going to be a big day for Wyatt.
Fine, then he can play game 6, but he can't play the ones leading up to it.
303-504-0925. Again, there is an advantage here for the Avs to play this first couple of games on the road against a tired team. And you have an opportunity to steal one, and I think it's game 1. I think that's the one that you can jump on top and just out of the chute. A team that's mentally and physically tired from a brutal 7-game series against Vegas, jump on them on the road and do the job of just taking one. Come back home and be in the driver's seat again.
I just dawned on me. Do you know the Minnesota Timberwolves have yet to lose a playoff game this year?
Yeah.
That scares me.
And I want to get back to this because between the Anthony Edwards game and then just the timely shots, right? Like Mike Conley, every time it felt like it was about to teeter in the Nuggets' direction, Conley would knock down a 3, or Naz Reid would hit a shot. But Ant's game was odd. He went 25 in the first half, correct? And then he was kind of gone for a while, and then the fourth quarter he took over again. He finished with 43.
Mm-hmm. What killed the Nuggets? What killed the Nuggets was that time when Ant was on the bench, and then Conley came in, and Naz came in.
Yep.
And you know the best thing to happen to the Minnesota Timberwolves in that game? The best thing to happen, it's funny how fates work out, is when Cat got his 5th foul. Because Cat's going to foul out of every game or be close to fouling out. That's what he does. He has no poise. Cat gets his 5th foul, and you'd think that's a good thing. Because they just go to Naz Reid. And see, that's the one thing that Minnesota has the Nuggets do not. They can replace and repair. They can take a piece. Oh, this starter's not playing? All right, let's go get this guy. Dude, they won a game in which Jaden McDaniels did not score a point.
I know.
He didn't score.
That shocked me. Well, he didn't score, and he was a plus 14 on the night.
Didn't need to. You can't let Conley do that. You can't let Conley. Michael Malone mentioned this yesterday. He was almost beside himself. How many times do we have to say you can't go under on picks with Mike Conley shooting the ball? You cannot go under.
Yeah.
What's he going to do? Drive? Let him drive.
Yep.
Don't let him shoot.
Well, we'll get back to this in just a second. There was also something else from Michael Malone in the postgame that I thought was really interesting. Because when somebody drops 43 on you, typically the game plan is, how do we stop that from happening again? And his answer was just kind of like, maybe you can't, and that's okay. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Back after this.
Yeah, it's a tough one. He is a great player. And I think at halftime he had 25, and no one else really got going. So it was Anthony Edwards' show, but we're up. And then what you worry about in that third quarter, I don't know how many points he scored in that third quarter, but I know Carl got going and the other guys got going. And that's when they become really dangerous, because now you have 3 scores, 4 scores, and that can't be the case. I mean, Ann had 43, Carl had 20, Nas had 16 off the bench, Conley had 14. It'll be a quick exit if we allow 4 guys to get off like that. So Ant's got to get his. We can do a much better job. I didn't think we had.
That line right there is the truth. Ant's going to get his. He's going to. Now, it might not be 43.
Yeah.
But he's going to give you 30 to 35.
Much like Joker's going to get his.
Exactly right.
It's the same deal, right? You got a great player on both sides that are going to go off in some manner. You can't let them go nuclear, but they're going to go off. Not only did the Nuggets let him go nuclear, but they let other guys contribute in key times. They shot 72%, the T-Wolves did in the second half.
Right.
72%. I mean, you led at halftime. You know what? The Nuggets did something they did not do in the entire Lakers series. They led after 1 quarter. They led at halftime.
I know.
They did something they didn't do the entire first round, and they lost.
By the way, Anthony Edwards in 5 playoff games this year, Vic, he has 33, 15, 36, 40, and 43. Mm-hmm. Like, he's going to score. It's what we talk about with Joker. Like, I don't think there's any shame in letting a guy just get after it a little bit, as long as it's just him. As long as it's just
Here's
him.
what I've observed, Brett Kane. My observation after losing game 1. I think more Nuggets fans are nervous than Nuggets players.
I saw Joker after the game. He did not seem nervous.
I'm telling you right now, listening to the Nuggets yesterday talk about this game, Reggie Jackson, Jamal Murray, Michael Malone, it's not they're not carefree about it. They're not like, but they're not in that fetal position like some Nuggets fans are. There are a lot that, I mean, you've read it. Oh, series is over. It's done.
Which is crazy.
Can't match up with the T-Wolves. And I've got to keep reminding myself, because I'm guilty of it too, jumping to conclusions. Got to keep reminding ourselves, every time I doubt this team, every time I think, okay, that's it, they surprise me. Every single time. They've done it over the last 2 years. Every time I think, oh, well, this game's over, here they come.
Well, and this is foreign territory, Vic, because I have this right, don't I? This is the first time the Nuggets have trailed in a series in the last 2 playoffs.
Yeah, they've never lost a game.
First time.
They've never lost a game 1.
But I'm not even talking about game 1. I'm just saying trailed at all. Yeah. Like, no series has been 1-2
never.
Or whatever.
You're exactly right. It's okay to have doubts.
Sure.
But I don't understand that leaping from doubts to the series is over. Are you crazy? I mean, it's over.
No, anybody saying that's foolish.
It's just getting started. And tonight, you got to win tonight. You got to win tonight,
yes.
Or I might jump on that wagon. You got to win tonight.
Well, it
is. I mean, to say a must win in game 2, come on, Vic. How's it a must win? Yeah, it's a must win.
Feels that way. Minnesota's good, man. They're a really good team. And it took me a while to come around to that. When you were saying early in the year, Vic, that you were like, Minnesota's really good, I was like, yeah, we'll see. Get me like February, March. If they're still there, then I'll take them seriously. Well, yeah. I did in February and March. They're really good. But I heard Joker after the game. They asked him the question about how do you deal with the size between them throwing Towns and then Gobert and then Naz Reid at you. And he said, maybe I make a clone of myself and put him on the floor.
He was joking. He was not trying to be disrespectful to his teammates when he said that, because I knew that's what was going to come out.
Oh, did people take it that way? I didn't see much of that.
Some people did.
Well, he was joking, obviously. But the fact that he said that, Vic, I'm like, he seems pretty not worried in the moment. I mean, I'm sure he's probably not happy that they dropped the game at home, but he did not seem like concerned.
It's supposed to be hard. We were spoiled last year. Am I worried about every series and every opponent? You're damn right I'm worried, because that's how I'm wired. Do I think this series is over because Minnesota won the first game? Hell no. And those that do, I don't know if you've watched enough sports or enough of this team to understand, it's not supposed to be easy. Last year was too easy.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the most tense moment of last year? Do you remember? I could tell you.
2-2 Phoenix.
Exactly right.
Yep.
2-2 Phoenix, 2 straight games in the Valley where, if you remember, Booker and Durant couldn't miss.
Went crazy.
And they're coming back here and you're saying to yourself, well, how the hell are they going to beat this team? Because these guys don't miss. They don't miss shots. And they beat them.
Yeah.
And they went over there and eviscerated them. That's as tense as the playoffs got.
Yep.
That was it. There was one moment of tension, of true tension.
Would you say after 1-1 Miami, where they took one at Ball Arena?
I still at that point was
I didn't really
I was
fear
much
it either,
more
but
intense after the Phoenix 2 losses
Me too.
there. Back-to-back losses there, because that's the first time they had lost consecutive games in the postseason, the only time. So the tension was higher in the Phoenix series for me than it was in Miami. Even going back to Miami, I looked at that team and said, come on, they're going to beat this team. They're not good enough to be.
Right.
They're not going to lose to Miami. And they didn't. So tension comes with the territory, man. It is going to be harder to win a championship if you can this year. You're dealing with things that you didn't deal with last year. The Denver Nuggets were spoiled last season. They didn't have any knick-knack injuries. None. Do you remember a starter having any issues where they had to go back to the locker room and get retaped or wincing on the sideline? Do you remember that at all?
KCP had a couple where he would go down the tunnel to get some work done, but he came back pretty quick.
I'm talking about last season.
No, that's what I'm saying. Last season, he had a couple times that he went down the tunnel, but it wasn't anything major.
I just thought last season they were blessed. The fortune of health. They were blessed, and you have to be healthy.
Yep.
You have to be. So this year, the road is harder. It's fraught with peril. Here we are.
This feels like tonight. I would imagine the crowd is going to be insane because they know they have to be. But this is also on the Nuggets, I think, early in this game to keep them in it. Because being there on Saturday, they were waiting. And you got a couple of moments like that Christian Brown oop was one of them. A couple of threes. The Jamal and one. It brought the crowd to their feet. But I think it's just you're waiting too long. Every single game this postseason, they have given up some sort of 10-point deficit early in the game where you're battling your way back. I want to see intensity out of the gate today. I want to see the ball get tipped, and I want to see the Nuggets play aggressive,
I want to see physicality.
offensive, physical basketball.
You know how AG got into Cat? I want to see that in the first. You know how Reggie Jackson was all over? I don't know who was bringing the ball up there. Maybe it was Nikhil Walker. I want to see that in the first.
Yep. I do too.
I want to see that in the first, from the get-go, message being sent.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't playing tonight. And maybe that's the wake-up call the Nuggets needed.
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you this. Is it tough as a pro athlete even? This is why it's so difficult to sustain excellence in the professional ranks. This is why it's so darn hard to establish a dynasty. Because the first thing to go is that want to, the motivation. The Denver Nuggets did something last year I never thought possible. I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. They held a parade for an NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't think it was going to happen, ever, until I was dead. They did it. So how do you reboot that competitive fervor? How do you suddenly go into this year with the same zest and want to? How? Because I can tell you this, Minnesota has that want to.
Yeah.
They want what the Nuggets have. And yesterday, Jamal Murray mentioned it. You can't artificially become motivated. You have to have it. It's got to be built in. And here's what he compared the Wolves to yesterday.
For sure. I think that's competitive spirits of the sport. I remember when the Lakers beat us in the bubble, I was pissed. So I knew the next time we see them, it's a different type of chip on your shoulder. So when we beat Minnesota, and they're still a great team last year, it's now that they have it, but they feel as confident as we do. So they're coming in with a certain type of motivation and not forgetting about what happened last year. So that all plays a factor, and I think we just got to do a better job responding and being the first to hit.
Yeah.
Be the first to hit, because that's a hungry pack of wolves. That's a team that was embarrassed. I know. Remember Anthony Edwards? Case in point. Game 5. Denver, last season. Ant-Man had a 3 to tie and send it to overtime. He barely missed. He sprints off the court, throws a chair, $50,000 fine later. Do you remember that big hub? How mad was he for losing that series? How mad was he?
Well, furious enough to, as you said, throw chairs
Do you think he remembers?
Of course. Well, it's the same. Well, and that's something I actually never thought about was last year they just had this thing happen where they felt like they had a good team.
And they had injuries at inopportune times. And they weren't out 100%.
And they were like, Minnesota was in an odd place last year going into that series. Remember what happened directly before? You said the injuries, but the injuries stemmed from Jaden McDaniels punching a wall in the play-in.
Yeah.
And remember, Gobert threw a punch at Kyle Anderson during a timeout in the play-in.
Yeah.
So they were in a weird spot as a team then, which obviously is not happening now. But also, it coincided with Anthony Edwards taking this giant leap into stardom.
Hey,
too.
They think they're better than the Nuggets. They're saying all the right things. Ant-Man after the game, hey, man, they're the defending champs. They're bad. They're this. They're awesome. They think deep down, Jaden McDaniels, do you remember what he said in Denver after a game? Do you remember what he said? We think we're better than they are.
Oh, yeah.
He said this 2 months ago.
And was that right before the... It was right before the last game, right? That was for first place on the line?
No. This was like their third game of the year, third matchup of the year. They came to Denver, and they beat the Nuggets, and Jaden McDaniels in postgame says, we feel we're better than they are.
Yes.
You don't think they feel that right now? They think they're better than Denver.
You can tell they're playing with confidence.
So now it's Denver's turn. Okay? The Young Bucks came in. They struck blood. It's time to punch back. Let's go.
303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. If you guys want in, by the way, the voice of the people, or you can talk directly to Martin on the Altitude Sports Radio app, is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. So, some more audio I want to get to. A couple of clips from this Netflix roast of Tom Brady.
That was a live roast? Was that a live show?
I mean, I haven't watched it yet. I've just seen the clips on Twitter. I was going to go watch it, but I guess it was live on Netflix.
And a lot of it's unusable on radio.
Correct. Because they had all the heavy hitters there. Jeff Ross and Segura and
Kevin Hart hosted it.
Or Kanye, yeah. Kevin Hart. Sorry, Kevin Hart. Whole bunch of people. Nikki Glazer. They had a whole bunch of people up there, including a whole bunch of Patriots. Gronk and Edelman and Bob Kraft was there, all those guys. We got a couple of clips we'll play from that when we come back. All right, before we get to this audio, can I say one thing, Vic? This wind has got to stop. I can't take it.
Are we going to do another one of those power down type of deals?
I can't. Wind is the most annoying thing that the earth creates. I told Marty, I don't know if you agree with me here.
Earthquakes aren't fun.
Outside of natural disasters, I'm just talking about your usual annoyances that you get with the weather.
So you'd prefer a heavy rain over wind?
I told Marty I would take 4 inches of snow over a windy day, like super gusty wind.
Especially this time of year because it melts the next day.
It ruins everything that you want to do. You can't do anything. You can't even walk outside.
Yeah, there's no outdoor activity today, right? What are you going to accomplish?
Unless you're into kite flying, which I'm not. I hate wind a lot.
Well, you can't fly a kite in this wind. You tear your hand off.
That is also true.
I mean, you know how you're supposed to hold on to that thingy, and you're never supposed to use your hand on the string. Hold on to that thingy when you're flying the kite, because if your hand goes straight to the string, you're taking off a digit easy. You ever done that?
I've never flown a kite before.
Wait.
Yeah.
Poll question. Poll question.
Poll question. You might like my response here, Vic. I played sports. I didn't fly kites.
Yeah, so did I.
I was a little busy playing dunk hoops.
Yeah.
Actually, touche. Great answer.
I was out there playing dunk hoops and wasn't flying kites.
You mean to tell me that you kids today have never flown a kite?
It looks like the most boring activity you could do.
You ever read The Kite Runner, Jack?
Sure. No, I haven't. But
great book.
Okay.
It's a great book.
Gotcha.
You've never read The Kite Runner, nor have you flown a kite?
No.
So what you got for my kids, when they were small, we went to Costco and got one of those industrial-sized kites. I mean, huge, like the size of this studio.
Mm-hmm.
Takes like a day to put together. We let this sucker get up there. I'm lucky we didn't fly away with it.
So, Vic, sell me on kite flying and why this should be something I should try once in my life before I die.
Well, your kids enjoy it more than you do. I did it for my kids because
But what does it do?
I'm all about community service.
What does it do?
It makes the kids' eyes bulge up and say, "Wow, Daddy!"
For
look at
30
that.
seconds, and then they're
whatever.
bored?
And then you're in there controlling this thing, right? All right. So here's how it works. Let me tell you. 101. First of all, send the poll question out. Send the poll question. I want to see how many.
What do you want it to be?
Have you ever flown a kite?
Okay.
Because you guys are the first 2 guys I've ever met that have never flown a kite. Honest to God.
I played sports.
I played sports while flying a kite. We had kites on our backs while dunk hooping. So here's what you do. You let the thing go a little bit, the string. And then you have to have somebody fast enough. That was usually me. Fast enough going into the wind.
Okay.
At really top-notch speeds. We're talking NFL Combine-like speeds.
Of course.
If you don't have that, then forget about it. So you're doing NFL Combine speeds into the wind. The wind will grab the kite, and you've got to be very, very careful. Make sure when you're pulling it, don't have it on your hand, because if the wind catches it, you'll lose a digit. Let it go. Let it go. And then boom, it finds its way up there like a falcon, like a bird. Just
And then
you let it go. And now you got to control it. So now you got to go where the wind goes. So if the wind changes, you have to turn your approach. You have to change with the wind. And there's an art to it. You let it go. You let it fly.
I am so bored right now.
I mean, I don't know if you could look at my eyes when you were telling the story, Vic. Did it look like I was engaged?
It just
in
keeps
this?
going. It's not over yet.
So then you hold the spool. You have a spool. But again, don't put your
I understand.
hand on
Don't
the
put
string.
your. You might lose a digit. You mentioned that before.
You use the spool. You let it go. You let it go. You let it go. And then, you know what? If you're really a rebel, if you're a real rebel, if you're like, you know what, kid? Sometimes what's yours is not yours anymore. You let it go.
Hey, Brett, I'll be back in 10 minutes, okay?
What, you going to go fly a kite?
I'm going to wait for Vic to get rid of the story.
All right,
here.
on this day, we're flying a kite. Marty, go buy one.
No.
Marty, go buy a kite.
No.
Marty, go to Home Depot. I guarantee they have them.
I'm sure they do.
It's a windy day. It's a treacherous day with the wind. We are flying a kite after the show.
I'm not doing that.
And when I do it, and when you get a chance to experience it, it's going to change your life.
That was literally, if you were trying to explain something to me to make me not want to do it, you did a fantastic job.
Let me go through some of the comments just to make fun of your generation.
Cherry pick the ones
No, I'm not going to. I'm just going to. The first one I saw and I looked up, Simulator Addict on Twitch. Vic, it's too hard for their brains to comprehend. There's no controller involved. Yeah, you're right. This is the era of video gamers who don't understand what it's like to go outside and see the sun. Oh my God. Oh my God, you mean you let something go out in the sky? Well, how do we hit A? Do we hit Alt-C? How do we get it back down?
Alt-C.
Whatever the hell buttons you hit. I mean, it really is. It's your generation. You don't even know what it's like outside. Fly a kite? This is basic.
We played outside all the time. I just never thought, it's windy. Let's go put a piece of paper in the air.
Okay, Boomer.
Texter,
Let me read
says,
this one. 3971. I was in the U.S. Army. In Afghanistan, men, women, kids would fly kites as symbols of freedom. The Taliban had outlawed kite flying. Thus, the book, The Kite.
Well, I would do it to stick it to the Taliban. Don't turn this into I'm un-American for not flying a kite. Don't do that.
Garrett writes, "Go fly a kite, Brett. Grow up."
Wouldn't that be growing down? Kite Runner is like competitive kite flying. Good book.
It's a great book. One of the better books of the century. Wind chimes. Now, see, Jen, I agree with you on this. Wind chimes. If you're a person that has wind chimes on a windy day, get out.
Let me tell you something right now.
Get out.
I live in a neighborhood that has an HOA. So you want to be very aware of your lawn, all that stuff. Make sure you don't get fined. I don't know how these HOA people don't find anybody who has a wind chime. What purpose does that serve?
All night long.
I mean, I used to live a couple houses ago next to somebody. They had like 8 in their backyard. And I'm like, I can't even go outside in my backyard because all I hear is that stupid sound.
Monique writes in. And Monique, Jan, all of you lovely ladies who listen to the show, thank you very much. And I'm glad that you agree with me on this topic. Monique writes in, I just bought a kite for my dad for his 67th birthday. It was so awesome. Brought back memories as a kid flying a kite with him. Now he gets to do it with my kids. So it's a kid-dad experience, mom experience. I mean, I guess you haven't done. Did Troy not experience kite flying with you?
You think Troy with a heater in his mouth is taking me out to the park to fly a kite? That's what you think I was doing?
Now and say, why did we never go kite flying?
I will.
We do it.
Yes.
Get him on the air and say, what the hell?
Hang on.
Oh, there's a tornado.
Let me text him.
I want to get his reaction to that. And to be fair, my dad never flew a kite with us. You think Eazy-E was going to stop working overtime to fly kites? I did it on my own. It's an organic experience. Some of us are more mature. We figured it out.
I can't wait to see his response. I texted my dad, why did you never take me kite flying? And I can't wait to see what he says.
3202, I absolutely took my boys to fly kites when they were 6 years old. They loved it. This is almost 95% pro kite. You guys are the only... I'm telling you, it is your generation. You lock yourselves in your basements with your video controllers, and you don't know what the outdoors is like.
Why do you just assume we were playing video games the whole time?
What were you doing?
We were playing football in the front yard.
No,
we went to the cul-de-sac. We were playing tennis.
You were playing football in the front yard. No, you weren't. I know Marty wasn't. Look at how pale.
Right.
Look at how pale you guys are. Look at your skin. You weren't outside. There's no vitamin D. Troy Rupp. What did Troy say?
Because I hate you.
That says it.
Here's the exchange. Why did you never take me kite flying? Because I hate you, he said. Yes.
At least you're honest, Troy.
All right. So some audio here from the Netflix roast of Tom Brady. Now, I'm telling you guys right now, I didn't watch this last night. I saw clips that came through Twitter. I didn't watch the whole thing.
It's 3 hours.
That's a long time. So I guess this was live yesterday, being streamed on Netflix, and now you can go back and watch it back, I'm assuming. But before we get to any of the audio, can I say one thing, Vic? Because you're somebody, you're TV man. Hair's got to be done right. Got to look good, all that stuff. Tom Brady, that's enough with the scalpels, man. He is bordering.
So it's not just me, right?
He is bordering on the Beverly Hills housewife phase of
I made
all the
mention of
scalpels
this.
and needles.
I made mention of this 5 years ago before it became a thing.
Vic has been on this for a long time.
I've been on this. This is what I do. I criticize people's faces.
Mm-hmm.
This is, let's be honest. If there's anybody in authority on this show on people's faces, it's me.
Sure.
He has been doing the injection thing for many, many years.
Too much.
You could totally tell.
And he's still okay, but we're like here, Vic.
Yeah.
Like 2 more injections
100%.
and we're way overboard.
He's that face when it's on television and it's it's away from the camera, it's fine. But I guarantee if you gave me an up-close look at his, I guarantee I could find some lines in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to stop.
I just imagine there's staples in the back of his head just holding that thing together. That's the first thing that I noticed in watching this was, hey, man,
Dude,
that's enough.
You're not supposed to look 18 years old at your age, okay? It's okay. It's okay to age a little bit. It's okay.
How many times do I say this, okay? There is nothing wrong with being 55 and looking 55. There's nothing wrong with that. There is something wrong with being 55 and looking like a 30-year-old other being.
Tom Brady's face is the equivalent of Keith Olbermann hosting ESPN2 with a leather jacket. It didn't work. Like, just be old.
When did he do? Oh, the second go around?
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Anyway, here's some of the audio, and this is the stuff that I guess we can play on the air. Marty, go ahead.
Buddy, you have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the #1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
That was Drew Bledsoe. That is so. I mean, listen, when you do a roast, the gloves come off. Have you ever been part of a roast?
I've never been part of one, no.
Yeah. So we did one with Jim Beneman, former Channel 4 colleague of mine, and the gloves come off. And I mean, you go anywhere you want.
Yep.
And they attacked his marriage. These people, one after one, went after Tom Brady and his marriage.
All these clips that I saw, it looked like Brady was playing nice and having a laugh at himself. The marriage stuff, you could tell it got to him a little bit. He didn't like those at all.
Well, what's he going to do? It's a roast. When you do a roast,
you know it's coming.
You give yourself up, right? As a roastee, you sign on the dotted line and you say whatever.
It would be one thing, too, if he married his high school sweetheart or something, but it's Giselle. You know these jokes are coming. You know they're coming. Got another one, Marty?
Who is this?
Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
That's Belichick. Belichick had some great one-liners. Now, you have to understand something. These are written for these people.
Oh, all those people that are some of the MCs or whatever, they're ghostwriting for these guys.
These are written. So Belichick, whose famous line, in case you didn't catch that, his famous line is, do your job. Mm-hmm. That's what he would tell his players, do your job. He looks at Gronk and says, please, don't do your job.
Well,
do someone else's job.
The amount of people that were up there, too, and I got to go back and watch this at some point, but God, there was a ton of people up there. A lot. And again, I think those are the only two that we can play over the air that are going to be okay. I don't know if there's any other ones.
So we had somebody call in or do the voice of the people and roasted us as a show. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Please.
Okay, here we go.
Go ahead.
Sucks. Boom. Roast.
Okay.
Hang on.
Hey, Mosier, your Achilles sucks. Boom. Roasted. Vic, you got no prostate. Boom. Roasted. Hey, Brett, you're a ginger. Boom. Roasted. Marty, you're cool.
Oh, come
Just
on.
kidding. Andrew Siciliano called. He wants his ears back. Boom. Roasted.
I love
you guys. Bye.
Okay, we're going to give people an opportunity to roast
I
us. This
love
is great.
that.
I love this. All right. How do you do that?
So
How do you call us?
It's on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's the voice of the people. It's like a little microphone on the app. So if you hit that, you can send these things directly to Marty. Send us your best roasts. Go ahead. And that voice of the people on Altitude Sports Radio's app is powered by the Fricke Law Firm.
Okay.
They're in your corner.
2 rules.
No swearing.
Yeah, 2
please.
rules. If you
No
want
swearing.
If you want it to be played, you can't swear. I mean, I don't make the rules up. I'm not an FCC guy. Okay? I wish we could swear on the show. Kids in the car, that was Brett who said that. I wish we could swear on the show. We can't. But if you want your voices heard, if you want to roast us, it's got to be clean.
Yes.
Be creative, but it's got to be clean. Feel free. I love it.
And we'll, look, whatever you want to say, go ahead. Just make sure that it's fit for air. That's all.
There was a moment in the show, because I watched bits and pieces. You know, Jeffrey Ross, who is the Grand Master
Roast
roaster.
master.
He is the best of all time. I mean, that dude is savage.
Mm-hmm.
He went up there and said some things about Bob Kraft, about his
massages.
Yes. And Brady waltzes up after his second joke and into his ear and says, blank that off.
Yeah.
No more.
Yep. Which, you know what, Brady, sit down. If you're at the roast, you're a part of the roast. That's
I agree.
how it goes.
I agree. I mean, I don't, listen, well, it's Robert Kraft, the owner. Who cares? You're there.
He's not your owner anymore.
Exactly. You want to play with the boys? You're going to get treated like the boys.
Exactly
That's
right.
your problem.
And you know what? It's not like that was kept under wraps. We're all very aware of the story. Very aware.
I totally agree with you, man. I totally, and if you didn't want to agree to it, don't be there. If you didn't think that was going to come up, why are you at the thing?
So go ahead, jump on that Voice of the People, that little microphone button on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and send your best roast to us.
Speaking of Tom Brady's face, and we know he's had a lot of staples thrown in there and syringes. Mosier's not with us today because he's getting his face repaired. That's true.
That is true.
He is getting, as he told us, he's getting a cancer spot removed from right under his eyeball. Translation is, I'm going to get my face fixed.
And he is going to look, to quote Mosier, hideous afterwards.
Uh-huh. So I have no idea what Mosier will look like when he returns to this show. I have no idea what is he going to have cheeks, angles, what?
I don't know, but Vic, before we get to break, just read this to yourself, not out loud. 0553.
Oh, jeez. That's really good. But Mosier could say that because he does all the time.
Yes.
We
cannot say that.
But that's a great one.
I mean, I love those, this is why I love the one that you just played, Marty. The very simple, it's what Michael Scott did, right? In The Office, it's, Stanley, you're fat and obese and have diabetes. Boom, roasted. It's just
and
very quick.
Sucks.
And your heart sucks. That line that he had to Stanley where he said, Stanley, you have diabetes. He goes, why do you keep assuming I have diabetes? He goes, you have a glass of apple juice and tell me you don't have diabetes.
So, here's one, 8707. Again, call them in. It's better when it comes from your voice and not ours. 8707 says, hey, Vic, Charlie from the Chocolate Factory called. He needs you back with the Oompas.
Okay.
I haven't heard that one before.
We can do better. So send those all to Marty. I'm sure he's going to get flooded now with emails of all these things coming in. 303-504-0925. So as those come in, Vic, one thing we have not mentioned that did happen over the weekend, it's almost a quasi badge of honor for the Nuggets. We'll get to it next. All right, look, you don't want to see people lose their jobs, but I said this is kind of a badge of honor. You know what's happened over the last few playoff runs for the Nuggets? So most recently, Darvin Ham was fired over the weekend from the Lakers job, which it just, I don't know if he's a great coach or not, but it's just funny to me that anytime LeBron has a team that loses in a fashion that they did not expect or doesn't look good on the resume, then the coach has to take the fall for it. It doesn't matter, by the way, if you are a world champion like Frank Vogel was. The second things go awry, he's out. But if you look through the history here, so the Nuggets play the Lakers this postseason, they fire Darvin Ham. Last year, the Nuggets beat the Phoenix Suns. They fire Monty Williams. A couple of years prior to that, they play the Portland Trail Blazers. Remember, that was without Jamal Murray. And was that without Jamal and Michael Porter Jr.? I think it was. They beat the Trailblazers. Terry Stotts is let go. And then the year before that, Doc Rivers, the 3-1 collapse in the bubble, he was fired. So 4 coaches in the last 5 postseason runs have been fired after playing the Nuggets.
Jeez. That is a...
That's like that old meme of the guy with the sickle going to every door and the blood's coming out. Like it's just a different coach's face on there each time.
That's a hurricane going through town.
Yeah.
Leaving damage in its... I mean, that is... the Nuggets have the ability because I think a lot of teams are like, what? What's the big deal? And then they lose and they're like, oh, wow. And I don't think we've seen... Can you agree with me on this, Marty and Brett, and everybody listening? Everybody listening. We've seen the Denver Nuggets now play 6 playoff games to start in this playoff run. We have yet to see the Nuggets play a complete playoff game.
I think the best that they brought is a B game to any one of these 6.
Have we seen the Denver Nuggets in these playoffs play anything remotely close to a playoff game they played last year?
And a lot of these games are like C-plus games.
Exactly.
And they've been able to win them despite that.
We have yet to see the full-strength version of the Denver Nuggets. We've not seen it. Now, a lot of it is because the opponents have shut down certain facets. A lot of it's because clearly Jamal Murray he doesn't have all the bounce. A lot of it is that their bench isn't what last year's bench was. But even compared to this season, in the regular season, the Nuggets have not played their A game. Not even close, man. Not even close. So you have that to look forward to. If they play their A game tonight, they will win by double digits.
Can I give you again, I'm gonna pose this to you and tell me what you think, Vic. Because I might be oversimplifying this, but whatever. The biggest difference between the Nuggets being championship contenders and making deep playoff runs and not is the presence of Jamal Murray. Now, in the last 2 postseasons he has played in, he has done so without at least major injury that we're aware of, correct? Like, I don't remember one back in the bubble. I don't remember one last year. True. As far as major injuries, probably dealing with some nicks and knacks, whatever. But when he's healthy, and I know he hates this term, playoff Jamal, but there is a historic difference, like NBA best ever between regular season numbers to postseason numbers with Jamal. When he plays at that level, they win. It's as simple as that. When he doesn't, they lose. And I think we could all admit that Jamal hasn't been bad in the postseason. He's had huge moments, obviously, with 2-game winners, but he hasn't been the quote-unquote playoff Jamal that we've been used to seeing when he's...
His shooting numbers are down.
Correct.
Both threes.
Like just efficiency-wise.
Yeah, exactly. He is not averaging what he averaged last year's playoffs, so his numbers are down. Now, he's had 2 games that's rescued the Nuggets. He's had 2 game-winning shots.
Well, and what I'm saying, Vic, is in those games, I don't know if they're games that rescued the Nuggets or just big moments or spurts that have rescued the Nuggets. Like, I'm used to Jamal quarters 1 through 4 shooting 13 of 22 from the field. You know what I'm saying? And just being on fire. He hasn't done that yet, and we all know what he's dealing with right now with the calf stuff. But I think that's your biggest difference maker here. Because let me tell you something. Michael Porter Jr. has been doing his job this entire postseason. Has Porter played a bad game yet?
I have not seen a bad game out of Michael Porter Jr. He's played above his brand. And you know what? You bring up a great point. If the others cannot do what they normally do due to injury, due to whatever banged up issues they have, maybe it's about time to pass the baton to Michael and say,
I think so.
Go get us 40.
Because he had in that game on Saturday, Porter had what, 12 in the first?
Carried them in the first half, then cooled off a bit, but still finished with the most three-pointers out of Nuggets players.
But that game felt a lot more like the past couple of years from Michael, where he comes out of the gates hot, and then it's almost like he's kind of forgotten about for a while.
Yeah.
Can't have that happen.
I agree. But, that's something that's got to happen in the locker room. Right. People are going to say, because I know what people are thinking, well, that's on the coaches. Not really. No, it's not. Coach Malone could sit there and draw up every play in the game plan and say, you got to get him the ball. It happens on the court.
Yes.
That's on the players. The players have to recognize, all right, I don't have it tonight. I can't get my lift, whatever. This guy is special. Let's feed the dog. Let's go.
And he's playing, like, you want to talk about efficiency, and I think this has been the difference down the postseason. Why have the Nuggets, at least offensively, not looked the same? Vic, they're the most efficient offensive machine that the NBA has when they're on it. It feels like when that team is really humming, there's no way you can stop them from getting a bucket, one way or the other. And they just haven't been that efficient this postseason, which that's been the oddity to me. Their defense has been fine. You tell me they hold the T-Wolves to 106. Are you cool with that? Because I am. I think 106 is a fine number.
I thought defensively, look at the halftime score. Look at the first quarter score. Second half, they gave up how many shots to Conley and Reed? The T-Wolves, here's one way to look at it. Tell me if this is true or false. Are the T-Wolves going to shoot 72% and a half again in this series?
I'd hope not.
Because if they do, they're going to win the game.
Yeah.
Is the Nuggets defense really that bad, or was that just a weird circumstance? Again, amid those 72% shots made, I want you to remember, one was a banked three by Naz Reid.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was a bank shot by Rudy from the top of the key, free throw line.
I literally got up and walked away after I saw the Gobert one. I was like, I've had enough today.
So are you going to give up 72% shooting again? If you are, you're going to lose the series. You're going to lose the game, you're going to lose the series.
Yes.
So we can point to a lack of offense. But I think that number, even Michael Malone mentioned it, that's just crazy to me. That's a crazy number.
Yep.
You know what's tough to watch? When Anthony Edwards has the ball in his hands and you need a stop. And he's dribbling, and you know what's coming, right? He's just going to he's going to hunt, he's going to say, who wants it? He's going to back you down, he's going to play that little dribble move left and right game, and then get you on his tail, and then turn around and hit that back-breaking jumper that nobody can get a hand in his face. How do you stop that?
I was thinking about this.
That's Jordan-esque.
No, it is.
That's Kobe-esque. Kobe used to do that.
It's a tough question to ask because he is so in your face and brash about it, which is fine with me. Is he like the most confident player in the NBA right now?
At the age of 22, I think he is.
There is not a single thing on the floor that he doesn't think he can do. Like every shot he puts up, he's like, this is going in. Every single one. And I know it's different for a couple different guys. Like Jokic is a confident player, but it's a quiet sort of confidence.
I asked Reggie Jackson, because it was Reggie Jackson who was trying to defend Ant-Man on the baseline. Remember, Ant just plowed right through him, made the layup, and then stared him down, resulting in a technical. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Bad tech, by the way.
Yeah.
Bad. It was stupid to give him a tech for that. So I asked Reggie Jackson yesterday, I said, what challenges do you face trying to guard that guy? How do you guard him? And he had the perfect description. He said, this guy's like a Hummer who can go 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
He's bigger than everybody.
He's thick, too.
He's 225 pounds.
Yeah.
But you put a guard on him, you put KCP on him, you put Jamal, you put Reggie. He's too big. He's too strong. But then you go with a bigger player on him, he's too quick.
Yep. Well, and if you, let's say you want to move AG over to him. Well, that poses another problem because now you're probably putting MPJ on Towns, and if Towns wants to back him in the lane, then he's big enough where he can do that too.
100%.
They're just it's a matchup problem.
It's a domino.
And Texture says, Vic, I think the Nuggets should give the Wolves a taste of their own medicine, start Zeke in place of KCP. This is the thing that I wanted to tell people. There was no reason to hit this ultimate panic button, guys. You lost a game. The Nuggets are still very good in defending champs. You don't need to change anything. You're going to be fine. You know, if the Wolves win by 20 tonight, then maybe you think about changing some things up. There was no reason to hit that button yet.
You know who does those kind of adjustments? The Lakers tried that last year.
Like every night that they lost, they're like, well, we got this thing that we're going to do now. I'm like, what if you guys just, I don't know, play your game? What about that?
The Nuggets lost a game they could have won. I mean, I got to remind people, they didn't lose by 30. They were tied with 6 minutes to play, and they lost a game they normally win. If I gave you in every game in this series, all right, I'm going to hand this to you right now. Marty, tell me if you're going to accept this gift or not. I'm going to guarantee that the Nuggets or T-Wolves are tied with 6 minutes left in every game in this series. You accept that gift?
I like that gift.
Okay, listeners, everybody listening, if I gave you that gift, that choice, a tie game with 6 minutes to play in every remaining game in this series, do you like the Nuggets' odds, their chances, if I gave you that gift? Because I do.
Yes.
Unfortunately, in game one, they did something that we're not used to seeing. So un-Nuggets-like. They got that gift, and it fell. They let it go.
Yep.
Minnesota stole it. Minnesota out-executed the Nuggets in crunch time.
Texter says, Lakers lose a single game. Well, we should probably fire our head coach. It's felt like that's the exact card that they played. Like, I'm actually looking at ESPN right now, Vic. LeBron's been in the league for 21 years, right? The 21? He said 10 head coaches.
How many of those?
10.
How many of those did he fire?
I would assume all of them. And the only reason that number's not higher, Vic, is because they tried to get Spo fired, and Pat Riley said no when they were in Miami.
Everybody says, I would take those odds 100%. Of course you would. Of course you would take those odds. And that's not being too prideful either. That's understanding that the opposition is pretty good. You would take a tie game with 6 minutes to play every game because we are so used to seeing the Nuggets surgically carve out every team. Surgically, just out-execute every team except that team, except that game. Now, take a look at what happened in the final minutes of that game. Let's just, real quick, let's take a closer look at what happened. Ready? So it's tied up. Christian Brown makes a corner three. 6:24. Shot clock goes down to 1 second as Minnesota has the ball. It's tied, 84 apiece. Naz Reid throws some crap up from the top of the key that comes off the backboard and in. They're up by 3. KCP misses a 3. They come back. Naz Reid follows up a miss with a dunk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
5 straight for Naz Reid. Joker makes a layup. Naz Reid makes a layup. Jamal makes a jump shot. It's a 3-point game with 4.5 minutes left. Still a 3-point game. What happens next? Naz Reid makes another freaking 3.
Yeah.
Naz Reid out-executed the Nuggets in crunch time. Naz Reid did.
What the holy
Naz is a good player, though. He's good. Like, nice touch for his size.
He has no business doing that in the fourth quarter, though. None at all.
Well, especially since his first half was abysmal. He was awful in the first half on both sides. Awful. I mean, it looked like, why are we even in the playoffs? And then he just turned it on. The worst thing that could happen to the Nuggets in game one was Cat leaving the game with 5 fouls. I'm telling you right now, you want Cat in the game.
It's funny that you mentioned that because me and Marty were talking about this earlier. Like, if Jokic gets aggressive tonight, and I assume that Towns is going to start on him, let's say he gets him in foul trouble. Marty said, would you rather have him or Gobert in foul trouble? And I thought about it for a minute, and I was like, Gobert, because that would change that presence around the rim defensively. And even though he scored 6 points, with his last 2 points being insane, you take Towns out of the game, Naz Reid is kind of like Towns.
Here's
like, he's kind of the same guy.
Here's the difference between Naz Reid and Cat. And this is why Minnesota, in my opinion, is more dangerous with Naz Reid in there. Cat, when he's in, he wants to be part of starting the offensive play with Anthony Edwards. It's like, all right, give me the ball, let me back my guy down. Naz Reid is like, I'm just going to hang while Anthony Edwards does his thing, and I'll be like the fallout option if you need me. And he embraces that.
And Ant needs the ball in his hands.
Yes.
For him to be as effective as he is, he needs, like, I'm going to ISO somebody, a couple crossover dribbles, whatever.
You know what really made me mad? And I guess mad's not the word. It just made me go, okay, this guy. late in the game, I think there was, let me see if I can find it. There was a minute 10 left. Minute 10 left. The Nuggets had cut it to 4. And you're thinking, okay, they still have a shot here, everybody. I'm sorry, there's more than that. There's less than that. There was 38 seconds left. The Nuggets had cut it to 4. Just make a stop. And Edwards goes coast to coast through everybody for a layup.
Yep.
Do you remember that play?
Oh, yeah, because they still had a shot. I mean, 38 seconds left.
He just takes it coast to coast.
Who knocked down the shot to cut it to 4?
Porter. 3.
Porter did, that's right. And you're like, okay, you get a stop.
All right.
You got a shot. But you can't allow that to happen.
He goes 100 miles an hour.
That was quite upsetting.
They actually did, I thought, Vic, a decent job. Maybe not great, but a decent job at not allowing Ant to do that all that much last night. Of just that straight line might, like a halfback dive, drive right down the middle of the lane. They didn't allow that all that much, but that was a moment you're just like, dude, right then.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk more about this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Again, we got game 1 of the Avs in Stars tomorrow. I want to break down more of that game and some advantages that the Avs might have, especially early in this series. And keep sending your roasts to Marty on that Voice of the People microphone button that you can find on the Altitude Sports Radio app. So all of those still coming your way. Stick around.
Hey, shout out to the Colorado Rapids going on the road, coming home with 3 more points, 2-0 win over New York
They look great
FC.
this year.
Yeah, they look really good, much improved. That Bombito guy,
Bombito. So right now, Western Conference, they're in 5th. Behind Real Salt Lake is 1, Minnesota, the Galaxy, and then Vancouver.
Cole Bassett gets on the board again. That's a much more complete team this year. They've added some pieces that have made them more complete.
Well, they got some guys with some real experience too.
If you missed it, the schedule is out for the Avalanche and Stars series, and the Avalanche will begin on the road tomorrow night, 7:30. Then Thursday night, Game 2, 7:30. Then the series returns to Denver for Games 3 and 4. Saturday is Game 3, TBD on time. Do we have the time yet?
That I don't know.
Monday is Game 4. You figure that's going to be a late start game. It's a Monday night. Saturday could be any time because it's the networks. It's either going to be TNT.
Got an email here. Trying to figure out. Yeah, a lot of these are just TBDs.
We are not carrying any more of the games. We're still doing pre and post game though on Altitude. So if you want pre-game coverage and post-game interviews and all that business, we're there for you. But it's all network television from here on out.
Before we dive back into this matchup, Vic, can we hear a couple of roasts from our people, our listeners?
I don't know about you guys, but I always found it funny that the guy who coined the infamous "who's your daddy" term about the Lakers is the size of an actual infant baby.
That's good. That's good.
I like it.
That's the kind of stuff we're looking for.
I love the delivery,
Little
too.
Baby Jesus.
Another one, Marty?
Brett Kane looks like the kind of guy that would take a baseball glove to a baseball game and then push a little kid out of the way just to catch a foul ball. Yep.
I'm sure there was a curse word coming.
Did you cut it before the very end there, Marty?
You do look
bum.
You know,
bum. Okay.
You do look like that kind of guy.
I hate those guys.
If you had to put a face to a guy who does that, it's your face.
Just so we're clear here, I think I told you I was at a couple years ago. We had best friend's bachelor party. We were in Arizona, so we went to a D-backs game. They just happened to be playing the Rockies that day. So Rockies actually won that day too. We were sitting in the first row in right field, and we were just wearing out whoever was in right field. Didn't matter the team. Could have been a Rockies player. Could have been a Diamondbacks player. Varsho, for the D-backs, was very upset with our heckling. He actually turned around, Vic, showed us his glove, and said, "Do you guys want to bleep and play?" And we said, "I would love to, actually." Randall Grichuk, on the other hand. Oh, is that
that's Brett Kane right there?
That's the foul ball stealer?
Yeah.
No. Oh, I remember that guy. He came through Denver. Remember, made a big to-do out of the security. Remember that?
Oh, was that the home run derby?
No, this guy came to Denver. This guy goes around from ballpark to ballpark and catches home run balls. He came to Denver, I believe, last summer or the summer before that, and got into it with an usher who told him to sit down and calm down. And he wrote some bad things about Coors Field. And I came to the usher's defense saying, "Dude, you're an adult man trying to muscle out kids."
Well, okay, so long story short, Grichuk was playful with us, and during one of the innings where he was playing some toss with the center fielder, he threw us a baseball, and we gave it to a little kid. So we're not that guy. Those guys suck. And I don't know, what do they do with those baseballs, by the way? What's the point? Like, if you how about this, Vic? If you caught McGuire's 63rd homer or 62nd homer, totally understand. Like, that's one that's worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
If it's just a regular foul ball, what are you doing with the ball? Give it to a kid. Yeah. Here's a roast on the text line. And Moj, I know you're not here, but sorry. I mean,
Mosier's getting his face fixed. For those who are wondering where Mark Mosier is this morning, prior to round 2, he's getting his face fixed.
He just sent us a very F-bomb ridden text message. You guys read that?
He did?
Let's see. Well, if you want to send us a roast, you can do so by going to the app and clicking. What button do they click on the app there, Marty?
It's the Voice of the People button.
Voice of the People button. And we'll take all your roasts. Mosier. What is that? Doesn't even make sense.
Well, here's the text, a roast through text about Mosier. The only thing with more X's than Moj is the tag on his shirt.
Oh, wow.
That's a really good one. Really good.
And let me try and put Mosier's text in normal words without the curses. Everyone here, where he is right now, getting his face fixed, everyone here is getting their faces carved. They're all like blanking 80 blank. Yeah, Moshe, you're closer to age to them than you are to us. That's what happens.
Who's us?
Who's us?
He's older than me.
He is certainly closer in age to you than he is the 80-year-old.
Yeah, but the average mean here.
The average person in this room? Maybe.
The non-kite flyers.
Yes. So listen, this matchup tomorrow, game 1 in Dallas, I was waffling back and forth on the idea of having a week off. I know that the rest that you get is it's huge for guys to get healthy, sort of recharge their batteries. But at the same time, I was like, the Avs are playing pretty good. I don't know how long I want them out. Regardless, it's going to be a week. Here's the nice thing, though. You're facing a Dallas team that just came off a pretty brutal 7-game series. I mean, all those games close, physical.
Mm-hmm.
Vegas is not an easy team to play. If you can just blitz them out of the gates starting in the first game tomorrow and put a number on them, you can immediately steal momentum in the series. For a team that's got the home ice advantage, you can take that right back through game 1 just by having a well-rested team that's taking on maybe a physically and mentally beaten one.
Do you remember what the Dallas Stars did to the Avs in the bubble?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember how that finished? Do you remember the feeling after that? Because
What the holy
because the Avs were still considered a young, up-and-coming contender back then, right? Like, wow, watch out for the Avs.
Like their window just opened.
Uh-huh. And they got ousted by Dallas in a game that just, oh, man. Dallas and Colorado have a rich history of disappointing one another in these playoffs. I mean, heart-wrenching type losses.
Yeah.
If anybody remembers Game 7 in the early 2000s in Dallas, the year before the Avs won the Cup, the year before when they were ousted in the Western Conference Finals, last seconds, the puck narrowly escaping the left post that could have tied it up in Dallas. There are so many moments like that. That's what comes to mind when I see Dallas. But again, you live in a city where you can't produce your own ice naturally for the better part of 11 months out of the year. You don't deserve to be in the Stanley Cup.
Can I ask you a question regarding that game? And we obviously will dive more into this tomorrow as we recap the Nuggets on top of getting ready for game 1. Is the story bigger surrounding Oettinger or Georgie in this series?
What do you mean bigger? Define that, please.
Do you think it's a bigger deal of the Avs getting after Oettinger, maybe not in the same way they got Hellebuck because they put a lot on him, but making his life miserable, or is it more about Georgie taking care of business on your own end?
Well, I think we know what the Avs are. They've been the same all season. They haven't changed their stripes. They are a heavy offensive team. And if they don't have the offensive presence, they're not going to win. So you can't suddenly revert to Georgie's going to save us. That's not the way they're built. It's not the way they play. If they want to beat Dallas and get past this round, they got to do it the same way they beat Winnipeg. You have to bring pucks, heavy puck movement. You have to face a lot of shots if you're Oettinger.
Here's the scores, by the way, in that series. 4-3, 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, 3-2, 2-0, 2-1. You aren't beating the Avs with 2 goals. Not happening. Like,
hold on again. You mean they're not beating the Avs?
They are not beating the Avs with 2 goals scored.
Those numbers are going to go up.
Correct.
And if it is a low-scoring series, it's bad for the Avs.
Yes.
It's bad for the Avs.
I totally agree.
You need a high-scoring series because that's the style they play.
Yep. Now, do I think that they do the same thing to Oettinger that they did to Hellebuck? No. I think scoring 6 goals a game is pretty unsustainable over the course of, 2 really good goalies.
Dallas also has better personnel.
That too. But, it's that old thing that we've been saying the last few years, no matter who the goalie is, whether it's Georgie, whether it's Darcy, whether it's Varley. Georgie, Darcy, Varley. Just be good. Don't even need to be great. If you're good, that is good enough for this team.
I swear to God.
If Georgiev plays the way that he played in games 2 through 5, they're winning the Stanley Cup again.
If I see Joe Pavelski deflect in a shot in overtime to beat the Avs again, I'm going to vomit in my mouth.
Yeah.
Because he's made a career out of doing just that.
We decided it's Jamie Benn, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Jamie Benn. He's sort of like the provocateur of that team. He's got the evil doer face. He's got the villainous face. All right? He's the fourth musketeer face. That's what he's got.
All right, Marty, here's what I want you to do. I want you to pull up a picture of Jamie Benn and then pull up a picture of the man's name is Wolf Stansson. He's the head coach of Iceland in Mighty Ducks 2. And I want you to put them side by side and tell me that's not the same guy. Just without the beard. A clean-shaven Jamie Benn is that guy.
And
he was a villain.
Make no mistake, there are a lot of villainous players on that team who are going to catch a lot of passion when they come to Denver from Avalanche fans. One being Duchesne. Duchesne's going to hear it.
Oh, of course
he is going to hear it here.
Yep.
How will he respond?
That one would hurt. If Duchesne gets a goal, he is going to hear a lot of boos. A lot of them.
Zach says Dallas does not have better personnel than yeah, they do. I think their personnel is better. I mean, objectively speaking, they won the division. They won the division. I mean, they added more at the deadline than Winnipeg did. Winnipeg has that goalie, but I think Dallas is surrounded by, let me put it this way, more proven personnel. Is that a better word?
I think so.
More proven.
What was going on, by the way, I totally forgot about Gruby. Is that what we do with all the goalies for the Avs? We just take half their name and throw a Y at the end of it and say, we're good with that.
Pretty much.
Georgie, Darcy, I mean, that's his name. Gruby, Varley. How many other ones? Frankie? Frankie was another?
By the way, how much of an exhale is coming out of the city of Boston after the Bruins managed to find a way?
Shave the face of Jamie Benn and tell me that's not a villain. Total movie villain.
Ooh, I got to respect the hair, though. That is good hair on Jamie Benn.
What about Wolf Stansson?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Vic, you put
That's
that guy in
good
any
hair.
movie, you're like, I know that's the bad guy immediately. I think It's Always Sunny had a joke about that. He's like, why do you put an Eastern European in the movie? Because you need to know who the bad guy is. You have to. It's always some Chechnyan guy, something like that. Scary accent. 303-504-0925. Keep sending your roasts of this show to Marty, please, on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Do that. How many more have you gotten, Marty?
We got some that aren't very good.
Well, then do better, people.
Let's
do
step
better.
it up, guys. Come on.
Just one thing. No cursing, but have at it.
Mm-hmm.
Have at it,
and
guys.
keep it tight. Like a minute and a half. Come on,
Yeah,
let's
it's
go.
too much.
Yeah.
Too much. Keep it tight.
Matt Anderson on Twitter, in the first hour, I took a shot at those of you who've never flown a kite, because we have two of them here in studio with us. They've never flown a kite in their lives, and I was just shocked, dismayed. Matt writes in, flying a kite is boring. It's a hassle just getting the thing set up. It's a hassle. What do you mean getting a thing set up? You mean just run with it? You're probably not fast enough. Says it's uncomfortable outside because it's windy, and after running 100, you might get that thing to stay up just once. Young people aren't missing anything. Yes, you are.
I've never felt in my life that I missed out on some
The
childhood.
Even when I see
accomplishment-
somebody flying a kite, I'm never like, man, that looks fun.
The accomplishment of getting the kite up in the air and stabilize it, I'm going to tell you something. Ain't nothing like it in the world.
Really?
Yeah. Ain't nothing like it. Stabilize that kite up top. You didn't have to roll your... I'm just telling you right now, there ain't nothing like it in the world.
I could think of a couple things.
Nope.
Like if I give you thing X and getting a kite to stay in the air, you'd choose the kite, huh?
Might choose that over most physical activities.
I don't think so. I think you were incorrect on that assessment.
So tonight, I guess there's a concert at Red Rocks, and the winds are supposed to be on the west side.
Oh, my God.
I live on the west side. 50 to 60 miles per hour. Here's what I want you to do at Red Rocks if you're going to whatever concert's there tonight. Bring kites.
What if Red Rocks was just full of kites?
Just bring a kite. Fly them.
It's going to look like the movie Up. There's just things flying in the air, people taking off. All right, 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Hippocampus is the answer. That is the band performing at Red Rocks, an indie rock band from St. Paul, Minnesota. So I'm going to have to wish they take the L on the way out tonight as well. We have Hockey Raj in studio.
Yeah, there's a Hockey Vic, there's a Hockey Brett, now a Hockey Raj is in the building. Hi, Raj.
Hi, guys.
So Raj came in here to take video, but Vic said, if you're going to be in here, then tell us hockey things first.
You know the face that we've forgotten? We've established a face in the series, and it's got to be Jamie Benn, but I forgot about Peter DeBoer, who was the coach of that Vegas team that rallied to beat the Avs a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, the guy is now 8-0 in Game 7s in his career in the playoffs.
So his face has to be among the faces of this series.
Jamie Benn's up there, man, because you can see all of it. He doesn't play with the half shield on. He's the most punchable face.
Did you want Vegas or Dallas, be honest?
If I'm completely honest, I wanted Dallas.
Okay,
the goaltender scares me, but I think you can take care of their back end on the defense.
Is Dallas a better team personnel-wise than Winnipeg?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be harder.
It will be harder than Winnipeg without a doubt. The goaltending thing with Winnipeg and Dallas is pretty much the same thing. Like Ottinger and Hellebuck are pretty much the same goalie in my opinion. Either one of them is going to start for the U.S. the next time they have an international cycle. I think they have better top-end scoring talent in Jason Robertson, in Roope Hintz, who kills the Avalanche. And I just don't know about the 5-6 D-man on Dallas. That's the reason why I wanted them. Because I think at home you can take advantage of those two guys.
There's something to the way that you got after Hellebuck. I mean, you look at this series, and this is what we were just talking about. When you have Dallas in this 7-game series, and the final scores are 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, 3-2, 2-0, 2-1, you ain't beating the Avs 2-1. Not going to happen. The question is, can you do the same, and maybe not the same, but a similar level to Hellebuck to Ottinger?
If you can get in front of his eyes, yeah. If guys are willing to go to the front of the net, you can do it. But what you saw out of Vegas last night is Vegas couldn't get the net front. When you go against their top pairing, like their top pairing with Esa Lindell and Miro Heiskanen, that's not fun to play against. And if Ryan Suter's playing well, it's tough to get to the paint. And you saw it last night when Vegas was trying to get pucks from the point down to the net. Like William Karlsson couldn't get to the net front. Esa Lindell just kept him out of there. Now, was there a lot of fight, a lot of energy left in them at the end of that game, at the end of 7 games? Probably not, but if you can get to the net front, you can take away Ottinger's eyes, you can do exactly what you did to Hellebuck. That's the reason why he scored so many goals on him. He couldn't see anything.
Yeah. Not to mention, I was like waffling back and forth over the idea of the rest and rust thing. Like, I know that rest is a nice thing to have in your back pocket. You can get some guys healthy, you can get rested up, and then you can go and basically fire off at all cylinders when the next series starts. But at the same time, you factor in a 7-game tough physical series against Vegas. If you can just jump on them to start game 1, if you can steal one, in the same way that T-Wolves did to the Nuggets on Saturday, like what an advantage to have in your back pocket that you can blitz a team on some rest after they just got through a 7-game series playing 48 hours later.
I really don't think the rest versus rust thing is that much of an issue. I think it's something that because we have 7 days to talk about it, we force ourselves to get into it.
Okay.
Right? Wouldn't you rather have Jonathan Drouin in the lineup at some point in this series? Getting 7 days off allows you to have him here at some point.
Especially in hockey, dude. The knick-knack injuries that take place in hockey, man. I'll take that rest every single day.
It's all over the place.
Yes.
Like, Joel Kiviranta was so good for the Avs in games 2 and 3. While it didn't matter that he was out of the lineup in games 4 and 5 versus Winnipeg, he just left because he had a lower body injury. It just happened, right? Those things, you need days off.
Let me give you 2 things on that. Number 1, the only real concern I had was Georgiev because he was playing really high level in games 2 through 5. Him having a week off was the only thing that freaked me out. Like, I would have liked to have him just have a little bit more consistency than taking a long break and almost having to restart. And maybe that's a stupid way to look at it.
I think it is stupid. But what do you think is going to happen in that week? He's going to have some thought process and go, oh!
Well, all right, Vic. After game 1, you were yelling about his confidence, right? Like, confidence was a big key for him.
But how does confidence take a hit when you're not playing hockey?
Because you're having to restart again.
I don't understand that mindset. You're not playing.
Look, man, I maybe this is just coming from a baseball brain that I have. Like, if you're in the zone for a few games and like you can't miss, you're squaring up the baseball over and over and over again, and then you said, here's a week off, I don't think you just reset and you go back to like squaring the ball up again.
How do pitchers do it?
Pitchers take 5 days off anyway. Like, they're used to it. They're used to it.
But guys can stay hot in the postseason. Like, you see
of
Madison
course.
Bumgarner go nuclear in the postseason, but he takes 5 days off every start.
But this was a guy who was suffering from a confidence issue. That's all I'm saying. Like, this isn't... If he was rolling for a month heading into the postseason, then yeah, no problem. But the issue was he didn't feel that, especially in game one.
I understand where you're coming from, right? Because a hot goaltender needs to stay in the net. You play the hot hand. I don't know if... While Georgiev was very good games 2 through 5, I don't think he had to be outside of game 5, right? And he made a couple of stellar saves.
Big time.
The glove save on the one-timer on the power play early on in that one. The blocker save late in the game when the Avs were up by 2 and Winnipeg had pulled the goalie. He made a couple of 10-bell saves at the end of game 5. While he was very good, I don't think he was like stand on his head great.
And he doesn't have to be.
That's the reason why when I look at the 7-day layoff, I go, does it really matter for Georgiev?
Gotcha.
If the team plays like they did in front of him games 2 through 5, they're going to be fine. There is no one in the league that can beat them if they play the way they did 2 through 5.
Let me do one more thing, because the second part of the question was this. You mentioned Drouin and a chance for him to maybe get healthy during this break. Let's say he is. Let's say he's ready to go tomorrow, which I don't know. What Bednar told us was it's like an up to 4-week injury is what he said. So who knows? He's somewhere close to that time frame now. But let's say he can go. Val just scored 7 goals being on that top line and won 5-game series. Do you put Drouin back on the top line with McKinnon again, or do you just leave Val the hell alone right now?
I don't mess with it, man. I don't mess with Val Nichushkin, McKinnon, and Rantanen. And you throw him with Casey Middlestat and Arturi Lehkonen.
Even with that relationship between Nate and Drouin, you know how that is?
Well, so at the beginning of the season, when people were asking me about Drouin, I said if he's not a first liner, if he's not handcuffed to Nathan McKinnon, it's not going to work. Mm-hmm. While he plays his best next to Nate and he produces his best next to Nate, you can get those minutes on the power play, right? If you really want to get him out there with Nate, you put Drouin on power play 1 with him. But he also showed that he can stick in anywhere on the top 9, which I thought was an impossibility this season. Because of what he had done defensively throughout his career, he was a ghost in Tampa Bay and in Montreal. He couldn't play defensive pressure situations. Now he can.
Yeah.
He showed you that he can play third line. He can slot in with Middlestat and Lehkonen just fine. You move Parise down to the third line, who plays with Colton, Miles Wood for your third line. And then you have a fourth line of like Duhaime, Trenin, Cogliano, Kovalenko, Kiviranta.
Which I would take.
It becomes a really good problem to have. You don't move Valeri Nichushkin off the top line. That guy is on fire.
So we get that series going tomorrow. Game 1 against Dallas in Dallas. I can't wait. It feels like it's been forever since
I
they
forgot
played.
to
Good
ask you
God.
in regards to Drouin's injury. When hockey players get hit and their faces get cut up, everybody's got a cut up face, right?
Yeah.
This cut caused by a skate is obviously deeper, much. Have you ever been cut in the leg? I mean,
I haven't been cut in the leg, but I've got like
By
a
a skate?
few scars. See that scar right there on my left arm? That's a skate blade. I have one on my right arm that's a skate blade as well.
Let me kiss it better.
Yeah, like that. This little guy right here. I don't know if the camera can see it. That's a skate blade. The one right here is a skate blade.
All right. So this cut to Drouin, this got to be a deep gash, and this must be like a. This is not even a cut.
Well,
I don't even know how to describe it.
What we were told, the reason why I guess the cut wasn't all that bad as much as it was he couldn't put on pants because if he sweat, it would get infected. They had to wait for it to heal like that.
It's a deep cut on his right quad, right, is what it is.
I think so.
And thankfully it was higher than what happened to Gabe Landeskog because it was almost an identical play, right? Like Gabe was coming down, he gets cut by Cale Makar's skate that pops off right above his right knee, and Drouin was chasing a defender in game 82 out from behind the net. And he fought. It looked like he dove at the puck, which was like a really weird situation. Like, what are you doing diving at the puck behind the play? Like, you've never seen him do that. It might be career ending for Gabe. You might count yourself as lucky that you missed Drouin for a series and a half.
That sport, when you think about it, these guys are running around with samurai swords on their feet.
Mm-hmm.
They're running around with swords on their feet.
Yeah, there's nothing else quite like that, I suppose.
Not that dangerous. Never.
Mm-mm.
I mean, there can't be.
Baseball, a pitcher has a projectile that if he gets angry, he can throw it at you.
Sure.
You have a helmet.
Yeah,
I suppose back in the day,
take 98 to the helmet. Yeah, it's still not gonna feel good.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
All right, Raj. Thanks for sitting in for a couple minutes.
Bye, guys.
Look, we'll break down a lot more of this game tomorrow, obviously, as we lead into Game 1 tomorrow night. For tonight, though, I mean, massive. I know, Vic, that we don't say the Game 2 must-win thing, but it feels kind of must-win. Why?
It's a must-win.
Minnesota is the best team you faced in the last 2 years.
It's a must-win.
They're the best one.
I mean, if you want to just talk about the numbers, if you lose both games at home in a 7-game series, go ahead and look it up. I would gather that it's got to be under 10% to come back and win that series.
Should this be a game that from the tip, Joker goes ultra aggressive? We'll get to that next. Circa Sports available right now in Colorado. They got the brand new Circa Sports Colorado app. Go check it out. It's beautiful. Everything is nice and neat, got its own place. And the game tonight, Game 2, huge for the Nuggets. 5.5-point favorites, and I love it. I think that's the exact place it should be. A must-win type of feel for tonight. The over-under 206.5, and you can check out that and much more in the Circa Sports app. All the NBA odds, all of the props, the NHL, the MLB in full swing. Go check it out for yourself, Circa Sports or circasports.com. All right, so game 2 tonight. You can hear him right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Look, must win, please win, whatever win you want to call it, just win. Win tonight.
It's a big week for the Nuggets, not only being in the middle of a playoff race here and being down 0-1, but later this week on Wednesday, they'll reveal the winner of the MVP. Here's how the awards shows work this week. Tonight, TNT, Rookie of the Year. Tomorrow night, TNT, Defensive Player of the Year. And then the MVP on Wednesday.
Switch the order and give it to him at home. What are we doing here?
I don't like the fact that, it sucks that Joker's not going to be able to share that award in front of his own fans, and this is the order. And why do they do it this way? Because TNT owns the rights to these awards.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, some way, they get to choose when to unveil these and share it with the public, and it goes hand in hand with an interview with whoever wins the award. They do this every year. So Wednesday, they'll share this award with Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
It'll follow with an interview with Nikola Jokic. And Nikola's going to win the award. If he doesn't, I mean, come on. I'm not jinxing anything. I think everybody knows he's going to win his third MVP. And when he does, do we have something special planned on Altitude TV? I will leave it at that. I can't go into further detail about what we will do with Nikola Jokic when he wins his third MVP. But it's different, it's special, and it's going to be very emotional.
Well, cool. Looking forward to that.
That's later this week.
Now, to the game tonight, Anthony Edwards obviously poses a problem that no team really has an answer for. He's very good, and he's very efficient, and he is what I've called the most confident player in the NBA right now. Now, it's a different kind of confidence. I'm sure Jokic is confident, but his is like brash and in your face.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he knows he's going to get to his spot, and he knows he's going to knock down the shot. I don't think the focus here is making sure that Anthony Edwards gets held to 15 points.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. He's going to get 30. The focus is don't let Naz Reid go off in the fourth quarter. Don't go under a screen on Mike Conley when he's sitting in the corner all by himself. Like, those are the guys you have to be worried about. It's the same deal if you're defending the Nuggets, right? And this is why these teams are so similar. If Jokic is going to get his, which he's going to, then your goal should be don't let Gordon dunk at the rim. Don't give him the oops. And they did a really good job of that.
Again, there's going to have to be adjustments made. You know what Minnesota can do with Gobert and his lanky arms. Every time they go to the bread and butter, the oop to Aaron Gordon on the backside, Gobert knows it's coming. He'll take 2 steps back and he'll tip the ball away. And he did it twice in that game the other night.
Mm-hmm.
The Nuggets are going to have to counter that move. And I have full belief that Nikola Jokic and AG are working on that as we speak.
Yep.
There's going to be a counter move to that because they know Rudy is anticipating that very play. You'll see it on a couple occasions, but in crunch time, will it work when they know it's coming? We'll see what adjustments the Nuggets have. Against this team, that move doesn't work because they're too big.
Yeah.
They're too long.
They're so weirdly and well-built. Like, it's such a unique issue. I don't know. Can you think of a team, Vic, that is built the way that Minnesota ever has been? Where it's like 2 7-footers on the floor at once?
Well, not at once, but the last team that beat the Nuggets in a playoff series with this kind of lineup was the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals in the bubble. They had a big lineup, an array of 7-footers.
Yeah.
If you remember, they started AD. They had Dwight Howard in there at times.
Yep.
JaVale McGee came in, played some minutes. They had a big lineup to contend with the Nuggets front court.
I still feel like tonight we've mentioned it before, Vic. They have not played in a game this entire postseason. In fact, it's been 6 straight games where I leave the game going, the offense wasn't that great. 6 straight times I felt that way. And maybe just because you're playing from behind, and it just feels like they have a lot of minutes of okay mixed in with some brilliant short spurts.
Well, what we haven't seen yet in these playoffs, we're 6 games in. We have yet to see an opening 5 minutes of a game where the Nuggets just wrestle away control. They haven't done it yet. They've been playing from behind. And yes, I know the Nuggets led after 1 quarter. I get it. They rallied from 18-4 down. I get it. But it's just setting the tone like not tonight. And Michael Malone mentioned it yesterday. He said it. He said, You're going to be able to tell soon tonight, very quickly, whether the Nuggets have the urgency and the physicality to make this a series. You'll be able to tell that right away.
Right.
And that will answer every question we have.
And I think they have to. They have to come out tonight like their lives are on the line because they kind of are. Your playoff lives, you go down 0-2 with both those games being at home, good luck. Like, Minnesota's really good. And so I want from the tip, if I could request one thing tonight, because it's hard to ask anything of Jamal knowing what he's dealing with the calf, and you can tell it's affecting him. Jamal Murray's postseason numbers are insane throughout his career, and this year they just haven't been as, I keep using the word efficient, but that's what it is. He has moments where he plays really well, but the efficiency is off. So now I'm looking at Joker, and I'm like, go right at Towns. Get him in foul trouble early. Like, just have them a little bit confused on what they should do.
They got Towns in foul trouble, and look what happened.
But Jokic wasn't uber aggressive to start that game. He took 25 shots in the game on Saturday.
Dude, Towns did something I've never seen in an NBA game. He got called for a foul on the jump. Literally on the jump.
Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't see what happened, by the way. What did they say he did?
He was jostling with somebody behind the play. He got called for a foul on the jump ball.
AD was in his kitchen for a lot of that game, too. It bothered him a little bit. But what I'm saying is...
AG, you mean?
I thought I did say that.
I thought you said AD.
AG, yeah. But what I'm saying is, yeah, he got in foul trouble, but I'm talking about Jokic was doing that, feel things out, get teammates involved. I want Jokic to have like 6 shots in the first 8 minutes of this game. I just want him to go at whoever's beneath the rim.
And listen, they're not going to use injuries as an excuse because you can't this time of year. You can't. You simply cannot do it. But it is a factor. Jamal Murray's not 100%. If this were a regular season game, Jamal Murray would not play tonight.
Yeah.
KCP is not 100%. Hell, in game 1, he had a run to the locker room. I think he got retaped.
Yeah.
He's not 100%. So you're not 100%, and you mean to tell me your job is to stay in front of that man?
Good luck. Do you think they make any sort of adjustments with Edwards, or they play the same kind of defensive game?
I don't know. You know, Malone again said yesterday, it's one thing to let Edwards have his. He's going to get his. It's the other guys. You can't let Conley come out and dominate a third period. Conley had 12 points in the third period. You can't let Naz Reid bank home threes.
Yeah.
It's the other guys. You can let Ant go for 43 again as long as you hold the other guys.
There is a, there is a level to this game that you mentioned this before. It's kind of a pressure we've never felt over the last couple of years because you've never trailed a series.
Mm-hmm.
Not once over the last 2 seasons have you trailed in a series. You've been tied a couple of different times. One was in Phoenix. The other one was after game 2 in the finals last year.
Mm-hmm.
But you still, Phoenix a little bit, didn't have that fear in the Heat series.
Yeah.
There's a fear here, like, got to get this done.
But that's a healthy fear, though.
Yes.
If you're not fearful in the playoffs, that's fantasy land. I mean, come on, man. If you're not afraid, if there's not adversity, what are we doing here?
And that's you said that about the Nuggets. You could apply that to the Avs, too. I mean, the Avs had the same thing. We had 2 championship runs where you didn't have a healthy sense of fear ever in any series.
16-4 runs, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You know how hard that is?
And there's something about this team, too, where Phoenix was good last year. That was a good team that was scary. I mean, KD and Booker, there was something about those two, that duo, especially in games 3 and 4 when they got hot, where you're just like, okay, when is this going to stop? Part of me can't believe it, and another part of me totally believes it because Tim Conley's at the helm there. They're built in a really similar way. Like, this is the compliment that I give Minnesota. And this is where I think they're really close to the Nuggets as far as team construction. They have guys who know exactly what the roles are on the team, and they are totally fine with it. Rudy Gobert is totally cool with taking 6 shots. He's totally cool.
Stats can lie in a series like this. It really can. If I had told you before game 1 that the Denver Nuggets would attempt many more free throws than the T-Wolves, make more free throws, and they would also attempt and make more threes. They made 13 threes in that game. 13. I mean, they would have killed for 13 in the Lakers series.
Did it feel that way to you? Because it didn't to me.
I'm just telling you what the numbers reveal.
I know. I did not feel like they were 42% from the 3-point line. And they were.
They would have killed for that in any game against the Lakers,
Sure
correct?
they would have. Yep.
So, and they still lost. I think the number that's most important to the Denver Nuggets and a number that's tough to achieve against a bigger team is this. Keep an eye on this. Rebounds.
Yeah.
They got out-rebounded, 42-34. Rebounds. It looks so easy, and it seems so easy. But if you out-rebound your opponent, you're not allowing them to run out. You're controlling the pace. You're doing so many more things. You control the ball if you rebound. And they got out-rebounded in game one. Have to win that battle.
I wonder what the shift is from first and second half, because second half, they might have taken over that rebounding total because Minnesota didn't miss all that much. I mean, they shot, you said 72% in the second half. I mean, that's going to apply to that, but especially the offensive glass. It's not like it was crazy. He gave up 7, and that's going to happen to a team that's big. But it's just like those little details are going to matter here.
The other thing I noticed in game one that the Nuggets missed a big opportunity. I don't know if you remember this. They were up as much as 8 in the second quarter, right? Because they battled back from that horrible start. They built the lead. And they got Minnesota in foul trouble early in the second quarter. The Nuggets were in the bonus with 6.5 minutes to play in the quarter. And at that point, I said, okay, you're going to go to the foul line. Go. And I don't think they went enough.
I don't either.
Not enough.
Yeah, they could have really taken advantage of that, and they didn't. Still, got a very important game tonight right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is where you can listen to it. Marty, did you say we have a couple more roasts? Let's hear these.
We got 2 more here.
All right, go ahead.
Mosier's face reflects a lifetime of frozen burritos and chewing tobacco. Vic claims to be Italian. He's not. He's Irish. He directly resembles the Lucky Charms leprechaun.
Good.
Marty O never uses his mom's maiden name. Too many thirsty stories. Brett Kane. Milk!
In honor of the Tom Brady roast on Netflix last night, we are asking you to roast us, and so far we've gotten some good ones. That's very well done.
These are done by the Voice of the People button that you can find on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It goes directly to Marty. Marty has 2 requests. No cursing is one. Number 2 is keep it tight. Keep it tight. Like, that's good. Just bam, 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 bam. Everybody gets one. Let's hear another.
Marty, everyone makes fun of your ears. I think that's overplayed. Not enough people make fun of your hair. Your hair sucks.
Just a great one right there.
I mean,
well done.
That's exactly what we're looking for right there. I love that. That's overplayed. Nobody talks about this other defect that you have.
I saw
and Brett.
Go ahead.
And Brett, usually we make fun of people that went to Nebraska. You couldn't even get into Nebraska. You had to go to UNO, so I don't even know what to say about you.
Okay. Yep. Is that it?
That was it, yeah.
Oh. Are the other ones?
The other ones are okay. Here we go. We got...
Keep looking up is motivational advice for most people. But Vic, it's necessary advice for you.
That's a kid.
You got roasted by a kid.
I got to get to school, kid. Go fly a kite, kid. That's awesome.
That's a good one, too.
Keep
There's
looking
something
up.
about if you get burned by a kid like that, you're like, oof.
You know what? I want to do the person who said Marty's ears are one thing. It's the hair. Again, I want to recount the story. Last week, I saw Marty at a Nuggets game. I was walking up back to our section 136, and I passed by, and this guy looked at me, and I looked at him, and I was like, huh. I didn't know who he was because he had his hair down. He has his hair up during our show most of the time behind a hat, but he didn't have a hat on. He had his hair down. I did not know who he was.
Hey, Vic, this kid flamed you again.
Vic, if you had your own country, I'm betting that your national anthem would be "It's a Small World After All."
I want this kid on the show.
Who is this kid?
I don't know.
Thank you, Landon. Appreciate that.
Is he getting fed lines, or is this straight off
I don't
the
care
dome
where he's
farm?
getting it from, but it's good stuff.
His dad's like, read this one. Read it.
It does. You know what? Those jokes do hit different because it's a kid. They really do.
Dad, stop making me read these things.
I heard one of my friend's daughters called her own father stage 4 fat, is what she said. And I'm like, that's an amazing line.
The guy that mentioned Mosier, and he's a walking, talking 7-Eleven burrito. I wonder, they're digging into his skin today. For those that don't know, Mosier's not with us because he's getting his face repaired.
And he's giving us the play-by-play. He sent us the pictures.
He sent pictures? I haven't even looked. Oh, that's him post?
Yeah.
That looks better.
He looks like one of the sticky bandits.
Yeah. I'm wondering when the doctor is like cutting into even his face, if the doctor says, dude, how many 7-Eleven burritos have you eaten?
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness.
He's got the soul patch back too. And this video makes it this picture makes it very clear.
Somebody went on with PhD, one of the Avalanche players, and they asked him about Mosier's soul patch, and that player gave it a thumbs down. I'm not sure who it was.
Oh, was that Cogs?
Somebody gave it a thumbs down. I don't think anybody has advised Mosier that's a good thing, but for some reason, he continues with it.
The only thing Vic doesn't like about flying kites is the fact that every time he flies one, he has to put ankle weights on so he doesn't fly away with the damn kite.
I actually saw a video on Twitter the other day. This little girl started taking, like, she was 30 feet in the air with the kite.
Somebody mentioned the kite flying thing and how much of a process it is. What happens when the string gets all tangled up? Let me tell you what I do with my kite when it gets tangled up. Does it happen?
What do you mean with my kite? You haven't flown a kite in 15 years, guaranteed.
When my kids were younger, we flew kites all the time. It was an activity because I love my family, unlike you. So when we did it,
I texted my dad earlier and I said, "Why didn't you ever fly a kite with me?" And he said, "'Cause I hate you."
Yes,
is what he told me.
I have a kite flying video game that I play all the time. I love it.
I mean, there's a direct correlation. I guarantee if you're a family member and you've never flown a kite with your parents hate you. That's basically that's science.
Here's the thing. Marty just said something, though, that is ridiculous, right? Like, I have a kite flying video game. Marty, what was that thing that all those nerds did on Facebook when we were like in high school? What was that game? Farm something.
Oh, Farmville.
Farmville.
Yeah.
What is that?
My buddies are on their phone. No, I don't think my friends ever did it, but it's
you had cool friends, I'm sure.
Well, you lived in Nebraska, so Farmville.
It's something
they just didn't want to do what they do all the time online.
Did you milk online? What'd you do?
It was a game on your phone. I never played it. I don't understand it. But all I know is my friend says, I gotta feed my crops. And I'm like, what are we doing on the phone here? What's happening?
For some reason, you always got a bunch of notifications about it because like your friends needed your help or something to like grow the crops. It was awful.
This was a real thing.
No,
I have no idea what the thing was.
I'm not going to believe this stuff. I'm not believing it. Not doing it. So you wanted to be a farmer so bad that you went to a video game to farm?
I didn't do it. But God, that thing, like a whole bunch of people did that. And I was like, what are you guys doing? You feed your crops. Go plant a seed somewhere in your backyard.
I guarantee you, Marty, there is a kite flying video game somewhere, and there's a lot of people flying kites online. I guarantee it.
Well, they have all of those now. Aren't they like, there's a game, Vic, this is no joke. What is this one called, Marty? I've seen like an ad for it. It's a mowing simulator, right? Where I think the game is you just mow a lawn.
All right, now you're going to be mad now.
Wasn't
I'm
the
going to get
Packers
mad.
running back doing that?
Yes,
during an interview or something?
I'm going to be
mad. Vic, this is no joke. That exists.
Let me tell you something else. I told you about.
Let me tell you something.
The feeling you get when you put a kite up in the air is great. There's no better feeling in the world when you get it flying. I would say right up there with that feeling is I mowed my lawn this weekend for the second time it's been mowed, but I put it on a lower level. I lowered that sucker down.
Ooh, easy.
Yeah, I know. I lowered it down.
You got the sprinklers going yet?
And this time I didn't mulch. I picked up the grass, and I got the sprinklers working and everything. Of course, the sprinkler thing is cracked. Happens every year.
Yeah.
But after that mow with the thing down, with the blades down deep, and I looked at that lawn, and I looked at myself, and that feeling of approval, that feeling of accomplishment, you don't have that feeling.
Greatest compliment I've ever gotten from Vic in my life. I forget why you had to show up at my house a couple years ago, but you did. And the first thing he says when he walks in, Marty, he goes, "Nice cut."
Mm-hmm. Not your hair.
And I was like, no, it was the lawn. And I go, "Oh, thank you so much. I feel so good." And I don't know what it is about being an older man that you care about your lawn so much now, but I did the same thing. Like I mowed my lawn. I stared at it for 5 minutes.
You have to.
I just stared.
Not only do you stare at it, but you don't want anybody walking on it.
Yeah.
Just look at it.
I just got the fertilizer down. Back off. All right, 303-504-0925. Last thoughts on the Nuggets tonight. If you guys got more insults you want to hurl our way, you got 20 minutes.
All right, so the next time you're at a game at Ball Arena, there's nothing like having a drink in your hands, right? And many of you drink the beer. I get it. I'm not a beer drinker. I enjoy other forms of liqueur. Chillville. It's a new stand that's up next to Section 112. If you're at Ball Arena, just take a left off the main escalators. It's right there. Chillville. They've got strawberry, mango, pina colada, blue Hawaiian, all these drinks chilled out there like a Frosty, pre-mixed with rum. You want a margarita? You got one. You want something in the strawberry section? You got that. Customers can mix any of the flavors they please. And let me tell you, I drank one the other day. It gets you that chill feeling. Currently only offering alcoholic drinks, so if the kids want their Frosties or Slurpees, sorry, these ones have alcohol in them. If you go by, Derek and Ashley have the stand going right off of Section 112. They'll fill you up. They'll take care of you. Enjoy a game with something other than a beer. It's Chillville, where every sip is a mini vacation. You want to see something really cool?
You want to see something?
This looks like a phone case, right?
Yeah.
Just a regular phone case. Watch this. For the olds watching.
Oh my God. That is the oldest thing I've ever seen in my life. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
Dude, do you know how
Grandpa
this changes my life right now?
Oh my God.
Do you know what this has done to my life?
Stop. Because people listening right now have no idea what happened. Vic turned his phone backwards, and there's like this little flat strip that's on the back.
Yeah.
And he picks with his finger apart a small pair of just lenses. There's no attachments to the ears.
They
It's
go on
just the lenses.
on the nose.
Oh my God.
And this looks like
Mm-hmm.
the oldest thing I've ever seen.
Kyle Keefe.
This is a granddad's happy hour.
Shut up. Kyle Keefe told me about this. It's so good.
I can't look at you the same.
Well, you look at me however you want. I can't look at you at all because you're so white. My eyes burn.
Well, you don't got to be backed into a corner and start throwing wild haymakers.
Well, I'm just telling you,
because you look like you're 95 years
Next
old
time
right
you're
now.
at the restaurant, things are dark and you can't read the menu. Boom.
When did this happen? Like when you turned 40? When?
I don't know. When
did
does
this
your
happen?
When does your hearing loss happen?
There we go.
See?
There we go.
Vic did something wildly
Embarrassing?
old and embarrassing, and now he's trying to make this about us when it's not about us.
Wait. I should be embarrassed that I'm losing my vision,
Totally.
my disability. I'm
Totally.
colorblind. I'm
You totally
nearsighted
should.
and farsighted.
Yes.
I should be embarrassed about that.
Yes.
That should be an embarrassment about things I
you should
cannot
be
control.
Shouldn't those just
embarrassed.
offset?
See, you guys can control your stuff. Marty, go get your ears snipped. That's controllable. Get a freaking tan, Whitey. That's controllable.
It's not controllable. It leads to a whole bunch of health issues if I try and get tan.
Your hair sucks.
I'll turn into Mosier. I'll have to be at that office with the 80-year-olds and the scalpels. Vic, that was insane. I don't know what else to really say.
The worst part about it was like, hey, check this out.
T-Mac on
like,
Twitch
"Whoa!"
says, T-Mac on Twitch says, Vic, that was the most embarrassing thing anyone from Altitude has ever done on Twitch.
That's one of those disabilities you keep to yourself. It's one of those, you know what? I don't need to share this with the other people. Let me see it for a second.
Dude, let me
try it.
There's
How does
a
it even sit on your
demographic out
nose?
there. There's a demographic that listen to this show that need these, and it's a public service to them.
So
I'm community minded.
Here's the fun, and then you pick
You
like
pull
this.
those out. There you go, and then you put those on the bridge of your nose, low on the bridge.
This is insane. This is insane. And the fact that they have to be down like here.
Well, you look down when you're reading stuff, dude.
No. Vic.
God, you look good.
Oh my God.
Do you know how much smarter you look right now?
What is wrong with your eyes?
Dude, you look smart.
Dude, this is like giving me motion sickness.
I'm going to tell you what's wrong with my eyes. I got 20, 30 years on you, Jack. You'll get there eventually.
I will make one promise to you, Vic. I would rather go blind than put those suckers on my nose.
Wouldn't. There is nothing worse. Hey, all of my farsighted friends out there, all the people that have trouble reading up close, tell me how frustrating it is when you can't read stuff up close.
Vic is this close to standing up and going, check this out, and he's going to lift up his shirt and show me Depends. Like, that's how close he is.
I never apologize for the evolution of a human body. This is what happens. We all age. I don't apologize.
I almost, Vic, but see, here's the thing. You're making this about the disability of, like, your eyes going in older age. And that's not a problem. If you pulled out glasses to read something, would it be funny? Like, maybe mildly funny. You pulled out things that you sit on the bridge of your nose.
So what? But see, what you're missing is I have reading glasses I carry. I don't like carrying them around. These are on my phone. These are, look. They're right here.
Do it again.
No, I'm
Do it
not
again.
doing
One more
that.
time. One more time. Come on, give it to me one more
Do
time.
what?
Put the glasses back on again. The same way that you
Look how
did.
quickly.
Yeah. So he pulls out the glasses. Oh, look at this.
Bam.
Yep. Boom.
Bam.
And then place them right there.
Bridge of the
That's that looks crazy.
I don't know what's so funny.
It's the actual glass. I mean, Vic, look at yourself on camera real quick. Just take a gander and tell me you don't look insane.
Great. You want me to take my shirt off?
All right.
I'm happy you found something
I
that
am
helps
too.
you.
I'm happy you found that. So, like when you're golfing, Vic, you got to put your score in on the scorecard. You pull those things.
Just a second here. Let me
down to 5. Yeah, parred this par 5. Nice. All right. By the way, speaking of looking different, I'm looking at the TV right now. They're showing these highlights from this Tom Brady roast, and seeing Bill Belichick not in coach mode is a weird thing. Look at him. Like, he's got a shot in his hand, and he's wearing clothes that actually seem not torn or tattered.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing to come across. For my entire adult life, all I've known is Bill Belichick being the salty, crusty coach who has holes in his T-shirt.
I'm looking forward to watching this. I didn't watch it, the original live. Did this benefit some charity? I imagine it did, because no one's going to sit up there and take all those shots.
Yeah, the Tom Brady face transplant charity.
You face coming?
As I've said before.
So what's more embarrassing?
That's far more embarrassing.
Okay,
what Brady's
I was
doing.
going to say, what's more embarrassing? I'll ask the public. Me just giving in to age and wearing glasses, or Brady getting his face cut on every month?
There's a difference. That's more embarrassing, but yours is way more funny. Yours is more funny, but his is more embarrassing. That's the difference.
Wait till I bring my pocket watch.
I actually think, pocket watches, that's going to be like vinyl. Those are going to come back. I swear to God. You give that 10 years, there's going to be like high school kids with pocket watches again. It's going to happen. But I didn't see the roast. I saw the little clips. I'll have to go watch it. Marty, did you say it was 3 hours? Like, that's an investment.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
How many people are speaking on that thing?
That's a bit much. Did you see, did you watch the Kentucky Derby?
No. I was at Ball Arena when it was
literally
on.
by a nose, right? It's the highest rated Kentucky Derby in like 30 years, 25, 30 years. Apparently, other people did watch it, and we missed out. So the Kentucky Derby came down to a nose, and then that NASCAR race the next day came down to literally an inch.
Yeah. No, I heard it was great. I didn't watch it. And again, this isn't something like, if you're into that kind of thing, then more power to you. I've just never been. If I was at a Kentucky Derby party, that's one thing. If I was there at Churchill Downs, that's another. But to be honest, Vic, I was in Ball Arena the game tipped off like right as the race started, didn't it?
I think the race started at 4:30. The game tipped off half hour
Okay, so
later.
a little bit before. Yeah. I actually just kind of forgot it was on.
Did I mention how much I enjoy those 5 o'clock starts versus tonight's 8?
Wasn't that beautiful? Like, Vic, we left the arena and the sun was out. And I was like, oh my gosh, that exists? You can have games played at this time?
Vic, talk about TNT being bought out by NBC. Did that happen? I've been on the air all morning because we knew that the NBA rights were up. The NBA rights were up. And we knew that the NBA...
That's official?
I don't know. Somebody just mentioned that via the text. I don't see anything until I see something here.
We all know the worst part about that and what it would be, right?
You
no more inside the NBA.
Unless they're bought out by him, and then they just take the show on the road.
Ernie already said that he's not going to move over if it goes to another channel. That's what Ernie said. And he's a glue to that show. I think he has to be there.
I don't see anything that...
I don't see it either. I think, look, there's a chance it could be. But that would suck if that gets bought out and they basically have to break that show up.
0090, welcome to my world, Vic. I'm 66. I have readers everywhere in my house. My daughter, who's 46, is having to start wearing them now herself. She's 46. I'm 55. I just started wearing readers like a year ago. Just started. I'm new to this game.
Vic, it's not the readers. It's those.
And the enthusiasm in which you presented them to.
You know what? You know why you guys don't share the enthusiasm? You don't know.
Is it because we're not native? Is this
You're not a Colorado native.
There we go. Yeah.
You don't share the enthusiasm because you don't know how frustrating it is not to be able to make out something in front of you. Not be able to make out the small print in front of you. And it's the most frustrating thing in the world. And then all of a sudden there's a cure that you pull out of your phone? You kidding me?
So, Vic, when we were getting annoyed by something that was played over and over again, were you really into it when you heard, "Hi, this is Henry Winkler, and I love my eyes"?
Vic's in the back like, hell yeah, man.
What happened to that commercial? You guys, if you guys listen to this show a lot, you know exactly what we're talking about. Henry Winkler was really about your eyeballs for a while.
That one more time. This text came in 9600. I am soon to be 49, and Vic just made me feel young and cool again. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Accomplished something. All right, couple of minutes left here, Marty. Can we get one more roast in before the end of the show?
Most of us use the back of our phone to hold credit cards to pay for dinner or a night at the club. Vic uses the back of his phone to look like Benjamin Franklin while he's flying his kite trying to catch lightning.
They're Ben Franklin glasses. That's so perfect. And to mix the kite in. Who is that? Who sent that?
It was Nathan.
Nathan.
Hey, Aaron writes,
A+.
Vic, it's 2024. Get LASIK already. I got something for you, Nathan. I was one of the first guys to ever get LASIK. I got it in 1998 when this crap was still experimental. I could smell the burning of my eyeball. I've had LASIK, sucker, and I can't get it again. I got no more
back then was
eyeball
just
left.
go stare at the sun for 5 seconds and come back.
Let me tell you something, Vic. That is an insane move on your part. To have this like experimental surgery with something that's pretty important to you, which is your eyes, and just say, I hope this works. You can't be the first one through the wall on that.
Buddy, my vision was Big E, and that was it. I could only see the Big E. That was it. I was certifiably blind. Yes, I could only see the Big E. That was it my entire life. Don't you remember the Chris Apple glasses story? And now technology saves me, and you guys are laughing?
Yeah.
Big game. Fun of my disabilities again on this show.
Big game tonight. Game 2, Nuggets and T-Wolves. Look, must win, a please win, a oh my God, just get a win, whatever you want to call it. Needs to happen tonight. And take the series back 1-1 on the way to Minnesota. 303-504-0925 is the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. If you missed any of the show, check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Let's get one tonight. Take it back to Minnesota 1-1.
Regain that confidence, regain the momentum, regain that crown. Hey, they got to come get it.
Damn
right. They
right.
got to come get it.
So, you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We will talk to you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. We love you very much. Goodbye.
Edwards goes to the left hand, looking for a game winner here for Minnesota in game number 1. Bucket here, and it's over. Might be over anyway, but this would seal it. Edwards in a post-up, fadeaway jump shot. Got it! And that's the ball game. Denver down 11 with 96 seconds to go. Minnesota's on an 18-7 run. Denver loses game number 1 of the Western Conference semifinals to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The final tonight from the Mile High City, 106-99.
Well, it's turned back over by Sands to Bassett. Bassett trying to get it to Harris, just a bit behind it, but Harris gets it there anyway to Bassett! That's it! That's 2-0 in New York City, and that's 3 points for the Colorado Rapids. 87th minute, and they've doubled their advantage.
So I guess we can call that a split weekend, right? Nuggets lose, Rapids win. We will hear from the Rapids coach later on in the program. Welcome into Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Mike Sanford, Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer, and you here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What's up, Coach?
How we living?
We are living in that's a good question. What emotion am I feeling right now? I am feeling a little anxiety.
Anxious but not panicked. Is that a pretty good describer? Are you in full panic mode yet with the Nuggets?
No, but
you had your eyes told me yes, but the words coming out of your mouth said no. Please elaborate.
Look, on the surface level, I'm never worried about losing a game in a series because especially if you came into this series thinking that the Nuggets were going to win in anything fewer than 7 games, then you were already banking on the fact that they were going to win on the road. And so now they obviously, it's a necessity now. They're going to have to go on the road and win a game. So from that standpoint, the Nuggets are too good of a basketball team for me to worry about one loss like that, even though it was game 1 at home and all the things that come with it. I think the thing that gives me just a little bit of anxiety is how that went down and how Minnesota attacked Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic in Minnesota's offensive end and Denver's defensive end. And what are the Nuggets going to do about that? And I will get in the weeds into it a little bit more here in a second as to what transpired in that game with those two individuals in particular. But overall, do I think that the Nuggets will have answers for these things? Yes, I do. Do I think that Minnesota is, to a certain extent, trying to take advantage of players that are a little bit injured? Yeah, I do. And that is also very concerning because Jamal Murray's not going to get healthier over the course of the series, although you're going to have a big break now after tonight's game. So I'm supremely interested to see what they're going to do, but I want to get your anxiety level or none in what's happening right now.
The biggest level of anxiety that I have, and the panic meter is starting to rise, is by the 6 games that these Nuggets have played in this postseason. The starts have been abysmal, and the start against Minnesota was the worst so far of this season.
18-4, right?
It was 18-4, and there was just a general lack of focus. There was almost a level of kind of disinterested basketball. And tonight's got to be a night that's a full freaking send. That's what tonight is, because you got the time on the back end to rest and recover before you go to Minnesota. But you have got to send it from the very, very beginning, from the tip. It's got to be all in, play phenomenal defense. And we'll get to a clip here from Michael Malone, I believe it was from yesterday after he had a chance to watch the film, where there were so many possessions, namely in that beginning of that first quarter, and then in that third and fourth that kind of bled over, offensive possessions by the Nuggets, where it just seemed like there was floating. Like there was no intent. There was no Michael Malone said that we didn't even know what set we were in. But that can't be the case. I mean, this is too much is at stake. Tonight's got to be the night where not only the mentality is there, but also the organization and focus on both sides of the floor has got to be there from the beginning.
To your point, this is Michael Malone's quote yesterday. about just that.
I mean, it wasn't just defense. Offensively, there were probably 15 possessions where no one had any idea what we were in. Not organized, didn't space the floor. And you can do that against certain teams in the regular season. But against Minnesota in the Western Conference semifinals, against the number one defense in the league, you can't afford wasted possessions.
He's right about that. You never hear that about the Nuggets. Never, ever, ever. Not one time ever. And but I do think this. I think Minnesota, game plan wise, defensively, did some interesting things. Here's one. So Nikola Jokic obviously brings the ball up a lot for the Nuggets and gets them into offense, and they are highly efficient when he is able to do that. And what you saw with the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 was the willingness to pick him up, in some cases, the entirety of 94 feet, get the ball out of his hands, make the Nuggets take a longer time to get into their offense, thereby being a little bit less efficient. When he had the ball, even when he was crossing over, Karl-Anthony Towns would pick him up higher up the floor. They just don't want him just to be able to survey the situation and then pick out the pass he wants or pick out his own shot in those possessions. And so what I'm going to describe here are all these things are little things that make up the whole. So 1, your pickup point on Nikola Jokic. 2, defensively putting Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic in all the ball screening action you possibly can. And this stat was just completely shocking when I saw it. It was when Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic were defending the ball screen action. So they were the two defenders in the ball screening action. Jamal on the ball handler and Jokic as the defensive help. Minnesota averaged over 2 points per possession. That is an astronomical number. It basically means 200 points per 100 possessions. And here to give you a comparison here, a good offensive rating per play is like 1.2. 1.2. And that actual number was 2.1 when they just involved those two guys alone in the screening action. And so they were just attacking them, and they were putting Jamal Murray in every single screening. Usually it's in the reverse, and the Nuggets will get to this too. But when you have a player whose calf is injured, who is ankle and whatever else, lower body, he's got a lot of lower body issues.
A lot of LBIs.
Exactly right.
Yeah, the hockey LBI.
Yeah. One of the things you can do is just put him through the ringer and then see if he has energy in the fourth quarter. The caveat here is that he actually scored all 17 points in the second half. So he got better as the game went along. But they have to have a fix for that immediately, because Minnesota is going to continue to do this all series long.
What are the possible solutions there? Because you got to have a counter. Is it you change up the matchups? It is a matchup problem for the Nuggets. We've known this all along. This is why at the end of the season, that loss against the San Antonio Spurs did loom large for this postseason. But what is the counter that Michael Malone could potentially have in place to not involve Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and all that, the ball screening action?
Yeah, you almost just have to. That Minnesota can seek that. They can seek that matchup out almost any time. Like the offensive team can always seek the matchup out. So it's just kind of how are you playing these screening action? And I think the Nuggets are kind of between. Sometimes it's drop coverage with Jokic, and sometimes it's at the level and blitz the ball. I think what we'll see is when Anthony Edwards has the ball, and if it's like Jamal guarding Anthony Edwards and you're bringing up Rudy Gobert to set the screen, then I think we'll see him blitz to get the ball out of Ant's hands, and then see if somebody else will and then try to rotate behind that. If Anthony Edwards is just going to make all the contested shots in the world, there's not much you can. There's not much you can do. Because when you look at what he did in 43 points, I don't think, at looking back at the film, that the Nuggets are going to say that we were completely terrible defensively against him. They had hands in his face. He made 17 shots, and 11 were jump shots, coach. Jump shots with hands in the face. So that's all you can really do in those situations. But we'll see. They certainly will have some tweaks here to their defensive strategy that they hope will work. And we'll see. But it just, it's very crystal clear that Chris Finch and Mike Nori, who were assistant coaches here in Denver, understand the personnel. And then these two teams are so familiar with each other. They understand the plays and the actions. And Minnesota has.
So we have like a Nick Saban, Lane Kiffin situation here, where you know what's going on inside the beast. But you know what? I think that this could be an interesting solution for the Denver Nuggets. Ant Edwards was as advertised and then some. He was unbelievable and came out from the very beginning, was aggressive, made all the shots. He does everything so well. He is a generational player. I believe that. And it was so fun to watch, but so awful to watch at the same time.
Yeah.
And I have to keep my Nuggets hat on and just root against this guy in this series because he is something else. You look at Peyton Watson and Christian Braun. Peyton Watson only had 6 minutes. Christian Braun had 19 minutes. I think that they offer the best solution for being absolute harassers on the defensive end for Ant Edwards. And I think the reason is that they have fresh legs. They can get vertical with a guy like Ant Edwards. Peyton Watson with his wingspan can close out at a higher level. And there's no arguing right now that KCP is hampered by this ankle. So I think the minutes, particularly for a Peyton Watson, I think that he could be very effective because he has the agility to match a guy like Ant Edwards, yet he has the length to be able to affect his shot-making abilities.
I agree. While you were talking, I was trying to find the matchups analytics for that particular defensive offensive pairing, which I'll find here in a second. But yeah, I think to your point, they probably are going to have to really think about it because I think KCP had to remove himself from the game for a little while in game one. And if the ankle is just not, there enough to be able to, you could be 80%, but that ain't matter against a guy like Ant Edwards. You almost have to be 100%, especially with your lower body. You're trying to, slide.
And KCP's got a lot of years and miles on himself too now. Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
he's not an old player, but he's not a spring chicken like you do have in Christian Braun and Peyton Watson. I'm not saying that there's a solution because you're going to give up something on the offensive side of the glass, but I think that allowing those two to just be in position to harass Ant Edwards and taking shots at him. I think that it also actually on the offensive side, it potentially opens up more slashing, more penetrating, more drives to the basket that I think could have happened in that game. I think there are opportunities to do so when you're blitzing Jamal and Nikola like you were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on the text line, if Jamal scores in the first half, is it a different game? Yeah, probably. Look, the Nuggets had 96 in this game? 99 in this game. 99 in this game. Obviously, that's well below what they score. So, here's very surface level stuff. Yes, if Jamal Murray scores in the first half, he probably ends up with mid to high 20s at the end of the game, and you probably just win the game anyway. Nikola Jokic was 11 of 25 from the field, and quite honestly, I just think that he missed some shots that he will make. When you watch the tape back on him, it's just like, okay. That's a shot. Credit to Rudy Gobert because the guy's going to win the Defensive Player of the Year. He fought him hard. They really didn't bring double teams in the traditional sense. They brought over help when they felt that they needed it against Nikola Jokic. But by and large, they just said, Rudy, that's all you. And he just got a hand up, and Nikola missed a bunch of shots. There are 5 or 6 I just thought, okay, yeah, he makes those. Now his 32 is now 42 or something like that. And the Nuggets win anyway. So, as troubling as some of the stuff looked, but
you're still there.
It's pretty much
still had a shot,
you're still
and
right
you
there.
did not play well.
Right.
You didn't play well at all. And the Timberwolves played amazing basketball. Their role players stepped up. But Conley and just to see what Naz Reid did in the down the stretch at the end of that game, he was caught fire. I think that Rudy Gobert plays such a unique role, and I do think that it does minimize the opportunities for the AG lob dunks because he just reads that play so well. I heard Kaner and Lombardi breaking that down this morning on the way in.
Well, he's just also tall.
He's tall, and he's a defensive savant. He really is. He understands spacing. He understands where the next pass is going to be. But I think there's a solution for that as well, and I think it's going to be building the look of that between Nikola Jokic and AG. And then just having MPJ camped outside. because I think that he's the guy right now he's the hottest player on this team. And his ability to hit corner threes, I think in some of those sets could really allow the Nuggets to get some scoring runs.
Mm-hmm. Here's what I don't want the Nuggets to do. I don't want them to overreact to Anthony Edwards' game. Like, you can't do that. For the exact reason that you just mentioned, which was in the second half, you had like Mike Conley had 11 points, I believe, in the third quarter. Naz Reid had 14 points in the fourth quarter. Karl-Anthony Towns had 11 points in the third quarter. If you start devoting more defensive resources to slowing down Anthony Edwards, then you leave yourself at great risk for some players that can all score the ball really, really well to have similar impacts on the game.
Right now, if you were to say who's the best individual player on the Nuggets roster to match up with Ant Edwards, like in the current state of health, I mean, because you could say
I'd say
game
that's
one,
Aaron Gordon.
It's AG.
That would be that's what I would say because
is he too fast for AG though off the dribble? Like he's
beating pretty much everybody off the dribble. I mean, there was remember the play late that I thought Aaron Gordon actually he moved his feet really, really well. Ends up being kind of a crossover and hits a like a kind of a fadeaway-ish mid-range jumper over.
Very, very Kobe-esque.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That play you're talking about.
But to me, what I see in that play is a player that couldn't get to the rim. And so because he couldn't get to the rim, it became like, cross, now step back, jump shot. Okay, that's fine. But so to answer your question more fully, Aaron did cut him off as he was trying to get to the rim. And so he had to go to move B and then move C. And then he made the shot anyway because he was making all the shots. So, I mean, that's what I would do. But, there's a lot of matchup issues or like weird matchups out there on the court. And Edwards guards Jamal Murray. And then they can also switch Jaden McDaniels onto him. And also Jaden McDaniels, they recognized the impact that Michael Porter Jr. had against the Lakers. So they had Jaden McDaniels over there as well. They can do a lot of things. They were the number one defensive team for a reason. It's personnel and it's scheme. They had a great game plan in game one to slow down the Nuggets, and we'll just see what the counter is here in game two. This is really quickly. Oh yeah, Michael Malone. Yeah, let's play this Michael Malone sound really fast. Just about the third quarter and the second half. The third quarter, I believe they shot 73% in that quarter alone, which was crazy. This is what Michael Malone had to say about that.
We didn't get any stops. I mean, first half, they had 40 points on 36 from the field, and we got back in the game by getting stops and becoming more physical. I thought a bench had a lot to do with that. The Reggie was outstanding. Justin Holiday, Christian Brown. But then in that third quarter, I think at one point they might have shot like 90% that quarter. Naz Reid got going, Karl-Anthony Towns got going, Mike Conley got going, where Anthony Edwards carried the day in that first half. But second half, I just felt not nearly enough discipline and physicality, and they were able to get whatever they wanted. 71% in the second half of a playoff game was unacceptable.
It was pretty bonkers. And in that third quarter alone, actually, in the third quarter alone, I think Anthony Edwards was only 3 of 7 from the field. Everybody else was 11 for 12 from the field. So, it'll be interesting to see what the adjustments are for the Nuggets here as they go into game 2. That game is tonight at 8 p.m., 7:30 pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But guess what? The Avs have an opponent. Hooray! We know who they're going to play.
Time.
They haven't played in the month of May. We will get to who that opponent is and what on earth they are facing when we come back. All right, well, welcome back to the program. Chris and Coach. Raj joining us as well.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
How we doing, Raj?
In the Backus and Schenker studio, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Let's see. Dallas with a 2-1 victory in Game 7 over the Vegas Golden Knights. Eliminates Vegas from the playoffs and sets up Dallas and Colorado, which begins tomorrow in Dallas. 7:30 p.m. is the time for that puck drop. These teams haven't seen each other in the playoffs since 2020. Quite honestly, that was a fateful 2020 series. That would have been the series that Gabe Landeskog got injured. Hasn't been the same since. First question is this, because the Avs haven't played in a week. They will not have played in a week. When puck drops tomorrow, it'll be in a week. Coach, does it matter? Does it matter that they've had this much time off?
I think it matters because it's good. It's good.
Okay.
It's good.
Matter
for
in a good way.
I think rest and recovery in all sports, in nearly all situations, maybe outside of baseball, with being a team that's hitting the ball incredibly well, I think time off is always a positive. I think it's a chance to maybe work on some of the things that you needed to work on, more from a walkthrough X's and O's perspective in practice, but also just being at your 100%. Or the closest that you can be to 100% is always a good thing. And this is such a brutal game. It's such a physical game. And I think the Avs having the time that they did to close out, get back home, get the rest and recovery needed. I think it's a major positive for the Avs.
Yeah, I think for good teams, it doesn't matter. I think for teams that are suspect and get hot, then yeah, momentum might be a thing. Colorado's just clearly a good team. I think even if they're rusty a little bit in the first period, they'll be fine. They were 3-1 against Dallas during the regular season, which included 2 wins in Dallas. In that series during the regular season, Georgiev started all 4 games, posted a 3.51 goals against and an .892 save percentage. Jake Ottinger was just totally shelled by this Avs offense. 1-2 with a 4.74 goals against. .863 save percentage. Raj, tell us about the Dallas Stars.
Dallas is a damn good hockey team. There's a reason why you finish first in the West. They are fast. They can play up and down with pace. I don't think anyone is as fast as the Avs are in the playoffs, but they're damn close. They've got a better top end than Winnipeg does. They have a better top end of their blue line than Winnipeg does. But where they're gettable is their final D pairing in their last line. Their last forward line, you can take advantage of. They have a guy like, when I started screaming during the regular season about why the Avs played Curtis McDermott for like 90 seconds a night because it was a waste of roster space. Mm-hmm. Dallas is doing that in the playoffs with a defenseman in Nils Lundkvist who plays like 3 minutes a game. They don't want to play him, right? So they play 5 D-men essentially the whole game. At home, you can take advantage of that. So I think it's a little bit better of a matchup, honestly, than Vegas would have been. The goaltending's the same thing as Winnipeg, though. Like, Jake Ottinger's legit. If you look at Hellebuck and Ottinger, those guys they're 2 of the top 5 goaltenders in the world right now. And it's gonna be a killer series. I think this is a 6 or 7 game series without a doubt.
Raj, with my amateur eye for hockey.
It's not amateur at all. Give yourself more credit.
Well, just looking at the regular season to postseason matchups, Winnipeg scared me. They scared me a lot.
They should have.
And it was just a sample size that, you can't ever make too much necessarily out of the regular season because injuries and availability of players affected some of those outcomes, certainly with Val Nichushkin in several of those matchups. But then on the flip side, like I even going into this postseason, I liked the Avs and their matchup just stylistically and how they played in the regular season against Dallas. What do you make of the regular season sample size versus what to expect in the postseason?
I think you throw it out the window at this point. When you're this deep with the top 4 teams in the conference right now, Winnipeg was higher seeded than the Avs, but top 4 teams in the conference left. You throw it out the window because of what you saw from the Avs in Winnipeg is you can turn it on. You can decide to turn it on. And we talked about how taboo that is about like flipping the switch and not caring about the regular season. But we've now seen the Avs do this in, just one series here this year, but they turned it on in 2022 as well. They decided that, this is the time to really press. I think Dallas did that against Vegas, although they were great during the regular season. I think they went in a little light in the first 2 games against Vegas, losing the first 2, and then realized, oh crap, if we don't figure this thing out, we're toast in round 1 like the Bruins were last season. They decided to turn it on, and then they won that home game 5-game series, 3-game series at the end of round 1. I don't think beating Dallas 3-1 in the season series matters all that much. I think if they decide to defend, if Colorado decides to defend like they did in round 1 against Winnipeg, they win the series. It is a want to thing. It is a commitment thing for the Avs. If they're not committed in front of Georgiev, they're going to lose the series. If they play like they did against Winnipeg, there's not a team in the West that can beat them. It's that simple for me.
Do we think that they... This is what I'm most interested in seeing, because quite clearly the Avs showed you in round 1 that momentum is what they feel like it is. Like they put that on the ice, however. And so I don't expect necessarily I'm not going to link a carryover from round 1 to round 2. I want to see exactly how they come out. Yeah, I want to see how they play in game 1, and I'm not sure what to expect in this series because look, Ottinger after yesterday's game said to the media, look, we lost the season series to these guys, but we did beat them in the last game of that series. So they won 7-4 early in April against the Avs, and they are going to take some sort of confidence from that. If the game gets into kind of an up and down affair, he said that they're good with that. And I'm asking you, would they actually be good with that? I mean, if the Avs get their personality on the ice, can the Stars keep up?
I think they can. I think it would look a lot like game 1. If the Avs lack that commitment on the defensive side and the shot deflection, all the dispossession that they executed to perfection in games 2 through 5 against Winnipeg, I think the game's going to look a lot like game 1. And I do think that both these teams started out game 1 of their postseason, respectively, very poorly. So I do think that this game 1 is going to be very interesting and very telling to see if the Avs carry over such a solid performance in games 2 through 5, or is there another lapse early on and it just comes down to who's going to outskate their problems, who's going to outscore their problems. Mm-hmm. I think both teams are more than capable of outscoring their problems.
Without a doubt. Like, people look at a Pete DeBoer coached team, right? Like, he was the guy who coached the Vegas Golden Knights when they came back and they won 4 straight against the Avs. 3 years ago, right? That fateful Mark Stone breakaway at Ball Arena. Brian Graves, don't get me started. They think about Pete DeBoer teams as like these defensive-minded, muck up the neutral zone. They do muck up the neutral zone more so than they should with how high-paced they are. The Avs scored a bunch of goals this year. They scored 302. It paced the league. You know where Dallas finished?
Where?
3rd. Just 8 goals behind them. However, there was a 20-goal gap in terms of goals given up during the regular season between Dallas and Colorado. It's a long way for me to say. Again, a few minutes ago, I said, I don't care about the regular season. But what that tells me about Dallas is that they don't want to sit back. They want to run and gun. They proved that they can win a 2-1 hockey game multiple times against a team like Vegas. That should scare the crap out of you, where this series either goes to die or pushes the Avs to the Western Conference Final, for me, is special teams. And we've seen each one of the 8 teams that moved on from round 1. They are the top 8 teams in terms of combined special teams in the playoffs right now. And Dallas is second to last out of those 8 teams. Florida's last. Colorado is 3rd. If you win the special teams battle in this series, I think you win it.
For the Stars to this is where I wanted to go with. I wanted to ask. Okay, so the scoring, obviously, was it 28 goals for the Avs in the first round series total? 27, 28, something
something
like that.
There.
Anyways, all the goals all the time. What are the odds that they repeat that, because that is a number that obviously is extraordinarily high, but odds that they are still able to put 3 to 4 on the board every single night.
My opinion of this is that I think this is going to be a high scoring series. Mm-hmm. I really do. And
okay.
I think there's going to be more games that line up with how the Avs won games in the regular season. where they are putting up 4, 5, in the games they win. And it's a question of how well are they going to defend to stabilize what's happening in front of Alexander.
So you don't see any
Georgiev.
Dallas is not going to slow that train down.
I think both teams are going to try to, but I think there's so much offensive firepower in both of these clubs that it's going to be challenging to see too many games that are 2-1, 3-2. In my opinion,
I'm in lockstep with Coach. I think it's a high scoring series, and again, because I think it's going to go 6 or 7, I've got Colorado in 6 in this one because eventually they have to win a series at home. It hasn't happened since 2008. In the first round, they have not won a series at home or clinched a series win at home. I think this is 6 or 7 games at 4 goals on average a pop. Like I think they score 30 in the series.
Mm-hmm. Who the Avs got to get stopped?
Rupe Hintz has been really, really cold to start the playoffs, but he's an Avs killer. Mm-hmm. If you stop Rupe Hintz, if Joe Pavelski doesn't terrorize you on the net front, and if Matt Duchene doesn't kill the Avs because he is an Av killer, always has been, always will be away from Ball Arena, or in Ball Arena rather, as an opponent, didn't do much in the postseason as an Av. I think those are your 3 guys. Don't get beat by those 3.
In this playoff environment, which we said you kind of reset everything. A guy like Joe Pavelski, even though he's 39 years old, I lived in the Bay Area when he was an absolute terror in San Jose. Who would you take right now in front of net in those situations between Val Nichushkin and Joe Pavelski as the deflector extraordinaire of all deflectors?
Choo-choo train.
Demps is right because he's a bigger body and he's more dynamic right now at this point in his career, without a doubt. In terms of net front tips, there's maybe 2 guys in the world that are better than Joe Pavelski. Maybe. And one of them's named Sidney Crosby. Like, that's how good he's been over the course of his career.
Different styles, but very effective. Both of them are very effective.
If you're just putting a guy net front to tip pucks with his stick, I'll take Pavelski. If I want everything net front,
the sheer brutality.
I'm going to take the 6'4" guy who's 200 and some odd pounds. I'm going to take that dude. Like, Pavelski's what, 6 foot? I don't know. Off the top of my head, he looks like every other prototypical NHL hockey player. 5'11", 6 foot, 205 pounds. But like, I'm going to take the 6'4" dude that turns into a wall in front of the netminder. Again, how did you beat Hellebuck? You screened him on 82% of the shots that you threw at the net. That's how you're going to beat Ottinger.
On the text line, can't wait to get Drouin back in this series, too. We don't know if that's going to be necessarily the case, but this is strung out so long that I guess he has a chance later in the series to be a part of it.
Yeah. Deep cut on his right quad. The reason why he hasn't been able to skate and rehab all that much is because he literally can't sweat into that open wound because they're worried about it being infected. It's higher up on the leg than Landeskog's was, so thank God.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really big break for them having a week off, right? As Coach said, and as you said, for good teams, it doesn't matter. Rest versus rust for teams that are based off of winning on how they're built, on skill, on just simply being as good, if not better than their opponent. It doesn't matter as much as, let's say, the Rockies in 2007, where they weren't really a good team. They just got red hot, and they had to stay hot, and then you sat on your butts for a week, and then Boston came in, who was a better team, and you had lost all of your momentum, lost all of your mojo. I think that Drouin coming back will not mess up. It's not going to upset the apple cart. Put him second line. Let Nichushkin stay on that top line and be the best player in the game right now outside of Nathan MacKinnon.
Who'd you give the MVP of the first series?
Nichushkin, hands down.
Who's going to be the MVP of the second series?
Nathan MacKinnon.
Love it.
MacKinnon had a bunch of goals against the Stars this season.
I just love the persona of Val Nichushkin. Like being at that game, I think it was game 4. Just the ultimate stoic. He reminds me of the grumpy linebacker on a football team. Mm-hmm. Shows up to work every day, and even if he gets an interception and a touchdown, he flips the ball to the ref. He's still pissed off going back to the sideline. That's my man, Val Nichushkin. I'm here for all of it.
I'm here for all of it too, and it all begins tomorrow in Dallas at 7:30. That's puck drop, which means pregame show is what 7:00 here.
7:30 puck drop, 6:30 pregame extended.
6:30. Okay, there you go. 6:30 extended pregame here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's take a quick break. Rabbits got a good victory. Let's talk to Chris Armas next.
Well, it's turned back over by Sands to Bassett. Bassett trying to get it to Harris, just a bit behind it, but Harris gets it there anyway to Bassett. That's it. That's 2-0 in New York City, and that's 3 points for the Colorado Rapids. 87th minute, and they've doubled their advantage.
Love this track so much. That was Connor Cape here on Altitude Sports Radio, calling the Rapids' latest victory, a 2-0 win over NYC FC, and that brings us to the Chris Armas Show. Chris Armas, brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. The Rapids are 5th on the table, 18 points on the season. Coach, you guys continue to win games and win them on the road. How pleased are you, not with the start, but just how you guys went about that game on that soggy city field?
Yeah, look, guys, I think we kind of knew exactly what that game could look like. You know, I've coached on that field before. You know, on a baseball stadium converted to a soccer field, which the dimensions are smaller. It sets up for a really combative game. Set pieces, you know, are coming in faster, closer. And it's one thing to know what those games are like, and then the other thing is, which is the harder thing, is to go and now execute and be really disciplined. You know, New York City Football Club had won 4 games in a row at home, and they had tied the other one. So most teams don't really go there and execute a game plan, and our guys did, which was great. They get a couple of goals. They really were in on it. They close out the game with a goal late with Cole Bassett. So really nice shutout. Good victory for the boys and our fans.
Coach, a little side congratulations. The New York boy, right? Born in the Bronx, got a chance to win in Queens, right? Or where would that be? In over there in City Field. Queens, yeah.
Yeah, City Field in Queens. You know, my house where I used to live, because I'm a Denver boy now. You know, but yeah, it's always bittersweet. You know, I was born in the Bronx, grew up on Long Island, New York through and through. I had about 70 people in the building just supporting me, win, lose, or draw. Brothers, mother, my mom. Like, yeah, it was. Listen, the most important thing was I just wanted the boys to show up on the day, to meet the demands of a tough game against a really good team. To get the points is it's a plus, because it's never easy to get points on the road, and so on all levels it was a great day.
Coach, on that clean sheet, another clean sheet, you know, and we've talked so much about Zach Steffen, but a player that I think right now is playing as well as anybody in the MLS anywhere is the defender Moise Bombito. Bombito, who this season has measured 23.16 miles per hour, the fastest player in the MLS. He did that against Miami. What has Moise Bombito meant to this squad, both defensively and even offensively in transition?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, it's I joke around in front of the team with him, like, Moise Bombito, like, I know you're the fastest player in the entire world, but listen, man, got to get back to work. The nickname I gave him is Master of the Basics, because he's a young center back, and the sooner in your career you can learn to try to master the little things that the best players in the world, whether it's NBA, they do all the little things right, and he's getting better and better at this. But yeah, when you look at his performances, his speed, the recovery runs, his ability to win balls, and as you say, build the attacks in transition, really top notch. But on the inside, we also know, like you said, Zach Steffen helping him grow. His sidekick, Andreas Maxu, the other center back, a veteran player passing on real messages to a younger center back. So we have a strong back line that really is helping his and a nice coaching staff around him that are helping him grow.
Actually, you know what? I want to get to a couple of offensive players here in a second. But speaking of, you switched the formation. I think you're a 4-3-2, 4-3-2-1, 4-2-3-1. Excuse me, formation for the entirety of the season. You go 4-4-2 in this game. Was that just because of the pitch dimensions, or why?
Well, yeah, it was a couple of reasons. Well, we've in many games when we're looking for goals, we'll take off a midfielder and bring on a striker and go to the 4-2-2-2, essentially a 4-4-2. it adds that extra goal scorer, puts the other goal scorer right next to the other goal scorer, so it takes a little pressure off of him. But when you go to a really narrow pitch and small, like everything's coming in quicker. We knew we could punish them potentially in transition. And anytime you win a ball with an extra striker, we knew it could potentially cause trouble, which it did on the day. I hadn't started that way all year, but with Georgi Mihailovic, our attacking midfielder, just resting with a slight injury, it gave me this opportunity, let's say, to say, okay, let's see what that looks like. We like how it looks when we're chasing the game. Let's go from the start and go to New York City and be really aggressive. And I think it paid off on the day, and we may run it back.
And then you have this combination, Cole Bassett and Rafael Navajo. The Navajo goal was just completely sick.
Top shelf beauty, baby.
You know what? Just talk about from your vantage point watching that one go in.
Yeah, I had a really good look at it because where I'm kind of right behind it. So he cuts in on his right foot and it curled. I saw it the whole way. I'm like, this is. Sometimes these days with VAR, you have to wait to celebrate. But this one, I got in on the celebration right there with the guys because he was close to the sideline. But, we see him do this in training weekly. He's such a talented striker. We've tried to get him into better positions, get guys around him, finding him more. His production this year, I think he's got 5 goals already. I'm not sure. Maybe he might have had 1 all year last year. So his confidence is growing. He's getting into spots, and that one just popped off his foot and curled it. I mean, what a beauty.
We're on the Ramos Law Hotline with the Chris Armas Show. Coach, a stat that a lot of soccer fans and football fans, I guess you'd call them, and overseas put a lot of emphasis on, but clearly it isn't that important this year for the Rapids, is possession time. Time of possession in that game, Rapids only end up with 33% possession time. In fact, in this run of wins, the last time that the Rapids have won a possession battle was against LAFC back in March on the 30th. What do you make of possession time as a team that right now is counterattacking so well and plays a high line, versus just being a team that sits back and possesses the ball?
Yeah, listen, we each game we're not saying we need to hit a certain metric of possession. Now, we want the ball and we want to have ideas when we have the ball. We work hard at this. But we also we really emphasize verticality when we do have the ball. We actually try to create, we call it transition moments from possession. That means that even if we have the ball, we want to play vertical where it feels like it was a turnover. Because, playing possession for the sake of just keeping the ball, I don't really value it. We actually talk a lot about being dangerous when we don't have the ball. So as you can see yesterday, we get big chances to score. We have Yapi misses has a really nice chance at an open goal. We had a couple other big chances, and we're causing it when we don't have the ball by really good defensive structure. So it's not that we don't value the ball. We want to really minimize our unforced errors these days. We're still a team that I call these frivolous turnovers where the opposition does nothing to us and we're giving the ball away. We have to minimize those, which will actually get a possession percentage higher. But we like the way we're playing it right now, and I love the fact that we're forcing mistakes.
And then Cole Bassett late in games is it's a thing. Actually, a couple of the plays, the assist he had with on Navajos is he had a couple of overlapping runs on his, and then his goal was a little bit of an overlap as well, and he just places it in. Him late in games, just how valuable is it to have guys who have this kind of that feel when it's clutch time, basically when you needed a little bit more daylight, you're able to get it, and he seems to be a guy that provides those moments.
Listen, I'll tell any listener, and I'll tell you guys, Cole Bassett, one of his superpowers is his desire to win. Not, if you ask the guys, hey, who wants to win, they all raise their hand. But his ability to dig deep, every sport, has a couple of these guys. So when things are on the balance, his ability to just sway things that in training, his team wins every week. Every week, he's on the wing. So either he's getting lucky by being on the winning team, or he can sway it, and he actually sways it. The second thing is that he actually has a knack for scoring goals. Right, the ball just pops off his foot at times, so that one it just flies into the corner. And the last part is I'm learning that these Colorado boys, they can run. The altitude that they've been born into, their whole life of their ability to suffer and to run and to outlast opposition. This is what he does late in games. We wear teams down, and he's a guy that's like the last guy standing, and he can score late for all those reasons.
Coach, you guys have been playing all the road games, but now you have a chance. I believe it's 3 home games over the course of about 14 days, starting on Saturday night at DSG Park, 7:30, I believe, is kickoff. How important is it going to be to kind of establish an identity at home, because you really haven't had an opportunity to do so? We've had weird weather, haven't had many consecutive weeks of games, but how important is it to establish a great product in front of your home crowd starting against the San Jose Earthquakes this coming Saturday night?
Really important, really important. We've played 7 of the 11 on the road so far. I'm happy that we've gotten some points, but listen, nothing's better than doing it at home. So our fans are really good on this call and all the time. We had an event the other day where our season ticket holders said, hey, if you like the way the team's playing, spread the word, bring some more people. We love the energy in the building. We know that altitude can be an advantage at home in our sport, but the fans, for me, are more of an advantage. So listen, I promised in my press conference 4 months ago that we would play an attacking brand of soccer. We're one of the highest scoring teams in the league right now. We want the fans to come, and we want them on the edge of their seat. We want to play in transition. We want to play fast, energetic football. And, so we're looking forward to the homestand.
All right, there he is. Coach, we appreciate your time this week. The winning keeps on coming. You guys are quickly becoming the talk of the league with how you are playing in the style of which you play it. We love it. Again, they get back to action this weekend. San Jose, 7:30 at Dick's Sporting Goods Park at Rapids, 18 points. Just a great start. Thanks, Coach, for joining us today.
Anytime. Love being on the show. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, there he goes, Coach Chris Armas of the Rapids on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Let's dive back into one question when we come back, and this is concerning the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic. Should he shoot more or shoot less? We'll answer that when we come back. If you listen to the program on the Altitude Sports Radio app, thank you. If you don't have it, download it. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. You got Chris, Coach Steve, and Josh here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This week, we're going to get almost alternating days of Avs and Nuggets for almost the entirety of the week. The Nuggets will, after tonight, won't play again until Friday, but you'll get Avs Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Nuggets Monday, Friday, Sunday. So it's going to be back to all the things this week.
So if there's a 7-game series in both Avs Nuggets, the stagger is perfect until Game 7.
Right.
And then I think there's only one. There's 2 days off
between games.
That's it, though. I'm saying where you wouldn't get Avs or Nuggets.
Oh, got you. Yep.
If both series do go 7 games, it's going to be.
And I think that day's Wednesday.
This Wednesday for sure. And then I think it's the next Wednesday, isn't it?
It might be.
Yeah.
Nuggets get back to it tonight. Minnesota game 2. Can they slow down Anthony Edwards? Can they get more efficiency? Nikola Jokic had 32 points in the game. But I mean, it's not,
guy stinks.
I know.
He's washed. How many rebounds he had?
I know. Let's see. Nikola, 32, 8 rebounds.
Oh, okay. There we go. That's the number that might need to go up a little bit.
Yeah. And I think Minnesota did a really good job, especially on the Nuggets' offensive glass, which would be their defensive glass. They just didn't. Nikola usually has one of these plays in a game, right, where he misses the initial shot, misses it again, but keeps tipping it up, right? So you get like 3 rebounds and 2 points at the end of it because he will score at the end of that. He didn't have any of those situations in that game 1 either. So Minnesota did a lot of things nicely. One of them was out-rebound them 34-24 in this game. 11 of 25 is what Nikola Jokic shot from the field. And in the last 2 seasons, there have been 6 instances which he has taken at least 25 shots in the game. The Nuggets are 2-4 in those games. And so what he would be looking to do today, what the Nuggets will be looking to do after him, and you mentioned this right off the top at the beginning of the program, which was they look kind of out of sorts offensively a little bit. Michael Malone obviously talked about that as well, having 15 possessions where they just didn't know what they were doing out there.
I think 5 of those that he was talking about were probably 5 of the first 7 offensive possessions for the Nuggets. I'm being serious.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just it looked like really bad air raid football. Like everybody's just kind of just wandering. There's no definitiveness.
Yeah, that's true. And they got down 18-4 before they had their own 21-5 run. And actually, the fact that they even had the lead at the end of the first quarter was crazy, given their start. But still, the 18-4 is an issue, right? You don't want to get down that way. In addition, Nikola's going to want to probably fall in about 20 shots at the maximum. I mean, can he beat you scoring? Yeah, he can do that. But this is kind of the perfect scenario for Minnesota. 25 shots to get 32 points. They'll take that every single time. And really not, I mean, he had 9 assists in the game, but it didn't feel like he was controlling the flow of the game the way he does. The Nuggets will want to kind of, unlock that part of their offense again. And maybe some of that just is what's happening around him as well.
Yeah. You're going to analytics nerds on me with the 2-4 record when he shoots 25 or more. And I'm okay with that, Demps, but I'm going to say this. I want Nikola Jokic to come out from the opening tip and back down whichever big man is on him, because you still are the best post player in the NBA, and you still have all the different ways that you can score. First and foremost, as a paint player, and I want to see that in at least 2 of the first 5 possessions. I want to see like strong like bull version of Nikola Jokic that just backs down Rudy Gobert. That's the guy I want to go at. I want to go at Rudy Gobert. I want Karl Anthony Towns. It's even proven out that if he gets in foul trouble, shoot, you got to deal with Naz Reid, who brings a whole different level of offensive firepower, particularly outside of the 3-point line. I want to see Nikola Jokic have an opportunity to go at Rudy Gobert early and frankly, early and often.
Yeah, and let's see, Rudy Gobert, 4 fouls in that first game. I'm with you. I think that I just think that you don't see this a lot out of Nikola. He just kind of struggled to score over him. That's it. I don't think there was anything exotic happening defensively.
Score around him. right? I mean, that's where I think Nikola Jokic, you get all the different post moves that he can do, the in-place spin where he just finds an edge of a defender and then just finds the glass.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see. I want to see that version of Nikola Jokic. That frankly, I think when there was some unevenness offensively in the Lakers series, he did it against AD. And I know AD is not quite the defender that Rudy Gobert is, but Nikola
Still
Jokic
a really good one, though.
He's a very good defender.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic is the best on planet Earth. And I want to see him early on be the bad A that he is and do it from the beginning.
Yeah, and I think they'll move him around a little bit more too. I mean, they did get into this situation where it is kind of like you're pounding the ball, pound, post, and then you do allow a defense to kind of hone in on you a little bit. So, am I worried that the Nuggets will lose tonight? Nope, I am not. I think that there's no doubt. The only way this gets into trouble tonight is if a significant player is injured and is actively not playing. Outside of that, this is a basketball team that has been as good as there is in the league at adjusting,
solving the problems.
Mm-hmm.
They are the ultimate Rubik's Cube solvers. They just do, and it's because Nikola Jokic he's the smartest basketball player on planet Earth, probably rivaled only by the dragon they just slayed in LeBron James. And you can say, big deal, he's washed, he's old, that team's old. Nah, it was still a tough series.
Yeah.
And there were plenty of different equations that were presented in front of Nikola Jokic. And I think that Nikola Jokic, after the T-Wolves showed their hand in how they wanted to defend, blitzing Jamal, blitzing Nikola Jokic, they will have the answers. And I do think Mike Malone is going to have a very captive audience to be able to answer some of the questions that he has for their focus and intent, particularly on the offensive side early in that game, and then even in that late third and going into the fourth quarter.
You know who else I think will be aggressive early is Jamal. You know, he was 0 for 5 in the first half, but I think that he'll look for his shot pretty early. He'll look for those openings just to get to the rim. Might even we'll see about that actually. But Minnesota did put Anthony Edwards on him for a little bit. They can switch Jaden McDaniels onto him. So he's going to look, this is going to be a tough and rumble series for him no matter what. But I would expect that he'll come out and really try to put his mark on the game as well as Nikola.
Yeah, I think Nikola too, and we just got this from the Shop Mazda text line, is Joker having 7 turnovers is very, it's uncharacteristic, but we've seen this throughout the season and even a game in LA where there was just more early turnovers. What do you make of those turnovers, particularly in that game against Minnesota, and how can that be adjudicated in game 2?
So I think it was interesting against Minnesota. Usually when he gets high turnover games, it's in the passing sense. Like he just kind of throws like passes that just don't get there. Deflected, stolen.
Audacious pass attempts. It's almost like the quarterback that's trying to fit too many balls into tight windows.
Yeah. And one time he's called for travel, and one of them was like an offensive foul. And so it's when you look at his turnovers, like 2 of them were traveling, 2 of them were offensive fouls, and 1 was a 3-second. Like those are not. Minnesota didn't force him into a lost ball turnover or a bad pass turnover. He had 1 of those the entire game, or excuse me, he had 2 of those the entire game. So, he will not be called for traveling tonight. Like that's a thing that I can fairly well say that won't happen. The offensive fouls, he'll have to watch himself a little bit. I think Minnesota probably alerted the refs to some things that they think maybe should be called, and I think they got him called. So he'll just have to watch himself in that sense. I can't envision another 7 turnover game, especially the way that one went down. It'd be different if they were pressuring him into mistakes. They weren't doing that, and they're not going to do that really at any point in game, any game this series. So I'm not worried that is a repeatable thing for Minnesota, given how those turnovers went down. All right. We'll see. This is game 2. It's kind of a must-win for them because nobody wants to go on the road 0-2. Although we did see the Dallas Mavericks do this a couple of seasons ago, lose the first 2 games to the Clippers at home, and then win 2 games in a row We just saw that actively in the NHL playoffs too with
Dallas
the Stars.
Stars.
Yeah. So I mean,
let's not follow the Stars path. Let's not do that.
We don't want to do that.
No,
we don't want to do that.
Let's just go with the acronym FFS, full freaking send. Some people use it in another way, but I think that's the type of game that tonight has to be. Is from the very beginning. I want to see Jamal Murray as a penetrator. I want to see Nikola Jokic backing people down. I want to see MPJ hitting wide open threes because there will be opportunities if those first two things are happening. Just full send.
Yep. All right. 8 o'clock tonight, Ball Arena. Let's take a break. Come back with Nelly's NFL Notes. All right, 11:20 means Nelly's NFL notes. Steve Nelson, what's story number 1?
Well, I'm a day late and $1 short here, but I just connected some very important dots. And I need to tell you this realization of mine that I had over the weekend. So stick with me here. You remember about a week ago, I believe, the New Orleans Pelicans got bounced from the NBA playoffs, and they got swept by OKC. Yes, they didn't even really show up. So Chuck was pretty disgusted with what he saw. And he said the Pelicans didn't deserve to go fishing in Cancun even. They deserved something far worse.
Galveston, that dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston with that dirty ass water be washed up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach.
I like where this is going,
y'all
Nelly.
Y'all gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston.
I know where this is going, and I'm a big fan, Nelly.
Come on, man.
Give it to me, baby.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
Well, that same dirty water of Galveston produced the wide receiver known as Mike Evans, and it gave us one of our favorite sound clips on this show.
I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people. If you are born around water, like, you have a different way of life. You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. You know, it doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's gonna take you wherever it goes. Yeah. So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck.
It's one of my favorite sound bites ever in the history of mankind. Water has no soul.
And the best follow-up is Jameis Winston actually interviewed a fish when he was deep-sea fishing, and he pulled the fish out of water. Pulled that fish, that very fish,
out of that soulless water.
Soulless water.
So the point is, Chuck, I mean, you're talking smack about Galveston, but you don't know. Chuck doesn't know what he's messing with.
Wait, have you been to Galveston, though?
I've been there.
Yeah, I have too. It's not pretty.
No, there's a lot of work needs to be done.
Yeah,
there's a lot of work. Problem is, it gets interrupted every 2 or 3 years with a crazy hurricane.
It does. Oh, wow. Yeah, those are two really good clips. When I was watching live when Charles Barkley said that, and that is so funny. And then what Jameis Winston is just a gift that keeps on giving. He's the gift that keeps on giving. Is he on a team?
Yeah, he's
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, he's a Brown.
He's a Brown?
Yeah, huge offseason acquisition. Much to the chagrin of all of us on this show, because we were hoping he was going to be a Denver Bronco.
I know. Hopefully,
now we're all on to Robo QB and the frat house from Ole Miss.
He'll talk about my quarterback like that.
Okay, sorry.
Bo Nix, 25 touchdowns this season. Nelly, what's next?
Yesterday, did you guys tune in to the greatest roast of all time, the roast of Tom Brady on Netflix? Did you have a chance to catch any of that?
I just watched it on X. I got all the highlights there. My wife and I were just going back and forth with the best of the Tom Brady roast, and it was all available on X. It was awesome.
Did you tune in, Dempsey?
I didn't see any of it.
Well,
so I am a captive audience right now.
All right. Well, it went long. It went about 3 hours. And I guess that's one of the benefits of streaming on Netflix and not network television. Netflix can just do whatever they want time-wise. And I found the clips that I can actually play on air. I have some stuff from Bill Belichick, Drew Bledsoe, Kevin Hart, the host, and Tom Brady himself. What do you guys want to hear first? You got a preference?
I want to hear Gronk. You have Gronk, right?
I have people making fun of Gronk.
I want Belichick on Gronk.
There you go. Okay, I have that for you.
A lot of people, kind of connected me with a saying called, do your job, and telling people to do their job. And Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
Stop it.
How good is this? I like the way that Bill Belichick built it up.
Yeah.
Stammering a little bit on the way, to the punchline. It almost reminded me of Nikola Jokic, talking about how he didn't want to be on parade.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was this, I want to be on parade. Yep, exactly. It reminded me of that. It was that type of humor. I was here for all of it.
I actually got another Belichick banger. He really wasn't pulling any punches.
People have said that Tom and I have butted heads a lot, and in a way that was true, but not really. It was hard to butt heads with Tom because he was so far up Alex Guerrero's ass.
Oh, wow.
So this Alex Guerrero, he came up a whole lot last night.
Bill Belichick.
Do you know much about this Alex Guerrero guy?
No.
He's like a Eastern medicine practitioner, like alternative diets, and I don't know that world too well.
Right.
But he's the guy that is the reason that Tom Brady how old is he now? 47?
Oh, okay.
He's the reason that Tom Brady looks like he's 18 still.
Okay.
And so a lot of people think that he likes Alex Guerrero better than anybody on planet Earth.
Yeah, well.
Because he's given him the keys to the fountain of youth.
Yeah.
I think that his Botox and plastic surgeon has a little bit more to do with that personally.
He quite clearly is.
I don't think eating kale every meal is necessarily going to make your face look like Tom Brady's face did last night, which was absolute perfection.
Hey, also he could still get out there and win you a Super Bowl.
There's no question. So if the Bo Nix Zach Wilson experiment doesn't work, but you're right out of the precipice of the playoffs,
yeah,
in Week 15, are you for it?
Yes.
So you just admitted that Bo Nix isn't the answer. All right, here we go.
Okay. Just setting me up, Nelly.
Here's another quarterback that wasn't the answer for the Patriots. Drew Bledsoe. He took a lot of heat last night, and understandably so. And I think he did a fantastic job of dealing with it all. Here was maybe his best zinger directed towards Tom.
Buddy, you have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Oh, no, he didn't. He did not.
Yes, he did, Debs.
Oh,
yes, he did.
Gosh. That's look. Well, Drew Bledsoe, God bless you, man, because that's crazy. Because Tom Brady was openly basically weeping in press conferences because of his split from Giselle?
Giselle. Yeah, Bündchen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that was a pretty big topic of discussion. Kevin Hart was the MC of the evening, and he also had a pretty good banger about the split.
By the way, single life is what you deserve because you had no choice. Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said, you retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. And let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids, you got to do what the you got to do. Do you understand me?
Wow, this is so enjoyable. I hadn't heard any of this stuff. It is so good. Kevin Hart is a genius, and he's funny. Wow, so everybody took shots at him in his marriage.
Oh, it was.
He had to know it was coming. I guess he had to know it was coming.
I think it was the only thing that was making him progressively feel more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
In that roasting seat, that hot seat that he was sitting on.
So when you agree to be roasted, then you just
all bets are off,
right?
man.
You just have to know that whatever it is, like it's all fair game.
Yeah, all bets are off. And as that night progressed, it got even weirder. It ended up with Gronk, who just recently spiked a first pitch, a ceremonial opening pitch.
That.
He actually spiked the shot glass
at
last night's event and injured
shattered.
somebody in the front row.
Of course he did.
I mean, what are we doing?
Of course he did. Of course he did. Wow, that's amazing. And now what this is going to do is I'm going to go back and watch it because now I want to see more. Nelly, what's next?
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Now, last night, while Tom Brady was being mercilessly roasted, you sent us a tweet to the group chat, Coach, and it was about Bo Nix and his evaluation and how other people around the league perceived him and how it doesn't really align with where the Broncos picked him, but Sean Payton doesn't really care about that. What was that tweet you sent? Can you break down the numbers for us?
This was from Scott Barrett, Fantasy Football. He's got a lot of followers. He's a well-followed man. And Scott Barrett went through how NFL teams were ranking the QBs in this draft, starting out with Jaden Daniels. Commanders GM, he was the highest ranked player in the draft for us. I would agree. I had Jaden Daniels as my number one overall player in this draft class. Drake May, who's drafted third. The Patriots head coach was interviewed and said we were comfortable with all three of those guys, and it just so happened to be Drake. Vikings and Giants also were said to aggressively try to trade up to 3 for May, which I can attest to, and I thought that the Vikings were going to get that done, but the Commanders just said we wanted Drake May. Patriots were never close to trading the pick per Adam Schefter. The Giants thought all three quarterbacks after Williams, Daniels, and May were worse than Drew Lock per Daniel Jeremiah. Michael Penix, who was drafted 8th overall, the fourth quarterback taken in this draft. The Seahawks, Saints, and Raiders all tried to trade into the top 10 unsuccessfully for Michael Penix per James Palmer. Seems like they had him higher than J.J. McCarthy, which indeed was the way it played out. J.J. McCarthy was the 10th overall pick, but J.J. McCarthy, the Commanders had McCarthy above May, Penix, and Nix per John Keim. And then that leaves us with pick number 12, your Denver Broncos, Bo Nix. Per Todd McShay, of the dozen or so teams that he talked to, the Broncos were the only team who had a round one grade on Nix. Everyone else had a backup caliber grade on him.
Okay. You're not going to steal my sunshine. Bo Nix will throw 25 touchdown passes this season. That's his low water mark. He will start from day one. In year 2, he will lead the Broncos to the playoffs. In year 5, the Broncos will be a contending team for the Super Bowl.
He is going to part the Red Seas. We should just call him the Moses in blue and orange.
That's what we will call him.
It's going to be a miracle. I'll tell you that. If all those things happen, it will be an absolute miracle.
That's where I am with it.
And I think that if you go back to the NFL owners meetings, Sean Payton was interviewed and he said something along the lines, this is actually the quote, sometimes it's not as difficult as we make it out to be. And sometimes it's very difficult. And then he was quoted as saying, I think we'll be really good at this. And I think to some degree, we're glad that a lot of people aren't.
Yeah, this is the quote that I continually repeated throughout the entire, because to say that they think that they are best at this, that they're, and we talked about it a little bit when you remember when there was the news that, or maybe I don't know, I can't remember how the news cycle went, but anyway, it was talking about the Broncos process and how the process seemed to be pretty solid. And then that is exactly what I was referring to. Like, they think that they are the best at this. And okay, I'm gonna grant them my full and undivided attention to watch them either A, be the best at this, or B, fail miserably at this.
And that's what you do when you put a quote like that out. You really do. And I'm okay with that. I like the arrogance. I like the ego, if you will, because you're talking about who is the apple of your eye. And this was a classic case of when I went through the process of evaluating these quarterbacks, knowing the Broncos were in desperate need of one. I kept having this thought in the back of my mind that was that I'm evaluating them this way, but it's just going to take one team.
Right.
One team in the first round, one team in the top 12 picks to blow out anything that I think, and that happened to be with our own Denver Broncos and their pick of Bo Nix. And you know what? I'm good with it because Sean Payton has put himself out there and he has the opportunity to prove that he's better at this than everybody else in the NFL, or it was just a bunch of horse hooey from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's I think there's a piece of this where A, those other quarterbacks were gone. B, I think there's a piece of this where they talk themselves into Bo Nix. I do. I mean, I think, in a moment of honesty, there were probably other quarterbacks on the list that they would rather have had. But I think they also think that they can work with this young man and get him into a space where he is productive. You just don't need to be an all-time legendary quarterback to get your team to the Super Bowl. This league has shown us this kind of repeatedly over the years. And I think, I really do believe they'll get him into a space. I do.
All right. Well, we'll have a chance to see. But I do say before we jump to the next segment, is it okay if I break some news here on Nelly's NFL Notes? I need to have some permission from the man himself, Steve Nelson. This just in from Mark Stein of the Steinline NBA correspondent. The Timberwolves say Rudy Gobert, personal reasons, is questionable for Game 2 tonight in Denver. You heard it here first.
That wouldn't be good for Minnesota. But they've already done what they came to do. So, if he doesn't play, then they'll just go, cool, we'll take a free swing because this is what it is for the Timberwolves, right? It's a free swing because you've done the thing that you've gotten your road split. And if he doesn't play, then you could very well expect for Nikola Jokic to score 40 points to foul out Karl Anthony Towns and for the Nuggets to win.
This is why I love having my Safeway Twitch friends, keeping me up to date. Denver Jayhawk, you are the man for breaking that news to me. And then I went and checked my source. And sure enough, Rudy Gobert is questionable for Game 2.
The Safeway Twitch stream. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers, chocolate dipped strawberries. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. Well, we'll see, I guess, how that goes, because Rudy Gobert had a very big he had fingerprints on that Game 1. Obviously, Ant Edwards had the biggest fingerprints on it, but what he does for that offense, and not just their defense, in terms of who he's guarding, Nikola, or blocking shots at the rim or altering shots, which he did all those things during the game. Offensively, he is the best screener in the entire NBA. That is it. It's when you hit him on a screen, you are now erased from the the defensive possession, and now they are playing downhill in an advantageous scenario. So he is an important customer to them. We'll see what happens with him today. Let's take a quick break. Come back. Avs are also back in action. Are we concerned that they've had this much time off? We'll talk about that next. So I didn't know this until I was just cruising down. I'm always cruising through all the social stuff.
Little Doobie Brothers here, huh?
Who are the Dewey Brothers?
Doobie Brothers, right? Nelly?
Yeah, this is long straight running by the Doobie Brothers on an all-request lunch on Dempsey and Company.
Welcome back into the program. Christopher Dempsey, Mike Sanford,
I have
Steve
to
Nelson.
figure out, and I'd love to hear from our Twitch and texters.
What do you want to find out?
Which Nelson voice do you like the best? Is it the Eastern European Nelly? Is it old school radio disc jockey Nelly?
It's old school.
Or do you like the serious Nelly reading, like doing commercial reads? Because there are three different people, and I like all three.
Is there a game show Nelly?
Well, you tell me, Christopher.
I think I like everybody who's from any Eastern European Nelly. Definitely.
By that, you mean anytime I do a Midwest accent and you think it sounds Eastern European. I'm very confused at your assessment of Serbia and Minnesota.
Well, because I've lived in Minnesota, and your Minnesota accent is nothing like a Minnesotan.
Oh, geez, I don't think you're right there.
You got to draw out the O's longer.
It's a complete crap.
That was my impression of Wisconsin right there.
Complete crap. That was one of the best moments of the season. That was just one of the best moments of the season. Okay, so what I didn't know was this, but I know everybody's gonna be, oh, you didn't know this, but I didn't know this, and so I think it's kind of fun because I like revenge stories, and I did not know that. Well, I did know that the Stars coach was the Vegas Knights coach, and what I didn't know was they fired him after. Did they win with him? They won with him, right? They won the Stanley Cup title with him. Is it Pete DeBoer?
Can I phone a friend? Raj!
Where is he? They fire him, and then they beat him last year, and then he comes back and beats them in Game 7 this year.
And 8-0 all time in Game 7s.
Yeah, so let's not
DeBoer, the 8-0.
Let's not go to Game 7 in this series then.
Yeah, let's get it in 5 or 6. Let's go 6. I like the 6 vibes. Do it at home.
6?
Do it at Ball Arena.
Yeah. You think they get one of the first two on the road?
I think they're going to get Game 1.
Oh, okay. Let's just get Game 1.
I think the Avs are playing nearly unbeatable hockey right now.
I'm not actually Raj, but I could tell you that Vegas fired him after they missed the playoffs, and then he went to Dallas, and last year he lost to his old squad. Yes. So that is all correct.
And then
he got revenge this year.
And then he beat them this year.
Yeah, the defending champions.
Just knocks them out of the playoffs at Game 7. It's so cold. After losing the first 2 games at home, too. Yeah, man. I have Avs in 6. You have them winning Game 1. I don't know. I mean, for Dallas, it's going to be a quick turnaround, right? So they play yesterday, they turn around, and then they play tomorrow. So just a day off between series for them. But they get to stay at home, so it's not like they have to get on a plane and fly somewhere, and now you're on the road for Game 1 after you just played in a Game 7. So I got to believe that it's just not going to make a difference for them, in terms of will they be a little bit tired? Yeah, maybe, but the home crowd gives you that adrenaline, and then you get into a series, and then it doesn't matter anymore. So then the question just becomes for the Avs, who will have had like 6 days off. Prior to the game, does that matter in any way, shape, or form?
I don't think it does. I think that the way that the Avs are playing and the fact that they're healthy outside of Jonathan Drouin, who will probably be added, hopefully, at some point in this series against Dallas. I just like the way that they played against Winnipeg. That looked like a very, very challenging series going into it, and especially after Game 1. They did outperform them in terms of expected goals allowed. That was tilted in the favor of Game 1 going to the Avs, but really answered so many different questions about what was going to be the D zone in front of Alexander Georgiev, and they answered those so incredibly well. I just think they're playing great hockey, and they have the best combination of goal scorers right now in the NHL. And I don't think it's particularly close.
Georgiev's not an issue anymore, right? Or is it just, are we just waiting to see if he is an issue?
I think if he has to stand on his head, right? If he's got to be that type of goaltender for the Avs, I don't know if that's going to be his game. But I think that the the want to, the desire in front of Georgiev. That was more the question that a guy like Andy Lindahl has been calling for months. And the Avs defense, they completely solved that equation, albeit against a lesser explosive offense in Winnipeg. They're going to see a lot more, but I just think that this is going to be a pretty wide open series in terms of goals scored.
Yeah, like a team that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with the style play that you want to be able to play and maybe can not match you. I don't know if matching is is the word I'm looking for here, but certainly keep up, in a goal scoring sense over the course of a series. I think the Avs will get one of the first two. I just think that they will. I think they're the most dangerous team in the Western Conference, and at least that's what it looks like. And we know with this team, when it's hitting on all cylinders, that's why they began the season as Stanley Cup as the favorites,
and still really are. I believe so.
They've never really fallen way far down. No.
Yeah. Speaking of odds, did you see that the Nuggets odds did shift? They are no longer favored to win this series, which makes some sense after losing game one
on your home court. Yeah, I just am not. I guess the way I sort through this stuff, Coach, is Minnesota did exactly what they're supposed to do. They came in, they got the road win. It obviously doesn't mean the series is over. It just means you're going to have to go into Minnesota and most certainly win a game on their home court, which the Nuggets are more than capable of doing. And even though we split this up pretty finely in this program, in terms of what Minnesota did, what the Nuggets didn't do. But at the end of the day, you lost by 7 points in a game where your best player missed 14 shots and your second best player didn't score in the first half. That's really what happened here. And are those things going to happen again? I don't think so. I just don't think so. And so Minnesota is going to eventually have to survive the onslaught of Nikola Jokic scoring a bunch of points and being super efficient at doing that, and then Jamal Murray not going 0 for 5 in an entire half, but scoring a bunch of points in the first half and then scoring a bunch of points in the second half, then making the clutch shot at the end of the game as well to lift this team up. So, I mean, that's all that's ahead still. And I don't think one game changes any of that.
Yeah, and to update from my debut as a breaking news media person of Rudy Gobert and his status, I'm going to bring Dempsey and Company's version of the Rudy Gobert availability report. So it started out, and this happened really over the break, it started out with the unknown personal reasons, Rudy Gobert questionable.
Yep.
Then it went to wife is pregnant. And then it shifted to doubtful. But then it shifted to Rudy Gobert's girlfriend is pregnant, and it shifted to probable. And that right there is the status report of Rudy Gobert for tonight's game.
It's a Monday.
Nelly's like, I think we did something wrong.
Sanford's
going to fall on a big sword.
I'm just trying to think how the odds shifted based on the alleged marital status, because he was definitely out when his wife was pregnant, but now that his girlfriend is pregnant, he's probable?
Well,
are we saying something here?
I don't know. And then you got to also factor in the roast of last night that Tom Brady was read the riot act by Kevin Hart. And I think you had that clip about making these types of decisions. Right? And what did Kevin Hart say to Tom Brady? Do you have that? You have that clip?
By the way, single life is what you deserve because you had no choice. Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said, you retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. And let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids, you got to do what the you got to do. Do you understand me?
Here's looking at you, Rudy. Here's looking at you, Rudy Gobert.
So he'll be here.
He's playing.
Do you want to have a baby or do you want to have 47 dropped on you by Jokic, brother? You can have a couple choices here.
Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, it'll be we'll see if he's in. He was a big deal for them. Just want to switch gears really fast because I thought this was interesting.
Away from that silliness.
No, I love silliness. Now you guys know I love silliness. I'm 49 going on 13, man. I love silly. Did you see that? I didn't know this about the draft, and I just was kind of going back through some things that I missed. That Valor had 2 players from their high school drafted in this year's draft. And it was among the top 23 high schools in the country in terms of having players from your school drafted. Valor? Hey, what's the general consensus about football players, high school football talent in this state?
I think it's I'd say it's widely viewed by the national scene of recruiters as it's kind of a one-off state. Like there'll be a year where there are high-level Power 5 players, 2 or 3, and then there's a year where it's like, we're not even going to stop there.
Yeah.
But now having coached high school football in the state, I think that is incredibly it's a terrible take.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's really good offensive and defensive linemen in this state. I think that there are really good tight end body types, quarterbacks. There have been some very good quarterbacks. I think just even the last 2 years, you have good players in the state, and I'd say that the coaching in the state is I would say very good.
Yeah.
Having coached up against some of these really good coaches in the state of Colorado.
Yeah, my sense of it was it maybe a little bit underrated. Not that it's super deep or anything like that.
It's underrated.
But it's underrated. That's
It's
always my
underrated.
sense. Okay, good. I'm glad I read that right over the course of whatever. Okay, Nuggets 114, Timberwolves 107 is the score I have for tonight's game.
I've got Nuggets 116, Timberwolves 103.
I'm basically a blowout.
Full send, baby.
Nelly, what's your score, man?
Nuggets by a jillion.
Okay.
Let's go this summer.
And that is the Nelly movie trailer voice.
That's the movie trailer.
I love it.
One team, one goal.
Mile High playoffs
this summer.
With that, we will say goodbye. For Coach, I'm Chris Steve Nelson. We love and appreciate you.
We sitting there as to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
Water has no soul. It doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's going to take you wherever it goes.
We love you so much, Nelly. Please stay with us forever. Forever. That's going to do it for us, Coach. PhD is next. Are they doing anything fun?
They're not going to talk about water. I can guarantee you that.
I hope they're doing something fun. Yeah.
No, like interviews or anything that we need to plug really fast? No? Oh, okay, cool.
Tyler Plubbs will be here. That's fun.
Yeah, he is fun. The whole show is fun. Please listen to them. PhD is coming right up right now.
7 seconds left to go here in Denver.
Yes.
At Ball Arena, the fans are headed to the exit. There's the horn. Denver loses game number 1 of the Western Conference semifinals to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The final tonight from the Mile High City, 106-99.
We'll get to that on Saturday. The chip on your shoulder, how long can you really sustain it? We know that the Avalanche will travel to Dallas. Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports will join us at 12:20. He's at the morning skate, so we'll get the latest there. But we start with the news about Rudy Gobert possibly not being at tonight's game for what we're seeing, at least on the Sean Mazza text line, to be present at the birth of a child. How about that? Did you even hear that?
I just did.
How about that?
I appreciate the timing of the child.
The timing?
I think it, no.
Now that's a rumor here. That's a rumor here on the text line. I don't know that 100%. But we do have Mike Conley. We'll get to that in just a little bit. That Vic was down at the shoot-around for the Wolves to see their reaction to Gobert possibly not being there. So why don't we just start with that right off the top? If Gobert is not there tonight, Scott, what kind of impact does that have?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's always a threat at the rim. You got a rim protector down. I mean, yeah. I thought Naz Reid hurt you more than Rudy Gobert.
Talk to me.
Rudy Gobert hurt you. Well, listen, if you believe in dominoes falling, you remember the comment that came out, I think, after the game on, I don't even know when they played, Saturday, and Rudy said it's nice, and everybody's always throwing shade on Utah. They said it's nice to be on a team that all the guys support you and love you and blah, 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 and now he might be gone because he's got a child being born. Was that tied into that right there, that conversation had? The guy said, dog, you got to do what you got to do. So, yeah, I mean, listen, you know, Towns is still there. Ant's still there.
Yes,
Naz Reid's still there. You don't think McMillan's going to play McDaniel's going to play as bad as he did? Conley's still there. I mean, it seems like against Denver now, if it's a three, he's going to make it.
Michael Malone said we can't let him to keep kicking our ass.
And that's the key.
It's still 35 minutes of play, though. I mean, so whatever ripple effect that has, whether you're terrified against Rudy or the impact that he has, it's still 35 minutes that he's on the court that affects the basketball team, right?
Yeah,
so now they got to change
rim.
things up. They got to change the rotation. I hadn't heard about the baby, but I did see that he was officially questionable for the game for personal reasons.
Well, we'll see what happens, I guess.
Well, but also, and this is and you got to be careful of this because I've seen it backfire, but I've seen Denver do it. To be honest with you, I saw Denver go down in the mid-'90s, late '90s, go into San Antonio, beat San Antonio in Game 1. Said, we split, we did our job, just gave up the ship in Game 2, got beat by 30, and didn't win another game in the series. So you got to be careful of that also. But it also gives you a little luxury of what you did as the Wolves. What they did on Saturday gives you a little lucky. You know what? All right. Hey, we split. That was their main goal.
You start with that, man. I
Mango.
mean, when you start the series on the road, you just want to go home having split that. So now it's kind of gravy. I mean, if they get another, obviously they get another. I'm pretty worried.
I'm very
worried.
This series may be very short.
Yeah, you think so?
Very short. Yeah, I think you can still get one there, but I mean,
Michael Malone said it'll be a quick exit. We can't figure this out.
Yeah. Well.
And I talked to Chris, amongst the other media people, with Chris Finch yesterday. And I said, because they were talking about hunger, desire, all that sort of thing. And I go, can you have the same hunger if you've already won? He goes, it's human nature that you don't.
I think it's tough. We've talked about this a lot. We talked about it with Patrick Mahomes just last week and the victory tour that they're on out in Las Vegas. It's difficult, but I do think we got the right guys. I think the Nuggets got the right guys.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, you're about to find out.
We're about to find out.
Today will be a big test. It hasn't felt like that in the first 6 games. That there's the same sort of urgency that we saw last year in the postseason.
Malone even says we were disorganized on offense, and you can get away with that in the regular season. You can't against the Wolves. Not defense.
Why?
They were unorganized on offense.
Do you realize, and I'll bring this stat up to you, they are now this season, regular season and post, 0-9 when they score under 100.
That makes sense.
106.99.
Yeah. That actually, that's
listen,
a good stat, but that makes a lot of sense.
106 is not a bad defensive thing other than you gave 66 of it in the fourth quarter or the second half.
Yeah, because 40 points is all you allowed. So you are down 18-4, and you win the quarter 25-23.
You win the half.
You win the half 44-40, but the problem is you should be up 55-40. If you're going to have that sort of defensive effort, Michael Malone, again yesterday, said Ant's going to get his. No mystery.
Just like Joker's going to
I
get
freaking
his.
hate that dude seems likable. I freaking hate it. Yeah. I kind of like watching that dude play. I do.
Oh, he's a ball. Oh, my Lord.
This has been true of every single game of the playoffs, including now Game 1 against the Timberwolves. They have got to figure out how to stop these slow starts. It's been a slow start in every single game of the playoffs.
Michael Malone again said, we'll see where our desire is at the beginning of the game. You may see in the first quarter really how this is going to go. Seriously. I mean, you're going to get off to another slow start? Come on. There's no excuses now.
Got to stop that.
Well, how are you going to make Jamal Murray better?
Good question. Well, you can't health-wise.
That's right.
And I've been telling you for a month and a half.
You sure have.
That he's not right.
So how are you going to make him better?
I don't know. And you know what, to be honest with you, and this isn't, let's point fingers, but MPJ played the best series ever played against the Lakers.
Yeah.
Good first half, and then where were you in the second half? Murray, where were you in the first half? Pretty good finish to the game, but where were you that first half? So you're not having all cylinders. And even Joker, I thought played okay. Didn't shoot the ball efficiently like he usually does.
No.
But you throw 3 7-footers on him the whole game, and oh, by the way, here's Anderson on you too for another 6'10" guy.
I was watching. Okay, I'll leave that alone. But I think it would be smart to consider throwing DeAndre Jordan in for a few minutes just to lean on them. Malone said they didn't feel us. You might want to get DJ in that game so they feel you a little bit.
5-7 minutes, something like that. Let him just rock somebody, get some weight on somebody.
Because what I think is happening with Jokic, he attempted 9 3-pointers.
That's too many.
Way too many.
They if you go back and look at the games, in fact, that'd be something to get on high. And I know he's into baseball now, but that'd be something for him to look into. When he shot, 6 or more free throws, what their record is, because it seems like they've lost a bunch of games when he's up.
I bet it's
6,
bad.
7, 8.
Because 2 or 3 of those are going to come in the last minute where you're desperate.
Well, and to his credit, he's not afraid to throw up a shot at the end of a quarter. He's not afraid to throw up a shot at half court. He's not afraid to do that during a game.
Hey, my best basketball expertise is limited, especially compared to Scott and Tyler, for sure. But I played one-on-one. I know what happens when I'm getting beat or I'm getting tired. I just
shoot jumpers.
That's right.
You shoot jumpers.
I get it.
Every one-on-one game that's ever been played.
Well,
After about 3 points, it's all jumpers.
I will say this. Truth cone on this show, right?
Let's go.
Aaron Gordon has not had a great game since Game 3 of the Lakers. I think he struggled Game 4 and 5, and I thought he struggled in that game right there. He's not quick enough to guard Ant. That's not a knock on him. That is not a knock on him, because there ain't a whole bunch of people in this league, as we have found out this season, that ain't quick enough to guard Ant. That being said, I thought 2 guys that I think have to be on him as much as they can. And listen, he's trying to run pick and rolls and get Michael switched on him, pick and rolls to get Jamal switched on him. He's smart. He's trying to get the guys off of him to give him a little heat to get somebody else. But your primary defenders on him, in my opinion, from Game 1, this could be a Game 1 overreaction, have got to be KCP and Christian Brown. I thought Christian Brown went on Ant was outstanding in that game. I thought he's able to be strong enough that when he gets bumped, he's not getting blown up.
Yeah.
He was quick enough. He stayed with him, stayed down on those little head fakes and stepped through. I think your primary ball defender on Ant going forward has got to be Christian Brown and KCP.
I like that.
It just has to be. Now they're going to call switch. I just watched the play. It was a big play late. You cut it down to 4 late or something like that. 3. And they got to switch out with Gordon. He just went one way. I mean, he went right by and just got an easy layup on Gordon. And like I said, there's no knock on Gordon. Listen, ain't a whole lot of people staying in front of Michael Jordan. Joe Dumars could. And yet Michael still might get 30.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But, in a 2-point game, 30 is better than 35. 28's better than 32 in what's going to be a tight series. I think it'll still be a tight series. I'll be surprised if any game gets blown out. So that would be one. I would try to get my minutes. You talk about DJ. I think you got to put some size when they keep 7-footers in there. Now, if they go to where Kyle Anderson is their 5, and that's kind of their small ball, okay, then you got Gordon. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're leaving, some of these other big guys in there, and then Naz Reid in the fourth quarter killed you.
Dude, it was crazy.
I never wanted
It
to call
started
Jokic.
with that bank shot.
Yeah. I never wanted Nikola Jokic to change who he is. I mean, what he is beautiful. It's about to be a 3-time MVP. By the way, dumbest thing ever. That's not going to happen at home. Whatever. I digress. I never want him to change who he is, but I do wonder in the first 5 minutes of this game, he needs to just come out, be like, I'm sick of these slow starts. I'm done with it. I always get my guys involved early, and I always do a great job getting the ball passed around. You know what? Maybe he just needs to come out and put up 10 quick points as soon as that ball gets tipped.
Yeah, Rudy had 2 lobs to Gordon that he deflected.
That was, I thought, game-changing.
Yeah.
Because, first of all, you're getting a stop, which is its own value. But that little dunker spot alley-oop is such a momentum driver for the Nuggets. And Gobert stopped it twice. And I might have seen that stopped twice all year by chance or whatever, but they know that's coming. And Gobert's good. Now, he's not going to be there, though.
If he's not, he's going to be there in games 3, 4, 5, 6,
Well,
7.
right,
too.
that's a fair point. Yeah, that's a good point.
But that also shows you with Gobert, he's also good enough and long enough. He was probably had the defensive 3 seconds, probably could have been called on him about 10 times. So you got to go to the officials and you got to remind them, hey, dude, you can't be in that lane not touching anybody. But he actually stopped on Joker, and I still think Joker had the hook shot, the last one. And Joker saw and Gobert able to get over, and all you got to do is get fingertips on it and deflect the pass out a little bit.
Well, we'll dig into the Hunger Games. How much does that matter? Where is that motivation? Where is that in your soul to win when you've already won? Because that's being put to the test. The Avalanche, I don't think they have any problems being hungry. I think they're good. I think they've got plenty of motivation. And now they start in Dallas. That might be for the best. Seriously. This might be the best thing that could have happened to the Avs. We'll get Jesse on from Guerrilla Sports, who was at Morning Skate for the latest and greatest, coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Love my friends at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. So good. It's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values. At Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, a proud partner of CAU Athletics, they've got you set. How about this? 20 grand off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat. You heard right. Go green and take 20 grand off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. And that's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? Lease one today for just $249 a month. What are you waiting for? Come on now. Buy now and save big at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont on 3rd and Alpine. Incredible showroom, but you can just visit them online. For details, it's Mike Maroney Ford Longmont.com. That's Mike Maroney Ford Longmont.com.
Puck is loose, play to the corner. Lowry sends it towards the net. Taves whacks it aside. Cale Makar trying to clear. Doesn't exit the zone. McKinnon, he's going to take it with him around Nino Niederreiter. McKinnon 2-on-1 with Mikko Rantanen. McKinnon holding over for Rantanen. He scores! Talk to me, Moose! Mikko has 2, and the Avalanche have a 2-goal lead. They have put 5 goals on the Winnipeg Jets in every single game this series.
On Sunday, it's the 5th meeting between the Avalanche and the Stars. The Avs, 3-1 against the Stars. The Stars had to kill themselves to win 7 games against the Golden Knights. And yes,
but they did it on the road.
They did. And Jesse Montagna from Guerrilla Sports, covering the Avalanche from the morning skate. I'd make the argument. I get it. I'd rather have home ice too. But if I'm going to play a team on the road, I'll take 6 days off while they're killing themselves to go steal game 1, because we saw what happened last year with the Seattle Kraken here in town when the Avs were burned out, Jesse. That's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple different ways to look at it. If you go back, I think it was
3 years now when the Avs lost to the Golden Knights. The Avs had swept through the first round. We're sitting around. Vegas played 7, so they kind of came in. They were still hot. They were feeling it. I literally just walked out of the practice facility. This team seems dialed in. They seem like they took advantage of the time off without getting away from that intensity. That was a drag them out, knockdown series between the Knights and the Stars. You could tell even the intensity picked up like a little bit in that third period last night. A lot of hits, a lot of bumps and bruises, and now 48 hours, the Dallas Stars got to be ready for a pretty fresh Colorado Avalanche team tomorrow.
Yeah, these are the two best teams in the Central all year long, and now we're facing off, right? So you got that battle of attrition, you got the time off versus all the going to Game 7, and I always do wonder though. I mean, I'll always choose taking the rest. I'll choose taking the rest, but there's always that weird thing in the back of your mind. I mean, has anybody out there talked about the time off and whether they liked it or not?
Yeah, I talked to Jack Johnson a little bit about it, and like everybody said, we like the time off. Because, this time of year, like Tyler, like everyone's beat up by the end of the season. Everyone's got bumps and bruises. So any rest and recovery that you can get, but every single person that I talked to, Jakob Trenin, Jack Johnson, Nathan McKinnon, Jared Bednar, they all said it was important, but we couldn't lose the intensity. They had a couple really hard practices. They did some bag skating after their last practice. Like, they were doing things to make sure that the team wasn't getting too far from that intensity level. Because, look, it will. It'll be 1 week between games by the time the puck drops tomorrow in Dallas. So I think guys took appropriate measures to get healed up, to get feeling as good as you possibly can. Look at a guy like Zach Parise, 39 years old, had that weird kind of play there in Game 5 against Winnipeg. A week off for him was huge. That was very beneficial. So, look, this is a veteran group. I asked Jared Bednar, is this where that experience component starts to come in? Knowing how much you got to get away from the game and rest and recover versus how much you got to keep 1 foot in the playoff intensity. Because for all the, Dallas got, bumps and bruises, long series, they are coming straight off that Game 7 intensity straight into Game 1 tomorrow.
Jesse, if you look and compare side by side all the numbers, you look at the offensive numbers, yearly averages, shots against, or shots for, and blah, 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 all that stuff, really similar numbers between Dallas and the Avalanche. But then when you get to the defensive side of those stats, they kind of belong to Dallas. How does Dallas want to play? What gives them an advantage defensively? And where is their goalie standing right now?
Yeah, so they are going to want to – you're 100% right. They are going to want to slow things down. Let's take our time here getting up and down the ice, pack the middle, take away those cross seams. That's what Dallas is going to want to do. Dallas has some good players, Wyatt Johnston, Jason Robertson, Tyler Seguin, Jamie Benn, Joe Pavelski, an Avalanche killer. Everyone here in Colorado obviously knows Matt Duchene. Like, there's some good players. They don't have the high-end talent on either forward or defense that the Avs have. Miro Hastinen's a very good defenseman for them, but he's not Cale Makar. Ryan Suter, good, solid defenseman. He's nowhere near Devon Toews. Like, the Avs are going to have the high end. The Avs are going to try to get the pace going. The Avs are going to try to get up and down the ice kind of quickly within their structure. Dallas is going to try to eliminate as much of that speed as possible. Where Dallas's team defense has really been able to shine this year, they're a deep team. They're like the Avs. They can roll all 4 lines, and their head coach, Pete DeBoer, trusts that all 4 lines are going to carry out their game plan. And that's what they do. They have it built around, defensive structure, protect the house, keep shots to the outside. And then Jake Oettinger, their goaltender, to me, he's one of the big wild cards in this series. You go back 2 years, and he was their playoff MVP. He stole a round for him, got him to a Game 7 in the next round they had no business being in. Then last year, Jake Oettinger was bad enough that he was actually the reason they got bounced as early as they did. So if the Avs can get in front of him and can create the same type of havoc that they were able to in front of Connor Hellebuyck, who's going to win the Vezina this year, Jake Oettinger is going to struggle. He's not as big as Connor Hellebuyck. He's not as technically sound. The Avs have to take that blueprint in the offensive zone that they built against Winnipeg, and they've got to replicate it here against Dallas. If they can do that, I think they're going to have success. But this is a disciplined defensive team that they're going to work hard to protect their goaltender.
Real fast, Jesse, for the bitter, and there are sports fans, for the bitter hockey people out there. So you're telling me there's an opportunity for the Colorado Avalanche to knock Matt Duchene out of the postseason 2 out of the last 3 years? That's what you're telling me just now, right?
I am telling you that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
They got a chance.
Because they did it on the Cup run, right? They knocked him out in the Cup run.
Nashville.
With Nashville, yeah. So
Right.
so they've got a chance to do it. And, you guys have all been around Denver for a while. This is a Avs Stars in the playoffs. This takes me back to when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
Growing up watching these two teams. I remember sitting inside Pepsi Center watching on the old Jumbotron Avs Stars Game 7 in 2000 when the Avs lost in Dallas. This is an old rivalry that goes back to the old Pacific Division. These two teams, Dallas really kind of gets left out of the Avalanche Red Wings kind of dominant era. The Stars are right there. They just always lost to the Red Wings or the Avs. They were the third kind of little brother in all of that. So this is a fun old school type playoff rivalry. I think it's going to be a good one. Then you add the Matt Duchene stuff on top of that, and I'm sure, like you said, there's some Avs fans out there chomping at the bit.
Well, thanks for making us old you were a little kid in 2000 watching that game.
I didn't say I was a little kid in 2000. I just said I remember watching these as a little kid.
It's the same thing. All right, Jesse, great job as always. Thank you for that. It's Guerrilla Sports. Check out Jesse and JJ, and they do a fantastic job covering the Avalanche. They have all year. Thank you, Jesse.
No worries, boys. We'll talk to you from Dallas.
Okay. You can be bitter about Matt Duchene. People hate him.
Yeah.
He's the hockey guy hates Matt Duchene. Can't stand him.
Hockey guy doesn't forgive.
Hockey guy does not
Hockey
forgive.
gal does not forgive.
Hockey gal does not forgive. They've got, long memories. I think the matchup with Dallas is great. I'm fine with it. It's, it's going to be a weird week because you've got the Nuggets tonight. The Nuggets don't play till Friday after this in Minnesota. The Avs start on the road. They don't play until Saturday at Ball Arena. So while both teams are going this week, it's actually kind of a ho-hum week. So you can really focus on the Rockies, who have a homestand opening up.
You got any updates for us today? We got any Rockies updates today?
I can give you a Rockies reality check.
Okay. Well,
we don't need the intro. I'll just give it to you quick. They stopped the streak on Friday.
Boo.
They won 3-2. They stopped the we're always losing at some point. However, Tyler, you'll be happy to know.
So they got satisfied. That's what you're saying?
Well, they must have got comfortable.
They got the record, and then they got satisfied?
Because the next day they had one hit and lost 1-0.
Okay.
And then they lost 5.
So the streak's back up.
Back up now.
Starts again.
To 2.
Start again. And they still have not won a series the entire year. And this is not – are you paying attention to me real quick?
Sure.
They're losing close games. What did I tell you? Close games.
Manager.
Young players.
Well, that's what he'd have you believe.
If you were the manager of the Rockies, if they gave you that, could you do it?
Of course.
Why don't you?
I think my 12-year-old could do that.
Let me ask
job.
you this, and I've thrown this out there, and I haven't done it this year, I don't think.
I know exactly what I do if you're going to ask me first steps.
But hold on, I've said this for the last 4 or 5 years. Put me in as your general manager, and I'll turn this program around in 3 to 5 years automatically.
I guarantee.
Easy to do.
I bet you would.
So why don't I politic for that? You politic for the manager. We come in there and
I'll tell you this.
Pregame,
I'd be a first base coach or something.
Third.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think I was ready for third, but if you want to give me
Hey,
third.
Tyler,
Yeah.
practice this.
Yeah.
If the ball gets past the third baseman, tell your guy just
Go
run
home.
Go home.
Go home.
There you go.
How's your shoulders?
Shoulders not great.
I do
No,
this.
yeah, I'm not a pitching coach. I'm not BP.
No, I was thinking waving
Just
them
gotta-
home.
I can handle that. I mean, the circle will be a little bit small.
Or just do this,
but,
right?
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
you can do
airplane
the air
traffic.
traffic control thing. That's easy, right?
That's your Rockies reality check. Let's hear from Mike Conley. Vic Lombardi was with him earlier today, just about an hour or so ago. Here's what he said about Gobert not being there.
We're built. We're a deep team. We got a lot of guys ready to step in and play for us if that's the case, and just try to get a win by any means.
Mike, what if Rudy isn't out there specifically for the Jokic matchup? When you guys were slowing Jokic, he was in that spiral. How do you guard Jokic effectively if Gobert's not on the floor?
By committee, man. We got to throw a lot of bodies at him. We got to show him a lot of different looks. Can't just give him one read. He's so smart, and has the ability to pick you apart, if you kind of show them the same thing multiple times. So it'll be a lot of, junk, a lot of different things that we have to implement, but stuff that we've done throughout the year and on different games, different teams, we'll have to implement that tonight.
If Ant is going to get his and Jokic is going to get his, you know what the common thread probably is? Not only stopping the other guys, but you got to make them feel it. They're going to get theirs, right? But that's the one thing. They made him feel it. And the Nuggets did not do that to Anthony Edwards. And they, frankly, didn't do it to a lot of guys.
Well, they did it in moments, but they didn't do it consistently enough for the entire game. And again, like the great players are doing, because the game has turned more one-on-one than ever before, they're just calling out the pick because they know every team switches now.
Yeah.
Right? Every team. It's like hardly any more hard hedge. And I will say this, maybe you see less switching, more hard hedging, because now without Rudy, because the one place he scares you, although he banked a 15-footer in too, you talk about Naz Reid
His
banking
shot
a 3.
is so bad.
Yeah.
Gobert.
He
Oh my
banked in a
God.
free throw from the elbow, right? So, I mean, there's 5 points, and you're like, come on.
You got to be kidding me.
Got it going, though.
Yeah, but so that roll threat guy isn't as daunting as it is when Rudy rolls. So
Yeah.
we'll see if they hard hedge tonight and step out on Ant.
Why don't they do that? I mean, seriously, I have noticed that as a casual basketball dude watching, and I'm like, and sometimes I think it's stupid because you get Jamal matched up on LeBron James, and I wonder why the entire NBA has gone to that route.
Easier to teach, I think, probably. Less work. Don't wear guys out if you're doing it early. But if you can get guys out of something early, sometimes they stay out of it the rest of the game, so might as well do it early. And the other reason is when you roll a Rudy, and teams now, what they'll do is they'll put the little guy, Mike Conley, in the corner. So now who's the guy stopping a 7-1 rolling Rudy? And we saw it early in that game, Jamal Murray.
Right.
And he ain't going to stop that, right?
Were you surprised that they were a better team with Jamal off the court than on the court Saturday?
Well, when you don't score at halftime and you're 0 for 5, I thought they were in the first half. They weren't the second half. They were in the first half.
I mean, that was a small miracle that they had led at half 44-40 with Jamal having 0 points.
Well, that's because
in the
Reggie
first.
Jackson and Justin Holiday came in and were ballers, both of them.
They played.
I thought about Justin as soon as I saw him go in there and drain 1 or 2, and we're having that conversation
Plus,
with
he
him
got
right
like
here on
4 or
PhD.
5 rebounds right away, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he was good.
Well, we're talking about
He
it
was the
with him.
first sub, by the way. Did you realize that?
Oh, I did, of course. And Malone did talk about he got Jamal and AG out early because it wasn't working. It was not working. And it did work with Reggie and Justin in the first half. Jamal finished with 17 points, I think. So, I mean, that's all in the second half. So,
Right.
you can't look down on that.
Yeah,
It's still
but-
Jamal
yeah,
Murray.
But No, he was good. He was good in the fourth quarter. I think he had 10 or 12 in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, finally started making the shots. I'm not sure they could sacrifice the deeper they go into the postseason with Jamal Murray having 0 for 6s, 1 for 7 starts.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Because the score at halftime, the Nuggets did lead at halftime.
Which, by the way, in every playoff game Denver has played in this year, whoever led at halftime lost.
How about that? That is something else.
Oh, no, except once, right? Game 4.
The plus
Game 4, the
minus,
Lakers
the
won.
plus minus was crazy though, and I know that's not the most definitive stat, but you've got Justin Holiday at plus 19 and Reggie Jackson at plus 15. AG minus 23, Jamal minus 22.
Mm.
Those two guys were better for the team.
You know what's crazy about that?
Than Murray and AG.
If you would have told me that before the game,
Crazy.
you told me those two guys have awesome games coming off the bench. I say we maybe don't blow them out, but we handle them with ease. I mean, if you're telling me those guys show up off the bench, that's been the biggest concern. What are we going to get off the bench? It feels like that's a recipe for a win.
So 23 minus 19 is 4, right?
23 minus, yes.
And 22 minus 15, was it, what did you say the other plus on the bench was? What was?
Well, Justin was plus 19. Reggie was plus 15. The rest was plus 2 for Peyton Watson, plus 4 for Christian Brown.
So, but minus 22 to plus 15, there's 7 right there. If that 22 is 18,
Oh,
and
yeah,
that
yeah. I see what
23
you're
is
saying. Right.
is 17, you win the game. So it's just a matter, and that happens in 2 or 3 minutes.
It is funny because after a game, Malone's upset very quick. Better the next day. Better the next day. But
They
but
all
upset.
kind of got in and out after the game, huh?
Not Jokic.
Yeah, somebody got in and out a little faster than others.
He wasn't the only one.
Yeah.
But and he came and spoke the next day. You're talking about Jamal. That is true. There was a little like out the door, not talking to the media. Jamal wasn't the only one, but he was one of them. And he did speak the next day. He did, and was fine, talking to everybody. It's emotional. You know what? You got to be a pro. I do understand that. Jokic got up. He was, whatever.
Yeah,
he was joking around.
He even came in the postseason and got, listen, brother. He even got a listen, brother, didn't he?
He seemed calm.
He got a listen, brother. He got my friend about cloning himself, which was pretty
right,
funny.
Yeah.
Hey,
listen, my friend.
Before we get out of here, did you get a new coat? Did you get a new jacket?
I got this jacket a couple years ago.
You got that a couple years ago?
A couple years ago when I was skinny.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, that jacket looks pretty good, man. I ripped you on your last one. You come in with one that's looking a bit more modern, looking like it actually fits.
This is new. This is what I wanted.
I just thought if I'm going to be fair, when I rip you, I got to compliment you.
I wore this to my son's college graduation. I got it specially, got it for that.
So it's practically brand new because you were only able to wear it for like a couple
And then
weeks
about
last time.
6 months after that, I couldn't fit in it anymore.
So
I got it. I was good, and I couldn't wear it because I got like a big fat tub of goo. And
So why
now I got
don't you shoot for a Men's Warehouse now?
There you go. I'm open for business. I mean, what gives you the impression that I'm closed? Men's Warehouse is fabulous. You're gonna love how you look.
Very good.
Something like that. You can put that commercial on Fubo. I mean, I can keep going, brother. You want me to keep going?
How many
weight loss? Sure.
I don't know what that
How many
tickles.
endorsements does one have before he
know.
becomes a radio whore?
I don't know what that tickles me though.
No such thing.
No.
Does not exist.
You know when you see a package of Dr. Peppers out in front of the Twitch thing.
You know when I'll have too many endorsements, Tyler? The day that I say, nah, I don't need to be here anymore.
There you go.
Other than that, keeps going. Tom Brady's roast. You guys ready to get into some of the Tom Brady roast stuff?
How much of it can we actually get into?
Right.
I mean, it was freaking hilarious. I'll tell you that much. That was the best roast I've ever seen.
There are definitely things we cannot play on commercial radio. I'm not even talking about the cursing. I'm talking about the topics. But we're going to stick to more or less well, I'm putting a lot of this on Grizz because he was the screener on this. Grizz filling in for Dan Tanner. So your job's on the line, Grizz. We're not going to take any blame for it.
Yeah, it's not us.
And we'll have John Michael Lyles on with us at 2:09 or so, 2:10, to talk about the Avs. We'll get into 1 o'clock. Chris Finch saying it's human nature that once you win, it's hard to motivate yourself again. That's all still to come here on PhD.
All right, guys and gals, stop settling for not looking as good, feeling as good, sleeping as good as you want to. Don't settle for your workouts not going as far as you want them to. Tyler Plum is here with my friends at Revitalized Health. Revitalized Health is so good that I've been going back for 7 years. That's a long time, guys. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, they've got it all covered. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
You know what? We are probably the worst people in the world to comment on this, but I'm just going to acknowledge the Drake Kendrick Lamar thing that's going on. Just let me ask you: are you
spitting
guys
bars over there?
Are you guys following it or not?
Are you going to spit bars on us? Is that about, yeah.
No, I am not. Are you guys aware of what's happening?
I'm aware of the beef. I'm aware. Kendrick's like doing like a whole album or something, right?
They're ripping on each other and releasing it, and then like a half hour later, then the other guy is releasing a song.
So they're doing this together to make money.
Probably.
Okay.
I mean,
is that what it is?
If they've coordinated this thing that they're releasing song after song right next to one another, that sounds like a group effort to me.
They were sitting there one night with a blunt, and they go, Taylor Swift has made billions off of heartbreak, breakup, and fight albums.
Yeah.
We're going to get to the Tom Brady roast, but just for the record, you think it's a put on?
Well, I didn't think it was a put on until you just told me they were literally doing song after song, day after day.
Put on?
Yeah.
Put on?
Don't care.
Okay. Grizz, put on, not a put on. Well done, Grizz.
You got to hit your mic button. Yeah,
he's talking, but he doesn't realize he's not on the air.
Yeah.
Good Raj, put on or not a put on? What do you say? I don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening?
That
Okay.
mic's not on.
All right, it's time to.
Jeez.
Let's move on.
God, after 2 full years, I miss Tanner.
All right, let's get to the roast.
Wait, hold on. Did you just bring that up just to ask us if we knew about it and you weren't going to say anything?
That's it. Moving on.
You literally just brought it up just to ask what we knew.
Did your phone blow up in the toilet or something? And you're like, oh, here they go again.
There was zero payoff to that.
Yeah, I guess. Great wrong. Let's just start with like Tom Brady. All right. Big deal or not big deal, basically admitting Deflategate that they cheated. I mean, basically, let me play
But
it.
it's in a joking situation.
Oh, well, let's play it.
We got so many great football greats here tonight, but where's Roger Goodell? I know. Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found that it was more probable than not that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million and I would just told you I did it.
Joke or not, or truth in the joke? I mean, it's obviously a joke.
Everybody knows the rules of jokes. Everybody knows the rules. All the best jokes have got truth in it. That's the rules of jokes.
So,
but he ain't wrong.
And nobody cares.
For $20 million, are you admitting to something as silly as that for $20 million?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sure would. Uh-huh. Yeah. That roast, though, man, I mean, I imagine we got some deeper stuff than that one, because that roast was honestly one of the funniest ones I've ever seen. It also was one of the most uncomfortable ones I've ever seen.
Well, there's a lot I just don't think we can play.
The Kevin Hart on the wife stuff.
Oh, my gosh. I sent that one. I think we might be able to play that one. I sent it in the group text.
Well, Josh can look it up later. I got what I got here, but do you have that somewhere else, Josh? Oh, you got Kevin Hart? Oh,
the marriage, the Giselle jokes, that was no holds barred. No. Yeah. I mean, there were multiple. Right. Who's the lady comedian? Nikki something?
Glazer. Yeah.
Oh, she had some tough ones about the karate coach. Yeah.
It's jujitsu.
Jujitsu.
Here is Kevin Hart.
By the way, single life is what you deserve because you had no choice. Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said, you retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. And let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids, you got to do what the you got to do. Do you understand me?
I actually hadn't heard that one. That one was clean.
You got a chance to go 8 and 9.
That one was clean, but that one was good.
There was an awkward. I mean, there were a lot of awkward ones. And here's Jeff Ross. Robert Kraft is there,
and Ross is the king of all these roasts.
Yeah, and this one, I don't think this is an act. I think Brady was like, "Hey, enough of that one." But
Tom became a Patriot, moved up to New England, and on the first day of training camp, that scrawny rookie famously walked into the owner, Robert Kraft's office and said, "I'm the best decision your organization has ever made."
Pat fans.
Would you like a massage?
That's pretty good.
I love Robert Kraft. I love. Okay.
That's Brady going
He's
over to
having
Ross.
fun. Look at him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Grizz brought it up before the show. Was that him just trying to be funny, replicated Will Smith? Was that Brady trying to be funny?
I think that's Brady saying enough of that one.
Well, I think Brady's sitting there going,
Remember when you used to yell at us? Look.
He's okay with all the Giselle jokes, all the Aaron Hernandez stuff.
I think he's saying, "Hey, that's the 83-year-old dude. Let's
you paid me a lot of money."
Yeah.
That one to me felt like, hey, okay, like
Get me, not Robert. Whatever.
All right, you got Edelman.
Kraft was good
Edelman's
too.
good. Edelman's real good.
So I mean, what a room, man. Especially because of that dynasty thing where everybody was taking a crap all over Belichick. I mean, it was wild. So everybody's in the room at the same time. Julian Edelman does an unbelievable impression of Bill Belichick. A great one. And here we go, Julian.
You remember when you used to yell at us? Look, the kids down at Foxborough High can make that play.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Look, Foxborough High is the only job offer you had.
Oh man,
pretty funny.
It's good stuff.
Standing ovation.
Belichick's face on that one too. He looked uncomfortable. He was nervous, waiting for what was about to come out.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the worst, you're all right. If that's the worst.
As far as athletes to get roasted, I mean, Tom Brady's still a monster name, right? Do you have to be? I mean, don't you have to be GOAT to be in that seat of his to be roasted like that?
Yeah.
Did that?
Well, people got to get the jokes.
Did that
start
roast?
there.
But did that roast just all of a sudden reaffirm?
Peyton never got a roast.
GOAT? Well,
I don't think Peyton would do it.
I was thinking about. I mean, Tom.
He's been up there. I've seen him roast people.
Oh, I got him right here. Here you go. Here's Peyton Manning.
It is great to see the greatest coach in NFL history, Coach Bill Belichick, here. For those that don't know, Coach is going to be doing some work on Eli and my Monday Night Football show this year. I got to tell you, it's going to be awesome. Eli and I are super excited, and it's going to give Coach Belichick something he hasn't had in a while, the chance to be around quarterbacks that he respects.
Pretty good. Let's go with Peyton. Let's hear him roast Brady.
My idea of dinner is Applebee's. Tom's idea of dinner is eating apples and bees. Of course, we all know Tom has 5 more Super Bowl rings than I do. He also has more touchdowns. Than I do. More passing yards, more retirements, more fake hair, more TB12 bankruptcies. That is all true, okay? But I remember once that Tom told me, Peyton, numbers don't matter. Sure, it was right before he deleted every number in his phone because NFL investigators were about to kick down his door. But it was still nice of him to say. One thing that Tom and I definitely have in common, though, is our love of the game of golf. And listen, not to brag, we're both pretty good players. My handicap is a 6.4, while Tom's handicap is blowing leads in the Super Bowl to my brother Eli.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the stuff we can play.
That's like the clean version of a roast.
Well, we're on commercial terrestrial radio, so there's limits that they can get away with. But the rest of it, the stuff we couldn't play.
Oh my God!
I'll just say, I mean, I think most people have probably seen a lot of it by now. I was shocked that Edelman said that one. Like they had the comedians say some of that stuff, and what Edelman saying one of those about Aaron. I mean, that was rough.
Well, obviously, a pro Pat fan base at the roast, right? I mean, so he knew anytime he could do that. And now Edelman's at the point where what's he going to do?
Well, and he also hated him.
Yeah. So what's he going to do to me? Now I can be honest. What coach going to not play me? Because remember, didn't Edelman hold out for training camps and mini camps one year, and then set the bench for like the first 2 or 3 games of a season one year because he didn't come to OTAs and stuff like that? Like at the time, probably Tom's best receiver. And I think he set him out, didn't play him first 2 games.
All right, that's the roast of Tom Brady, man. Get ready for this second act of Tom Brady to be in the public consciousness.
Somewhere, somehow.
A lot. He ain't going away. Because he wouldn't do this roast if he didn't want people looking at him. He doesn't need it. He's about to try to get his second act going where he becomes
something.
Can we just say one last thing?
We're not done
How
with
much
Tom Brady.
Botox does that dude have?
Well,
I mean, that is that dude's like he's changing by the second.
Are you about to do a roast, or you got a punchline? To
No,
that
I
joke?
don't. I'm not
That's
very
the
good
setup.
at that stuff. No,
No, you
can
gotta-
you finish it?
Apparently not. But we will hear from Chris Finch about the chip on the shoulder, the hunger, and the desire. That's next. You know, when it comes to low testosterone or erectile dysfunction, when you just don't feel like yourself for a lot of different reasons, if things aren't going well for you in your love life, perhaps it's kind of like Tom Brady. Well, there's no reason to, be in Tom's shoes. Frankly, you're not going to anyways. But listen, you can save a relationship, unlike Tom, just by going to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. See, we're working a roast right here. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's 10 questions, yes or no. And if you've been dealing with something, if you just haven't been yourself, you can snap back into the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult, and then there you go. They'll draw your blood, and you'll have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review those results, discuss your options, and then together you can make the decision. And things happen quickly, really quick. The stories at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are wild, fun, and maybe life-changing. Cost of the appointment, $99. Includes a medical consult, and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Give them a shout. 720-440-7900. Let's go. Get back in that game. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It was a beautiful day.
Not today.
Game 2. Oh my God. How's everybody's fence doing right now?
Can we anybody else have trash day today?
No.
Yeah.
Well, we don't, but
Trash day today. Bad day in
man.
the neighborhood today.
That must be a bad look.
It was like community cleanup out there this morning.
Oh, I bet.
It was nuts. The entire neighborhood littered with trash.
I've talked about it, so I've sold my house and I'm in post-occupancy, meaning I'm paying rent to stay in my own home, but I don't own my home anymore, even though I'm there. And I'm moving in 11 days to a place just right up the road here. I'll tell you this, the people who do own my home that I'm staying in, they got some work to do on the fence.
Oh, something happened today?
Oh yeah. And I looked out at that fence, knocked over. And I had this weird, incredible peace of mind and satisfaction that is somebody else's problem.
Wow.
You're not going to go out there and help?
You mean,
You're not going to
Are they going to have to trench to about 7-8 inches of grass to get to that fence to
They
work?
sure are. And I told them, your yard probably needs a mow.
So you accept no responsibility for any maintenance of that after you sold the house? Have you mowed the lawn?
Nope.
Wow. I mean, you kind of sound like a bad dude right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm paying money to rent the place, Tyler. They could have let that go.
No, I mean, but like when you rent a place, it's your responsibility to mow the lawn,
Since when?
Since ever?
Since no way.
Yes.
You think people that rent homes pay for maintenance outside of their home?
They do it themselves.
No, they go in their garage, grab their lawnmower, and mow their yard.
When you rent a house, they don't send a lawn mowing service out there for you, buddy.
No, that's what you get. When you rent a house. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I don't know. Well, I don't know. They could figure that out.
Wow. Couldn't you just throw a mow in there, get a couple passes,
Right.
cut it down?
I could.
I mean, you don't want to have a little pride when they walk into that house?
It's their house. They should show up with a lawnmower to their house and mow their lawn.
Damn.
We told them that. We literally told them that. We said, anything you want to do to the outside of the home during the post-occupancy where I'm paying rent, you should do it. I said, we gave him the kid who mows the lawn. We said, here you go. You should hire him. That's what I would do. That's what I would have done. Colin, great kid.
So you don't even have a lawnmower?
Nah, don't even have a lawnmower. Gave it away. Gave it away.
But hold on. Don't let him trick you into thinking he just gave it away. No, he hasn't had that lawnmower for a long time.
I had it. I hadn't used it in a long time. I had one.
It was taking up space for a while, right?
It was. It was out of gas. It was in the back.
I would say fence not on you. Like
Nothing's on me.
Anything else on you.
No way. I told them exactly what they. It's funny because I took pride in the yard. My yard looked awesome. I had a three-prong approach. I had
let that guy do it, or that guy do it, or that guy do it.
I had Smitty's, I had Colin, I had the weed guys.
Good.
They fertilized, take care of it.
It worked out good.
Beautiful, best lawn in the entire yard, the neighborhood. Swear to God, I put my yard against anybody in the neighborhood who spends hours and hours and hours trying to figure it out themselves. Well, I'm in the mountains or riding my bike.
Have you put any
whatever.
dents in the walls, like moving furniture or anything?
Nope.
What if you did?
We would have to take care of that if we caused the damage. But act of God outside ain't nothing to do with me. The yard, you should mow it. I don't know what to say. Except, I'm telling you, that fence was blown over. And I have fixed that damn fence so many times for
what
20
goes around
years.
comes around. That's what I think.
Well, I think you should buy a house without a damn fence. And
It'll
then you
be a
wouldn't have to
great
worry about
time,
it.
though. Does your new house have a fence, or you might need one?
Hell no, it doesn't have a fence. It doesn't have a yard. It doesn't got squad douche. We checked in with it this morning. It's in tip-top shape.
Is it D-Mac or
I don't know what to say. I mean,
now?
this is definitely D-bag coming out.
This is
this is
PhD with Hastings, Plumbers, and
Like
D-bag.
I get the fence. I'm not paying for the fence.
But did you call them and say, "Hey, listen, just let you know"?
I wanted to do the lawn stuff. I wanted to keep it going. I wanted to. I told them to. I said at closing, I'm like, this is what you should do. Here's exactly how it should be. And they didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Hold on.
I told them.
He wanted them to retain the people that he had hired to do the lawn.
That's right. That's right.
I wanted it to keep going.
I wanted him to do it. I told him to do it. I said, this is exactly how it works. It'd be absolutely perfect. This is it.
So did you get a fence post cracked? Did it crack in half with that wind?
Things are blown. And you know what I love? One of the fences that blew over is in my jerk neighbor's yard right now. So they're going to get to deal with that guy who I haven't talked to in like 8 years. Oh, I didn't tell. Do you know that whole story?
No.
Is he the one you called the cops on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Multiple
because
times.
Hey, no dumb question.
Because he broke the law. He broke the law is why I called the cops on him.
Is this the fireworks or a different one?
This is a different one. This is a guy who chopped down a fence that wasn't his, so his kids could easily go back and forth to school.
Wait, was it your? Were you associated with the fence?
No, it's the property of the Cherry Creek School District.
Hold on, you called the police on something that was not your property?
Correct. Correct. Because it's illegal to do. You can't just chop down fences.
Hold on.
It created a thoroughfare through the back of our shared property areas and garbage and graffiti and homeless people because he chopped down the fence so his kids could more easily get to school rather than go through my property, which we allowed them to do, and we've been allowing kids in our neighborhood to do for 20 years, and it wasn't good enough for him. So he chopped down a chain link fence that wasn't his to chop down. We told the school district many times, and they didn't want to do anything about it. So it's a garbage heap back there. There's been homeless. There's been drug, alcohol, sex issues. I am not joking. It's been crazy because he chopped down the fence. But you know what? You know whose problem it is now? Not mine.
You know what snitches get?
I don't really care. I've had this
A
fight
new
with-
neighborhood?
I don't care. I don't care. Don't be rapping.
Real fast, no dumb question, just way early right now.
All right.
Anybody out there, raise your hand. Are you excited if DMAC is your new neighbor?
I mean, did he not?
I'm the best neighbor in the world.
I've done radio with you for
I am the
4+
best neighbor in the
years.
world.
And I think the last 8 minutes was the worst you've ever sounded.
I don't really care. I don't care what you think about me in this because I'm right and everybody else is wrong on this one. I feel stronger about this than I do my quarterback theory. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're awful confident, and it's coming off as smug.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. On this one, I don't care.
You ever called the police on your neighbors for fireworks?
Oh.
No, I'm not talking to you.
How about that one?
I'm talking to Scott.
Yeah, let's burn down the houses unnecessarily and put shrapnel on everybody's house for blowing off fireworks for your party in the middle. Don't go to the field behind the house. Don't go to the huge field where nobody is in risk of having their house catch on fire. Blow off the fireworks within 3 months of moving into the house across the street, and there's shrapnel all over everybody's yard. How would you feel about that?
Well, you got to clean it up.
Clean it up. You could catch
You know what I call that? The 4th of July. That's what I call that.
I don't call my house possibly burning down the 4th of July, Tyler.
Did anything catch on fire?
It landed on my roof. There was shrapnel and all sorts of stuff up on the roof. There's no trees in my
You had
neighborhood.
insurance, didn't you?
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm out of there. I don't give a crap. I'm going to a townhome. No kids. Nobody. I got
Hold on.
I got a
all
nice couple living with me with no kids. I got a dog. That's fine.
All right,
Whatever.
early, no dumb question. I just got to ask. How does DMAC find a way to call the police about his neighbors on a townhome?
Ain't going to happen. Will never happen. We're going to have brunch with them at Snooze on every Sunday. I'll make the reservation myself. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be fantastic. Right down the road. I'm going to be taking my bike every day to work. You're going to see me in tights like you've never seen me in tights before. It's going to be freaking amazing. Can't wait to move.
Can we sponsor this segment?
Ed Prather Real Estate.
I feel like, did I do this?
Not happy in your neighborhood? Ed Prather.
Number one
Was
trusted
this
real
my
estate team in
fault? I feel
Colorado.
like I asked something that kickstarted
You
all
sure
this.
did.
What did I do?
You did. It's
I
your
don't
fault.
remember.
But I don't
what did
even
I do?
care.
He mentioned the wind and his
The
bad
fence.
fence.
Oh, your fence. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got Chris
How many
Finch in.
sections of it?
Multiple. It's awesome.
Did you inform them?
Kim's taking care of that.
Oh.
We're going to give him a heads up. Your fence isn't down. You might want to do something about it. We'll give you the number of who fixed the fence over the years.
Do we not have a fence company?
Can I tell you, as long as we're going this far,
I mean, you got about 3 more minutes,
I could
buddy.
use a
You
fence
got about
company.
3 more minutes.
as long as we're going this far, the stupidest thing ever with HOAs. Can I tell you something about stupid HOAs?
They
How
let
about
people cut down their fences.
It feels like the fence company and the HOA are in some sort of collusion.
Oh, they are.
Because only the stupidest HOA in the world at this point in this day and age would have wood fences required. Wood fences.
They look better.
They do not look better.
They look better than chain link.
Not chain link, but you get just the plastic or whatever it
They're
is.
called
You get-
wrought iron.
Not wrought iron. It's like it's plastic.
What?
Or whatever it is. It's
You
not
can't put plastic
It's not
fences.
plastic. It's not wood.
Composite.
Composite. That's exactly
Are you talking
what
about
it is.
Trek stuff?
I don't know what the hell it is. Again, what do I care? But if you go across the street, they have the composite fences that don't blow over, that are solid, that don't
but
fade.
those look cheap.
Look cheap. Wood fades. You had to paint it every 3 years.
That's why you had to sand and stain it.
Oh, my Lord. Holy cow, the fence. I cannot wait to be done with the stupid fence.
You know, I saw a guy on,
Lord.
On Instagram that I followed, and there's a solution you can get, and you put it in one of those sprayers and you kind of pump up.
Uh-huh.
You basically spray and come down, and it brings the wood back to natural.
I got a solution. You know what it's called? Moving.
So people are asking what the hell is wrong with Half Pint today.
You got me fired up.
Boy, is this the ultimate Half Pint day. Holy cow.
About my favorite topic in the world, my jerk neighbor and the stupid fence. Can't wait to get out. Cannot wait.
How many neighbors have you called the police on?
Listen,
that's not the answer.
I love my neighbors. My neighbors to the other side, they're breaking all sorts of HOA rules, but we don't say anything because they're nice people and they leave us alone. So I know all the stupid things they're doing that break HOA rules, but they're awesome. They don't bug me. They never say a word. Those guys are amazing. 2 whole houses down, the Muth family, amazing, amazing family. It's just this one jerk next to me and the jerk right across the road.
Oh, 2 of them.
There's 2 jerks. We're the one. You know what? They should be throwing a freaking party for us in that neighborhood for what we sold our house for.
I got a feeling they're throwing
We just
a party.
raised everybody. Oh, they should for that too. But we raised everybody's, house.
Oh, you did that.
We were the
You
highest.
did. You just raised
yeah.
the comps in the neighborhood.
We sure did. We're the highest sold house ever in the history of that neighborhood.
Humble brag.
Kill you with truth. All right, we'll get to Chris Finch coming up
He
here.
really did 15 minutes of that.
No joke.
That was good.
I could go for another 15. I could go, but we'll get to Chris Finch and what he had to say coming up next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
We didn't get any stops. I mean, first half, they had 40 points on 36 from the field, and we got back in the game by getting stops and becoming more physical. I thought our bench had a lot to do with that. The Reggie was outstanding, Justin Holiday, Christian Brown. But then in that third quarter, I think at one point, they might have shot like 90% that quarter. Miles Reed got going, Karl Anthony Towns got going, Mike Conley got going, where Anthony Edwards carried the day in that first half. But second half, I just felt not nearly enough discipline and physicality, and they were able to get whatever they wanted. 71% in the second half of a playoff game is unacceptable.
Is discipline and physicality equivalent to desire?
There's a line from an old movie, an old 70s movie with Robbie Benson called One-on-One.
I love One-on-One.
Filmed right up here at Moody Coliseum in CSU.
He was on some drugs.
Yeah.
Don't want to spoiler alert.
Yeah, no. But there's a line when the coach is trying to kick him off the team, and he's working out with his tutor / now girlfriend. And she goes, "Why do you keep doing this? They don't want you. Why are you?" And he's killing himself with extra practice because they'd never let him practice.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Because when I'm so tired, I don't feel I can move another step, and yet I do. This is why I do this." Not every athlete, Tyler could tell you this, has that mental capacity to, I'm going to take every single, go until I can't go, and then I still go more. Not every person does that. And so when he's, to me, talking about that, is all of a sudden you've given this, and it's been a long season, a long year, and this might have been what Chris Finch was talking about. It's not that you don't want as badly. It's just that mentally you're just not where you were a year ago.
Let me get to Chris Finch then, because it sets it up well. Go ahead, Chris.
Do you think it's more difficult to maintain hunger after you win a championship?
I mean, human nature would say yes, but I can't speak to, the specifics surrounding Denver. But it's, I think when you play in the playoffs for as long as this team has played in the playoffs, you can start adding up all those extra games, all those extra miles, how tired guys are through the course of a regular season, injuries, etc. It's really, really hard to be a repeat champion. I mean, you're playing another 6-8 months, depending on how long you've been competing for a championship, than most opponents, and that adds up. So there's a lot of factors to go into it, but this team will be motivated. They got a lot of pride, and they got a great coaching staff, and they'll do a great job being ready to go tomorrow.
Tyler, human nature says yes.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think there's a reason why you talk about Super Bowl hangovers. You talk about championship hangovers. You work your whole life to get there, man, and you got to keep in mind most of these players that win championships. Not all. Of course, young guys happen to win championships. Matter of fact, I remember when DeMarcus Ware was talking to the young guys on our team before the Super Bowl game, and he's like, "You guys have no freaking clue. You have no clue." I mean, he wouldn't brag about himself, but we all knew what his career was, a Hall of Fame type of career, and he never had one of those things, right? So a lot of these guys, they play their whole career just to get to that point, and they finally get there, and it does feel like you've kind of arrived, like you've achieved the ultimate goal. But then it gets contagious if you got the right mentality. If you don't have the right mentality, you shut it down. I do think these guys have got the right mentality. Your question before this though was, effort and physicality. Can you judge physicality and all that based off of effort? And I think you can. I think there's like one of the most difficult, and in my opinion, dumb conversations is when players look unmotivated out there, and you're like, "Well, coach has got to get those guys motivated." Well, how the hell's a coach supposed to get them motivated? Players got to be they got to be motivated themselves. Coaches can put them in the right position. They can give them the right plays. They can teach them how to execute. But that's on you as a player to be motivated out there. And when a guy goes out there and he struggles, oftentimes people will be like, "Oh, well, he wasn't motivated." And I'm like, well, BS. How do you know he wasn't motivated?
Sometimes you play bad.
Sometimes you just play bad basketball. You play bad football, whatever it is. I do think effort is showcased in physicality a lot, though.
Listen, there's still a long way to go in this series, and I know we tend to, in sports society, maybe in society, to look at this one moment, and that's it. Well, that's it. All right, it's done. It's over. Still a long way to go. That being said, if you look at through our recent sports history, through different teams, football, basketball, we'll go Kansas City. They just won back-to-back Super Bowls, right? What were we saying about them at the beginning of the year?
This is
middle
the
of the season.
This is the year.
This is the year you can beat them. They're not the same team. There's something different. Golden State won 73 games, set an NBA record for wins in a season. Lost in the finals. Different mindset the next year. Still a really good team. Came back and won it the next year. What'd they do different? I think what Kansas City did this past season. We're going to play hard. We're going to do our stuff, but we're not going to just absolutely kill ourselves in the regular season till we have nothing left in the postseason. And I think that's almost the key. And there's a fine line. How do you play in the NBA hard enough to win 55 games, but don't absolutely just wear yourself out and have nothing?
There's balance.
Left?
You got to use balance.
Just you know what hit me when I was talking to Chris Finch? They were already on vacation this time last year.
That's right.
They were already done a week before
the Nuggets
this.
played 2 more months than the Timberwolves did last year.
And so that hit me when he was saying that. I'm
That's
like,
right.
dude, you were done, a week ago.
He knows it.
For 2 months.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure you can warn a team to it. I'm not sure you can warn a coach to it until you kind of go through it. But, listen, it's too soon. We'll have a whole breakdown whether this season ends in June or if this season ends mid-May. We'll break it all down.
Think about the motor the Wolves have going. They lost to the Nuggets in 5 games last year. We'll just start there, okay? They were battling for first place with the Nuggets this entire season that was going on. Tim Conley used to, obviously be the GM. Arguably, the championship team was the team he built. I mean, you can make that argument. Your assistant coach and coach both used to work for the Nuggets themselves, which is kind of like a little brother, big brother sort of deal. Anthony Edwards got handed a ticket on the bus last year because he swung a chair and hit a ball arena security guard and had to go through court.
I don't know if people remember that whole story. They were on the team bus exiting the building, and the bus literally got stopped by a police officer to be like, "Hey, is there an Anthony Edwards on this bus?
That's right.
Is Anthony Edwards here?
That's right after you lost, too.
He'd be on that bus.
Yeah.
That was game 5.
That's right.
Nobody snitch fans on that bus, D-Mac. You better not snitch on him.
I didn't have anything to do with that one.
But some guy in 14C threw off a firework.
Yeah.
But you want to talk, so I'm questioning right now, how much does hunger and desire mean? How much does it have? Because there is 0 chance the Nuggets collectively have the level of hunger than the Wolves have.
That's not fair.
I asked Reggie Jackson about it yesterday. You know what he said? Well, it's good to have something to talk smack about to your friends in the offseason.
I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's true.
You think the Nuggets collectively have as much hunger as the Wolves do?
I'm definitely not going to say 0 chance, no. I think if you got the right group of guys, winning championships is freaking contagious. Contagious. And you want that as long as you could possibly get it.
You don't think you get that ring? Do I think
there's a fair chance that they're more motivated? Sure. Yeah. But come on, man. You're acting like these guys don't want it. They want that thing.
I didn't say they didn't want it. And I didn't say they weren't going to compete because I think they want it and they're going to compete. I'm just comparing what the Wolves have going compared to the Nuggets.
Let me ask you this, and this kind of silly. Who came off the bench last year for the Nuggets?
The Crayola box crew. Brown, and Green.
How many rings did they have going into the playoffs last year?
0.
Think they're pretty hungry once you get to this level?
Hell yeah.
Who's your guys playing off the bench this year?
Brown, Peyton Watson, Holiday, and Reggie Jackson.
Any of them have
rings?
And
it should be
any of them have rings?
Reggie.
But he didn't play in the series last year.
Christian Brown doesn't?
Christian Brown does too. Yep. That's right.
Peyton
Watson does too.
Peyton Watson does too. And didn't we had Justin Holiday? Didn't he say
he win one?
Did he say he won with Golden State?
Did he?
I thought that's what he said on our show last.
So they all got rings, including DJ too.
So when you talk about
and Zeke,
yeah,
who
talk about hungry though.
Yeah, they don't. It's not the same. I'm not saying they can't win because if you're just a better team, you can win for sure.
Yeah,
and they have all the talent to win. They're still the best starting 5. But I really do believe after watching all the other NBA action guys, these are the 2 best teams in the NBA. I strongly believe that. It's just so happening. It's happening now, not the NBA Finals.
You kind of sound like it's over. I'm not going to lie.
It's not over.
Listen to the way you're talking. It kind of sounds like that thing's over.
Well, it's not over, but suck it up, Buttercup, because if you come out flat and you don't have the desire, you are going to lose.
Win this game tonight, and then the key instrumental game will be probably next Friday. Game 3. You win the game tonight, and then all of a sudden you don't play until next Friday.
It's definitely not over, but everything you need, experience, going through some hard times, the right coaching, management, the Wolves have it all. They do. And we knew that going into the series.
And depth. And
depth. Nasri, McDaniels, I mean, these guys, this is a real team, not like the fakers. This is a real team.
Miguel Walker.
You could keep going. Anderson, I mean, where do you want to go? We could keep going.
Monte Morris got in late.
Monte Morris is on the team. I'm concerned.
Tell you what, I mean, you lose this one, and whole city's going to be concerned. If you drop them both at home, what the hell's the point of having the advantage? You know, and now you're going on the road without all the momentum.
I still go back. What was the one series? It was Houston with Tracy McGrady, and was it the Suns that one series? And the team that won that series, went to 7 games, never won a home game, which means Houston had the home game, Game 7. So, I mean, it's been done.
Hey, a lot of teams have been down 2-0 in one series, okay? It's not it's even losing at home. It's not over. It's not. And I'm not giving up on this team. Anybody giving up on the Nuggets is dumb. You just haven't paid attention. I'm not giving up. But when Chris Finch says, hey, it's human nature, I agree with him. And I think he was being
well, hopefully
nice
they heard that.
it.
Hopefully they heard that. And hopefully it's up in the locker room. You know, I mean, when you hear an opposing coach say that, and I think he said it as respectfully as he possibly could.
He absolutely did.
And he went out of his way at the end to make sure that he said, but I think these guys are going to be motivated.
Yes, he
did.
did.
All it takes is the right soundbite. All it takes is the right clip, and you put that in the locker room, and that can be the motivation that they need.
Tonight.
Big game. Win the game, the series still going on. Now you just got to go between Saturday and Sunday. You got to.
You think if they're down 2-0, it's over?
I think it's down 2-0. You know, Slim and Nunn is riding horses into town, and Slim may be starting to turn the other way.
Just can we please not be down by 15 points? Can we just not do that?
That would be breaking the norm
of the entire playoffs.
That's right. That would be unusual. So I can't. Listen, I call it the mile-high death zone. 5 minutes ago, you're tied, you got the lead. They were down 3. And it is remarkable, no matter what happens in the NBA, it is really tough to make up a deficit at the end in the last 5 minutes. It is any deficit. It's not easy to do because the teams are so good by that point. You're kind of just trading buckets.
And especially with a team that's got a closer and a finisher like Anthony Edwards.
That's right. And
you're not playing Charlotte.
That dude is cold-blooded.
Yeah.
But Rudy Gobert is maybe not going to be there. We'll do some more investigation as that comes. Will that be the difference? Time for No Dumb Questions.
Like we do with a lot of great players, it's comparison. You know, D-Mac reminds me a lot like Irv Brown when he was younger. I mean, there's a whole lot of similar.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, exactly. But they do that in the NBA, they do it in the NFL, they do it in the NHL. I mean, how many times we heard Bobby Orr and Cale Makar? I mean, there's always these comparisons, right? So I was walking out after that game with the ESPN radio announcers, and they asked me, they said, who do you think Anthony Edwards, who does he compare to? Who does he kind of remind you of?
I got somebody.
And I gave him an answer, and I'll let you guys go first, but I gave him an answer that they go, wow, no one said that. Who do you see when you look at
Michael Jordan?
I think that's what most people say.
Yeah, I think that's fair, although the only difference I would say between Michael Jordan and him is Ant seems to me Like when he gets double teamed, he finds the dude. When he gets triple teamed, he finds the dude. I know MJ would do that too, but I feel like MJ would kind of shoot around it more often.
I will say Michael Jordan after he started lifting weights. So I'll throw a caveat in there, but the physicality, the aggressiveness, the ability just to do it all, Michael Jordan.
He asked me, and I said this. I said, first of all, he's a little too arrogant and probably needs to mature a little bit. He doesn't have to be Mr. Whatever. Like he called out that last game before they played Denver in the regular season. Be brash to yourself, But that's okay.
He had to get to that level somehow in the first place.
Yeah. I said he reminds me, and one maybe because I hate comparing anybody to Jordan because I think it's a burden, but I say he reminds me of a young Kobe.
Okay.
But then the guys go, wow, no one said that, but then they go.
It's kind of terrifying. What's the difference? I mean, come on.
I think he's just got this killer moment. He did it late in that fourth quarter. He won the ball. He was taking it. And Kobe used to do that to everybody all the time.
So did Bird. Who are the other guys that just had to have that ball? But certainly Kobe was like that too. Ain't no doubt. Two-man game. Wasn't a two-man game.
No. And Kobe, but it seemed like Kobe, and Michael would do a little bit too. But Kobe could kill you with that mid-range jumper. He'd get you in, spin around, fade away. And how many of those little mid-range jumpers, though, did he hit late?
He's got to be the only one in the league doing it.
All of them?
I mean, can you name 3 other superstars that are playing the game that way?
Not with that force, because if you don't stop him, he gets to the rim. And if you stay way off of him, he's making threes.
As much as we love Jamal, and Jamal's incredible, he ain't as physical as Anthony Edwards. He's just not. But he's great. But Edwards at a different level.
There's probably a lot of great generals under George Washington, but who do you remember?
That's right. And they just get the hell out of the way from Karl Anthony Towns. They all defer to him. He's the leader of the team by a mile.
And Towns is talented, but I don't like him. I guarantee he went at halftime was probably bitching that he ain't getting the rock because all they did was spoon-fed him that third quarter, and Edwards didn't even touch the rock, really. He didn't do much that third quarter. But when it came down to it, it wasn't Edwards, or it wasn't Towns they were looking for. It was all Anthony Edwards. But again, here's what I'm saying. You're going to defend him, it's got to be KCP and Christian Brown, and those two guys need to be on him the whole game.
Yep. All right. Any other questions? I mean, no.
Anybody really want to live beside D-Mac? But we
No, they do not. I don't want you to live beside me. Yeah. My next neighbors are going to love me, though.
Well, so pretend my trash situation happened at D-Mac's house.
That's how you got into the story.
That's right. That's right. Trash. Wait, for anybody that didn't hear, it's been windy as all get out in the entire state right now. Last night, it was like my whole house sounded like a tornado. Like it was all coming in and out of the cracks of the windows. Right. Everything. It was all over the place. Literally, things were moving inside of my house.
Is that Shanty down there by 6th Street Mall?
Yeah, sure. It's Cherry Hills. But, no, out there in Parker. So I had trash day, come out. Trash is absolutely everywhere. Community pickup. D-Mac has sold his house. He is now determined he doesn't have to do anything at his house anymore. D-Mac's trash goes flying everywhere. Does he go out there and help the community pick it up?
If it's his trash.
I would do that. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course.
Fence?
No, that's somebody else's problem.
Would you have helped a neighbor fix their fence?
Oh, of course.
What about the neighbor that you like?
Yes.
So his fence goes down last night.
Yeah.
Are you going over there to help him?
I would be happy to. Absolutely. He's a great person. If he asks for my help, fine.
What's his name?
I don't know. PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac, and yeah, I got a nice compliment from Tyler today. I appreciate it. I'm wearing a suit jacket, looking a little spiffy, going to the game tonight. So, I'm out of the house. I'll be out all day. And I put on a suit jacket that I got a few years ago when I had lost weight previous. I just haven't worn it all that much as I didn't fit in it anymore. Well, now I do. So it's like shopping in your own closet. This one, it's kind of cool because I just haven't worn it that much. But after losing 40 pounds over 4 months, I feel fantastic. I'm riding my bike all the time. I'm training for the Boulder, which I've run a bunch of times, but not recently. And so to get my life back, to have lost that weight, it could not have happened without SOTA weight loss. So everybody's motivation is different. But what you have in common with SOTA weight loss is how easy it is. It's an at-home program available wherever you are, at home, at work, on the go. The 9,000 Google reviews are amazing, the before and after pictures, and I'm proud to have a before and after picture in there. SOTA is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and client results. They've got the proof. I'm living proof. Find out for yourself and get going with SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss, say it with me. It's state of the art. All right, game time. Game night. I know people are probably feeling a little weird. It's weird watching the Nuggets lose, especially at home, of course. Just want to let you know Mother's Day is coming up this Sunday. And we're giving away a $50 gift card to Safeway each day in honor of Mother's Day. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. For today's $50 gift card, text MOM. Oh, man, you can't misspell that. Who's going to misspell mom?
If they're looking in a mirror and they've had an M and M tattooed on their button, they think it says wow.
And your first, I'm laughing on the inside, your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's mom, your first and last name, 303-504-0925.
No dumb question for a guy just for you who don't have smaller kids. As you mentioned, you guys are empty nesters.
Well.
You do anything special for your wife for Mother's Day?
That's on one of my adult children brought, we should do something for mom. And I go, you should do something for your mom.
Really?
I'm going to do something for my mom.
You don't do something for your wife on Mother's Day?
Yes, Tyler, I have. For 21 years, I have.
But now that they're out of the house, you don't feel that responsibility?
They're 22 and 24 years old. Think
it's time.
Yeah, at some point.
Pass the torch?
I have been, though. Like, I've been mowing my lawn for 22 years.
I guess I never thought about that, though. I mean, with younger kids, like once the kids
Little
are out.
Kids, you got it, yeah. But once they're out?
That's not a day that you have to celebrate her for anymore?
Of course I celebrate her. I'll get her something for being my wife and a great mom. I'll do that. But in terms of...
Why, though?
Because I love my wife, and I think she's a tremendous mom.
Well, shouldn't you just love her for being your wife and tremendous mom?
I do it every day.
365?
I do. I tell her I love her every day because I do.
Nothing wrong with an extra day, Scott.
But I ain't going to set anything up. That's on the kids. At this point, at 22 and 24? We'll see.
Should I ask my don't? Never mind.
Well, Tyler.
Go buy him $3 $5 gift certificates and say here.
Shut up.
Just tell me when I can get to Jokic.
Now.
Let's go to Nikola Jokic after the game. Was asked about how the physical nature of things, what he can do about it, and he had this response.
What's the adjustment that you can make to, Rudy Gobert's length and, not only that, them just rotating three fresh bigs on you, for most of the game?
To have a duplicate clone of myself, and then I can be fresh. When they sub another guy, I'm going to be fresh. I don't know, my friend.
My friend,
which is, we all know that's Jokic's way of telling you to pound sand.
Yeah, it's a dumb question. Everybody in the playoffs this time, when they concentrate on the ball, have physical people coming out.
Well, let me put a hypothetical to you then. What about throwing DJ in there, clunking up 3 or 4 fouls, leaning on a couple of those guys, making them feel it for a portion of the game, so maybe they're not leaning on Jokic quite so much? What about it?
Well, I think you could. I think their biggest fear is when Rudy's gone.
And Rudy may be gone tonight.
Do you put him in there with Towns and Nas, who Nas will sit out and shoot threes? And are those guys too quick for your backup center to get to the basket? Do you now say, well, okay, well, then go with somebody else at backup center? I think in this, I just felt that Gordon is wearing down a little bit. I mean, trying to guard Ant, trying to now play center, now do good, to bang on Towns and guard Ant. I think they probably need another body in there to, Joker's out. Let somebody else bang on Towns on the post, or Nas or Rudy or whoever it is. We don't have to just have. Problem is, and coaches go back historically. You go back this year, and there was a couple of games. Zeke Naji was that guy, and Rudy and Towns just destroyed him. I mean, just was destroyed him. All right, we'll go with DJ. Is he quick enough? So it's a bit of a paradox.
It is funny. It's kind of a bit of an old school thought process, which quite frankly I think is probably relevant, and maybe they should try it. Bring a dude off the bench and be like, look, man, I want you to just hurt. Like, no, don't injure this guy. Don't injure this guy. But yeah, I mean, go out there and get this guy bruised up.
Lean
Bang him
on
up.
him.
Use your
Touch
fouls.
him.
Use all your fouls.
Yeah.
And then get out. If you got to give up a couple of quick buckets behind your back, okay, that happens. Whatever. You don't get back there on help side. Whatever. I mean, fine. You live and you deal with it. But bringing a dude off the bench and telling them that, yeah, man, just go use that body of yours. Why not?
When Jokic's solution is
Thought
cloning
may have
myself.
no dumb question I need to ask you later, Scott, about telling young kids using their fouls. Happened my last game. It was a fun conversation.
Jokic said, I'm going to clone myself. Can I give you, not that Jokic needs my praise, that's for sure. It's a tough loss. Sucked. He was there. Came out. I'm cloning myself. This is after a tough loss.
Yeah. He had another funny kind of line, didn't he?
He did. He was not like in a bad mood. And listen, let me tell you, and I don't hope it happens, and I'm not predicting it happens, but I promise you if it did happen and they were to lose this series, he'd be all right. He wouldn't be throwing hissy fits. He'd be like, hey, he's always given the opponent respect.
He wouldn't go off the court without shaking the other guy's hands?
No way he would do that.
And then
you guys are probably
Malone fired?
All right. You guys are right about that. I was wrong about that with the LeBron thing. I thought about that a lot deeper later.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a first for everything.
The game's over. You're right about that. Have a moment. Have respect for what your opponent just did.
The greatest of all time coming up to dudes and telling them, hey, go get them, blah, blah, blah.
But I don't blame guys for being emotional and caring, though.
No,
well, and emotional and caring last year through the chair and then end up hitting a usher.
Yeah.
Well, you saw it happen a little bit with Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen last season, right? When Mahomes goes out there and he's all fired up and he was complaining to Josh Allen about whatever there was something happened to the refs. I can't remember. And Mahomes caught a lot of heat for that instead of just being respectful. Well, you know what? At least he went out there and said hi to Josh, you know. And in football, there's no handshake line, which, you know, I called it dumb in hockey the other day, but I was watching it last night as I watched the end of that Stars game. I was like, you know what? That one's kind of cool. Seeing those guys
it's a great
love each other. But that's what happens in football. You don't go after the entire team, but what you do is you go find the dude that you just went 60 plays against. That's what you do almost every single time. And you have a quick 30-second conversation. You tell them what you respect about their game, and you move on, and it's over.
Yeah, I can admit when I'm wrong about something. You know, I'll say this, though. We don't know, and I don't know if it happened. But I know it's happened previously. I know that guys find each other sometimes in the hallways, in the locker rooms, whatever, after the game's over. I do know that does happen.
I think it's about your team more than anything else, though. When you're fired up and you're competitive and you want to win, and your guys that are still hanging out there, and you turn your back on them and you leave,
I know.
To me,
You're
that's
right.
worse than anything else.
You're right.
I will never, and I don't believe it anyway, but I will never have LeBron James the greatest of all time because he's too whiny for me.
I got you.
You know,
I feel you.
And if we're going to judge harshly the Pistons and basically banish them from all-time lists and all this, and USA team and everything else because of walking off early and not shaking Jordan's hand, then
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt LeBron cares, though, and there's no doubt his competitive spirit is through the roof. I mean, that does exist too.
All right, real quickly here, Scott. So about 8 minutes left in my game, down by 15. We climb back, 12-year-old kids, okay? We're climbing back in the game. We're down by 7, okay? Down to about 2 minutes left in the game. Good coaching or irresponsible coaching telling 12-year-olds to start using their fouls. Because when I went down there and I told these kids, hey, we got time in this game. We can win this thing, but we've got to use our fouls. They got an easy layup. Go ahead and use a foul there. And their eyes lit up, and they're like, what? You want us to foul? I'm like, well, hold on. Like, no technicals, but yeah, like use your fouls out there. Good coaching, irresponsible.
I would have gone a hard press and not be afraid.
Well, I was already doing that.
Yeah, and then whoever gets the ball, if they're not very good, go try to steal. And if you foul, so what? They aren't making free throws.
All right. Well, I told them not to take the easy layup.
But that should have been from the start of the game.
Well, I had not coached kids before now to be aggressive when a dude's got an easy layup.
I talked to, remember Johnny Bach, old time coach, it was with Phil in Chicago forever.
We'll take your word for it.
And I think he was in L.A. on the bench too. I mean, he's an old time classic coach, and he was with Golden State when I was coming out. And he was the only coach from the NBA that came and interviewed me at Arkansas, and he was talking about something. I don't know if he was at Oklahoma State. What's the old time coach there that coached the '72 Olympics that they lost? Anyway, he said he had 3 rules, and it basically was the Jordan rules. You know, no easy shots. get the ball out of their hand. He said, and he called it rafters, and then finally rafters. And I go, rafter? He goes, yeah. Anybody comes in for the layup, they better be looking at the rafters at the end of the play.
That's what we need DJ to do.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to the matchup tonight, and let's get the latest news with Rudy Gobert. There's something going on. He may not play. We'll bring you up to speed. Plus, John Michael Lyles will join us to talk about the Avs and the Stars. That's all to come next right here on PhD. Well, the weather and the wind, oh my gosh. I don't know how it was in your neighborhood, but it was pretty fierce around where I was living. And I don't know, it does some damage and maybe it ruins some things. Maybe it gets you in the mindset of, wow, we need to do some home repair and maybe some remodeling. So if you're looking around, you're like, well, I got to fix that and I got to make this better. Think about AAA Home Improvements. Toby Hurdle and his group of project managers and craftsmen have created an incredible company. Incredible. And maybe this is the right time. You got some damage going on already. Hit up AAA Home Improvements. AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com. And on the website, you can see what they've done for before and afters. You can see the master bedrooms, the mother-in-law homes. Maybe you got an Airbnb going, finished basements. It's turnkey from start to finish. Upfront pricing, no surprises ever. Incredible reviews. Check it out for yourself. Maybe this is the right time. AA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. Game day. We ready for game day? We feeling it? John Michael Lyles will join us in about 6 minutes to talk about the Avs taking on the Stars. We'll get to some hockey talk, but we got to just focus on what the Nuggets have in front of them. Scott, calling the game with Kaz, as you will be tonight on 92.5. What were you seeing from your call of the game on Saturday? What did you see?
What did I see? That's a good question. Inefficiency offensively, especially in the first half, between Joker and Murray, which now means everybody else has to be great. They started picking it up in the second, and they still had a lead. I mean, I told somebody, I said, and Murray hadn't scored. I said, Joker and Murray are combined 5 for 18, and they're up 4. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's unbelievable. And then the second half, kind of the guys that were carrying some water in that first half didn't carry any water in the second half. Michael struggled. I think he was 1 of 5 shooting the second half. Had 2 free throws. He had 4 points. They probably needed him to have about 12 more in that second half, and I think he'd been okay. I think KCP, this is going to be a tough series. He started making some threes late. I think he had 2 points at half. I think your backcourt was outscored something like 30 to 3 at halftime, and you had a 4-point lead. So you got to stay in touch a little bit. Your offense has got to be a little bit more efficiency. I think you got to get out and you got to push the pace a little bit more. And I think you got to treat Ant like they're treating Joker.
Yep.
You got to see because I think right now, because Ant's still young enough, I think he would get frustrated. I think he would take up some nasty shots that you could maybe take advantage of. But you got to, I would treat Ant like they're treating Joker.
I asked Malone about that yesterday. He just said he's going to get his. We got to focus on the other guys.
Well, that's fine too.
Okay.
Hey, he's got a world championship ring as a coach. I'm just telling you what I think of. I tend to fall back on old school. And he played a guy, I don't know if you heard of him, Michael Jordan. And guess what Michael Jordan was going to do when you played him?
Get his.
Get his. Guess what you did? You tried to make it absolutely as tough on him as you possibly could. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of go back from that school. And you just compared Ant to Jordan a while ago.
You did, but yeah, man. I mean, just a weird game. In the terms of Jamal doesn't make a freaking bucket in the first half. You're still winning 44-40 at halftime, which feels like an absolute miracle. MPJ goes ice cold in the second half. Nikola Jokic even had 7 turnovers. I mean, he still had a great game, but I mean, he had 7 turnovers out there, which that certainly wasn't helpful in the big picture. And at the end of the day, you still probably had a chance to win that basketball game. But my biggest fear, my biggest takeaway of that game had nothing to do with what was going on the court itself as so much it was, this really feels like this could be the series where injuries add up. This could be the series where Jamal just maybe can't get right, where AG, we've thought he's been banged up a lot. And, whether it's something that's actually documented or not, he's looked banged up to Scott, to myself, to a lot of people out there. My fear is that injuries are going to catch up to him here.
Jokic had 7 turnovers. He's had games like that. That's not that uncommon. Not all the, fancy passes go your way. But the Timberwolves had 14 turnovers to the Nuggets 12. So
you were there with them too.
Yeah, they were having their issues. I don't see the dynamic scorers aside from, I guess Cat could be a dynamic scorer.
So to Scott's point, and I agree with you, but to Scott's point, why the heck would you not go all out trying to stop Ant?
I asked Micah Malone that. I don't know.
But see,
I don't disagree with you. I brought it up.
You're not going to stop him. And that I think is what Michael meant. He said, you ain't going to stop him. He's going to be in. But you got to make it as hard as possible. So now if this series goes 4, 5, 6, 7.
It wears you down.
That all of a sudden, does he still have the stamina, the mental toughness of going,
Devin Booker
Here it goes again.
Devin Booker didn't.
Devin Booker did not. So do you have the ability, or you know what? Dude, it just might be his time. And you'll learn that one way or the other.
He's a great player, man. So much confidence, so much ability. Booker's a great player too, though. They wear it.
He's not in the same class, though.
I agree.
I said earlier in the show that I thought he was kind of likable, and you guys both rolled your eyes at me. You don't think he's likable?
Ooh, Anthony Edwards?
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Anthony Edwards.
Oh, I thought you guys both kind of rolled your eyes
Well,
at
I
me when
like his
said
game. I think he's too arrogant for me.
You know what, though? But
And I would make
if
the
I'm
argument-
being honest, I don't think he's out there complaining as much as other dudes. I don't think he's out there flopping around like other dudes.
He doesn't flop around much, but he complains.
Well, fine. So does Nikola Jokic.
And he talks a lot of trash, and
But I make the argument, you got to have that confidence to get there in the first place.
I agree.
I remember I asked AG about that with Bones Highland a couple of years ago, and he goes, you can never be too confident in the NBA. And I go, all right.
Well, can I say
Okay.
something? And you look at the bench in that last series, you look at the bench a lot of times this year. Would you wish the bench was a little overconfident as opposed to fighting confidence?
Hey, let's turn our eyes
I agree with that.
Let's turn our eyes to hockey. John Michael Lyles, JML is on with us, and it's Dallas. All right, John, tell us about the Stars. What do you like about this matchup?
Well, listen, it's definitely intriguing. You have the Makar Heiskanen matchup. You have McKinnon, Robertson. Obviously, Ottinger's a tremendous goaltender. So if you can get the form from Georgiev that you got in games 2 through 5, that'll be key. And they're deep, they're big, they're well coached. You look at those games against Vegas. I mean, they were all just low scoring, really hard fought games. And I think the Avs, with the high end skill that they have and the ability to score, especially in all 4 lines, I think that's going to be a big thing for them, especially against, like I said, a really well coached Dallas Stars team.
When you look at this history, do you bring history into it all? I think the last time they played in the postseason was a million years ago. It feels like. Do you bring any of that history in?
You might have.
You might have played.
But
in
they've played the Stars a ton. You're right about that. But they have played the Stars a ton in the postseason.
But the point being, and it goes back to the old Red Wings time. You can have good rivalries, and I feel like Dallas is a rivalry, but you haven't played in the postseason in 15, 17 years.
Yeah, you haven't played them in the postseason in a while, but they did win the Central. They're a good team from top to bottom. They've got a couple of really good young players in Stankoven and Wyatt Johnston that have really stepped up for them. And then you've got guys like Jamie Benn, who's a warrior and guy that is physical and he provides that depth. Tyler Seguin, Matthew Shane, our old friends, has had a nice little season with Dallas after being bought out by Nashville. So, they're deep. I would say that, the Avs, if they can get skating, and really kind of impose their skating game, that's going to be the key for them. The Avs are just a really, really fast team. And, when you can see them skating in all areas of the ice, that's when they're at their most effective. And one of the other things too, when you look at Jake Ottinger, a guy similar to Connor Hellebuyck in his postseason press conference said he's not sure that he saw any of the Avs goals go in. And I think I saw a stat, it was about 73% of the Avs goals were screens. And so that's going to be a key against Jake Ottinger. I think Jake Ottinger does a really good job, just watching that series with Dallas and Vegas, does a really good job of fighting through traffic and fighting through screens where he finds those pucks. And, it's going to be tough, but you get a guy like Val Nichushkin, Lekin and guys like that, where they're in front and they're not afraid to go to the front of the net and take away his eyes. That's going to be a big key, especially against a tremendous goaltender.
Well, they're the 2 best teams in Central all year long. So here we are. It's going to be a great matchup. You know it as well as anybody else. So from your point of view, give us the scouting report. How do these teams match up against each other? Give us the kind of strengths and weaknesses.
Well, strengths, Dallas has been running a 5-man rotation on the back end. If they get Hakanpää back, then it's a really deep 6. They picked up Tanev on the back at the trade deadline, and that was a really good pickup. I think, the Avs have a little bit more skill on the back end when I'm looking at, Cale Makar versus Heiskanen, and then you throw in like a Sam Girard, Devon Toews, guys like that. Dallas may have a little more physicality on the back end, but you still have Josh Manson and Jack Johnson and guys like that. up front, high-end skill. I mean, it's tough to compete. There's not many teams in the league that are going to compete with Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen. Edmonton would probably be one of them, but Dallas does it in waves, and they can get scoring from all four lines. The nice thing is the Avs got scoring from all four lines in round one as well. So I think that, they match up pretty well. Both teams very well coached. Now, if we see the Avs from game one against Winnipeg, where they were given up grade A chances, and kind of hanging Georgiev out to dry a little bit, then it's going to be a long series. But if the Avs can play like they did in games 2 through 5, where they really limited grade A chances, they kept everything to the outside. I think the Avs, they've got the firepower to get through this one. So that's kind of my outlook on it.
Hey, Nichushkin and Lehkonen, you mentioned the guys a while ago. Mm-hmm. Forget the point production, the goal production that those guys had. I thought overall their level of play, not just scoring, I mean, they scored, mm-hmm. but the other stuff they were doing throughout that first series, as good as I've seen those two play, can they carry that forward to the Dallas series?
Oh, I think they can. Both those guys are built for playoffs. Lehkonen's a little bit smaller. Obviously, everybody's smaller than Val Nichushkin, I feel like. But Lehkonen is he's a guy that he knows how to win. I mean, there's a reason why he has success in the playoffs each and every year. He goes to the dirty areas. He's a guy that just understands where the puck's going to be and the places that he needs to be. And he's a guy that you love having on your team. If you have him on your line, you love having him on your line. There's a reason why Casey Mittelstadt, had a great first round. And I think part of that is playing with Lehkonen and at times Val Nichushkin. And so for me, he's a warrior. He's playoff tested. He's been to 2 Stanley Cup finals. He's won a Stanley Cup. And you just love having guys like that on your team, especially during the playoffs. And Val Nichushkin, I just looked at him a couple of years ago and that playoff run, especially in the Tampa series, how effective he was. He hunts pucks. He gets to the front of the net. He's a big body. And you know what? It doesn't hurt that he was in Dallas for a number of years and they kind of gave up on him. So, it's even more of a point to prove to them that they made a mistake and he's got a Stanley Cup and they don't. And, nice having him on our side where he's basically looking at them saying, hey, I was here and you guys could have had me, but now you don't. And, now I'm going to make you pay even more.
Is Matt Duchene dead to you?
Good call, T-Mac.
He's
Say
not
it.
dead to me.
Come on.
I played with Dutchie when he was
I know.
and so, you know what, Dutchie is, he's a great kid. He's a tremendous player. Nashville, they had kind of a changing of the guard, and obviously there were some things there. I mean, everybody loves to, look at the Duchene trade out of Colorado, and in the end, it worked out, I think, for the Avalanche. And so, sometimes that's the way things go. You trade a player, you get pieces that hopefully will help you in the future. And, Dutchie did a lot in his time in Denver.
But he's hated here, man.
Right?
Oh, that's for sure. Ain't no doubt about that.
Right? But that's how it is. That's just how it is. And I feel like sometimes it's a little bit out of your control. But listen, Dutchie's he's a good guy. He's
right.
I enjoyed playing with him. He's not dead to me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, you can tell you're just still a young kid.
All right. Hey, anything special in the wine cave for the playoffs? Any special flavors? Any something cool going on there?
The wine cave, it's been quiet. I didn't have any wine caves in the first round.
I know.
We're still trying to figure out the second round schedule. I'll be in person for sure in games 2, 3. Or so what is it? 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
I'll be in person.
Oh, okay.
In studio and then at Ball Arena. So we're working through some wine cave schedule right now, but. Listen, the wine cave's always open. It doesn't ever close. So there's always something floating around in there that I get into.
And I noticed in the middle of the season though that bottle of Blanton's over your left shoulder was gone, and so I was just wondering what.
I've got reinforcements on that. I think I have about 6 or 7 other bottles of Blanton's that are down by my feet. So
reinforcements. All right, JML, you're the best. Thanks for spending some time with us. We appreciate it. Thanks, John.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
He's the best, man.
Yeah, they kept it in the white cave, and I'm looking at that Blanton's up there in the corner.
Educate me.
Yeah.
Good bourbon. Is it the best? Probably not, but the greatest marketing in the history of bourbons, as far as it goes, they limit their production or their availability to even liquor stores. Like a liquor store can only get 2.
Give me the price ish.
And when I don't drink anymore, but when I was buying it, when you could find it, the key was you could never find it. Wasn't bad, $50, 55, something like that.
That's not crazy.
But you could never find it because they would only give distributors like 2, and some of the distributors getting 2, they have their own clients say, "Hey, D, I got a new bottle of Bland's, and you want it? You bet."
If you play with somebody, they're not dead to you if they go to another team, right? I mean, you got that bond.
No, of course not.
I'm asking Scott.
Scott comes from a different era. You can't ask Scott. You can't ask Scott. He comes from a different era.
Love Monty Morris, dead to me.
Okay. Saw TC yesterday.
Dead to me.
I thought the same. I saw him, and it's just like so funny.
You should have asked him.
I didn't say anything because
he said, "Hey, I work with Hastings now."
He knows. He knows.
He said he loves you to death, but you're dead to him.
But here I'm seeing Conley, and the only thing I can think when I see him is, "Oh, he's dead to Scott." I swear to God, it's so stupid.
I know.
That's so dumb. It's like that is my first thought when I see him.
There are no friends on the other side.
I don't think you could say that you love him to death and he's dead to you.
No, I respect what he did here, and he was wonderful.
Well, what do you think his motivation is, right? I mean, he's not playing.
His motivation is to beat the Nuggets.
Yeah.
So much you miss. You know, it's like you lose a girlfriend. The first thing she wants to do is flaunt her Knicks bow in front of you.
I got some tricky questions, but I don't know if I can ask them.
I had to go to the bathroom.
Doc Rivers.
Maybe I'll just leave it alone.
Doc Rivers took the head coaching job at Boston.
Leave it
Dead
alone.
to me.
Okay. Tyler, you got anybody sports-wise?
Sports-wise, dead to me?
Sports-wise.
Man. Josh McDaniels?
There you go. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's dead to me.
That's good.
It took me a minute to figure it out.
How's Cutler?
Yeah. You know, Cutler's like
he's okay.
Whatever. You know, not dead to me. Just
right.
like he's just
because
like
you know why he's not dead to you? Because McDaniels kind of got him.
That's right. You know what? Cutler probably was my original dead to me, but then I realized no, that's what dead really looks like. Like Josh is what dead looks like.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anybody like dead like that.
Well, Josh did Tyler so dirty. It was, and I'm talking about the Detroit-Seattle trade sort of deal. Like that was like just beyond the pale.
Well, he did Cutler dirty too, kind of. I mean, he traded him in here for.
I mean, I don't know
if
what Josh did to me was dirty. It was just the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life.
Kind of
it was just literally the dumbest management of a football team of all time.
Yeah.
I mean,
why don't you recap real quick?
Yeah, I will. So things were getting toxic over time, man. And every week that went by, a whole year goes by, and now you're back into the next training camp, and everybody's just on the razor thin wire at all times. Like everybody's mouthing off to everybody. I've just never seen a more dysfunctional environment. I mean, coaches are mouthing off to coaches, players are mouthing off to coaches, all over the place. And the environment. How long did I got here?
You got about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, well, the environment was so toxic that it got to a point where coaches were afraid to admit their flaws to Josh, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go out there and I do something that my coach told me to do, and Josh loses his mind, starts cussing me out. So I looked at my coach and I'm like, hey, you going to say something to him? You going to tell him that you told me to do that, or are you just going to let me take this, right? And normally I wouldn't do this, but you got to keep in mind, things have just been adding up.
Mm-hmm.
And so it turned into a little thing where all three of us start yelling at one another. About 48 hours later, I got cut. My coach tells me, my offensive line coach tells me, hey, tell your agent that both Seattle and Houston tried to trade for you in the last month. And I literally told him, I said, BS, if they tried to trade for me, why are you cutting me?
Right.
And he said, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, lo and behold, I get cut. I go on waivers for 24 hours, which means any team can claim your current contract.
Mm-hmm.
Lo and behold, I get claimed by Houston, Seattle, and Detroit. So the two teams they told me wanted to trade for me. I still didn't really believe that they actually offered a trade because it just doesn't add up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Detroit gets me because they've got the worst record.
Right.
I'm in Detroit for about 4 or 5 days, maybe 6 days. I don't know.
Brilliant move by them.
They've got me for 6 days, and they flipped me for a 6th-round draft pick to Seattle. So lo and behold, Seattle really did. Had they not traded for me, I never would have believed it. And when I got there, I actually asked them. I said, hey, did you offer Denver that? And they said, yeah. He cut me out of spite and didn't take a freaking 6th-round draft pick in return because he was angry.
Dead to you.
Yeah, for sure. Was Detroit honest with you about, hey, listen, man, we think you're great and everything?
No. I never knew anything. I thought I was there to try to make the team.
That is pretty damn clever by Detroit, frankly. You think about it. They got a 6th-round pick for you.
Yeah, they had me for 5 or 6 days. They got a 6th-round pick.
Pretty brilliant.
Yeah.
Josh.
Freaking turd. I don't know if that was bad to me or just poor management.
He was out of the league last year, wasn't he? After he got fired?
Was he? He was?
I think yeah. I think he's still
He got fired in the middle of the year?
Yeah, he didn't get picked up anywhere. He was waiting for old daddy to get a job again, and daddy couldn't get a job.
He was waiting to go to Atlanta.
They're both going to be at Foxborough High next year.
That's good. All right, we have Let's Football Go coming up next.
All right, guys, it's time to start feeling the best you possibly can. You are not unique if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You are not unique if you've gained a few pounds around here, maybe a lot of pounds. And if that's you, call my friends at Revitalize Health today. Tyler Plum is here, and I've been going over there for 7 years. That's a long, long time, and I keep going back because it works, because it helps me feel better, look better, sleep better, all of the above. They're going to help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and those medical weight loss options are changing lives. I know multiple people firsthand that are flat out changing their life. So check them out online. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. You can find them at revitalize-health.com. It doesn't matter if they love you or hate you. They just got to react to you, D-Mac.
That's all I care about. Do you like them? Who cares? It is Colorado, mountainhighappliance.com, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. We love mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Bud Tanner on vacation in the very capable hands of Valor's own Josh Grismer. Story number one is what?
All right, guys. The Denver Broncos rookies report for rookie minicamp this week. That means Bo Nix's career as a Bronco will officially begin. Now, I have something a little interesting here. This is per Zach Stevens of DNVR. In order to keep their QB preference a secret, the Broncos draft board in the draft room was not in any particular order or preference. It was just up there randomly. That is per Albert Breer. Now, only a small group knew the actual order in their preference. That includes Sean Payton, George Payton, and Greg Penner. Why were they playing this so close to the chest? I feel like they didn't need to.
I just kind of laugh a little bit like, oh my gosh, thank God they protected that secret. Thank God they put that thing in the bank vault. They needed 2 keys to go in there, unlock that thing, 2 different human beings. They needed DNA also to open up that lock to know who their favorite quarterback was that was absolutely going to be the one that was available. Thank God about that.
Why did they do it, though?
I don't know.
Because they thought they were sneaky and it was the worst kept secret in the history of the world.
From what I understand, they were the only team that had a first-round grade on Bo Nix.
Well, to quote Gomer Pyle.
Good source.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Well, why did they do it? I mean, outside of jokes. You never want anybody to know your teams. And that's why a lot of teams, Mike Shanahan was notorious for this. He would draft guys that he didn't bring in on his top 30 visits. He would draft guys that he didn't have a single interview with because he didn't want anybody to know that they were on his radar.
No.
And every team in the league plays this game, and you and I have had that conversation before, and I think you more or less are like, well, that's dumb. Like, you should get to know the guy. And I'm like, I get it. I don't know that it matters, and more times than not, it does not. But the one time that it does is if a team does find out. Another team, remind me, the 2 teams in front of the Broncos this year.
Can do the Detroit pick up Tyler just to trade him and get an asset.
Exactly. Or they're on the clock and they let it out. And they're like, oh, I know the Broncos want Bo Nix. So,
there was a rumor.
Guess what, everybody? We're drafting Bo Nix.
Well, there was a rumor the Rams were considering taking Nix at 19 wherever they were.
Did you hear that from your boy?
I forget where I heard that. No, I did not. That was out there. That was out in the Twitterverse somewhere that the Rams were actually interested
I had heard that they liked him. Yeah, I'd heard that. I don't know about, like, in what world would that make sense for the Rams to draft in the first round?
Nah, I don't know. None to me. I mean, again, if you've got a quarterback, I don't believe in restocking the pool in the first round. I think you should develop around that quarterback if you have a championship window. But, I don't know. But who knows? It's a rumor. It's a rumor enough that the Broncos probably had a sense of paranoia that somebody behind them might find out and could impact things, especially with, well, the Jets did trade, didn't they? They traded with Minnesota. And certainly you would think that the Bears at 9 would have been a spot that somebody could have traded. So there's enough paranoia that makes sense that they didn't want somebody to jump in front of them.
Well, there's zero reason to let people know who you want. Zero.
Why did the Falcons take Penix? Who was he going to go to?
Because somebody convinced an owner said this guy's going to go 3 years. Let's get a future guy. We got an unbelievable, classy quarterback to be a perfect guy to take a shot at a flyer to help him along his path.
Yeah, I guess.
And they went the same version of.
But again,
somebody named D-Mac was in their front office going, "You should always draft a quarterback."
No. Hold on, I won't get mad.
No. People love when you get mad. Why would you not get mad?
How's your fence?
Great. Knocked to the ground. Not my problem. I don't believe. Once you have your quarterback in the first round, the level of talent you can get to help that guy in your team is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Second and
what
third
if you
round
believe
too.
so much in Kirk Cousins? Because this is the sales pitch. They believe so much in their guy.
I know.
That they're saying there's no chance we're ever going to be in this spot to get him again. This
think
is our
that's-
one chance because Kirk is so good that we're going to go win. We're going to be drafting down in the late 20s as long as Kirk Cousins is our quarterback.
To think that that's your attitude and you couldn't use a player like Micah Parsons or Patrick Surtain is mind-blowingly Justin Jefferson. You could go on and on about guys that have been picked up talent like that. I think it's insane, Tyler. Insane. And nobody is that good that you could just we can do without Micah Parsons. We can do without Surtain or Justin Jefferson. That's insane. I think the Falcons are stupid.
Yeah, the Falcons, if anything, they should have either moved down, picked up some serious assets, swap with the 9, for example, or if you could have at that point, and draft the next best wide receiver on the board.
Look, it doesn't make sense on the surface. I can't sell it to you, but I will tell you this: if your organization has got that type of patience to let a guy sit there and develop, this could be a beautiful thing. It really could. I'm telling you, it could.
Maybe, but how does it help Kirk Cousins this year?
And maybe it doesn't. And maybe they don't really care. Maybe Kirk Cousins is there to set a standard, not to win a championship. Maybe they view Kirk Cousins as we need the next 2 years to set the standard about what our team's going to be. But then we think that Michael Penix is the dude that's going to win the championship.
It's their money to blow. What do we care about the Falcons? Next, Josh.
All right, guys, this one was pretty interesting. We saw a tweet from J.J. Watt saying, hey, the Texans need a defensive end halfway through the season or to make a playoff push. I'm available. D'Amico Ryans responds, got J.J.'s number if we need him.
That is exactly, by the way, what Zach Parisi did this year. Exactly. He went into, I'm sort of retired, I'm sort of not. He stayed in shape. He knew the Avs and the Islanders would be interested in adding him halfway through the year. I think it'd be a brilliant move. I'm surprised it doesn't happen, Tyler, more often in the NFL. The guys near the end of their career, they're not good to go for the whole thing, but they'll be good to go on the back half.
The challenge is forcing yourself, like we're talking about after you win a championship, right? How do you force yourself to stay motivated? You just retired.
I get it.
You just retired. You're telling me that you're forcing yourself to stay in the gym, training the way that you need to be.
Zach Parisi did.
Okay.
For one last shot.
But, okay, that's fine. But you've always told me that you think that was always planned. That he never really thought that he was going to retire the whole year, that he was planning on playing.
Parisi?
And if you're planning on playing and you know that's your mentality, it can work. But I think it's really hard to tell a dude that's in retirement to train.
Yeah, some guys are built that way, though, right? Some guys are
DeMarcus Ware
are going to just stay in unbelievable shape. And DeMarcus Ware probably would have played 3 more years had his back not gone out.
Yeah.
Right? And Parisi might be that. Maybe it was time. And I do agree with you. I think there was conversation with Joe and say, hey, Joe, don't forget me. I'm going to work out hard.
Oh, they know.
If you need anything when did they make that trade? March?
January.
Well, I thought it was right
Parisi's like halfway through the year.
I thought it was right before the deadline. No?
It's February.
Either one. So I think maybe there was a wink conversation. Joe Pixie felt, hey, Zach, what you been doing?
Well, I think it was a coin toss, though. I think they had that conversation, but the Islanders were right in it, too. And the Islanders were a playoff team. They're not now.
Yeah, but the Islanders also lost a little stability when they fired their coach. 25 games into the season, 30 games into the season?
Yeah, Parisi it was interesting. It's a good story. It's a fascinating way to do business. I do think there are some examples. Peyton Manning in his last year, like the team you guys were so good. You literally did not need Peyton Manning for the whole season. This is rare air, by the way. Real LTIR right. with the Golden Knights. They kind of got away with it with Mark Stone for the past 3 seasons.
I don't think you could do it with QB, though. I don't think you could do that. Peyton worked, and that worked then because he was practicing the whole season with his guys. And it's not so much about the quarterback as it is the wide receivers and the wide receivers understanding their quarterback. That is such a cohesive thing that I just don't think you can plug and play a dude off the street.
Let me give you this scenario. The Raiders are 6-6.
Okay.
Tom Brady going to help them or hurt them try to get to the playoffs this year?
They better be running his language. That offense better know his language before he walks in that building.
Nod, wink, wink. We've been working on it all year.
No. Not nod, wink, wink. This is our offense.
No, okay, whatever. Yes.
This is our offense.
Yes.
Okay, then fine. But not unless he's not walking into a new environment with a new system.
They customized the entire system for Tom Brady.
Before the season ever began, yes, it could work.
Yes, that's their plan. Their plan is to bring Brady in at some point.
But that's not the system they're running. They're running the West Coast system.
All right. This is another team. I don't know, Sid. The San Francisco 4. I don't know. Whatever team you want.
I'm sorry I've answered your question.
Dallas Cowboys.
Whatever. A team says, you know what? We think we can, go to the finish line. The Cowboys are a good one. Whatever the system is. I understand what you're saying.
No dumb question. If you're the Cowboys, would you rather have a Manning coming out of retirement or Dak Prescott?
A Manning?
Or not Manning,
Brady?
but Brady coming out of retirement or Dak Prescott?
I'd rather have Brady. In the last third of the season.
Well, tell me this. Why have the Patriots just not signed him?
I have no idea. I really don't know. They should.
What an amazing situation that is for absolutely everybody.
Well, here's some of the Tom Brady roast coming up next. Hey, it is D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. They've got the inventory and they're discounting their most popular models. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. Take $10,000 off all remaining new 23 Silverados, $10,000 off, plus huge discounts on new GMC trucks and SUVs, or save thousands in finance charges with 0.9% APR financing on new 23, 24 Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get their free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Service, no problem. Mike Maroney has extended service hours for your convenience. So what are you waiting for? This is a no-brainer. Get to Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC Longmont. Online, find them at Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. That's Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Hi, here we go on game day, and we'll get to the Nuggets and Nate and Andy coming up here in a little bit. And I'm actually going to be doing something I haven't done here. It was just a set of kind of quirky circumstances, but I'll be doing In the Paint for Dan Tanner. Actually, I'll be doing it for Nate Kreckman, who's going to do it for Dan Tanner, but Nate's got something going on. So,
do you get to do like your own thing, or do you have to like stick to the script?
I have no idea. I'm always in the locker room, and I am on the show with Dan quite often because he does it from Ball Arena. But
Scott should know it like the back of his hand.
Scott's on it all. Please call.
I call in.
Yeah, that'd be great if you wanted to do that. But I just don't really get a chance to hear the show, even though I'm on it, because I'm.
D-Mac, you got a microphone. You like talking. You're going to be all right.
Just you know.
I mean, you're doing a podcast.
What'd you think about the?
Yeah. Oh, what are you going to do about your podcast?
It's a podcast.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'm still.
He's going to film it while he's doing that.
Thought about that,
wow,
but that might
so
be.
He's going to double up on the company's dime.
I'm not going to do that, but there'll be something after In the Paint.
I think
after.
Why not just film yourself?
I don't know. I don't
think,
know.
Yeah, I think you can get away with that. You're just recording the show.
All the monkey mucks are sound asleep. They ain't listening. They ain't listening to
They're
that.
not listening to this right now.
Dude, come on now. Yeah, this is.
Let me put it this way: there'll be thorough coverage of everything going on tonight.
Okay.
So we're looking forward to it. We'll get to the Nuggets and what to expect tonight in a second. Let's give us one last one from the Tom Brady roast. This is Grizz got to choose. This is something new. So go ahead, Grizz. Let's see what we got.
There have been a lot of jokes tonight, but the truth is, I miss the love of my life, football. So to my fans, it's been an honor to be your guy that you can count on to get the team down the field and somehow pull off a last-minute miracle victory, what's called in football a Tom Brady. And to all the rest of you who've been talking about me for 20 years, I got one thing to say. Lose my number. Come on, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not funny.
No, he's not. He's not Peyton Manning.
No, he's not Peyton Manning. Peyton's funny. Tom Brady.
Peyton Manning would kill his own roast.
But Peyton Manning seems like a rube. Let's be honest. He's like a Midwest
that's a whole
rube kind
act.
of guy. Well,
oh
I
my
understand.
God, like Letterman or whatever. That's such an act.
But he's leaned into it.
Yeah, he has. But it's funny.
Yeah.
Tom Brady is. You know why I don't think Tom Brady's
Peyton's
funny?
been doing the scripted stuff
because he
forever.
lived in New England for 20 plus years.
I don't think Tom's that bright. I don't think he's that clever. I just don't. I think he's a competitor. He's just not that funny.
Did TB12 really go bankrupt?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Well, once Belichick kicked
they had a bunch
their
of facilities and
office out of
everything.
the
They had to
facility.
close all the facilities down.
Really?
Yeah. There was shady stuff also. Government loans.
Is that all Guerrero?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not involved on the inner finances, but yeah, I mean, Guerrero, like, he designed all of the.
I mean, it was just a gym, right?
It was more than that. It was a gym. It was nutrition. It was diet plans like you've got. It's, I mean, apparel. I don't know.
There's a whole thing to it.
Yeah. It was a lifestyle.
Okay. Cult.
That's what it was. TB12 cult.
Yeah, what's your dad going to do with those TB12 socks of his?
He's using them as mittens. Kind of weird. Actually, cut holes in them. Just like, really, Dad? Can't explain it.
Because you get him in. Your dad loves Tom Brady.
I told you there were the grandkids, pictures of the grandkids, and Tom Brady on the shelf at home at 32 Island Park.
Let me ask you a question. I understand in a roast, nothing is off the table. Nothing's off limits. But do you think that anybody asked him if they could make all those marriage jokes? Do you think anybody asked beforehand, hey, are we okay going here?
But I think that goes without saying.
Okay.
That particular topic.
That goes without saying.
That was probably the easiest one to sort of
Oh, it
go
was,
with.
for sure.
Yeah. No, that you know. Well, that tells you how he feels about Giselle, by the way.
Well, it definitely does. And every time they cracked a joke about her, he always raised his cup.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about how they see each other. Or whatever that's worth. I mean, the fact that he was okay with that tells you where they're at.
Wonder where Giselle's head is today after that roast.
See, and I got a dirty joke.
I did too.
I got a dirty joke.
Yep.
Her head.
I want to play the Nikki one because the Nikki one.
I can't do it.
About your ex-boyfriend being able to kick your butt and at the same time? That one was brutal.
You set us up for a really funny joke that we just can't tell on the air. So everybody driving around, that's the joke we were going to say.
2 seconds.
Every single person, just on the count of 3, everybody just say it out loud. 1, 2, 3. Where's their head at?
Yeah.
You got it. Everybody got it. Everybody said it. They understood the joke too. Tonight.
Okay, let me rephrase that. How do you think she's feeling today?
Again, she's feeling, and just fill in the blank in the car. She's feeling, and there you go. Everybody got the joke
she's
again.
Feeling all of
All
it.
right, well, let me try it a third time. Where do you think she's sitting right now?
Talk to me about the game tonight.
Must win.
I'd like the humor.
The first real, true must win of the year.
Wow.
Must win?
Must win.
Yeah.
I hate that. So it's
I do
over
too.
if they lose?
No, don't fight the technicality on this one,
All
D-Mac.
right,
I mean,
all
come on. Is
All
it literally
right.
over?
All
But
right.
use common sense when you use the must win.
Yeah, you got 4 games, but here, let's just put it this way. You lose tonight, you slide down the mountain a long way, and you're starting back over. And you've got 4 days to think about it, and you've got to go. Now you have to. Do you not, if you lose both tonight, do you not feel like you have to go in and win 2 in Minnesota?
Yeah. I mean, according to D-Mac, no. I mean, not technically.
You're talking about a Nuggets team. It was in the bubble, but you're talking about a Nuggets team whose core was down 3 games to 1 twice in a row in one series. So that did happen.
Were they the only team that ever done that twice in one playoffs?
Correct.
Yeah.
And Utah's and the Clippers would have been on the road. So you would have won game 5 and 7 on the road.
Now, it was the bubble. And you had Bubble Murray, who he says he's fine with that, by the way. He says he's all right. Actually,
What? I thought last year he tried to put a kibosh on it.
Yeah, he was recently.
He was the year after.
Yeah, he recently was asked about it, and he's like, well, we won, so I'm fine. You can call me whatever you want now. So I'll take him at his word. Okay. No Rudy Gobert if he doesn't go, because there's rumors that he's having a kid and he'll be at the birth of his kid.
Yeah, I don't think it changes it up. I think probably the wisest thing, and it's whether Rudy plays or Rudy doesn't play, is what Tyler said. Joker's probably going to have to put his will on it and force his will on early and often.
Not defer.
And pull people into the paint. And then guys got to make shots.
Come out firing, Joker. I mean, look, I know it's not you. I know that's not what he's built through. But, I mean, the first 10 minutes, first 5 minutes, come out firing. Put it on his back and set what the tempo is going to be for the team.
Okay. How do you think Jamal responds?
Like Jamal.
He doesn't quit.
He'll
my
be
only
fine.
question
Is his health's the biggest question.
That's my thing. When you say how's he going to respond, well, I know how Jamal wants to respond.
Yeah.
Will his body let him?
Well, we'll see. He was asked about that too yesterday, and I'm good. He's not making any excuses.
No.
Well,
and
you
know
can't go there. You can't
he's
go
not.
there.
He's not even close to going there. He's not. So he's gonna play. I mean, I'm not. I got no doubts about that.
But you need more than those two. You know, you need, like, for example, Towns had a really good game 1. And had a really good game 1. Okay, you know they're going to do that. But what was the X factor? Naz Reid. Denver didn't have any X factor, really.
Okay, this song's playing tonight. What's the score?
117-103 Denver.
Let's go.
Oh,
Bounce back city.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Wait.
Make it 20. You like when they get to 20.
117-103.
Why?
Defense is going to be in it the whole way, and 103 is good. I think you're going to make shots. You're going to have more execution. I think they'll play with the urgency of a team who's not really ready to go like some people think they are.
What do you think?
I ain't arguing against that optimism.
I like it too. I'll stick with it. I think they figure it out. They're the champs. They've been there before. Nate and Andy coming up next. Nice job, Grizz. It's Altitude Sports 92.5.
I think Minnesota's still immature, and I think they'll think this thing's over. If they do that, it's a bad mistake.
You got a big long-term FU on this one, Scott. Last year, how scared you were of Minnesota and all of it. I mean, you've been seeing this one coming.
That was my optimistic hope. If they aren't
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Edwards goes to the left hand, looking for a game winner here for Minnesota in game number 1. Bucket here, and it's over. Might be over anyway, but this would seal it. Edwards in a post-up, fadeaway jump shot. Got it! And that's the ball game. Denver down 11 with 96 seconds to go. Minnesota's on an 18-7 run, and Denver will lose game number 1 of the Western Conference semifinals to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, we're here. Welcome in, everybody. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are with you until 6 p.m. today. That's Andy. I am Nate. This is a new thing today. This is uncharted territory, Andy. We have never done a show on a day where we said, this is a must-win for the Nuggets. This is a playoff must-win for the Denver Nuggets. You don't want to go back to Minnesota down 0-2. That's not an ideal situation. No, they got to win tonight. They don't really have much of a choice. They pretty much have to win this game this evening. We've never done this show before. Maybe we had some concern game 5 against Phoenix last year at 2-2. But this is something completely different altogether. You lose game 1 on your home floor. Like, it's time to collectively pull your heads out and start playing some good basketball.
Yeah, the shooting has got to get better.
It really does.
That's what I can't get over, is that they just have not shot well all playoffs. And
they haven't played well.
No, they really
all
haven't.
Playoffs.
And even Joker's been susceptible to it at times with some of the turnovers.
Yep.
So it's time to get the we really want to repeat thing kind of going, because I do believe they do.
I think so.
Look, they're not right. We had said all year, if they're healthy, this team's unbeatable. They're not healthy. That's the problem. I had saw 2 points last game. There were a couple lazy passes from Minnesota where at one point it was Jamal in between the lane. He was back a little bit playing defense.
Yeah.
But in a normal situation, it was almost the same situation where it was just a lazy pass from one side of the court to the other. Jamal was in the middle one time, KCP the other. Neither broke for the ball. And 3 weeks ago, before the legs and the ankles and all the other stuff bothering the front court or back court, I should say, of this team, those guys would have broke on the ball, stole it, and taken it down for an easy layup. KCP didn't even try to break on the ball because I believe he doesn't trust his ankle. How many times did he just fall down? So there's a little bit of bad health luck going on, but ultimately, tell me that I almost tweeted this that night. The other night was the first night where I said, this is where you really needed Bruce Brown. This is where Bruce Brown made you special, because Bruce would come in and would either provide the defense or some three-point shooting, but what he would give you something. Now, in the first half, you were getting something out of Reggie Jackson, so tip of the cap to him. Second half, though, I just worry, is there enough? Is there enough? Because if you're going to let Naz Reid go off and the rest of the Wolves go off for 70% shooting
in the second half,
there's not enough.
No, there isn't. And, you bring up Bruce Brown right there. Yeah, they need some kind of injection because the problem is the starting five kind of stinks right now. By their collective standard, they kind of stink right now. And you go back through game 1, Aaron Gordon a -23, Jamal Murray a -22. KCP finished a -9. Anthony Edwards essentially having his way with KCP pretty much most of that game. There's a matchup problem going on right there, very much. You did get some interestingly good minutes out of a few guys off the bench, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, and none of those guys live in the tree with the nest and the trust for Michael Malone the way that Bruce did last year, where he could simply say, okay, I will swap out a member of my starting five, and I will go with this as my unit. And that's the thing where it's like, okay, I think he might have to do that tonight for long stretches. I think he might have to do that kind of frequently in this series. The question is does he have the trust level to say, okay, I'm willing to change up a look, and I'm willing to give extended minutes to a Christian Brown, to a Justin Holiday, to whomever I need to, even to a Peyton Watson, who very much seems to, and friend of the program, we had a great conversation with P. Watt on the show last week. He does not seem to be in the tree with the trust and the nest at all right now. And they might need to force that issue a little bit just to put a longer defender on Anthony Edwards for a little while.
I feel like this is a tough thing for me to say, but I've got to put it out there for discussion.
Let's have it.
If Jamal can't get things a little bit more right, do you have to take him out of the starting lineup for a minute? Just to get the leg right. Just try to reduce the minutes. I mean, he's forcing shots and they're not going. Now, he got it to go better in the second half.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if I have a good replacement for him if you do that, because I don't think Reggie Jackson can eat a ton of big minutes after we saw some of the fatigue we saw set in the latter part of the season. I just am worried that Jamal forced, because again, I don't think it was necessarily coincidence. Jamal went and sat down, and then they went on a little bit of a run.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't out there forcing his shot anymore.
Okay, so here's my major concern with going away from Jamal Murray for any extended period is, and Minnesota did the same thing last year. Like, Chris Finch kind of has this dialed in as his book on the Nuggets is he will put Jaden McDaniels, and he's got Jaden McDaniels this series. He will use either Jaden McDaniels or Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and he will defend the ball handler for 94 feet. He has no problem doing that. And he's got enough depth for dudes to expend that kind of energy, and he's got the dudes to be able to do it. They're just long and very good on-ball defenders. If you don't have Jamal out there, like, the quality of ball handling drops precipitously.
Fair enough, but how do you have him
that.
not force shots, Nate? He's forcing shots at time and dribbling out the clock, and I mean, some of this.
He was so bad in the first quarter of that game.
Yeah.
Now here's okay. We're not trying to do skies falling radio, because I don't think that's what's going on here. Here's a little bit of optimism that I have for Jamal Murray. Michael Malone revealed after game one that Jamal basically didn't do anything all week. Okay? It was all for the calf, and it was between game 5 and game 1, Jamal didn't do much. And when you go back and you look at the totality of game 1 in that context, he spent the first half looking rusty as hell.
Fair enough.
He was 0 for 5 to start that game off. He looked rusty. And in the second half of that game, he scored 17 points. He was 6 of 9 from the field. Now, defensively, he's still a problem, and the Nuggets got to figure out ways to be able to hide him a little bit better, use him on, Mike Conley wherever you can, because he's old, and essentially, like, his age and Jamal's bad calf sort of put them on the same level physically. But I think Jamal got more comfortable as that game went on. Some of the shots that he took in the first half, they weren't even bad shots. They just weren't falling because I don't think he was comfortable. I think he's going to play much better tonight because I think he's getting to know his injured body a little bit better. Here was a comment from yesterday from Jamal Murray on if there's adjustments that he needs to make in-game with the calf injury. And he was clearly frustrated answering questions about the calf injury, but he said something very revealing in this answer.
Yeah, it's going to be a part of it, and I've accepted that. And there's counters for everything. So I just got to keep adjusting. We got to keep adjusting, and find ways to get it done. It's I don't know, man. The calf is whatever it is.
I have to accept it, and there's adjustments that have to be made to it. And I don't think he knew his body when he hit the floor. I think he felt rusty. I think you're going to see a better version of Jamal Murray in the first half tonight, at least offensively. Defensively, I think he is going to be a problem all series long.
Here's where I feel bad for Jamal, okay? Have you ever dealt with one of these muscle pull things? Mine was just simply dumb being an old guy. But you'll go to the...
What'd you do? Picking up something off the floor of the car?
I not stretching out, trying to play stupid softball in that stupid media league that lasted forever. But I'm just saying, once you get it, like you can rub it out or put the Flexol 454, whatever the hell it is you do to get it loose. You feel okay, but then there's just times where it'll be fine, and the minute you actually push it, it'll fight back at you, and it can happen you may not even know when it's coming. And I think it's led to him, like Jamal's. It feels like there were times the other day where he's got to make the decision: do I really push it here, or do I save it for the other side of the floor? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And again, to your point, defensively, what sucks is that I saw 2 or 3 times where I thought a healthy Jamal either deflects or steals the ball together and takes it the other way, or gets up in the chili of Ant and tries to do something, and he can't now because you know he can't recover. Frankly, KCP's in the same boat. They know they cannot recover with their injuries if he gets by him.
Yeah.
There was the one time where at the end of the game where Ant just went through everybody at the end.
There's no recovery. There's no recovery right now for Jamal Murray. He's going to make one decision, but he cannot blitz and then retreat. He doesn't have it in him right now.
No, he can't change directions that fast, period.
Yeah, so
just can't.
Defensively, this is the sticky part of it, okay? You probably got as good a game out of Reggie as you were going to get in game one. That's
an all-timer run. That's all you want.
That's as well as Reggie can play. And Malone didn't really go back to it in the second half because I think even he knew that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not tempt fate with Reggie Jackson out here. So you get that in the spots that you get it. Christian Braun, hey, he hit a 3. That was good to see. But no matter what, if he is on the floor and not Jamal, your floor spacing is out of whack. Plus, then you don't have 2-man game with Joker, which you absolutely have to have. So it's, again, this isn't just I think he's due or any crap like that. Rewatching that game with the context of knowing what Jamal was going through in the first half and then the way that he played in the second half, I think he walks into this game just with his eyes more open to what he's capable of. But the reality is for the Nuggets is that thing that he said right there, just about accepting it and being what he has to be. That's the story of these playoffs. This is now Jamal Murray either guts through it and figures out how to have a great postseason at 80%, 75%, whatever he is, or the Nuggets go home early and we have another conversation about another year where a hobbled or injured or out Jamal Murray takes away a championship opportunity in Nikola Jokic's prime. And that's not a fun conversation. I don't think we have to be having that yet.
Not yet, but yeah, look, man, it's frustrating. But at the end of the day, too, the bench, you may have to trust somebody you're not ready to trust, frankly, whether that's Zeke Naji or someone that can take a little bit more of the pounding going on in the middle, down low. The other thing that I think you got to think about is at what point why not give MPJ the game where you just say, all you tonight, baby. I need you to go shot for shot with Ant. Because he's the only one shooting well right now.
He is.
He's the only one that seems to feel good about his shot. I'm not even sure Joker always feels good about his shot.
The inefficiency of the Nuggets offense, is there a quick way to be able to correct it? I have one idea. I'll tell you what that is when we come back. Kreckman and Lindahl. It is Game 2 tonight on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Proud to say they've been a sponsor of this show, a title sponsor of this show, for most of the run that we've been on. Colorado Off-Road is a great place if you need truck or 4x4 accessories. Of course, time of year where camping is on a lot of folks' minds. If you need to get the new tow ball maybe set up or a new towing apparatus put on there or tie downs or whatever you may need to get all the camping gear out, tow the fifth wheel, whatever it could be, Colorado Off-Road can help you out with that. Maybe you just need something to take the trailer out so you can get the toys up to the mountains as well. Also, all the truck and 4x4 accessories that you could want if you like to go off-roading. They got great light kits. They've got the tow winch. They've got the suspension that you need, anything that you're looking for a truck or 4x4. I've got a bed cover, step rails, floor mats, all on my truck thanks to Colorado Off-Road. Give them a call or find them online, cooffroad.com. You can find them down near downtown Littleton, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on South Prince Street. Just find them again on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yes! Light them up, says Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. Hey, every show is giving away a $50 gift card to Safeway each day this week in honor of Mother's Day. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate your mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries, Andy. Shop in store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. For today's $50 gift card, text MOTHER and your first and last name. Just one word, by the way, mother. 303-504-0925. Not the thing you usually call me and Andy. 303-504-0925. That's mother and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You will be entered to win a $50 gift card to Safeway. Happy Mother's Day to your mom. All right.
Do you sing it, Mother? Do you say it like Danzig in the song? Do you have to text it in like that?
That's we'll read it in that voice. We promise.
Yeah, I want you to do it next time.
Okay.
Mother. I haven't heard that song in a while.
So there's a guy that I think might have to play fewer minutes tonight, and it's not who you may think.
Is it Jokic?
It's not.
I mean, dude,
no, he needs to play all 48.
I know. I thought he was gonna the other night. He finally gave him a break at the end of what? At the start of the fourth?
Yes.
Holy cow.
Nikola Jokic must never, ever, ever leave the floor ever again.
We do need to look into that cloning thing he was talking about.
So, yeah, can somebody get to work on that if you guys don't mind? Somebody.
Is it osmosis or one just kind of pops off you and there it is?
That'd be kind of cool.
We need that.
Yes.
We don't have time to raise and incubate another Jokic. We need him to just, split in half or whatever it is.
Yeah, we could do that. He gets 12 fouls that way, too. No, the guy that I'm thinking of, and you're going to probably think I'm dumb when I say this, it's Aaron Gordon.
No, I don't think you're dumb because...
Save that drop.
Yeah, for now. Look, he looks tired to me. Seriously. He just looks worn out, man.
For me, it's not even necessarily anything that AG is doing. But I think that you can rearrange the Timberwolves on the floor a little bit better. So, latest on Rudy Gobert is he is en route of what we understand. He is traveling to Denver right now he was in Salt Lake, if I'm not mistaken, with his lady friend. They're having a baby. Congratulations to the Goberts. They're having a Go Cub. All right, so see what I did right there?
Yeah. Very clever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure.
I was halfway through it, and I was like, I don't know about this line, but I did it anyway. So.
Isn't that every one that you do? By the way, it's mitosis. Thank you, everybody texting in. Right. There's the scientific process. So Gobert's on his way back, and likely the three-headed monster will be intact.
If you play MPJ at the 4,
okay,
all right, you force Chris Finch and Mike Inori to make a decision. Okay, and that decision is: do you then have Rudy Gobert follow Michael Porter Jr. out to the perimeter, thus drawing him away from the rim and opening up space inside the lane? Or do you put Rudy Gobert on Nikola Jokic against that lineup and then allow Joker to back down on Rudy Gobert? Because that's the most efficient way for Jokic to score against Rudy. If Gobert is allowed to defend Aaron Gordon, he can then roam, and then he's a big-time problem. But if you take him out of that and say, all right, MPJ on the perimeter, you can make that decision, and then we can open up space inside the lane. And look, even if it's Cat or Naz Reid, the advantage that you have is they're not Rudy Gobert. They're still pretty big and still very good defenders, but they're not Rudy Gobert, who might be the best defender in the world. Okay? So that's sort of the option that it then gives you against that lineup. You're a little bit smaller, but you might space the floor a little bit better and get more advantageous matchups. It's just fewer Aaron Gordon minutes, which then defensively you run into problems because somebody has to defend Karl Anthony Towns and occasionally Anthony Edwards, and Aaron Gordon is the best defender on the team.
Well,
No perfect solutions, are
No, there isn't. But, okay, I got your solution for Anthony Edwards.
I got your solution right here.
It's not really now, again, you're going to need to roll through some dudes and maybe trust some guys on the floor
Can
this
he
way.
fall through a manhole cover on his way to the arena?
I think the rumors are abound, and who else is everyone comparing Anthony Edwards to? Michael Jordan. And I see it. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
How did the Pistons and the Eastern Conference handle Jordan? You got to foul the crap out of it. Going to the hole has got to hurt, man. You just got to use, and I'm not saying hurt him or put him out, but I'm saying frustrate the hell out. And you know what? When you foul him, stay with the foul so he doesn't do some ridiculous machinations in the air and get a shot up.
I know it's
foul him and end it and no and one. But you may have to just, you know what? You may have to just tell Peyton Watson, use all 6, slap the hell out of him.
Mhm.
See if he gets frustrated. See if you can do anything to. Now, he's about as hard-nosed a basketball player as we've seen in a long time.
Yep.
I'm not sure anything's going to keep him from going to the basket, but you might as well try, Nate. You might as well try. You got to try to do something to take the spirit out of the guy.
So a couple of notes on Anthony Edwards right now. 17 to 29 in game 1. 58.6% from the field. Right now, he's at 53% for the playoffs. So he might just be on a heater because he was 46% from the field in the regular season. 4 games against the Nuggets, he was 48%. Here's the thing. If Anthony Edwards shoots 48% from the field tonight, that's a win. That's a win, okay? The reality is, Andy, he's going to go for 30-plus in every game in this series.
And I will take the Michael Malone stance. That's fine if you don't let Naz Reid go off. If you don't let Cat... Remember how Cat was like an every other quarter guy last year? Get back to that. Cat was on a heater second half, too.
KCP cannot guard Anthony Edwards. It's just a bad matchup for KCP. He's not strong enough. He's not fast enough.
Not with that ankle, man.
And especially with the ankle making it tougher on him. According to the data from game 1, you know who defended Anthony Edwards the best? Justin Holiday.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
you didn't see that coming, did you? Okay, you know what? If I'm Michael Malone, I'm going to trust that data tonight. I'm going to say, all right, Holiday, when you sub into the game with 6 minutes to go in the first quarter, boom, that's your matchup right off the jump. You need to throw Christian Brown at him. You need to throw Peyton Watson at him. And KCP when he's on the floor. Aaron Gordon has to pick him up at points. You have to throw different looks at him. You have to stay physical with him. You have to try and make him go away from the basket when he's shooting. And the reality is he's just going to make some shots because he's playing out of his mind right now, and you got to live with it. The best you can do with a player like that, I think at this time, is just make him take tough shots and live with the reality that he's just going to make a bunch of them.
Yeah, I think you have to do that because, again, if he's going off, they were still losing with him going off in the first half.
Yep.
I think it was Barkley talked about it. Everybody else is like 1 for 15 or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah. Their offense in the half court isn't great. They were, I think, 17th in offensive rating in the NBA this year. Now they're on a freaking heater in the playoffs. Some of that had to do with playing the Phoenix Suns in the first round, although the Nuggets didn't do it nearly enough in game 1. But the reality is if you get that group into half court offense, score more when you have the ball, make them take the ball out of the basket and come down the floor and actually run their half-court sets, you're going to be in a much better situation to be able to, again, make him take tough shots.
Help me out here, too. Why is the Nuggets rebounding dropped off? Is it something I'm just noticing in the playoffs because every possession is so much big? They had the one possession. Now, amazingly, I can't, every Minnesota player missed 3 shots in the paint, but they got 9 cracks at a basket and couldn't make a damn lip, but they just kept getting the rebound.
7
They've
offensive
gotta
rebounds.
Rebound again.
Yeah, plus 8 in the rebounding margin in game 1.
Let me ask you this. This is tough.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to – listen, you paid Zeke Naji. At some point, do you shove him out there and just try to use the size for a few minutes? If you're not going to play DeAndre, then it's got to be Zeke. But you got to get another big body in there at some point, don't you?
I'm good.
I know you're good, Nate, but I need to see something that tells me why you got your contract in, man.
If I shove Zeke Naji out on the floor, I want to continue to shove him all the way until he's off the floor on the other side.
Is he just so worthless defensively, though? See, I'm not worried about getting him offensive looks. I really am not. Go get a damn rebound and play me some defense on one of those 7-footers just to give Gordon and Joker a break. If not, then you got to trust DeAndre, and I don't know if DeAndre's fast enough to keep up with some of these dudes.
Yeah. There's no good
And look,
solution.
if it's a bad 5 minutes and he's never to be seen again, you better trade his ass in the offseason. But, I mean, you are paying the guy. Can we get him out there? Show me the check. Let's go.
I'm a firm believer in the sunk cost fallacy, Andy. That check is already written. You don't have to have it end up being worse than it already
5
is.
minutes, Nate. 4 minutes. Just 4 minutes. Can't just see what 4 minutes of it looks like?
I don't want to, but you can. You can live over there on Zeke-Naji Island.
I ain't living on the island. I'm just saying. Somehow, some way, we got to see what you paid for. There are just too many bigs beating up this Nuggets line. They were the ones that were tired at the end of that game.
See, I have my take because I've seen what you paid for.
Oh, I'm well aware of what you paid for, but we can't get some defense, just some leaning on some guys.
They've
always said he's got an NBA body. What are you going to do, though?
They have said that.
You can't. Are you going to play DeAndre then?
No.
Another big has got to get in there somehow.
Yeah. Maybe, you know what? Maybe DJ could take up space for a few minutes.
Fine, then.
He's got 6 fouls.
Somebody, man.
Yeah.
Because, again, I feel like just Nikola was a little off at the end. Maybe it wasn't fatigue. Maybe he's just having a rough night. I don't know, but
defensively, he was terrible in game 1. Terrible. I have nothing nice to say about Nikola Jokic's defense in game 1. It was horrendous. It was as bad as he has played on that end of the floor in years.
Okay, here's the deal. Is there just a chance? Look, man, I'm not ready to go there yet because they're only down 1-0-1.
Uh-huh.
You talked about conversations we may need to have.
Uh-huh.
Here's another one, and we'll see how tonight goes.
It's only 0-1.
It is only 0-1.
Travis wants to know if we should play Vlatko.
Well,
he had like a cool jacket thing on the other day.
He did. I wonder, he's walking all right, right?
Yeah, he's there.
Poor guy.
That
was international play where he blew his knee up,
It
right?
was.
That's too bad.
I really had hoped he was going to be a good player.
Yeah, well, I hope Julian Strawther was going to hit threes. I hope that we had some other thing going on off the bench, and here we are, 2 guys that he's apparently comfortable with.
Here we are.
Seriously, is the killer instinct gone? Is a little bit of the chip and the wanting to shut everybody up, and is it gone a bit? You're the defending champs.
Right.
You proved it to the world.
Right.
I said this to a buddy the other day.
Okay.
I was a little surprised there wasn't a little, we're done with you in game 5 against the Lakers.
Okay.
And now we come out and we kind of play. I can't say it's playing with the food. We knew this Minnesota matchup was going to be the toughest that they played. You and I were saying it all last week. But I just don't see we are not that will. They had a will during last year's playoffs, Nate, that no matter what, I'm not letting you have this. I don't know that I've seen that in this year's playoffs yet.
The back to the wall factor.
Yeah.
We'll call it.
Okay, that they've got tonight?
It's there.
You're damn right it is.
Now, they did come back from 20 points down to beat the Lakers in round 1. They've had Unfortunately, they've had way too many games this year where they had to come back from down double digits because they did mess around and play with their food and all of that nonsense. And in game 1 of this series, they came out with no urgency and suddenly were down 18-4. Now, believe it or not, they led at the end of that quarter.
Because they kind of got their groove back. And I thought, here we go. All right.
Like Stella.
Sure.
Absolutely.
They found Stella.
Sure did. So they found themselves honestly, Reggie and Justin Holiday played really well in the first quarter. And to your point from earlier, getting Jamal off the floor did certainly help some things. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Tonight, though, is like where we really find out if they still have that.
How bad do you want to be champs again would be my question.
They haven't played well the entire playoffs.
You know what I mean?
They have not played well the entire playoffs. I looked this up today. Their offensive rating in the playoffs is, I want to make sure I have this number right, 112. That's puke. Okay? They were 118 in the regular season. When this team is clicking, they are the most beautiful offensive basketball team you will ever see. They're just flat out not playing that way right now. Malone talked about, 15 possessions of utter garbage that he was able to put on film and show to his basketball team. This is the night tonight where we find out if that pride still exists, if that kind of attention to detail, if their ability to reach the level they need to play at to win an NBA championship still exists. It is one of the things that oddly gives me comfort is that they've played like crap the whole playoffs. And if they play the way they're capable of, they're still the best basketball team in the world.
See, I had said this, though, I think to Kaz the other day.
Mm-hmm.
They remind me of last year's Avalanche team
Okay.
after they won the Cup,
Mhm.
where go back to the Avs Cup season, okay? How many times did we see them after like a 4-game break where they just came out and, put it on somebody?
Yeah.
7-1, 6, like they couldn't wait to be on the ice. Looked like it was the first day of summer every time they opened a series. They just seemed so excited to play. That was the Nuggets of a year ago, right? This year, how many times last year did we think during the playoffs, during the Seattle series, did we think the Avs are going to come out and restore order because they're the champs? And they're just, and they didn't. They didn't. And I'm just wondering, are we seeing a little bit of the same malaise with the Nuggets now? Because frankly, like you said, it was there during the Lakers series.
Right.
This isn't new. They had to win 2 games at the buzzer. Are we seeing the same malaise we saw with the Avs, where in modern sports, the repeat is one of the toughest thing to do?
Did the Nuggets get backhanded across the face and the team that we know and love wakes the hell up and shows up tonight?
I hope. I believe they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I can't believe I'm saying it. I'm not sure they want to do it. Is that fair? I mean, again, I've seen this team at its A game.
Sure.
In game 5, I thought we would see the A game. You're going to take a game from us, whack, right out of the playoffs again.
Yeah.
We didn't get any of that.
No.
And they're the champs, and I love them all. And I hate to I'm not trying to jump off the deep end at 1-0-1 because I think it's a 7-game series, but I have yet to see the killer Nuggets that give you no hope, that break your spirit.
What was your prediction before the series?
7-game series, I thought the Nuggets would get it.
I thought Nuggets in 6, and now it has to be Nuggets in 7.
Well, it's funny because when they were playing the way they did in the second quarter, I was thinking maybe this is a 6-game series. Maybe they know them well enough.
Right.
But then all of a sudden, the Naz Reid, let's be honest, Naz Reid wasn't great last year in the playoffs for him.
He didn't play.
Well, that's why. And then Naz Reid, I just like 6th man of the year, all that stuff. I don't remember seeing that kind of shooting performance out of Naz. He couldn't miss a three-pointer the other night.
3. That was crap.
Okay, so do you think that, again, is this all an overreaction because none of them will show?
Banked in 3s should only be worth 2 points.
Do you feel like, are we overreacting in some way because there's no way that Cat and Naz go off like they did in the second half again? Cat's a pretty good scorer now.
He's pretty good.
Now, he did not score a lot in the fourth quarter for them last year, if you remember.
He's pretty
in
good.
the playoff series.
He's pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Just feels like they got a little more coming off their bench than the Nuggets do.
One of the texters asked an interesting question that I want to discuss on the other side because there's certainly evidence that would support it. We will address the question when we come back. Is Minnesota just good? That's next. Yeah, it is Craigman and Lindahl. 8 o'clock tonight. Kaz has the call. Game numero dos over there at Ball Arena. Gotta have it. Must win the game. Did you know you can listen to the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Will Hite Law Firm? Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. But you can listen to us anywhere you are in the world, and this is a good time to be listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as the Avalanche open up against the Dallas Stars tomorrow night in the Big D. While your Denver Nuggets will look to even things up this evening against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Hear it all right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Are you ready for a late week of action? Wednesdays are off day. Every other day is a playoff game until next week, baby.
We're in.
8 o'clock, baby.
Hell yes.
We are the new West Coast.
Hell yes. Let's do this. Could be worse if you live in either Minnesota or Dallas. 9 o'clock start
They're not
times.
psyched.
No,
Guess
they
who?
are not.
Guess who? Kaz dug up for us while you were enjoying a day with the family in Chicago.
Who's that?
Friday. Joe Wolf. We got to talk to Joe Wolf,
Former Colorado 14ers head coach Joe Wolf.
former Nuggets.
That's right.
Sweet mullet. I did not know he was from Wisconsin. That's where the mullet roots came from.
That's right.
He was in Japan and he said hello. That got us naming a bunch of Nugget guys. I was like, Nate would be proud of this segment.
Joe Wolf joined you from Japan?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
How about that?
Yes.
Apparently he and Kaz are buddies.
Is that our first guest ever on K&L from the Pacific Rim?
Well, that's a good question. Probably.
Yeah.
No, Daniel Kim, KBO.
Ah, that's
Go,
true.
great call,
There
Spring.
you go. Spring's not going to forget that because he had to solve the algebra problem that was the time zone differential.
What did you have to do to be able to dial out, too?
9. I don't remember.
There's a lot
But
of
there was a country code, yes.
Okay, good.
I just know radio stations aren't psyched about international calls.
Let's book more guests.
Yeah.
From somewhere deep in the heart of Asia. Andy, the Timberwolves.
The Timber Pups.
Yeah, they're kind of good, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah. So regular season, they were 17th in offensive rating. In the playoffs, they're number 1 in the NBA. What they've been so far in the postseason. Now, again, some of this was Phoenix, all right? Some of this very much was Phoenix, but Anthony Edwards goes for 43 points in game 1. He was 17 of 29 from the field. Good God, he made tough shot after tough shot. He was the story of that game. Karl Anthony Towns scored 20 points on 13 shots. Mike Conley scored 14 points on 8 shots. Naz Reid was incredibly efficient in that game. They shot 52% from the field. They shot 41% from 3. They only took 12 free throws. They are outscored by 7 points at the free throw line, which is one of those things that, that's not good for the Nuggets, that they had that kind of advantage at the free throw line and still managed to lose that game. Okay, so let's answer this question. Are the Nuggets in trouble simply because Minnesota's really good?
Yeah, there's a chance they're just the better, deeper team this year.
Yeah.
There's just you can't come away from game 1. And look, this isn't a shock. This isn't a new statement, frankly, Nate. What have we talked about all year? As long as the starting 5 is healthy and going like they were, we thought they were fine.
Yeah.
Then the bench probably won't matter, right? Well, all of a
not the
sudden,
case.
they're not healthy anymore, and you don't have enough dudes to keep throwing at them. Your starting 5 can't come in and just restore order like they have against pretty much every other team they played. And on top of it, it's a divisional damn opponent, man. That's tough. They know you. They know what they want to do with you. Now, the Nuggets should have the same advantages. The problem is they have all their dudes to do it with. And again, I'll say they have more dudes than you do right now.
Harlan said it early on in the telecast when he talked about the Nuggets injuries, and then he brought up Minnesota, and he was just like, they're healthy from tip to tail, was the expression that he used right there, which is true. They're cranking, they got all their dudes, which they didn't last year when they played the Nuggets. They do this time around. And not even just that, they have the health advantage. Also, they're the one team, and to be fair, I said this all year long, they're the one team that can hang with the Nuggets physically.
You said this, we talked about it at the time that Tim Connolly got hired as Minnesota GM. Why did he go get Rudy Gobert? Because he knew.
Yeah.
He knew we were going to have to go through Denver eventually because he had just built that team. So guess what he's now done? He's now gone to another city and built a team to take down the team he built. And that's what you're dealing with.
They're huge.
They got inside information. They got coaches off the staff.
Yep.
They've got the size that they need to deal with the Nuggets.
Yep. They're
so
huge.
it is what it is. You tip their cap to them for their planning and the whatnot. But I still believe, again, if they'll just start shooting better, this could all change. Let me also throw another analogy to you. Could the Timberwolves be a little bit like the Avs of 2020? Was it 2019? Okay, when they lost to Vegas in the semis.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Avs didn't help me out, Mark. Didn't the Avs sweep whoever they played in the first round, then got the first game or whatever against Vegas? And then a puck goes off the butt of Grubauer.
And it changes
and
series.
Nothing's the same again.
Right.
Maybe all it is, as you said, Minnesota's on this locked-in heater. Maybe they just need to get beat. Maybe they just need to taste. They haven't tasted defeat this entire playoff.
Right.
Maybe they just need that to happen and everything changes.
Maybe Anthony Edwards is just on a heater. Maybe he is just right now shooting the ball out of his mind and he'll come back to earth. Again,
See, I wouldn't count on that, but I don't count on Karl Anthony Towns. And like you said, Mike, they were talking about how horrible Mike Conley was in the Suns series. Then he starts going off for threes everywhere against the Nuggets.
played pretty well. Yeah, he played pretty well. Mm-hmm.
I still think Malone said it out loud. You got to control everybody else. There is something to that.
The Timberwolves are playing their best basketball. The Nuggets are pretty much playing their worst. The Nuggets have no physicality advantage in this series. You could even maybe argue they're at a disadvantage physically in this series. The depth of Minnesota is that much better than that of the Nuggets, and that's what they're up against. Now, okay, all of that said, this is still the best starting five in the NBA, okay? This is still a group that went 16-4 in the postseason a year ago, still dispatched to the Lakers in 5 games in round 1, still have the about-to-be 3-time MVP and Nikola Jokic on their team, still have the most devastating 2-man game in all of the NBA, and I think that can even be the case even with a hobbled Jamal Murray. They just have to play better.
Peyton Watson needs to follow the Christian Brown advice. Go to the rack,
Yeah.
man. Don't stand and don't take any more of those corner threes. You know, it ain't falling for you.
You know what it is? The Denver Nuggets need to show up tonight.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
If they start doing that, then they'll be fine. Now, I say that this is going to be a long series. This is going to be a tougher series than anything that they dealt with a year ago. But if the Denver Nuggets show up, Nikola Jokic makes more shots from the floater range, which I firmly believe that he will. Jamal Murray make the good looks when he's downhill and going to the basket, which he didn't in the first half in game 1, which I firmly believe that he will. Nikola Jokic, better understanding of the way that Minnesota is playing him after one game of this series. God, that play where he lobbed it to AG
and it got knocked away
and Rudy intercepted it. That's one. Okay, tip the cap to Rudy Gobert. He made the right read on that play, but also a locked-in Nikola Jokic sees that a beat ahead and knows, oh, okay, he's just going to let me shoot it, and boom, he bangs that floater, which he does every single time. Maybe even a late-to-adjust Rudy Gobert fouls him on that play. All of those things go down, and the Denver Nuggets, I am still picking them to win this series, and I believe that they will win this series. They have the championship medal to be able to do it.
Despite this first hour radio, I still think they get this done. They're still the champs. I think they win tonight.
All right.
But I think Nikola's got to get back to shooting. Because you know what? The Lakers are doing it too. Everybody's starting to figure out, oh, he's going to pass to whoever. They're jumping the passing lanes. Get back to shooting, get yours, and change the way they're playing you.
Initial thoughts on the Avalanche Stars matchup. I've got one. I got a big one when we come back. I know Andy's got it locked and loaded as well. We're talking about the Avalanche when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's just talk about the weekend. Obviously, Saturday night's popular date night. How was yours if you had one this weekend? Have you found yourself approaching date night a little bit differently, maybe because of erectile dysfunction? It causes a lot of men to pull away from their partners, can cause depression, conflicts, obviously, in the relationship, and even breakups or divorce. Don't let this be you. If you're dealing with this, go and find the right people to talk to. A lot of guys deal with it but don't seek treatment, and you don't need to do that. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can get a appointment signed up online if you like, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Go and talk to them about their treatments that they have. And it's more than just pills or herbals. They have treatments with 90% success rates, and some will have you lasting even an hour or more. It'll make date night much more enjoyable, something to look forward to. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's $99. They'll give you a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. Couldn't be easier. 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call, 720-440-7900.
All right, it is the second hour of the radio program. Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're with you until 6. Pre-game at 7:30 with Mark Bertinoli. We'll tip it off at 8 o'clock. Nuggets Timberwolves, Game 2. Blitz at 6, extended pregame starting at 7 o'clock. In the paint with D-Mac after the game tonight. It's all right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Let's get to this conversation because we also have an update that I think is a proper request from you. So
7:30 tomorrow night. Game 1, Avalanche in Dallas against the Stars. Dallas survives a 7-game meat grinder against the Vegas Golden Knights. They now advance to the Western Conference semifinals where they will take on your Colorado Avalanche. All right, Andy. This is what I want to know. Okay, because I know every series is its own thing, right? Its own living, breathing organism, especially in that sport. Matchups, obviously, are everything. But the Avalanche scored 28 goals in 5 games against the Winnipeg Jets, a robust 5.6 per. Against a Winnipeg team that was the best defensive team in the NHL this year, technically second best in goals against. And with Connor Hellebuck, who's pretty damn good between the pipes, probably going to win a Vezina Trophy. And the Avalanche scored almost 6 goals a game on average in that series. All right? The Dallas Stars, and I know their first-round series was very different, but they only scored 2.3 goals a game in that series.
Yes.
Okay?
Classic Pete DeBoer hockey team.
Can the Dallas Stars, even if they cut down the Avalanche's production by a goal a game, can the Dallas Stars score with the Colorado Avalanche and hang with them in this series?
Well, that's a great question. We'll have to see how their power play is doing. The Avs have got to stay off the PK.
Yep.
The PK has not really been great. It was better towards, at least in the Winnipeg series, but it's got to be better. I think the Stars are better set up in their offensive zone than Winnipeg was.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Winnipeg, what really surprised me,
lack of offensive stars on that team.
And they just were like everything they got, it was kind of like another version of the Kraken. They needed it to be wide open, not everything settled, and the puck going from one side to the other to really get the Avs in vulnerable positions, big rebounds, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a lot really set up in actual set offense. Dallas is better at that. You don't want Jamie Benn getting open too much. You don't want Pavelski getting too many looks. Robertson's another guy that was a big man in the last series.
Their second line was very good against Vegas.
It was, and they're a big team, and it's going to be another physical series.
Mm-hmm.
But look, this should be the Avs series to win, but you're going to have to play exactly everybody from the second line down has to play exactly the way they did against Winnipeg.
Yep.
They need to get their big old arses in front, get the hockey breezers in front of Ottinger. Don't get him good, clean looks at the puck. We heard what Hellebuck said about it last week. I didn't see half the pucks that went in. That has to be the story of this too. Look, the Avs, I think they were 3-1 against the Stars in the regular season.
Yeah.
So technically, this should be your series. But again, the Avs were not good against Winnipeg in the regular season, and look what happened in the playoffs. Also, Georgie needs to stay in the Georgie area that he was in. Can't go back to game 1, Georgie.
If he does, they won't win the series.
Against anybody.
Second and third lines for Dallas were their best lines in their opening series. And yet, when they're clicking, they do go 3 lines deep. The Avalanche actually showed off quite a bit of depth in round 1. That has to continue for this team. Also, the top defenseman for Dallas, as good as Winnipeg's group was in totality, I don't think their top-end talent was as good as Dallas's is. The blue line is pretty strong with this team. It's going to make life tough on the Avalanche.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, look, Pete DeBoer is a great success with the Sharks, with the Knights.
DeBoer.
He's classic. He's that classic hockey coach that makes playoff hockey almost ugly to watch.
Yep.
But it's effective, and he wins 1-0 and 2-1 games like they just got done doing against Vegas, and it's brutal. And the Avs are going to have their patience, and they're going to have to shoot. You know, I thought it was funny because I was watching the end of that Vegas-Dallas game, and I can't remember who the analyst was, but he said it best as Vegas was trying to get it tied up. He had said, Vegas can't look to pass the puck into the net, meaning all these perfect passes leading to the unblockable shot. The Avs cannot fall victim to that again. They've got to keep shooting at the net, digging out the rebounds, and putting them home.
The irony is the Dallas Stars don't have many good Cuthbert names, and yet their team name is an excellent Cuthbert name.
But what your guys on there?
Thomas Harley.
No.
Stars.
Who's your guy on the Stars?
Well, the best name on the team is Logan Stankoven.
Stankoven.
Yes.
That's your guy.
It is the best name on the entire team.
You get 4 to 7 games of him.
We'll see if there's enough Stars names that draw my fancy that I'll do my 5 favorite Stars names.
Yeah? If you just, the glance doesn't give you any 5 favorite Stars names right there?
I mean, obviously Stankoven is number 1 on the list. What about Radek Faksa?
Yeah.
Enunciate correctly with that name. Dadonov? That's a fun one to say.
Dadonov is another one.
Dadonov? Mm-hmm. Heiskanen? You like an ice Heiskanen, do you?
It's a Heiskanen.
And an ice cold...
Heiskanen?
It's Heiskanen?
Yeah.
Well, then I don't like it as much. That's
why? It's not a Heineken enough for you now?
It's not. No, I wanted a sweaty glass of Heiskanen. I'm not into this Heiskanen. What about their backup goaltender, Wedgwood?
Well, I hope we see him.
Two golf clubs in one name. That's not bad.
Wedge and a Wood. Good call.
Very
Good
much
call.
so.
By the way, Colorado Sports Fanatic mentioned this on Twitter. Are you aware of why the camera loves the Dallas bench?
I'm not.
They have a very attractive Paige Sporanic type fan that tends to sit right over the shoulder of DeBoer. Matter of fact, I think she's got a Twitter account and lets everybody know when she's going.
Oh, okay.
And she's not afraid to dress for Vegas, if you will.
Put them on the glass, so to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no missing it.
There's
no... You ain't looking at Pete DeBoer when they go to the bench.
Will she be visiting Colorado? Do we know?
I don't think she goes to visiting arenas, but I don't know.
Okay.
But you'll know.
Okay.
You'll know.
I'm interested.
You won't miss it. You won't miss it. Huh?
I am interested. I will be paying attention
Do
to
we have
such a thing.
We don't have a famous fan like that, do we? I don't know if anybody else in the league has like the fan everybody hopes is at the attendance in the game.
We got Spring.
But Spring's not right over Jared Bednar's shoulder every time we go to a shot of him.
He's not. No.
I swear.
But we do have him.
DeBoer could be staring up at the ceiling. They're going to a shot of him. There's Pete DeBoer, coach of the...
Somebody recently sent me an old clip of, it was on Instagram, Harry Carey, Steve Stone calling Cubs games in the 80s.
Okay.
And what a very different age in broadcasting that it was.
Yeah. Things could be said.
Where essentially all they were looking for was the most scantily clad woman sitting in the bleachers at Wrigley Field, and then cut back to her after every single pitch of a Shawan Dunston at bat. And having no problems just commenting on everything that they were observing in those moments. And it's one of those things where you go back and you're like, yeah, that is what I grew up on. That is not what we get in sports broadcasting anymore. It's a very different world.
Yeah, you also don't get Harry Carey pitching La Flavorita Mexican dinners
like
anymore,
Musburger
like he used
creeping
to.
like on...
Well, the Musburger thing was you know what? Yeah. I guess because Harry Carey to me had always been the voice. I always forget how old he was.
Uh-huh.
The Musburger thing when he couldn't get enough of who was the Alabama quarterback? They want A.J. McCarron.
A.J. McCarron,
Yeah.
Catherine Webb.
Yeah.
Whoa. I
Is that
believe.
his wife still? Weren't they engaged, or was it just a dating thing?
You know, I didn't track what happened to them beyond literally that one bowl game.
We did get the closest we got to the throwback would have been who's our Bengals guy? Who was the backup Bengals? I almost said Joe Burrow because he's back on the field. Who came in and relieved him last year?
Browning and his girlfriend's
Jake
little
Browning.
yeah.
His girlfriend was in the suite well aware the camera would be on her. She went
I
down
think I
with Stars
missed
fans.
this.
How could you miss it? They showed her 1,000 times.
Yeah, she was in
Nobody offered any comment.
She was in the Flanders ski suit.
Yeah.
For sure.
With the Bengals, yeah.
Like you're wearing nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, it was. She looked like she was ready for the Olympic downhill.
I missed out on Jake Brown, or I will now Google it. I'm interested.
Oh, it won't be hard to find. Yes. I mean, listen, good for her, good for him, good for everybody. Yeah, you didn't even have to Google much, did you?
It's funny because bodysuit is the first
Yes.
thing that pops up.
And like I said,
yeah, she has like a Jamiroquai hat on.
she was well aware
and a bodysuit
that the camera would be there.
Hey,
So, has Taylor Swift
She
forced
had it.
everybody to up their game? Is
She
that what's
looks
going on now?
very aerodynamic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No wind
Hey,
resistance there
if you
whatsoever.
needed to walk through Denver in that suit today, you'd be doing all right. The wind won't get you. It won't stop you. But she was at a game.
Did she have a luge event after the game? What was going on?
Oh, why? Why? Yes. Sure something was going on after the game. I don't know. Browning may have a track in his backyard. I don't know.
It's an interesting look. Do they just sell those on the internet? You can get a Jake Browning bodysuit, or did she have that custom made?
Yeah, I don't think.
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
I had missed out on this.
I don't know how. I think it made the highlights section of every football,
Again, I missed
Good
things.
Morning Football slipped it into their highlights.
You're the Good Morning Football guy. I miss these things, okay?
You didn't watch a lick of that game then.
I am waking up and reading like the analytical breakdown of what happens in the NFL. As such, I miss out on some good stuff.
That was in game. Nate, it was everywhere. It was on Twitter. It was everywhere.
I clearly did not
I
watch
think for
that
one
Bengals
weekend,
game.
she may have bumped Taylor Swift out of the headlines for
Okay.
like that one weekend.
I missed the whole thing.
Well, you're
I knew
about
nothing
to
about it.
Hey, the Stars version of what you just looked up is going to show up all series
It's
long.
like the Drake Kendrick Lamar beef.
What is going on? I
I-
don't even know. I just all of a sudden learned there was.
I
one.
hear things are happening. I couldn't
Hey.
tell you what a single one of them are.
Did you watch the Tom Brady roast, by the way?
I didn't watch it. I saw highlights of it.
Did he?
Does he look like a wax figure of Tom Brady?
Well,
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Did he understand what he was signing up for with a roast? I feel like about 5 minutes in,
Getting mad about the craft joke?
I don't think you understood what you. I don't think he thought first off his teammates were going to go so hard on him.
It was the
either.
most obvious joke that everyone was going to make. He had to have known it was going to happen.
Well,
Maybe he
what?
figured if
The divorce?
If no, the massage.
No, there's massage. There's divorce.
Yeah.
Because everybody had Giselle jokes aplenty.
Sure.
And then there was the Guerrero stuff that seemed to be getting to him, too. Like, again, I wanted to just be like, did they warn you what a roast was before you agreed to do this?
Googled one of these
Yeah.
before?
You know what it tells me? When you're the GOAT,
Mhm.
nobody really says much back to you. I'm not sure he was one of the guys the way that some of the true all-time great quarterbacks are, where they get it back as much as they give it.
He literally said in the trailer, "I'm unroastable," which I would counter. No, you're like the most roastable.
Yeah.
That you didn't get that part.
That's about Belichick.
I thought Belichick was okay.
I know.
I thought some of his jokes were pretty good.
Belichick was pretty funny.
I'm a very big Bill Belichick media guy fan.
Yeah, because it
so
turns
far.
out he's got a personality.
He
Just
does.
refused to show it to anybody. I had always heard that from a few people I knew that were in New England. He's the funniest guy in the room, and he will never show it to anybody.
When he was in film sessions, he used to roast dudes. That was what he would do for a living, essentially. And now he's out there, and he's going to do the Manning cast. He's doing the McAfee thing. Like, he's crushing it, man. Yeah, it was there the whole time. I hope Bill Belichick never goes back into coaching. I hope he just lives in this sphere forever.
You need Papa Belichick?
I do. Yes.
Do they need to roast Peyton Manning now? Peyton Manning would take a roast better than Tom did, right? I don't know if there's anybody that would have taken the roast as poorly as it seems.
Because Peyton Manning has made all the jokes about himself.
Right.
Like, so yes, he would absolutely be in on the joke the entire time. Yeah, Peyton Manning has I think he has an excellent sense of humor. I got the sense after watching a few clips of Tom Brady, he didn't enjoy it quite so much.
I literally don't think he understood what he signed up for.
Right.
You're hiring professional comics. What do you think Nikki Glazer's going to say about you?
Right.
Have you watched her act?
You got Jeff Ross up there.
Yeah.
Professional roaster, Jeff Ross.
And he's done a million of these.
Right.
And he's not bothered by how uncomfortable you seem to be. Nor is Kevin Hart.
And that's one of the more interesting things about it, actually, is looking back on it. Because they had Gronk, they had Edelman, they had Randy Moss.
Edelman kind of shocked me too. Edelman let a few go.
Too many teammates, though.
Okay, fair enough.
More comics. Because the comics have nothing to lose. They never have to see you again. So they don't care.
They really don't care.
Yeah. And again, like you can try making fun of them back. They're professional comedians, okay? They will wipe the floor with you, Tom Brady. You stand no chance in that realm. Yeah, it's when you get the teammates up there, even as some of the jokes were okay. I need more professional, funny people up there. Also, Gronk's kind of tough to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's all our big frat brother, right? He can be amusing enough, but that probably wasn't your alley, man.
Bit player. Throw him off to the side. Jeff Legwold. Now that's a star player right there.
Roast.
Jeff Legwold. He'll join us next. Yes, it is. Craigman and Lindahl. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Jeff Legwold time on a Monday afternoon. We now have a pretty good idea of what this Bronco roster is going to look like for the upcoming 2024 season. Leggy, many reactions obviously flying in reaction to the Broncos and their drafting. Todd McShay certainly had some very vocal thoughts that he expressed outwardly about Sean Payton and his decision to go with Bo Nix. As you have talked to people around the league, and we know what your grade was on Bo Nix, you viewed him as a second-rounder. Can we now say, I don't want to know definitively, but can we now say Bo Nix was a hubris pick for Sean Payton?
Hubris may be strong, and we don't, there may have been other people in the room, saying he's my guy, or, that we're in favor of him as well. We don't know those discussions. I've heard generally descriptions of support, but we know, we're pretty certain, as in like 99%, that George Payton and Sean Payton and by that connection, owner Greg Penner was in the loop. But Sean Payton led a very sort of stealth approach to the draft, even in-house. Everybody got to say their piece, and they had extensive meetings, about it all. No one was shortchanged in giving their opinions. But what the draft board actually looked like, even in-house, was a pretty well-kept secret, and Bo Nix is part of that. And, in some ways, you don't keep it that big a secret if he's really the 12th player on your board. That's just my personal feeling of 30-some years of doing this and talking to people who build draft boards. If there is a consensus and you're confident in your ability for everyone to keep it to themselves outside the team complex, you don't need to keep secrets in-house. So it's all a little odd, but he is their pick. And, again, if they're right, no one's ever going to care for 1 second if they're right. And that's the way it is. But in terms of just grades and value, I don't think there's any way Bo Nix was the 12th player on their board. But they did not have a second-round pick, and it adjusted everything they had to do to get a quarterback that they liked, and they liked Bo Nix. So I'm not diminishing their like for Bo Nix, but I think if they ever were on a polygraph, I think they would have to admit they reached to get him, and that's just the opinion of everybody is they reached. It's not that he's a bad player. It's just that they reached to do it.
What'd you think of the rookie minicamp? What were you able to glean, if anything, from this weekend, Jeff? It's always an interesting time. It's not – what does Sean Payton do? I should probably start there because I know in the past Gary Kubiak was like, let's just get him in the building, get him used to where everything is, that sort of stuff. How does Payton handle this little rookie minicamp? Because, again, I want to remind everybody, Jeff, they don't have a full team out there. They don't have enough guys. They don't even have guys of every position out there. So what did they do this weekend?
Well, they'll fill it out, Andy, with invitees. Some guys who are only here for the rookie minicamp, and if they're lucky, they see enough of them in them to sign them, to come to the rest of the OTAs and everything. But the concern of injury is real, and that's sort of the approach people have taken around the league, including the Broncos. They do some football stuff, but they're very cognizant of going from 4 months of combine and draft prep to training camp style practices. Teams used to do that more, and with Jeff Hireman was a very high profile injury here, the tight end. Who got injured on a kickoff coverage at the end of a rookie minicamp and frankly was never quite the player they hoped he would be after that. And ever since that injury, the Broncos, no matter who the head coach has been, have taken a far more limited approach to rookie minicamp. So, look, I'm just going to warn people. I know people are going to get on social media and talk about every spiral Bo Nix throws, but it will have very little to do with how the Broncos feel about him as a starting quarterback.
Leggy, you mentioned kickoffs right there. Post-draft now, what's your sense on the kick return now with the new rules? Who are the candidates to now have that job, to have the ball in their hands and hopefully make some plays in this new world of crazy kickoffs?
Yeah, Nate, I'm intrigued to see what people come up with. I think the unknown for setting up the return game, you get two returners. It's a 20-yard sort of return window where you can field the ball. So I don't think people have a good sense of how the ball is going to come in yet. Our team's going to try and drop it in there, line drive it in there. We just don't have that data yet. Will teams go with one speed returner and one guy who breaks tackles? We're just not sure. And for the Broncos, I think the big question is Mims still your returner if he's wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2, depending on how things shake out? They say there's no issue with Cortland Sutton, but until I see him in the building, you have to at least entertain the possibility there is some trouble there. But they're adamant they're not. But I think Mims is the question. Do you still use him as a kickoff returner? I think Mims and a Samaje Perine is an interesting combo for me. That's how I would do it. But again, after talking to special teams coaches, I think a lot of it's still up in the air.
Okay, two candidates then. Chris Abrams-Draine had some return experience at Missouri, and you brought up Samaje Perine. What do you think of Audric Estime in that kind of role?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. Are you going to have your speed option and then the guy – because
thunder and lightning.
In theory, if you can break a couple tackles, you might really be going somewhere. In theory, again, we haven't seen it in the NFL yet. We've seen it in other leagues, but I'm intrigued to see how they manage it in the OTAs, if they do any of it, and then especially in training camp. I want to see how it all shakes out as far as who they think should be back there returning the ball.
Jeff, we get the next round of OTAs. You had educated us as to everything that was going on there last Friday and that they'll get in there and they'll get the work in and all that kind of stuff. Who can surprise on this team? What position do you think is – because we've talked about all through the draft process, there's nothing they don't need. But what positions may be ripe for a rookie or second-year guy to just maybe jump in there and seize it in your mind?
I think receiver, we could see an interesting shake out there. It's intriguing to me. They drafted a guy they called a Tim Patrick type player when Tim Patrick's still on the roster. So, and I know the element Franklin could potentially bring is not one they've had consistently for a while, and they didn't use Mims enough last year. So tons of questions at receiver. That rotation, I think, will bear watching for everybody. And the corner spot, I think suddenly that's a very competitive battle all around. You got a veteran in Levi Wallace, you got a draft pick in Abrams-Draine, and you got a couple guys in-house they really like, including Riley Moss, who they've said is good enough to be a starter, who played almost no snaps on defense last year. So I think those two spots, the corner opposite of Surtain and wide receiver, and tight end, that the question simply is Dulcich, going to be the guy they've hoped he can be. This is a guy that Sean Payton, a year ago was talking about could fill the kind of role Alvin Kamara and Reggie Bush did in some respects in the Saints offense. So I think those three things are kind of the things I'm interested to see shake out as they move toward training camp.
All right, last one for you, Jeff, and we always appreciate your time. I just said this to Nate. Did Tom Brady understand what a roast was when he agreed to do this? I've never seen a guy seem to get more upset about the general proceedings of a roast than he seemed to about 15 or 20 minutes into that thing. Is that a guy? Is Tom, would you say, because you've heard everything about all these guys, was Tom Brady a guy that maybe guys really didn't give guff back to in a locker room? Like, did Manning get guff back from guys? I've always heard Elway was one of the guys, but like Tom Brady looked to me like a guy that nobody ever really said a joke about him, the way he was handling some of that.
Well, Andy, I think it's always that old thing. We all say we want the truth until we get it, maybe, and then it's. I think sometimes people who do, I've had friends participate in charity roasts for people, as part of a fundraising thing, and I think the subject of it is always surprised how far people will go to get a laugh. And I think that's the stunning part for people who sort of open themselves up to it. And, it was very clear to me, again, I don't know him, but I know a lot of people who do know him. And I think it's very clear to me he was sort of surprised at how far people were willing to go. I mean, I think my favorite moment is Edelman giving it to Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
And Belichick kind of having a real belly laugh about it. You could see that, to me, was sort of the difference in how they were taking it. I think Belichick genuinely thought that was really funny when he gave him the Foxborough High criticism that Belichick always gave the players, and that was renowned. I heard that from many former Patriots, that he would always say, "You can't play for Foxborough High." But to me, that was. I think Belichick was sort of ready for that. I'm not sure Brady was ready for how far people were going to go, and I'm sure the producers told people, let it rip, the hotter, the better, because frankly, that's how it works.
Yeah, you got to get viral clips out there. And Tom Brady being uncomfortable and telling Jeff Ross not to make massage jokes is definitely a viral clip.
Well, I mean, do you think he was ready for who? Wasn't it Edelman that said it was Guerrero that made him a weirdo all of a sudden?
Right.
Well, that was the opinion in the locker room. That isn't really a joke. That's what the jokes are really funny when the truth is right next to it. You know what I mean? And I think that was one of those. That was not really a joke, because an awful lot of people I know who've coached or played with the Patriots always said that, sort of in passing. Now, they love getting rings with Tom Brady, and he will go, his legacy is unquestioned no matter what anybody said last night. So, but yeah, I think some of those probably hit a little closer to the quick than maybe he would have liked.
That was where all the Belichick and Brady tension really started up, was having Guerrero inside the building.
Yeah.
And
he didn't want him in the building.
Yeah, it drove those guys nuts.
Well, it's kind of, it's not, it was far more than what Russell Wilson had here during Hackett's season, but it's the same principle. Coaches don't like if they're not the most important voice in the quarterback's ear.
I know what that's like. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN. Make sure you are reading his stuff, his post-draft analysis, and everything else. It's the best in the biz. Leggy, we'll talk to you Friday, man. Thank you.
Yeah, take care, folks.
All right, that's the great Jeff Legwold. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, we're with you until 6 p.m. today. We got Game 2 between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. Kind of a big game coming up.
Kind of a big deal.
Yeah, kind of a big one that we have got coming up here this evening as the Nuggets look to even things up in this series. Jamal Murray. Let's have a bigger conversation about Jamal Murray and what he's actually capable of. Because I think it might be more than we're giving it credit. Let's talk about that next.
Jamal, you were held scoreless in the first half. What was Minnesota doing defensively that might have taken you out of your rhythm?
Nothing. I've been scoreless plenty of times before.
Anthony Edwards had a possession early on in that game where he really locked Jamal Murray up, and he forced the Nuggets into an empty possession. And to me, when I watched that possession back, I mean, it was one of the first couple possessions of the entire game. When I watched that possession back, again, with the full context of the game, you could see the rust all over Jamal Murray. He was 0 for 5 in the first half. I don't think his shots were bad. I mean, he took a 3 where he had a double screen and he was wide open. He should always take that shot. That's an open 3. Jamal Murray should always take open 3s. It just didn't fall. He looked really bad in the first half of that game. But 6 of 9, 17 points in the second half, including a 4-point play, drilling a 3 in Cat's face, falling away from the basket. A very nice 6 of 9 from the field in the second half.
Nice.
I think the biggest thing, there it is.
Hey, you didn't stop. You didn't breathe.
The biggest thing is Jamal Murray, I think, is going to be more comfortable with what his body is allowing him to do right now. He's going to be more comfortable playing at a slower pace. But I think he's also going to know, okay, this is what I've got underneath me. I don't think he struggled to get to his spots in game 1. I think Jamal comes out and plays well tonight.
I hope you're right.
I'd like to be. He says wishfully.
Here's the thing. I know Jamal is tough enough to grit through whatever he needs to grit through.
Mm-hmm.
Like you and I talked about beginning of the show, though, my major concern, I think Jamal Murray can find offense anywhere. I think he can adjust his shots. He did get the 3 ball to finally get going here, late in the game. So all that was good. It's the defensive end of the floor where I have some concerns. Not only about him playing to the level that he wants to, but is it the defensive end of the floor where it could make it worse for him? Trying to burst to pick off a pass or something like that, where he strains it or does whatever the heck's going on to it even more. That's the thing. We could call it a strained calf all you want. I am curious everything he may be dealing with.
I think it hurts like hell.
It's been a calf. He had the hamstring
when
for a
you
while.
hear that he didn't do anything between the end of the Lakers series and the start of the Timberwolves series, that's bad news. Now, after tonight, they'll get 3 full days off.
But is that good? Like you just said, he got 4 days off and didn't do anything.
His recovery.
Is it that he needs to actually keep going, moving, keeping it loose that way by actual game action?
I can tell you this. They need him. Here's a crazy stat.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Sean Keeler had this in the Denver Post. Here we go. When Jamal scores 20-plus in a playoff game, the Nuggets are 29-9. 29-9. That is a 76% win rate. 19 points or fewer, the Nuggets are 7-14. If he scores 15 or fewer in that number, 3-6. That's troubling, obviously. You need Jamal Murray to be the second star on the floor, and especially on a night when Nikola Jokic's shot is not falling, as it did not in Game 1. 11-25 from the field, 7 turnovers. He also took 9 threes. Took 9 threes. I like Jokic taking threes, and I know some of them were late shot clock. You don't really have a choice, but I don't want Nikola taking any more than 5 or 6.
Okay, let me ask you this, though. And see, this is where I do get a little concerned about the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Did Nikola take those threes because nobody was moving and he was a little too tired to go into the trees one more time?
There were possessions where I do believe that was happening.
And that's where it gets concerning.
Now, he always shoots more threes in the playoffs. Some of that is a product of just being on the floor for 41 minutes a game. So he is going to take more threes. It's also, look, he's trying to, if he makes them, if he hits 1, 2, 3 of those things, suddenly Karl Anthony Towns or Rudy Gobert or whomever is guarding him at the time, then they don't get to just slough off. They have to actually go and think about that shot. And that's when he gets into pump fake, put the ball on the floor, go get fouled, and 1 situations. That becomes a weapon for him. 2 of 9. if I'm Minnesota, if I was Chris Finch and Mike Inori getting ready for this game today, I would say Nikola Jokic wants to shoot threes, let him. Let him. I don't care if he's making them or not. Let him.
I'd agree. He isn't the guy that comes off where the three ball is a consistent part of his arsenal.
Right.
Now, like you said, he can make them, and he certainly was making plenty of them in the playoffs a year ago. Doesn't feel like he's cashing them in as high a rate right now as he did a year ago.
No, he's under 30% for the playoffs at the moment, which he was over. God, he was like 45% in the playoffs last year.
Here's my other question, though. At one point, you just say to MPJ, I need you to own the scoring tonight because of how well he's shooting. And maybe it's not something you say to MPJ. Maybe it's something you say to Jamal, where you just say, look, we're getting him the ball and we're letting him have his shot. If it's falling, get it to him as much as you can.
He's so confident right now.
Let him try to go basket for basket with Anthony Edwards.
He's so confident right now. Yeah, he's been the second best Nugget in these playoffs. And
let him make him shoot more. Have him shoot more.
What was his number in game one?
See, here's the only thing.
It took 13 shots in game one, third most on the team.
But what was it first half to second half? Like, I want just 2 even halves of shots for MPJ. And I don't know if it's because he's not hunting it. I don't know if it's that they're not finding him, but he cannot be left out of the equation, whatever it is.
First half, he was 4 of 7. Second half, he was 2 of 6.
So I guess fair number of it didn't feel like he was that even. But 13 shots total?
God, he was minus 11 in the second half. Everybody was minus. The whole starting five was terrible.
But don't you get him to shoot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Especially, like, again, maybe Jamal, because it feels like Jamal's leg needs to warm up. Maybe let Jamal play a little bit of decoy and try to find MPJ. I don't know.
More minutes.
I don't know.
More minutes. More shots, more
Let's
minutes.
just win
all that
this
good
one
stuff.
and then no big deal, right? You just win this one, no big deal. Go split Minnesota, 3-game series, see what happens. And like you said,
they could just win at 5. That'd be fine.
You could pull the old
I'd take it.
the reverse sweep. Listen, I think we do have to give credence to what the texter wrote in earlier and what you talked about. We have to be ready that maybe Minnesota is the better team this time.
Yeah.
Because the Nuggets are not as healthy as they were a year ago, and Minnesota is.
They're clicking. They're playing great basketball. The Nuggets are not. I'm waiting to see a game where the Nuggets actually show up and give us 48 minutes of Denver Nugget basketball.
Nuggets.
Seriously.
Good old-fashioned Nuggets.
Just ball popping, moving, creativity, flow, cutting, physical, good perimeter defense, tipped passes, getting out on the run, getting stops, good rebounding, Jokic pushing the ball up the floor, all of those things, which it gets tougher in the postseason, obviously, but they have not looked like themselves yet in this postseason. They have yet to actually do it. Andy, so the Rockies.
Yeah, the Rockies. Your Colorado Rockies.
Dropped 2 of 3 in Pittsburgh.
Oh, what a shame.
Ryan Feltner couldn't hold the lead yesterday. 5-3, they fall. Have yet to win a series so far this year.
Is that bad?
It is not ideal.
We're in May.
So between Mexico City, where they played Houston, Miami, and Pittsburgh, they just completed a 1-7 road trip.
And they have been down in every game but one, right?
Every game but one. Yeah.
The one they did win in Pittsburgh,
Friday
they led
night.
start to finish.
Yep. They scored 6 runs in the whole series in Pittsburgh. 6 runs.
That's sweet.
Yeah. So after this road trip, after dropping 2 of 3 in Pittsburgh, they are now 8-26. That is tied with the Chicago White Sox for the worst record in baseball.
Oh, we're now tied.
They are now tied.
All right.
At 8-26, the Rockies are currently on a 38-win pace.
Wow.
38.
That is something.
38. Right now they're on pace to go 38-124.
How many games have they played right now?
We're 34 games into the campaign.
Do we have a team threatening 30 wins by chance or 25?
Nope. That's just the Rocks and the White Sox. Got the Giants and the Rangers this week. Hey, off night tonight, all right?
Thank God. All that wind.
Yeah.
There go your Coors Field advantage. Wind blow that ball right back in the park.
Advantage.
Right. Yeah. See, you got to have hitters. No big deal. Didn't the Rangers win the World Series?
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Giants are.
And Giants are sub 500.
I
so
don't
far
care.
this
The
year.
Giants always seem to give you problems, right? You can beat the Padres, but you can't beat the Giants. Explain that to me.
I think Foxborough High would give the Rockies problems right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some traveling teams. Is by the way, is Chris Bryant playing? I'm barely paying attention.
No.
Is he still on the IL?
Yeah.
How was that 15-day IL trip? Are we on day 30?
Still there. Still there.
Yeah. How far into the IL trip are we now? Got to at least be 3 weeks.
You know
right?
what? I haven't pulled up the game log in a minute here. Let's find that out, shall we? Yeah, it's been a while.
Can you find?
He hasn't played since the 13th of April.
Nice. What are we
Yeah.
coming up on, a month?
Yeah.
It was Cinco de Mayo yesterday. Sure.
It was.
What was that? A 2-week trip? That was a 15-day IL, right?
And he's still there.
We're gonna retroactive that thing to the 60-something day DL.
Still there.
What the hell goes on? I mean, really, what happens that this guy? What did he go on with? What's he hurt with?
I don't even
Feelings?
remember.
What?
It was the foot last year. What's wrong with him now?
Yeah, sure.
Does anybody remember the injury even?
No.
It's immaterial.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Back.
Sure.
That's like your whole body.
Right. It could be anything. Upper, lower. Doesn't matter.
8-26.
Big swings on all them strikeouts causing a back problem. Is that we got back spasms?
Off night tonight. We have
Off night every night. What are you talking about?
We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA. When we come back, where is Rudy Gobert? How is Jamal Murray's calf? Plus, they're big mad in Philadelphia. There's so much to get into. Let's do that next. Hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Game 2, Nuggets, Timberwolves. Tonight, 8 o'clock, extended pregame beginning at 7 p.m. Berto's got your pregame coverage at 7:30. And then D-Mac will be in the paint this evening. Not necessarily a rim protector, but a power guard nonetheless. D-Mac in the paint tonight. After the game, taking your calls, texts, and all of that stuff. Right now, it is time for the High Five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the basketball world. John Tesh back with us. Mark Springer, let's go.
Oh, that first drop hits so good. It's
Every time.
For the NBA High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Let's start with some Nuggets-Wolves stuff. First, from a Nuggets perspective, all eyes are on Jamal Murray's calf. He talked to the media after game 1, and he was asked if there are any adjustments he needs to make with his game given his calf injury.
Yeah, it's going to be a part of it, and I've accepted that. And you know, there's counters for everything. So I just got to keep adjusting. We got to keep adjusting, and you know, find ways to get it done. It's I don't know, man. The calf is whatever it is.
Acceptance of what he is now and being able to adjust to what he is. I was really encouraged by the second half that he played the other night. I was really encouraged in general with the way that the Nuggets responded from a terrible start to that game, ripping off a 23-5 run at one point. Don't do that tonight. Did you realize, by the way, Andy, the Nuggets have trailed by 9 or more points in every game of this postseason?
I did not realize that. The other thing I didn't realize till Kevin Harlan said it on the broadcast was that the other night was their first lead at halftime.
That's annoying.
How about that?
That's annoying.
Both stats are not things to be repeated tonight.
No,
game you got to win.
They're really not.
I mean, you'd like to have a lead at halftime, but
yeah, you certainly would. Jamal looked rusty. He's going to have to adjust to what he is. He's going to have to play slower. He's going to have to get used to having a compromised left leg. Defensively, they have to figure out how to hide him a little bit better, find wherever Mike Conley is, and just have Jamal Murray exist in that part of the floor. They're going to hunt him on pick and rolls. They're going to try and get Anthony Edwards going downhill on Jamal Murray a lot. And as we learned from game 1, if he gets to do that, he's going to kick the crap out of the Nuggets.
Yeah, I think you need to get physical with him. I think you need to make him tired. I think you need to make basketball hurt a little bit. And again, I'm not talking about technical fouls or putting him on his backside all the time, but just foul him. Make him get some at the free throw line. And for goodness sake, if you are going to foul him, don't let him have the dang shot for the and one. Don't let him get the shot up. But you got to take away some of the confidence. You got to try to knock some of the cockiness out of him right now.
He's pretty damn
He's feeling
confident
real good about
right
himself
now.
at this point.
Yes. He really is doing that.
You know, maybe the guy you have to go after, though, seriously, is Karl Anthony Towns.
Mhm.
And just get him off his shot. He was the guy they were able to rattle in the playoff series last year, where even if he had like a good third quarter, he rarely was. Remember, I would make shots in the fourth quarter quite often, where his shot would just go away. Need to force that to happen again.
They got the stretch out of him where he ripped off like 3 fouls in like under a minute.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Get that a little bit earlier in the game. He does that pretty much every single time. But yeah, this Timberwolves team is really damn good. By the way, we've gotten a number of texts on this today. So this is the portion of the playoffs where we go all national telecasts. The crew on game 1, Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller, Jamal Crawford. It was a very pro Timberwolves broadcast, there's no doubt. But Andy, I would also say this. If I was calling that game, I would have also been doing a very pro Timberwolves broadcast. They were playing better, and Anthony Edwards was the story of that game.
Yeah, and look, I would tell folks I will always give TNT some grace. They have been way better at handing the Nuggets their flowers than any of the other. Look, Stephen A. Smith, I told you today, he can't wait for he is so done talking Jokic. All he wants to do is talk Ant. I know he's hoping this thing is a sweep and he doesn't have to talk about Jokic for another year. Look, Anthony Edwards is very exciting for a lot of these
Great
broadcasters.
player.
I don't know how much they've got to see him. Frankly.
Very personable.
Because remember, the Laker games that I remember that they had, this crew had the Laker games and the Nuggets, right? So guys are going to get excited when they see the next. And look, you got to admire the kid's game.
He's playing out of his mind.
He's
playing out of his mind. If the Nuggets want the telecast to be slanted towards them, they got to play better.
Right.
They absolutely have to play better.
And whether you like it or not, that's part of being the champs. You're the old story.
Yeah.
Look, the Broncos went through this. When the Broncos had their Manning era, everybody hated Phil Simms because all Phil Simms really was trying to do was try to give you reasons to keep watching this game. Now, I get it. It's annoying as hell if you're a Nuggets or Bronco fan in that case. But they're trying to give you reasons to keep watching. The Nuggets being great, it's a year-long story right now. And I think, frankly, they were a little surprised at how Ant was able to go off. So like you said, stop the explosion from happening. They won't talk about him so much anymore.
I was sitting on my couch watching it going, wow, this dude is kicking the crud out of the Nuggets right now.
I kept trying to figure out what are you going to do to defensively stop this.
I would have been saying the exact same thing on the telecast. Spring.
But I get why you're annoyed.
All right, now for the Timberwolves. Rudy Gobert is questionable for tonight's Game 2 due to personal reasons after becoming a father for the first time. The baby boy was delivered this morning, sources told ESPN. It is uncertain whether Gobert will be able to travel to Denver in time for the tip-off against the Nuggets. Dane Moore covers the NBA and the Timberwolves at Dane Moore NBA on Twitter. He tweeted this afternoon asking around a bit on Rudy Gobert, and there seems to be optimism that Gobert will be able to get back by game time tonight. Mike Conley was asked about the possibility of not playing with Rudy Gobert tonight. This is courtesy of Vic Lombardi on Twitter. Here's Mike Conley.
You know, we're a deep team. We got a lot of guys ready to step in and play for us if that's the case, and just try to get a win by any means.
Mike, what if Rudy isn't out there specifically for the Jokic matchup? When you guys were slowing Jokic, he was in that spiral. How do you guard Jokic effectively if Gobert's not on the floor?
By committee, man. We got to throw a lot of bodies at him. We got to show him a lot of different looks. You can't just give him one read. He's so smart and has the ability to pick you apart. You know, if you kind of show him the same thing multiple times. So it'll be a lot of junk, a lot of different things that we have to implement, but. Stuff that we've done throughout the year and different games, different teams. We'll have to implement that tonight.
Timberwolves are a plus 74 in Gobert's minutes in the playoffs. Second highest plus-minus, individual plus-minus in the entire playoffs. They've done that in 175 minutes. But this is the thought that I got in my head as Spring led us into that story, and now I can't stop thinking about it. What does a newborn baby look like in Rudy Gobert's hands? Can he palm a newborn?
Did you ever see the Andre the Giant holding the Coke can?
Right.
That's probably Rudy Gobert and a baby.
Hold the baby.
There it is. Yeah. Look at the baby. I think there should be a new rule. If you're not in the building, start of the game, can't play.
Can't play?
Implement it for tonight.
I'm down for that.
I don't know.
Sorry, we locked the doors. You can't come in.
Cannot come in. The wind, I don't know, the wind may affect this whole thing.
Is it going to land?
They had massive problems with flights out of DIA.
Yeah, it could be a problem. Could be a huge
hoping,
problem.
Frankly, keep him wherever you said Utah's where he's at?
Yes, I believe that is where the baby is being born. Yes.
The baby.
Spring.
High five.
Sixers GM Daryl Morey talking to the media today after they lost in 6 to the Knicks. He says that Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and head coach Nick Nurse are the only guarantees to be back with the team next season. They have cap space. They have $65 million in cap space. Are they going to sign a LeBron James? Mark Stein reporting that an executive in the NBA says that maybe they could trade for Jimmy Butler, reacquire him from the Heat. But here's Daryl Morey today.
After an offseason where there's going to be a lot of change, just, except for Nick Nurse, Joel, and Tyrese, and Paul and Ricky, we don't know for sure who's going to be back next year. So we feel like we're in the window where we have to win now. We're mostly focused on getting the best players that fit with Joel and Tyrese. I think the storylines around how do you win in this league, for a good thing, I've been around quite a bit. I know there was a time when jump shooting teams couldn't win. recently you couldn't have bigs and win. Now the story is you have to have bigs to win. The reality is, like, you need very good players. You need better players than your opponents, and there isn't really a formula. To get to your specific question, I think as long as players are playing at a high level, we're focused on Joel and Tyrese, and we're focused on now. So you have to factor in age, because I have to look at more than just one season. But the reality is, like, similar to, we put most of our focus on the team when Joel is available. We put most of our focus on the now versus the future with where Joel is in his prime.
That's the hardest part that they're dealing with, right, Andy? Is it just, it flat out comes down to, are they ever going to have a season where he is at or close to 100% by the time you get to the postseason? If they ever do, they might be able to win an NBA championship. They never do, though. And he's about to turn 30 years old, and the thing you have to wonder is, like, the brief window of good health that Embiid has had in the last couple of years, and the luck ran out this year in the postseason. Did you miss your best opportunity to be able to win a title with that guy? The answer is you probably have, because his body never holds up.
Never holds up. He's the classic. Look, these big guys, obviously, they're built differently.
Yeah.
And now you wonder, is the knee going to be a thing for a while? Like, what all the parts does, sooner or later, every big guy's back starts to give him a problem, right? Has he dealt with that in the past?
I mean,
If
Embiid
not,
has
it's
had
on its way.
every malady
So-
that you could possibly imagine so far in his career. When he's healthy and on the floor, he's great. You can't count on that. And so, like, you can try and acquire Paul George, you can rebuild the thing, and I get it, Daryl Morey, that's his only controllable. Say that all you want. It flat out comes down to, will that guy be healthy when you get to the postseason?
Yeah, and nobody knows. And I mean, again, it's so funny because he's, in there, people are wondering about a Jimmy Butler. Could you go get a Jimmy Butler? Could you go get, What do you think about the LeBron thing? Think LeBron would go out to Philly?
No. I can't imagine he leaves the Lakers.
You know where I could see him leaving? See him hopping over to San Antonio.
Hanging out with Wemby? Be his last best shot, probably.
Look, man,
right?
That guy in the paint.
Yeah,
that guy's a problem.
Yep.
So yeah, it feels like every time he becomes a free agent, somebody thinks he's going to go. Remember, it was Brooklyn once upon a time. It was the Knicks back in the day with Melo.
Mm-hmm.
The only time he's chosen to go east is when it was to Miami, southeast. He never goes. I think he's been attached to every borough, it feels like, on the East Coast.
Sure.
And he never goes there. Never, ever.
No.
You know why? East Coast living sucks.
And finally, Spring.
High five. Mentioned Jimmy Butler there, and Pat Riley commenting on him today, as Jimmy Butler has 1 year left on his contract, and he has a player option after that, so technically 2 more years. The Heat are expecting him to ask for a 2-year extension this summer, but Pat Riley saying today that a Jimmy Butler extension depends on his availability, and they have not discussed that internally right now. Jimmy Butler did have a comment in a video posted to social media that the Heat would have beaten the Celtics if he was available in that series. Pat Riley commented on that today.
We played, I've been involved in competition in the playoffs against certain opponents that turned into hate. Even since we've been here, I hate to use that word, but the competition gets so tough that you don't like one another. And so we played Boston 4 times, I think, in the playoffs since Jimmy's been here. So, you do develop some dislike for the other team, but they are, this year, I think, the best team in the league, with the best roster in the league. They made some great moves. Brad Stevens did a great job in getting Holiday and Porzingis. They built their bench a little bit differently. And, for him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
Wow,
Pat.
Boy, that caught us both.
A little grumpy.
That is I am tired of you being hurt.
When he played last year, they beat those guys. So who's to say
Boy, what would he be saying about Embiid? Good night. What if he was running Philly?
Also, Jimmy Butler does troll. That's what he does, okay? He gets bored and he says things. Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a guy rushing to offer an extension, though.
No kidding, right? Shut your damn mouth.
You shut your mouth.
And that is the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA. We have the Nuggets and the Minnesota Timberwolves coming up this evening. It is game number 2. Hour number 1, the sky was falling. Let's lift the sky back up as the Nuggets get ready to even this series at a game apiece. We'll do that next. Well, we've been having a gigantic pile of fun with you on a Monday afternoon Avalanche Stars game numero uno mañana. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the puck falling to the ice at 7:30 tonight. The Nuggets look to even things up with the Minnesota Timberwolves at a game apiece, dropping game one in, let's be honest, rather disappointing fashion. You don't like to look up and see that the score is 9-0. You don't like to see that it's 12-2, 18-4. Offense starting the game completely out of sync. Anthony Edwards, 11 of the first 18. And then, interestingly enough, just like we all drew it up, Andy, Reggie Jackson comes into the game and boom, 11-0 run.
Boom goes the dynamite.
It's just that simple.
3-point shots going in, sweet assists.
Justin Holiday probably did, and the metrics would bear it out, a better job on Anthony Edwards than anybody else.
Okay.
If I was Michael Malone, I would lean into that tonight with a clear eye on you got to throw a lot of different matchups at him. But Justin Holiday, who he's long, he hasn't shot great so far in the postseason, although he did knock one down the other night. He's a veteran. He knows what's to be done. He is a vastly lower ceiling player than Peyton Watson or Christian Brown. But right now, Justin Holiday is trustworthy. Right?
He's gritty.
Yeah.
You need gritty defenders in there.
You do.
And by gritty, I mean get up in there, bother him, don't give him his space. Look, if he's going to hit threes over you, what are you going to do about it? Okay? What are you going to do about it?
Yep.
You know?
He's going to hit tough shots. He's a tough shot maker.
Here's the thing that you've got to get ready for. Here's the one thing, I guess, and we're going to be positive after this. The one thing I'm a little concerned about, though.
Positive!
You had mentioned it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The Nuggets did get a pretty good whistle in that first game.
They did.
And did not take advantage of it.
Outscored the Timberwolves by 7 at the free throw line.
I don't know you get that same whistle tonight. So you better be ready.
Problematic.
The thing I think is funny is it still doesn't feel like Joker necessarily gets, like Joker I think needs to start flailing or falling down or something. Scotty said this long ago to me, and I feel like I've noticed it. The big guys that are kind of like oak trees, like, Jokic, ain't going anywhere no matter how much refs don't tend to call fouls on them for them all the time, because even though it could be good contact, it doesn't put them off their path. The way, like, if Ant gets a good shot to the hips, he's off his path and the whistle's getting blown.
The little guys are always going to be called different than the big guys. And yeah, sometimes Jokic's greatest detriment is his strength.
You can't move him.
Which is one of his greatest strengths.
Yeah.
Is that, yes, he is tough to move. And because of the physicality, now he gets to get away with some stuff. There's no doubt about that. But also, yeah, it is a part of why he doesn't take as many free throws. It's unfair. It's truly unfair. Bigs are officiated different than guys in the backcourt. Obviously, something that is a foul 25 feet away from the basket is not a foul 5 feet away from the basket. That is the way that the sport has always been. But yes, Nikola Jokic does get fewer calls because he's stronger than basically everybody else he goes up against. That is a reality.
You need to tip your cap to Minnesota for the smart game. Like, there was the annoying foul, or no, what was it, a travel? Because Naz Reid just smartly stopped in front of Jokic and got him to travel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were on their mental game. You've got to get back on your mental game. It doesn't feel like they're necessarily mentally sharp. What do we do with the Peyton Watson thing? I wouldn't mind seeing Peyton Watson get a little bit of, use his length against him.
I agree.
Give him a matchup that bothers him. But Peyton cannot be, again, Peyton just needs to go to the hole offensively then. Don't be waiting in the corner for that three ball, man. That ain't your shot. It just isn't.
And it allows defenders to just sag off of him. Josh makes this point on the text line, and this is, he's right. Says, I think Brown could put the clamps on Ant-Man, but he gives you nothing offensively. That's the struggle that they're up against right now.
The whole bench.
This is where,
What does Justin Holiday give you offensively? He's about the same when it comes to hitting a three. None of them are consistent.
Wouldn't it be great if we could one day stop talking about Bruce Brown? But Bruce Brown gave it to you on both ends of the floor, and you do not have that right now. And Minnesota is going to give Christian Brown and Peyton Watson and Justin Holiday 3-pointers all day long. You just don't get the same advantage with spacing the floor, and that simply crowds more dudes around Nikola Jokic, makes him work in a phone booth. That's not to say that he can't do that. It's just a little bit of a tougher thing. Now, some of it also is Jokic had a bad shooting game in game one. You could look at it and say, well, he's falling away from the basket. Yeah, but he makes those a lot of the time. Those aren't bad looks for Nikola Jokic. They're not necessarily his prime looks that he wants to be able to get, but he can still get very makeable Nikola Jokic shots, even against all that size from Minnesota. He just has to make them. And I believe he will make them tonight because you don't hold the best player in the world down for that long.
You know, it's funny because you've been saying all year how big Minnesota is. They're tall, they're long, all that stuff. I didn't really have it processed in my head until I watched Aaron Gordon, really most of the Nuggets team, not look comfortable going up for the rebounds and the putbacks the way they were, right? Yeah. They were altering their own shots, matter of fact. I was glad to see Christian go up and get that dunk and not let it bother him, but they've just got to go attack the size sometimes. But Nikola was not only missing shots, Gordon wasn't there grabbing rebounds and putting it back right away the way that he was.
Right.
And again, Minnesota's ready for it because these guys have played you so much. They know what you're going to do. They know what your personnel is. The thing that annoyed me was the Nuggets know just as much about Minnesota, and for some reason you let Naz Reid go off. You let Karl Anthony Towns get loose. You can't let that happen. They know that.
Crisping up, getting into the two-man game earlier as much as you possibly can, that's going to require you getting stops and pushing the tempo up the floor. I think the Nuggets will make that adjustment. We'll know to do that a little bit better. You have to push the ball up the floor. Reggie commented on it during the telecast. There were numerous possessions where the Nuggets were just going into their action and doing it 10 feet behind the arc. Okay, they've got to be in tighter if it is going to be effective. That's a huge adjustment that they have to make in this game, is get the tempo going a little bit, get the ball up the floor, and don't let Minnesota guard you that far away from the basket. It's a big thing I want to see, and that requires better rebounding and, getting stops.
Well, I was about to say, you've got to get a defensive rebound when it's available.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Reggie talked about it a lot where you cannot let them get set, and they kept letting them. It's where, here's what I can't really put the 2 and 2 together, right? They kind of look tired to me, and yet they just had 4 days. They shouldn't have been tired.
Right.
You only played one more game and one more night. Like, Minnesota only got one more night of rest more than you did, and they flew to Denver. And it was funny, they were talking about the altitude. The altitude to me never really took effect.
No.
I feel like at this time of year when it comes to hockey and basketball, these dudes are they're the top conditioned athletes.
Yeah.
They are up and down the floor and ice all the time. I'm not sure altitude factors in them.
I'm sure it's hard, but I think playing anywhere is hard right now.
Yeah, because they're beat up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't you feel like, I think this has been interesting. I feel like the NBA is fighting more of a war of attrition this year than we've seen in a while. New York was beat up. Philly's been beat up. The Nuggets look like they're beat up. Hell, the Minnesota Timberwolves may be the only team healthy left in basketball.
Boston
right
playing through the Porzingis injury at the moment. Yeah.
Phoenix wasn't always feeling great.
No.
Why do you think that is? I don't feel like all these teams, we had some beat up teams last year.
Yeah.
Was it just because the Nuggets were healthy and we didn't know? I didn't notice it.
Very much so. The Nuggets were. It is one of the key differences, okay? And we did bring it up, okay? To be fair to the conversation, we brought it up numerous times. The Nuggets in a 16-4 run to the championship a year ago were insanely healthy, okay? Nobody missed a game in the entire postseason run. Everybody was available every single night. Now, nobody has missed a game yet, but that's yet so far in this series, and Jamal has been questionable basically every game so far of this postseason. KCP has got the ankle thing. Reggie's got the ankle thing. I don't think Nikola is 100%
I don't
right
think
now.
Aaron Gordon is either.
So couple it all together, and the Nuggets are a beat-up team. They also played 20 playoff games a year ago. and then come back and go through an entire regular season. That's another thing that takes it out of you. It's what makes repeating so damn hard in that sport. It is such a war of attrition. A part of why it was going to be tougher this year, West is going to be better. Minnesota is already better than any team that they played last year. Anthony Edwards is already playing at a higher level individually than anybody that they saw last year. I know Devin Booker had a minute there where he couldn't miss a friggin' shot, but that eventually burned itself out. And maybe the same will happen with Ant here in this series. That could very well happen because he's shooting so far above his career numbers right now. But at the moment, I'm not going to bank on it. But the West is better. The Nuggets are going to be more beat up. Things are just going to be tougher this time around.
Yeah, well, and we'd warned that going into it. And look, I said it was going to be a 7-game series. I still think it's going to be a 7-game series. To me, all the Nuggets need to do, obviously, win tonight, but just let them taste the loss. A young T-Wolves team has not tasted a loss in the playoffs.
Right.
How does it change when finally everything's not cruising? Everything's not going their way, right? Look, the Nuggets are dealing with this is the first time they've been down 1-0 since what, 2 years ago?
Yep, since Golden State.
Yeah, so.
Nikola Jokic is the best basketball player in the world, okay? And it's not that Jokic cares that Ant is getting all of the hype and all the plaudits that he is at the moment. Quite frankly, it's deserved with the way that he's playing so far in the postseason. But this is a best player in the world steps up and plays great kind of game tonight, okay? If the Denver Nuggets are going to show up, it's going to require Nikola Jokic to look like that dude. And the onus has got to be on him. He cannot be 11 of 25 from the field. He needs to be 14 of 25, 15 of 25, whatever it is going to be. But if that version of Nikola Jokic shows up, which he still is the dude, he is about to win his 3rd MVP this week, the Nuggets will be just fine in what is going to be a really difficult series. But he's got to play better.
I've been meaning to ask you this, and maybe not, right? Nikola had the joke that everybody laughed about when he was asked about how do you deal with them in waves, and he said, I guess, clone myself.
Yeah.
Was that a low-key request maybe to some of the teammates to, I need help out there? Was that his own way of saying, I need some more help against these guys? Was it maybe a low-key, not a shot?
I know what you mean.
But you know what I mean? Just a little bit, Aaron, I need a little more.
Honestly, when he said it, my eyebrows went up a little bit of like, oh, okay. Because he does. Because outside of Porter, nobody else has played to his level in this postseason. Last year, dudes met the moment. This year, they haven't done it. Jamal Murray had 2 game winners against the Lakers. He's not having a good playoffs.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, and I love AG. AG's been great, but AG's not been great since Game 3 of the Lakers series.
KCP is a bad matchup against Anthony Edwards. He has to find whatever way that he can to be effective, and maybe that means down the stretch, Christian Brown is going to get those minutes and is going to be defending Anthony Edwards. And you give up shooting without KCP on the floor. He's a great shooter. He's a great friggin' player, but maybe Christian Brown and a little bit more size out there has to be the matchup because Anthony Edwards just had his way with KCP in Game 1. You don't see that very often, but Ant's just a freak and a tough matchup.
And again, a young guy that feels good about his game. Yep. Give him something to be a little doubtful about.
Yep. He's playing cocky right now. Go with MPJ at the 4 on the first substitution. Okay? Go a little bit smaller. Force them to spread the floor out a little bit. Get guys out of the lane and allow Nikola Jokic to do his work in there. The Nuggets are still the world champions. They're still the best starting 5 in basketball until somebody knocks them off. But they got to show up tonight. What you saw in Game 1 was flat out not acceptable. This is the night to find out. With the back against the wall, what kind of response do you see out of the world champions? I think they show up and look like the Denver Nuggets tonight. I think they get this win. I think they win this game by 10 or more points tonight.
I wholeheartedly agree, but if you thought the sky was falling in the 3 o'clock hour, if it doesn't happen, if they don't show that killer instinct,
Andy,
I'm going to have real concerns.
If they lose tonight, we're doing a really different show tomorrow.
No, I'm with you, and yet for some stupid reason, everyone's going to hate me saying this, I'm somewhat calm that it's going to be 1-1 when we're done with tonight.
Yeah.
Because again, I think this thing's going 7.
Yep.
I had said if they were going to win another championship, I thought this round, because I thought they'd get the Wolves, would go 7. And I got news for you. I feel like if they make it to the NBA Finals and they get Boston, that thing's going 7-2.
Yep. It's just how it's going to go this time around. And hey, you know what? That's okay. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
7's good for you.
See, we're feeling good.
It puts hair on your chest, Nate.
That's right. 7, man.
Did you ever have a guy tell you that when you were younger? Mowing the lawn's good for you. It puts hair on your chest. I don't want hair on my chest.
My grandma,
Shut your mouth.
my grandma used to tell me if I ate my crust on my sandwich, put hair on my chest.
I would never eat my crust. I don't eat pizza crust. I don't eat bread crust. I ain't a crust guy.
Eat your crust. Eat your crust. Uh-huh. You know what, though? To this day, I am a crust guy.
And you got hair on your chest.
I do. I do.
Quite abundant when we were in Vegas.
All of those things.
Me.
No further questions. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. My name is Nate Kreckman. His name is Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer is the producer of our terrific program. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, taking you up to game number 2, Nuggets Timberwolves. Nuggets in unfamiliar territory, down 1-0. First time trailing in a series since the first round 2022 against the Golden State Warriors. Avalanche and Stars. Game number 1 tomorrow. It's all going on right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And you can text in via the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. You can participate in Sports Talk Radio Discourse with us.
All right, a very important question. I'm glad Flax reminded us of this.
Okay.
Because listen, it's been a heavy day. It's been a little bit, we're not used to what we've been dealing with thus far as this down 0-1 after a game at home and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like, Denver's a little nervous, so let's have a giggle.
Okay.
And what's the best thing for a giggle? A quality rally sausage. Did you get the rally sausage out in Chicago, or do I need to just pick one up at Target like I nearly did today?
I didn't.
And that's what the Nuggets need, is a rally sausage.
I did not do any sausage shopping while I was there.
You were in the Midwest and you didn't shop one sausage?
I'm trying to think. I don't even think I set foot in a grocery store the entire week that I was there.
Okay, so in order for those that missed the story, the Twins have a rally sausage.
I did go to Wisconsin, but I did not go into any sausageries while I was there.
You couldn't have just picked up something? You didn't see a sausage and think of it?
Not a single sausage.
There's a damn sausage in every corner store in Wisconsin, is there not?
I'm trying to think. I had one hot dog when I was there, a quality Frankfurter. Outside of that, that was the only sausage I ate the entire time that I was in the Midwest.
What were you doing?
I don't know. Did you
really go?
Now that I'm thinking back on that week, what the hell did I do?
I don't know that you did anything. I'm not even sure you were in Chicago. That's how you're going to talk to me. Do we get the Wisconsin? Do we need to get the same sausage they had? I don't know that we need to do that. The Twins, where are the Twins at with the rally sausage, by the way? Is it finally the streak over?
And
then what do they do with the sausage?
They have to throw the thing away. It's toxic, right? The win streak was finally snapped over the weekend. By the Red Sox. But they took 2 of the first 3 in the series. The win streak got to 12. With the sausage, and they are in action right now, actually, against the Seattle Mariners.
And the score?
Is presently no score, bottom first.
So do I buy a sausage in an attempt for a Nuggets rally sausage tonight? What if things don't go our way? Damn sausage is useless.
If pick up a sausage on the way home at the store, and if the Nuggets win, obviously, it is our rally sausage. If they lose, then you must consume the sausage, sadly, in your basement, probably in your underwear, while watching like a repeat of Get Up from this morning on ESPNU.
Do I use spray cheese with it?
Yeah.
Because when it comes, we only really have the sausage around the house for some reason around Thanksgiving. I don't even know why. It's like just something you munch on, usually Turkey Day, till you get to the real event.
It's charcuterie season.
Yeah, but I like a good spray cheese just for that purpose. I don't need it any other time of the year. Give me a chicken and a biscuit, cracker, the sausage, and some spray cheese on top, and we're good to go. It's quite delectable.
And yet, you are not from the Midwest, and when you describe that right there, nobody would ever believe you. That is as Midwest as it gets.
Am I wrong?
You're not at all.
You can't have
chicken on a biscuit.
You cannot have the rally sausage without some spray cheese to go with it. You ain't just eating a sausage, right? Although the Wisconsin one you said that they got. Do you remember the name brand of it? Old Wisconsin, I think it was.
No, Old Wisconsin was the one that we looked up.
What was theirs? I thought theirs was the Old Wisconsin.
It was the tangy.
And it had cheese in it.
Yeah, it was the tangy sausage. It was the Cloverdale tangy summer sausage. We did this whole story last week. I was
I know.
thoroughly unprepared to address it today.
I told you I like to surprise you. So, like,
That's good.
is a Cloverdale around here? Do I need to go to Tony's Meat Market to come up with a Cloverdale sausage? Where would one find that?
Somebody on the text line is suggesting either an elk or buffalo sausage. You can pick up an elk sausage. I feel as though, like, usually in the fall, I'll see somebody selling like elk at a roadside stand.
Yeah,
Stop by
jerky.
and get an elk sausage.
What's Joel Dreesen up to? He's a big elk guy. He got any of that?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I need to let the listeners know I'm about $5 into this. That's about it. You start getting an elk or buffalo sausage sounds like more money than I give a crap about for this sausage, frankly. I'm going to go to Target. I'm going to return a crock pot that's too small, and then I'll maybe grab a sausage. That's what I got to do.
Like every commitment on this show, it's half-assed.
Yeah, you guys have to know. We're only going to go so far.
Our follow-through is quite poor.
It's really bad. Because I don't really want to eat the sausage if I'm being honest about it. I just think it'd be funny if we had a rally sausage kicking around this place.
You just want to hold it. That's okay. That's understandable.
It's all right.
It's fine.
Listen,
fine.
if you're going to go that route, you could go to the old Milwaukee sponsor. The Milwaukee Brewers had a using your sausage. So if you're going to be using your sausage, that's when you go top shelf.
So Anthony Edwards
likes a rally sausage.
I would assume so.
Sheboygan brats?
I've always known him to be Ant.
Oh, yeah. I've only heard Ant.
Reggie Miller is very invested in Ant-Man.
Does he have some association to the Paul Rudd movie?
I don't know. But, I mean, I know this about the Paul Rudd Ant-Man movie. I saw the first one. I fell asleep during the second one. I know that they've made a third, and I never even attempted it. By superhero movie standards, which superhero movies, and I enjoy them, but I can admit they're inessential. Ant-Man is the most inessential of the superheroes. There was never a need to give that guy his own movie. And thus, I find calling Anthony Edwards Ant-Man and giving him a nickname for what was a C- to D+ superhero franchise at best feels like an insult given the way the guy is playing at the moment. Did you notice also Reggie went with Catman on Karl Anthony Towns?
Maybe he's just man guy. You know what I mean?
But is Jokic the joke man?
Yeah. I think that's what he is. He adds man.
He's man.
See, here's the thing. The other problem I have with the crew on this series, who's our third guy?
Jamal Crawford.
Crawford and Miller